160 competitors, including 22 champions from 20 nations, have competed to qualify for this, the 26-man final. Amongst them, Dutchman Gerrit Van Kouwen.
They're going to be wheel-to-wheel, then crafty wheel-to-wheel.
It's cold, it's grey, it's wet, it's horrible. Hang on a minute, I'm not really selling this, am I? Welcome along to day 2 of the 2024 Formula Ford Festival, the GVK 200. Gerrit Van Kouwen won the Formula Ford Festival going through the card, fastest in qualifying, heat win, quarter-final win, semi-final win, and then won the final. That was 40 years ago, and we're celebrating all things Gerrit Van Kouwen this weekend. It's shaping up to be another classic festival weekend, and we're looking forward to semi-final 1, which is dedicated to Mike Blanchet, who built and produced the loader car that Gerrit drove, and we'll find out more about Mike Blanchet a little bit later on. In addition to Formula Ford, we have 5 races for Formula Ford today for you. We have the, oh dear, a spinner over there at Clearways in the background. We have the Evolution Trophy currently qualifying. They get 2 races with us today. We've got the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup back with us, and 2 variants of the Brscc Mazda Championships as well. Laura, you might want to watch out because we've got a 55 car right behind you. I thought he was going to reverse into you, but he didn't. Semi-final 1, as we say, is currently building up. The cars, as you can see, Jonathan Kotick for the USA is just going into line. So we're very much in the build-up stage for our first semi-final of the day. Yesterday we had 3 heats and the progression race. Who would have thought that last year's champion, Rory Smith, would have a breakage coming onto... Oh, Johnny McMullen nearly gets Laura as well there. We'll hold fire here as Joey Foster comes into line and let Joey do his business. Who would have thought that Rory Smith would fail before he gets to the line and came through the progression race? He's actually over the back there in the red, black and white 45. We spoke to Rory yesterday. What I'm going to do, though, is have a wander round our holding area here and chat to some of the drivers that we've got. One of the drivers I wanted to talk to is Tom Hawkins, who is in Class A in the number 28 car over there, the white car. He's got his brolly up, as you can see, because it is raining, it is blowy. A lot of the drivers saying that the problems could be with the wind with the cars on the straight. Are you all right for a quick word there, Tom? I'm going to get under the umbrella here. Yeah. Tom, you're the top Super Classic man in the first semi-final, and you got pole yesterday, which was mega, and a little bit of festival magic.
Yeah, no, this car's really going well in the wet, so I was praying for wet weather today, which just seems to be coming at the right time, hopefully. So yeah, my goal is to try and get up there for the historic final, but if I can get up there overall as well, that'd be a bonus really. But my main goal is to try and get on the front row for the Brian Jones, so let's see what we can do. That would
be great to see the great man Brian Jones, who I used to listen to back in the day. Absolutely superb gentleman, and yeah, he'd be pleased to see you, to have seen you get that pole yesterday for sure. Talk us through yesterday's race though. I mean, it was dry yesterday, so it was pretty. I mean, the sort of the newer cars, it was always going to be hard in the dry with this car to try and keep up with them. My goal was to just get a good finish. I thought it's almost going to be impossible for me to win it, but I didn't want to sort of get, you know, I saw Darwin Smith in the first heat. He sort of got taken out and lost quite a few places, and I thought, well, I don't want to do that. So I just sort of held my ground and tried to be first on the road in the class, and that's what I did. That's fantastic. You've got a good position for the semi. Fingers crossed you get through. We look forward to talking to you, hopefully in the Brian Jones one as well, which will be good. And may I offer my congratulations to winning Super Classic this year as well.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a good season in this car so far, so let's hope we keep going in this one.
I'll give a quick shout out to Alan Bowles, who ran that, did a super job this year, and with the festival too.
Yeah, Alan's done a great job, to be honest with you. It's a great series, and anyone that fancies having a go next year, definitely get your interest in for next year when they open.
Nice one, Tom. Hope that sold a few seats on the grid. Good luck for the race. Thank you very much for chatting to us. Tom Hawkins lines up there. I'm sure Laura won't mind if we jiggle around. I'm going to go down the other end because one of the features we've got of the festival is the Autoglim Award for the best retro livery. And we won't know who it is, who's won it. We've seen all the liveries, but we won't know who's won it until we get to the Kentagon later on. We are going to stream in the Kentagon, so if you're at the track, come along to the Kentagon and be vocal, make a lot of noise, that's always good. And if you're watching on the stream, stay with us to do that. But here's one of these great retro liveries, the camel livery of Alex Ames. We've seen Alex racing a couple of times over the course of the season, and I'm guessing this livery, Alex, attracts a lot of attention wherever it goes.
Yeah, I think it does. It previously raced in this livery when it was new at Spa. So we thought, well, it only did one race in this livery, so we put it back to it. But no, it looks so iconic and so beautiful. I was like, you've got to run it back in this livery. So, but we've had a bit of a troubled weekend, really. We had a bit of a misfire, which we've been chasing all weekend, and then yesterday in the heat, unfortunately had a flat, and I did like 10 laps on a flat back tyre. So we're a bit out of position here, so we'll see what we can do.
Okay, wish you well, Alex. The whistle's blown, so we need to let you get on with it. Thank you for chatting. Best of luck. So Alex Ames will be going. I'm going to dip down by the fence, and we've got our two intrepid commentators. I do hope Andy McEwen is feeling better today. He's supported by Scott Woodward. Festival semi-final 1, dedicated to Mike Blanchet, coming up in just a couple of minutes.
Thank you very much, Richard. Well, for the moment, it's just Scott Woodward because Andy McEwen is alongside me, but his voice is still yet to redeem itself. But at that point in time, but he is here with me. I'm sure that he'll chirp on and comment as when he can when his voice is feeling as best as it can be. But yes, Scott Woodward's here at least to support Andy McEwen where possible for today. It is a special day, of course. It is day 2 of the 2024 Brscc Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival. Remembering the great man, of course, who took the victory back here in such dominant fashion 40 years ago in 1984, and he did it right here on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. 6 turns, 1.21 miles, established back in 1950. Of course, Formula Ford started back in 1967, 17 years later after that. In terms of the weather, well, it's a typical October day really at the festival. It's going to be possibly dry, then raining at points. Hopefully by the time we get to the final around about 4 o'clock timetable, depending if we're ahead or below or behind, we hopefully get something of a dry circuit and a dry final, because that usually presents the best possible opportunity for a good race. So the car's now leaving the assembly area for the first of our 2 semi-finals. This is now where it gets to the crunch point for the festival. This really proper knockout Formula Ford stuff. You can see that there is a sprinkling of rain. It has started to arrive here, but the grid, of course, set by, for the 2 semi-finals, set by the results of the 3 heats. So in terms of the grid, we'll go through that in a second, but it's 2 of our 3 heat winners who will start on the front row of the grid for this first semi-final. Of course, it's dedicated to Mike Blanchet, who was so crucial in essentially allowing that 84 festival victory to happen. He was the man who was looking after Lola. He was responsible for essentially giving Gerrit a works car and giving everything that he needed, and with that he went and blitzed basically almost all before him in any Formula Ford championships he entered, including the European, Benelux, I think the Silver Lion Championship, and a couple of others too, including the Dutch. So he certainly came to the festival. He was in that great form and he simply dominated all the way through from start to finish. So we're now getting ourselves set then for our first 2 semi-finals. We'll go to the grid shortly, but everyone who we expected to be there is pretty much there. One car which, of course, had the dramas yesterday in Heat 1, didn't even get away properly because of a broken drive shaft when coming to the grid, was Rory Smith, and he had to come through from the progression race. He is in this race, but he's further back than he'd like to be, back in 22nd on the grid. So he'll be certainly hoping to try and make an impact from here. So the car set off on their green flag lap. And of course they'll go off in formation. As they do so, we'll run you through the grid in a moment's time for semi-final 1 of the 2024 Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival. So it is Heat 1 winner Jordan Kelly, who starts on pole position, alongside Heat 3 winner Josh Smith in car number 200. Of course, the very same number that Gerrit ran back in 1984. Luke Cooper starts on the second row of the grid, alongside former national champion Johnny McMullen, then Charlie Mann and Joey Foster, 3-time festival champion, is here on the third row of the grid in P6. Jonathan Kotick then comes next on row 4, alongside the Jason Cribble for an All-American 4th row. Tom Hawkins, who was best of the Super Classic cars on the grid, he starts 9th alongside the Swiss driver Pascal Monberon. Then it's Sam Harrison and Ben Powney who round out the top 12 on the 6th row of the grid. Then it comes to Callum Baxter, who is the sole remaining Canada scholarship car after Antonio Costantino went out in his heat. Unfortunately, can continue no further. And James Harridge in car number 11 comes next on the 7th row. Row 8 is Drew Cameron and Sam Street, followed by Bob Hawkins and Richard Higgins, last year's and this year's defending historic Formula Ford historic final winner. Then we get to Rick Morris, who's been evergreen in Formula Ford, starting 19th. He's alongside Ben Hadfield. And then an important row here, of course, we've got Alex Ames, and in crucially 22nd place, watch for car 45, Rory Smith, the defending festival champion. Given the conditions, given the pace he had yesterday in the progression race, he will not stay there, I'm pretty sure. Spencer Shinner, who's been a star in historic Formula Ford, he starts 23rd in his first weekend in a modern car. Brscc chairman Peter Dalian, who's also a Formula Ford enthusiast, won the historic final here in 2020. He starts 24th. And it's Stephen O'Connor and Leanne McShane in her first weekend in the Firmus chassis. One car pulling off already, which is Jason Pribble in car 95. So he looks like he might not take the start, and it could delay that further. But we'll get to that in a second. It's Oliver Buxton and Jonathan Nash, followed by Innes Hickman and Mikhail Fitzgerald to round out the 30-car grid. Well, it was 30, it's now possibly 29, given that Jason Pribble's car's pulled off onto the grass in that sense. And he will look to try and possibly try and get the start underway if he can, but if not, it will be 29 starters out of the 30. Just Andy McEwen here for the voice that he has left, saying that he did carry on, so whatever the issue was, he's continued on to try and make it round, but we will see what happens and if he can make the start. So, mixed conditions, because we had mixed conditions yesterday, but we'll see if anyone can make the start. You can see there's a gap on the grid where Jason Pribble should be, but in the right is Jonathan Pribble. It looks like he possibly spun, we reckon, on the formation of that, and he's just looking back on the stream replay on his phone, and he reckons it was a spin for Kotick. So it wasn't necessarily an issue for him, it's simply a spin, but because he fell back behind everyone else, he'll have to start at the back of the grid by default. There is Jason, in fact, taking his spot up on the grid. And so we then get set then for our first semi-final of 2024 at the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival. Jordan Kelly, Heat 1 winner, Josh Smith, who was the Heat 3 winner, starting together on the front row. The 5-second ball goes up. Festival Sunday about to get underway. Who will book their spot into the final as the winner, and can they do it from the top spot? Red lights are on, and semi-final 1, dedicated to Mike Blanchet, is underway. Clean start from Jordan Kelly. Great start from Cooper from the second row of the grid. He's already got past Josh Smith, who slivers away from the outside of the front row. And Johnny McMullen's also in there too, as they turn into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. And as they turn their way in through and up towards Paddock Hill Bend and Druids the first time, it's side by side. Cooper's going for the lead, possibly up the inside of Kelly in towards Druids, but he holds on to the position for the time being. And it looks as though it is still Cooper in second place, McMullen up to third, but not a great start for Josh Smith, who is down to fourth and has got some work to do to try and pick that up again. Into P5 goes Joey Foster. Sixth has gone Charlie Mann. The key card we've got to watch out for, though, is where is Rory Smith? There's a battle going on already. Oh, there's a touch between Joey Foster and Josh Smith down the back straight. Those two, I think, battle for the festival victory. No, that was back in 2018 before, but Josh was saying last year that's one of the drivers he respects is Joey Foster and Niall Murray. I'm not sure if he still has the respect after that, but they continue on. The rain's starting to intensify even further as we make our way onto the pit straight to end lap number 1 of semi-final 1. As they come back around onto start lap number 2, we'll see where they fit in the order, and it is Jordan Kelly who leads the way then. Second across the line goes to Luke Cooper. Third going to Johnny McMullen. Fourth going to Josh Smith. There's Jonathan Kotick battling with Charlie Mann. As for Rory Smith, starting 24th, the 22nd place, he's up to 14th already. He's 8 places again. He's just at the top of the shot in red and white and trying to pick his way through these very tricky mixed conditions. It is raining out there, but we will see just how this progresses. So down the hill and towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. I got it right this time, calling it the old hairpin yesterday, which I've firmly got out of that habit. But Jordan Kelly, last year's National Formula Ford champion, is underway. And one car, that is number 8. I think that is Michael, it's number 6, the Michael Fitzgerald, in fact, actually. His car has stopped on the approach towards Druids. Now, a car that's stopped, usually sometimes it'll have to be at least a safety car if you can't get it going. I don't want to say red flag, but also if you can't get it going and that is stationary, that will have to be recovered, and maybe they might be able to cover it under yellow flags. They are wheeling it backwards, so it's under waved yellows. And as they come out through Graham Hill Bend, it's still John McMullen who leads the way from Joey Foster. That's a battle going on for 4th position. The wet conditions kind of levelling things a little bit. At the end of that second lap, looks like trying to find exactly where Rory Smith got to currently so far on that lap. He is currently up to, where is he now at the moment? He's up to 12th at the moment, so he's trying to keep progressing at the front of the field. And the rain starting to come down even more now, we can see. So as they come back onto the pit straight, it's still going to be advantage for Kelly by about almost a second. And we saw before, there's yellow flags there down at Paddock Hill Bend, or going into Paddock Hill Bend. Someone's obviously had an off for an issue somewhere. Number 7's gone around. That is Jonathan Nash. So he is started back in, what was that, 28th position. He's trying to make his way through. There is Rory Smith, meanwhile. Still trying to pick his way through the order. And as they now come towards Grenville Bend, there is Tom Hawkins battling away with Charlie Mann. And now as they head their way back towards Grenville, Surtees and McLaren and Clark curve once more. There's the second group headed by Charlie Mann. There's Rory Smith with them already. So he's got past Pascal Monberon up the inside of Tom Hawkins. Now he might go to the outside, possibly if he's got the grip for Charlie Mann. As he comes through, this really is a proper performance of Rory Smith, even in the wet conditions. It is not slowing him down one iota as he comes up the straight and back towards the end of lap number 4. Past Charlie Mann he goes, and that puts him now into 7th position. Next target is Jonathan Kotick, and he will try and pick his way through where he can. And round through Druids the leaders go. It's 1.8 seconds the gap between Jordan Kelly and Josh Smith. And looking back here, that is the 91 of Bob Hawkins battling with Sam Street. He was one of the front runners in last year's historic final. So as they make their way down through the left-hander of Surtees and back to the top of the circuit for the end of another lap, let's see what Rory Smith has more in option there. In terms of his lap times in these wet conditions, let's take a quick look. He is currently at the moment showing as being in what was 7th position. His lap time was a 1 minute 1 point, still a fast lap of the race. That tells you the pace, all you need to know there. At least 2/10 quicker than the cars in front of him. Car off the road, that's Ben Powney in his number 37 machine. That's the Jamin M92 that's off the road. Now I imagine that might well be at least a safety car, because that's pretty beached. So we'll see what progress he can make, to see what that does to the race, and that essentially might well help possibly Rory Smith in his quest to try and get back up through the order. I thought for a second I got confused by Johnny McMullen and Rory Smith, because they've got very similar coloured cars. The only difference is that Johnny McMullen's car has a green stripe down the side of it, where it's purely red and white for Rory Smith. He's already caught Jonathan Kotick in the that looks like the ex-Niall Murray machine that you would have run last year, in the very familiar white with the orange and blue striping down the side. Yellow flags into the complex at Surtees, Clearways and Clark curve through McLaren. So he can't pass there. Once he gets to the green, then he can start to power his way through. He's got so much more grip and traction out of that corner. He's so much more comfortable. Maybe they've set this car up to be purely wet conditions, because they've seen the weather forecast and seen that it's going to be beneficial if he gambles on a wet setup. If he is gambling on that, it certainly is working out well. Still yellow flags down towards the right at Paddock Hill Bend. In fact, more than that, we've got a safety car for the first time today, the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car. Will make its first appearance of the day, and that will stack the field up. And the one person it will benefit more than anyone else is Rory Smith, because of course that means it brings now the top 4 cars, the top 5 cars in front of him, all closer together. If it's a quick safety car, they can quickly recover Ben Powney's car. There's no telling how quickly Rory Smith could go, and this actually could be quite remarkable, because if he gets himself at least onto the podium, this could put him in an incredible position for the final, because it could be one of the best performances of the final ever, because you discount the fact he didn't make the start in heat number 1, because he snapped the drive shaft on his final burnout to get heat into the tyres, didn't even start it, powered his way through from 23rd on the grid in the progression race to win. If he still comes through here, and I think at the very least gets a podium if he gets all the way to the final, hypothetically, that's generally one of the best foot drives in recent years for the festival. Even if he doesn't win it, it'll be certainly a great performance, and that will prove a point. And also, it'll mark him out anywhere as an all-time great, because it will give him a three-time festival winner, along with a 3-time primary festival winner. We talk about primary; it's the primary engine formula, because Joe Foster has won 3 festivals, but 2 of them were with the primary formula in 2003 and 2017. 2004, it was the Z-Tech engine that was the primary engine, I believe. I think it was from 2010 onwards they went to Gerrit, if my memory serves me right. Any Formula 4 purists are going to have my neck if I got that wrong. But Joe Foster did win the 2004 Kent Festival, which wasn't the primary festival of that one. So he has a festival win, but it's one of the subsidiary festivals. It doesn't mean any less, but it's not the primary one in that sense. So he's a two-time primary festival winner, to make that point. Foster chasing his third primary festival win. Of course, the Kent engine formula is the only one that's present in Formula 4 these days anymore, because the Zetec and Duratec cars, whilst they're still around, have kind of fallen by the wayside in that sense. So the rain is not getting any easier. It's not to the point where it's undrivable, of course, but it's very tricky, and it's, again, typical British October weather, as you've seen before. We've had festivals before when it's been quite wet. We had the unfortunate conclusions 2022, of course, but you look back in previous ones, Mark Webber had a great performance back in 1996 when it was not similar to these conditions, but it was wet and he had to power his way through. I think also in fading light as well, so we'll see. One thing I just noticed that actually Rory Smith didn't get fully past Jonathan Kotick, so he's actually still back in 7th position. And I think that safety cars was trundling around possibly because they give as much time as possible to recover Ben Powney's car. There was also, I mean, there's something else has happened down at Paddock Hill Bend that isn't quite evident, because there was yellow flags for a couple of laps going into Paddock Hill Bend, but I couldn't quite see exactly what that was. I didn't think it was for the issue for anyone else, because Ben Powney's car, as far as I saw, went off the road up at Clark Curve and Clearways. So it potentially could be for something that happened up at Druids that we haven't seen yet and is off camera. In terms of cars that haven't come through, that's a game we like to play. Spot the car that doesn't come through the timing screen, but there's no one else that I see that hasn't come through. Ben Powney's car went off the road, and Michael Fitzgerald's car was wheeled backwards. Oh, he's Ben Powney's car we're still looking at, but it's interesting that we had the yellow flags out at Paddock Hill Bend for a couple of laps before we saw the safety car. It's interesting, but nonetheless, at the safety car, we're on lap 9 of 14. So we will see how... we're hearing in our ears from our director that it's someone spun at Paddock Hill Bend. No idea exactly yet as to who it was, but... So the only red car we saw that spin, we're being told, was Michael Fitzgerald. But there he is. He's pulled off the road, but he was being pushed back for a while. So maybe he's just trying to gather them together. And of course now Ben Powney's car has been recovered. So we'll wait and see. This is obviously... We talked about this yesterday. There's two sides to a safety car. Is that, yes, it benefits Rory Smith that he's got the leads closer together, but the longer route with the safety car, the less time he has to make an impact on that. And of course, as we're going on, the rain keeps falling and it keeps changing the conditions. If he's on a fully wet setup, that's working out for him. But other teams would have probably gone that direction also. So we'll have to wait and see how this race, the rest of this race, plays out when we get back underway. With under safety car again on lap 10, 14. So we've got, in this one, including 5 laps to go. The number 7 car, that's the classic car in there, is not in 2nd place. That's Jonathan Nash, who is out of position and a lap down. So he's not ahead of the likes of Josh Smith and Johnny McMullen and Joey Foster. He simply had the spin earlier on that we caught. And he is simply just in the train because the pack has picked up, the safety car has picked up the leader, Jordan Kelly. I think they are bringing them round as slow as they can afford to give the marshal and recovery team, so we have to say a massive thank you to once again for all of their efforts, as much time as possible to be able to kind of get that car. So we think possibly it could be in this lap, as Andy McEwen, while his voice is not in great shape, he's becoming a genuinely very handy spotter, so I appreciate that. And I'm certain you will hear from him at some point throughout the day. It's just he's trying to rest his voice as much as he can to make sure that he can lend his voice to it. In fact, good prediction, Mr. McEwen. He has spotted that the safety car lights are indeed out, so the Jaguar RunYourFleet.com safety car will be in this lap. So 4 laps then to decide who wins semi-final 1, but also who, how far potentially Rory Smith could make his way up, as well as the other drivers. There's Ben Powney's car being pulled into the field. I think it's also safe to assume, unless we get a safety car in semi-final 2, this will be the slower of the heat. So essentially, depending on conditions, if that goes safety car free, whoever wins semi-final 2 will essentially earn themselves pole position for the final later on this afternoon. Whoops! And under safety car conditions, that's Stephen O'Connor in the Team Dolan Old School Van Diemen. And as they get going again, the frustrating thing here for the cars behind Jordan Kelly, the lapped car, they can't overtake it even though he's lapped, so he's having to gear with his own pace. Now when they get across the line, now they can overtake him. That's just given Jordan Kelly the restart of his dreams at the front. He's about 4 seconds in front by the time they cross the line. Now they can go past Jonathan Nash. That's through no fault of Jonathan's own. He was simply just in the queue where he was, and he's very smartly keeping out of the way. It's good driving from Jonathan, but it's simply just the luck of the draw. So ultimately, Jordan Kelly looks as though, unless he's on course now to go on win semi-final 1, barring any dramas in the last 4 laps. But this now is all about who gets second and who can get best of the rest. And Rory Smith there, This is now where he has to try and make some moves. He's right behind the 4 cars in front of him to try and make up the positions. If he can get himself onto the podium, that will give him more and more places and possibly a row further up the grid for the Festival Grand Final later on this afternoon. A little wayward there for Luke Cooper over the curb as Rory Smith shows a wheel to the inside of Johnny McMullen. But look at that, look at the screen at the top. It was 4.8 seconds on the restart because of Jonathan Nash simply being non-purposely in the wrong place at the wrong time. In fact, there has been a switch. Yes, the 2 BM racing cars have switched. So he's gone past Jonathan Kotick and also Johnny McMullen. So that is Rory Smith up into 4th place. There was a car that was being elbowed out wide on the exit. I think it might have been 1-3-3 Richard Higgins, who was a little bit wide out on the track, but he's moving well. He's right behind Tom Hawkins. So that's the battle for essentially who can be the first of the cars for the historic finals. So that kind of order of which cars they end up is going to be crucial too, between Tom Hawkins and Richard Higgins, to come up through the hill into Druids for the 12th time. And on that lap alone, Kelly was another 1.2 seconds faster. So it's 6 seconds the gap for Jordan Kelly as they come through. Looking further back, and is Joey Foster dropped backwards? Yes, he has. So I've only just spotted that. An issue for Joey Foster. He's dropped back down to 16th, which means he will not automatically qualify for the final at this rate. If he can make his way up in the next 2 and a bit laps or so, he might get a chance if he can get into the top 12. The car that's on the bubble at the moment is James Harridge. He's just behind Samuel Harrison, but there's cars in the mix behind him that could also play a part. You've got the likes of Jason Pribble, who had that spin for the back of the grid. Pascal Monberon, Drew Cameron's in there as well. Joey Foster back in 16th, and even Rick Morris in 17th. They've got to try and make their way through, as here comes Rory Smith up the inside into 3rd place. Who'd have thought that at the beginning of day 1? He's up to 3rd place after what happened yesterday. Round the outside he goes. Now the weather conditions are really starting to come down with rain. It's getting slightly heavier, so hopefully this is the heaviest we get it today. And it starts to ease off as the day goes on. Now the question is, now Rory Smith's got past Luke Cooper in 3rd place. Can, in this last lap and a half, can he catch Josh Smith? Because if he does, that will give him a 2nd row start for the grand final. If he can then go on from there, who knows what could be possible. We'll look at lap times at the end of this one going into the last lap. He was overtaking Luke Cooper on that lap, so we'll see if that's made any difference. He's just starting to gap him a little bit at this point in time, so we'll see how that works out. Up through Clearways, through Clark Curve and McLaren, and just working his way through. He's pulled away a little bit more from Cooper now. Look at the lap time. Cross the line has gone Jordan Kelly to start the last lap of the semi-final one. 6.6 seconds is the gap. It was even pace between Josh Smith and Jordan Kelly, but Rory Smith was basically a full 7/10 quicker on that lap, and he started that lap 7/10 behind. So if he keeps on this pace, and barring any possible mistakes from Josh Smith, he might well catch him. He's closing in. He's right on his gearbox now through Druids. He's much more comfortable in these wet conditions. He must have a fully wet setup on. As they turn their way through Graham Hill Bend for the final time, he's still right there, getting closer and closer. This might well be a photo finish for 2nd if he can find the line. But meanwhile, for Jordan Kelly, last year's National Formula 4 champion, it has been absolutely, no pun intended, plain sailing here for him. Got that perfect restart after the lapped car was in the mix to inadvertently cause everyone else to be stacked up behind it when he couldn't overtake it. So Jordan Kelly, as Pascal Monberon goes into the tyres, it's going to be a semi-final 1 victory dedicated to Mike Blanchet for Jordan Kelly as he takes the checkered flag, and a fantastic result for them. For 2nd place is Josh Smith. Where's Rory Smith got to? We think he's gone off. He has gone off. So Rory Smith, more drama for the defending champ. I think he'll get through still, or will he? Just in front of Spencer Shinner by the looks of it, and he'll come across the line. Is he in the top 12? The answer is no, he's not. He's 13th across the line. So he just misses out again on getting to the festival final. He will have to go through the last chance race. When is the luck going to come through for Rory Smith? Of course, he's had the drive shaft problem going through the progression race. He will, I'm certain if he doesn't have any more dramas, he probably will get through to the final. But he's not making it easy for himself particularly, and not of his own making. So Rory Smith on the final lap has to come through in 13th and just misses out. But it will put him at least on the front row for the last chance race. I'm certain, again, touch wood, he should get through that relatively simply, but there's only 6 spots for that. So if he does that again in the last chance race, that could be his festival over pretty prematurely. Well, fascinating stuff then. And Jordan Kelly, the time screen says it was a dominant victory. Of course, they were helped by the fact we had the yellow flag rules that you can't pass the safety car, but take nothing away, of course, from that. I think there's another car that stopped. Is that the 11 of James Harridge, I think, that's also stopped as well. So some late dramas in that first semi-final. And the key one being, of course, again, more issues for the defending champion Rory Smith. in what are conditions that were started overcast but are now getting increasingly more and more wet. So the results of semi-final 1 dedicated to Mike Blanchet for the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival. Jordan Kelly wins, and so that will guarantee a front row start for the final. He is ahead by 7.2 seconds after a great restart from Josh Smith in second place and Luke Cooper back on the podium in third. Johnny McMullen and Jonathan Kotick round out the top 5 from Charlie Mann, Callum Baxter, Richard Higgins, Jason Pribble, Tom Hawkins, Joey Foster, who does scrape through in 11th, so after he was down the order, does make it into a promotion spot, probably at the expense of Rory Smith, with Sam Harrison the last car to automatically make it through, and then Rory Smith, just all the luck he's had. He had a good fortune yesterday, but the conditions didn't play in his favour and charged up to as high as 3rd place at one point. It was challenging for 2nd, has to settle for 13th. He will start the front row of the last chance race later on this afternoon. Spencer Schiller comes through from deep in the field to take 14th place, and he'll join him in the last chance race, as will Leanne McShane, Rick Morris, Drew Cameron, Alex Ames, Bob Hawkins, Sam Street, Oliver Buckton, Peter Daly, who was 22nd, and Ben Hadfield, Innes Hickman, Pascal Montbron, who was off into the tyres, Jonathan Nash was a lap down, Stephen O'Connor went for a spin later on in 27th place, then the rest of the order from 28th down to 30th sees James Harridge, who had stopped at the end of the race as well. Ben Powney was off in the gravel up at Clark Curve, and Michael Fitzgerald pulled off at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. Well, action aplenty in that first semi-final. I think we can get the reaction from our top 3 in a moment. Of course, we've got semi-final 2 coming up, which is another dedicated semi-final. So we'll get to that in a moment's time and run you through semi-final number 2. But here's the top 3 for semi-final 1 down the top of the pit lane for the first time today with Richard John Neal.
Let's grab her. Well done, Jordan Kelly. Tricky conditions out there. We've got a special man to do the presentation as well. John Pratt, twice on the podium in the festival. John, a pleasure to see you here as well. Do you want to do the honours? Let's get the awards done and we'll try and get a quick word with both of you. Here you go, Jordan. Congratulations. Be interesting to hear both the experiences of both these guys. Jordan, first of all, very quick word. Difficult conditions out there. Super job done by yourself.
Yeah, we just got set up right, and the car just felt easy to drive. Like I had way more on it if I needed it, but I was just managing the gap behind, and just with a safety car, I just had that back marker in between me and Josh, which I knew if I went early, I would have got a gap to manage then. So no, it was a good race.
Splendidly well done. We've got a hat and some bubbly for you as well from John. Congratulations. Good luck for the final. We'll make it a quick interview. I want to have a word with John. I mean, you're part and parcel of the history of this with twice on the podium.
Yes, yep. 82 and 83.
And does it bring back memories every time you're here?
It certainly does, especially today, because 40 years ago, I remember watching Gerrit Van Kouwen, from the driver's stand at Paddock, and he looked amazingly fast. And I was on pole for my semi-final, he was on pole here, and he was so quick that I thought, my goodness, I'm going to really have to go some in my semi, and as a result I spun off. So there's definitely some memories from here.
It was great. I was watching that one like yourself, and mega memories. It doesn't matter about the weather, the festival has got a bit of magic, hasn't it?
I think so, and it's just nice to have. It's super competitive. In the old days, drives from around Europe would come here as well, and you're always bumping into people that you used to know and forgotten you know. So no, it's lovely to be here.
Happy memories of watching you race, John. Thank you so much for joining us and presenting the Mike Blanchet dedicated semi-final. Thanks ever so much, John. Great to see you again. So, John Pratt, I don't know if we've got time for a quick second place interview with Josh Smith. Has Josh disappeared? Josh, let's get you over a quick P2. Jordan's doing the honours there for the formal pictures. Josh, well done. Tricky conditions out there. I'll try not to keep you out in the wet too long, but wow.
I'm a Cumbrian, I'm used to it. It's nothing I'm not used to, but yeah, really difficult out there then. The old field car was strong, I messed up there off the start, dumped the clutch a little bit too much and lost the ground early on. So I was always playing catch up after that, and by the time I hit the front of the group, Jordan had already sort of broke a comfortable gap, and it's just so hard to bridge that after that. You know, he's a quick guy at the end of the day. And then obviously with the safety car having a back marker between us, I mean, yeah, you may as well have handed in the win. But at that point then, I obviously knew it was just about preserving the second place, and managed to do that, so mega chuffed.
Job's done though, you're in the final and you can look on moving forward.
Yeah, job's done, and I'll be on the second row there, ready to fight for the festival win, hopefully. So yeah, looking
That's what
forward.
we want to hear, Josh. Well done, mate. Thank you ever so much. Good luck for the final as well. And third position goes to Luke Cooper, so we get another chat with Luke. Well done, Luke. And a great smile.
Yeah, we were in the assembly area with everyone else on new tyres thinking, oh, we might not have got this one right. We didn't go full wet on the setup either, and obviously on the warm-up lap it started to hammer down, so we were like, okay, we got this one wrong, so we'll try and do what we can to get a result out of it. So I'm absolutely ecstatic to get a third place out of that.
P3, so I mean, it puts you right in the mix with so many other great drivers. You know, in any festival, it's difficult, isn't it? But happy with the third row of the grid?
Yeah, with how it was on the warm-up lap, as I could see the rain coming down more and more, I was like, oh, this is going to be a really tough race. So really happy to get a third, and now I've got the new tyres for the final, which I don't think many of those other guys will do. But then the rain doesn't take too much out of them either, so it might be a little bit of an advantage. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the weather's like for the rest of the day. What do you rely on these days? Is it barometers or probably weather apps, I guess, for youngsters?
Yeah, looking at the weather radar, we knew that the rain was coming. We didn't quite know how heavy it was going to be, but yeah, we didn't get that one quite right. So obviously I need to update the information that I have.
Well, thanks for chatting to us. Well done. Fine drive up into third place. Luke Cooper takes third place in the semi-final 1 dedicated to Mike Blanchet. We're looking forward now to semi-final 2, which is dedicated to David Minister. Of course, put the engines together for many festival winners over the years. The cars are in the holding area. I'm not sure if there's any clearing up to do, but we'll be back with semi-final 2 in just a couple of minutes.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, there's a bit of clear-up going on. We have Pascal Montbaron's car off the road and also a couple of others that will be recovered since then. So it gives us a bit of a chance to kind of build up to semi-final 2, which, of course, is in memoriam or dedicated to David Minister, who, of course, people here, including Graham Fuller, will know all too well. Just to give you a bump on him, David Minister was a former Formula Ford racer back in the 1970s. He was the founder of Minister Racing Engines, one of the most prominent engine builders you'll find when you look at Formula Ford history. And his engines have won the Formula Ford Festival 9 times. You realise some of the drivers that have won it. Richard Morgan, I think, was his first. Then drivers like Jeff Lees, Derek Daly, Roberto Moreno, Tommy Byrne, Julian Bailey, Andrew Gilbert Scott, Gerrit Van Kouwen, of course, and Roland Ratzenberger in I've got to get this right now. If I don't get it right, they're going to shoot me. 1986 was his victory, I think, for Ratzenberger, if I'm right. The Roll of Honour will spare my blushes. Yes, got it in 1986. If I didn't get that right, so that'd be Formula 4 purist that would have had my head. Anyway, so that's problem for him, and he was the creator of a legendary Formula 4 16 engine known as Patch. If you want to know more about Patch, you can know those who are within Formula Ford circles. It essentially was, as far as I understand it, somewhere on the engine that they had to obviously put a metal patch over it, and since then that engine was sat in quite a few festival-winning cars and cars of prominent drivers who went through the festival, and hence that's pretty much the most legendary Formula Ford engine you can find. And as well as David's engine wizardry, he also had a keen eye for spotting driver talent at an early stage in their careers as well. So excellent stuff for them all round, and we will see how the rest of that race plays out, and then we will see how this race gets on. So for semi-final 2, we have the only other heat winner that we had in the mix, which was Chris Middlehurst, who had a great 6-car fight and a really well-controlled race at the front for Chris. And he essentially is bidding for his first ever festival win. He managed to shake off any ambitions for the Walter Hayes Trophy when he won it last year. And he's hoping to try and be one of the very few people to have done the double, to have won both the Hayes and the festival. I think the only 2 people that I can think of, and forgive me if I get this wrong, are Joey Foster and Max Esterson, who've won them both at least. So keen to see if anyone else thinks. Oh, Niall Murray has as well, so that's another one I can throw in there too. So he might become either the 4th or 5th person, one of very few that have done the double of the 2 big end-of-season Formula Ford events. He will have Tom Nippers alongside him on the front row, and Tom was a very prominent driver yesterday. Driver I saw in National Formula Ford the last couple of seasons, and he's been getting quicker and quicker, more of an independent driver in some cases, but that car tends to get quicker and quicker every time I see him, and he was a dark horse yesterday. He actually kept Jordan Kelly in his in Heat 1 quite honest towards the end, finished second, which means he gets a front row start for the second semi-final, and hoping at least to try and pick that one up as best he can. So we'll look at the rest of the grid as it comes through shortly. There's a little bit more of that recovery going on from some of the cars that went off in race number 1. More cars towards the front of the field. There's quite a few solid cars in there as they head out of the assembly area. and make their way on towards the grid. I think the rain has abated and either eased off or stopped completely, which means that if track conditions do start to improve, then ultimately I think if this goes at least semi-final safety car free, it will be the faster of the 2 semi-finals. So essentially, if it does go safety car free, this is in effect the battle for the grand final pole position. Bear in mind we do get a race that goes the distance without any troubles, and if it does carry on getting better, it should be all good. So cars are making their way just onto the grid, and we'll go through the full order in a few moments' time. Some top drivers towards the front. We've got Morgan Quinn and Isaac Cantor da Silva, the Brazilian, 2 Team Dolan drivers. And then we have Jason Smith, who's one of my dark horses in a bet for the festival final, because he's been a prominent driver ever since I've seen him in Formula Ford circles. So watch out for him when he gets underway. And we will wait and see how that one gets on. And the 30-second board has gone up, so we're getting set to get underway shortly. And underway now for the formation lap. So here's the grid then for semi-final 2, which is dedicated to David Minister of the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival for 2024. So Heat 2 winner, Chris Middlehurst, starts on pole position. Alongside him is Tom Nippers, again one of the surprise bets so far for the festival final. If he can work pretty well, it could be a good run for him from start to finish in this semi-final. Row 2 is Morgan Quinn and Isaac Cantor da Silva, the Team Dolan pair from the second row in 3rd and 4th. And Jason Smith, one to watch from P5 on the grid, and John Svensson having one of his best festivals in memory on his return back after a while. He starts in 6th. Hugh Esterson, brother of 2022 winner Max, starts 7th place alongside Tom MacArthur in the best of the Super Classic car. So he'll also be bidding potentially for the historic final pole position, with some strong competition to go against him later on. Will Liston, who was quick here in the Dryat Brands hatch in the Super Classic rounds, he starts in 9th alongside Anthony Amato for Ammonite Racing. Then on row 6, it is Bryn Kinch and Darwin Smith, who took a front row start in the Heat 1 yesterday. He will be back on the grid in 12th. Then it's Chris Acton and Peter Lucas from Adam Fathers and Gavin Wills, 2-time Kent Festival winner in 1994 and 2005. He's back in the 2000 Van Diemen in 16th. Roland Kinch and Jonathan Barnes make up the 9th row of the grid in the top 20, rounded up by Ben Cochran and another veteran, Andy Charsley, who's in the 1992 Ray chassis. Phil Atwood and Rob Hall then come next. Rob, another one who came through the progression race and was quick in semi-final Heat 1 before he fell backwards and pitted. Also the one to watch for, David MacArthur in 23rd on the grid, Stuart Kestenbaum 24th, and Colin Williams and Dan Renner-Larsen, followed by Matthew Sturmer and James Buxton, and Alan Slater and Don Boyack round out the 30 starters for semi-final 2, dedicated to David Minister. So the cars make their way onto the grid, and Chris Middlehurst in these adverse conditions will be hoping to put together a solid performance here and to, fingers crossed, put in a result that's going to give him, if he wins, effectively, if it runs trouble-free, pole position for the grand final. There's William Liston, the Australian, who's come over here in the second half of the year and been enjoying quite an odyssey in UK Formula Ford racing. Has took part in a couple of Super Classic races, done some Castle Coombe racing and other championships in the mix. Comes here to the festival to aim essentially for historic Formula Ford glory if he can. So the last few cars getting into position. We'll watch for the green flag at the back and then watch at the top of the screen. You'll see the red light come on the 5-second board. So semi-final 2 of the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival, dedicated to David Minister. Red lights are on. They're out. And they slither away. It's a clean start from pole for Chris Middlehurst. Covers the middle road to hold the lead towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. They make their way down towards Paddock, and a great start for Jason Smith in the 3rd row. The grid already passed both of the Team Dolan cars into 3rd place as they splash their way through Paddock Hill Bend up towards Druids for the first time. It is Middlehurst who leads. Nippers in 2nd place. Jason Smith is up to 3rd. It's Isaac Cantor da Silva into 4th ahead of his teammate Morgan Quinn. John Svensson going round the outside to hold on to 6th place, but he's also under threat from briefly Hugh Esterson and Tom MacArthur, who's the odd one out in the historic car, diving up the inside of Hugh Esterson, and possibly also John Svensson. Couldn't make that stick. Bryn Kinch is also around the outside of Ben Cochran, so there's more battles going on there in the top 10. But Chris Middlehurst, who I'm certain everyone must be on a full wet setup by this point, absolutely flying away. Jason Smith goes to 2nd at Surtees. And they make their way now towards the end of the opening lap. Wide there for Morgan as he loses out to John Spence, who's having a really strong start here. But Chris Middlehurst is the one that's in the pound seat. He leads the way up towards the end of lap number 1. And it will be Middlehurst who leads. Smith in second place. It's then Tom Nippers in third. Fourth place goes to Isaac Cantor da Silva. Fifth place then goes to John Svensson. Then it's Morgan Quinn, Tom MacArthur, best of the cars that will go to the historic final. He's there in car 217. Then Esterson, Amato and Darwin Smith. So actually Anthony Amato up there in the top 10. Bryn Kinch is back in 12th place, but the Ammonite cars are trying to get up there in the mix. Now on the back straight towards Surtees now for the second time. And again, I think it has started raining again, but it's still quite rather wet and treacherous out there. But they're slithering their way through here. Svensson has a possible look at Isaac Cantor da Silva to make a move on the blue Team Dolan car. Making their way out through Clark Curve, end of lap number 2. Middlehurst has that fastest lap of the race. 2.7 seconds clear to Jason Smith, who is motoring along. Jason Smith, who's been quite prominent this year, not just racing in United Formula 4, but also in his overcross in Ireland. Oh, and Isaac Cantor da Silva running wide over the AstroTurf and the curve on the exit of paddock. That's seen him lose out to John Svensson, who does make it through. I think also Tom MacArthur managed to squeeze through past as well, and so did Morgan Quinn. So losing 3 places and struggling for traction on the exit of the corner. As they come through into Surtees now for the third time. So this is pretty much all about just staying steady and keeping it on the road here. Unless there's a pass that's really pretty much nailed on, you want to really avoid any heroics here. It's Jason Smith slithering his way through. Again, you can see how much, even on the ideal line off the racing line, they're still slithering around trying to find traction. It's not easy out there. Just trying to do what they can to hold on to the position. As they head up towards Druids once again. Now, Cantor da Silva under threat from 2 of the Ammonite Motorsport cars. This is Hugh Esterson and Anthony Amato. They're 2 best placed cars at the moment. Now they make their way down the hill. And looks like Isaac is not really doing quite well in terms of his wet setup. Off the road has gone, and that's Phil Atwood, I think, has gone off the road. Yeah, 77, Phil Atwood is off the road. And looks like he's facing the wrong way, possibly going into Paddock Hill Bend. That's quite strange to see where he's gone off, actually. At that tight engine. It's on the final corner, being told. So that's the exit of Clark Curve, in fact. So he's just looped it around on the exit. He has got going. You can see his car just moving there, just ahead of Chris Middlehurst. And Middlehurst here is trying to pull away as much as he can. The gap is 3.2 seconds now as Middlehurst sets a new fastest lap of the race. Nippers still in third. As they make their way down into Paddock Hill Bend again. More battles going on here. Is it Cantor da Silva just trying to hold off now Hugh Esterson in the 42 car. Isaac will have the outside line with a better grip, but he leaves the door open for not only Esterson but now Anthony Amato to squeeze through. Again, they're still struggling to get the power down. Darwin Smith is right behind them, who I think is still being wrongly categorised as a pro class car when he definitely is in an older 1990 Van Diemen, so that just needs to be rectified. Nippers though continues on in third place. They make their way out through Clark Curve again. They're putting a lap on Phil Atwood. You had that spin just a moment ago, exiting Clark Curve right here. Keeping neatly out of the way of everyone else. It's good driving so far from him. Well done. Now they make their way onto the pit straight once again. What's the gap now between the leaders? It is now 3.4 seconds. So Middlehurst and Smith are starting to match themselves in terms of pace. You can see now the rain continuing to fall and the spray being kicked up. It's not as kind conditions as we had earlier on for the heats yesterday in the progression race. Side by side for another position possibly lost. I think that's that John Spencer's dropped back a little bit. I think he has, because he's now lost out to Hugh Esterson, and he's now also being caught by Amato, and also as well being caught by He's Isaac Cantor De Silva as well. So De Silva trying to push on as best he can. Silva looks up the inside, gets a better run, and puts two wheels into the dirt as he tries to get squeezed back past Anthony Amato. So he's lost out to both of those Amarant Motorsport cars. You can see how just carefully they're treading their way through the wet conditions. Across the line they go. The gap is now out to 4 seconds now in the lead. So Chris Middlehurst continues on to extend that lead. And again, touch wood, if we carry on with the next second half of the race without a safety car, as for that would goes for his second spin at the semi-final, then Chris Middlehurst essentially will be in, quite literally, pole position for the grand final. He's just making his way through out of our commentary box through Graham Hill Bend, and Jason Smith is going with him. So he's certainly mastering these conditions at this point. Might close up for third shortly. This is scrapping. Ooh, that's Ben Cochran has put a lap, I think, on Don Boyack. Almost getting tangled up with one of those Super Classic cars. He's now under threat from Will Liston, who is the third best of those Super Classic cars, because, as I say, Darwin Smith's car for some reason is listed as a pro car, but he's definitely in a 1990 Van Diemen. Svensson now battling away there with Antti Amato, who slips up the inside through Surtees, tries to get him back on the switchback as well, and De Silva and Smith are in there too. There's Tom MacArthur, in fact, who's leading the way in those Super Classic cars, doing a fine job in 5th position, ahead of the likes of Esterson, Svensson, Amato. I should say yesterday, particularly with the qualifying sessions, the older cars, not they're a disadvantage, but ultimately raised great performance level. So any cars that normally in the dry conditions might not be as quick as some of the more contemporary machines do get the chance to shine and use all of their power and all of their mechanical grip, where some of the modern cars might not, as Anthony Amato almost getting into the back of John Svensson, trying to push him along. It's now 5 of them battling for 6th position and the rest of the top 10 spots. The car that's on the bubble in 12th place is Ben Cochran. He was battling there with Will Liston, who hasn't got through. It's Ben Cochran who did get past Will Liston. No, he didn't get past Will Liston, and Cochran's pulled away, so he's in the final automatic qualifying spot. And that means that if Will Liston stays where he is, he will have to go through the progression race, and he will line up on the front row alongside Rory Smith. So that'll be an interesting front row. Making their way out onto the pit straight for the 8th time, looking to end up at lap 9. Middlehurst again still with the fastest lap of the race. The gap is still about 3.8 seconds. Last time by though, Smith was about a quarter of a second quicker. We've got a car off the road exiting down the hill at Graham Hill Bend. Maybe one of the Bucktons, I think, possibly. It looked like one of their cars. Maybe either James, if it is him, it's probably James Buckton, I think, has gone off the road. He was 22nd. There's a yellow flag out on the exit for that reason. And the car that has gone off is just slowly trying to make its way back onto the road. We're trying to find the right moment because it's on the grass. In fact, there it is. You can see the foreground. I think it must be, is it Buckton? I think it must be. If they're both Bucktons are in this race, it's one of them, definitely. Yeah, looks like it's James Buckton. He was 22nd. Yeah, he's going down the timing screen. So James, again, will be another one that has to go through the progression, the last chance race, if he's got the pace to do so, conditions permitting, of course. As they make their way now out onto the pit straight once again. Now it's Middlehurst with 5 laps to go, including the one he's on. 5 seconds is the gap. And in the battle for third, Morgan Quinn has got a small gap on Tom Nippers here. So he'll miss out on the podium, but it looks like if he stays where he is, that'll be a 4th row start for the final. There's 2 cars battling towards the back. That's 63 and 169. That's Matthew Sturmer and Alan Slater, 2 Super Classic D cars. In fact, within the Super Classic D contenders, in this race, in fact, that is the battle for the Super Classic D class lead in the semi-final. So we'll see how the rest of this plays out for them as the drivers make their way through the back markers, including Chris Middlehurst, who's coming to put a lap on so Adam Fathers and Jonathan Barnes by the look of it. So he's putting a lap on 2 more cars. Into the pit lane has come James Sturmer. So unfortunately his semi-final is over. You can see the grass that's on the front of the car after his off at that point. He's got a glimpse of Will Liston there, but here comes Chris Middlehurst. He's put a lap on, yeah, that's Adam Fathers and also Stuart Kestenbaum to put a lap on. My next guy is due to put a lap on now are Peter Lucas and Will Liston. So Will Liston actually has had a mishap somewhere because he was in 13th place. He's now dropped down to 20th. So the final qualifying spot is still held by Ben Cochrane. The others look like they'll go through also. Chris Acton, Darwin Smith, Anthony Amato, in reverse order we're reading them here. Isaac Cantor da Silva, John Svensson, Tom MacArthur, and then Hugh Esterson, and Tom Nippers, Morgan Quinn, Jason Smith, and this man, of course, in the order. So as they make their way onto the pit straight again, Chris Middlehurst has got this race purely under control. Didn't have the benefit of a safety car restart, of course. There's been no safety car in there as we get a neat view of the pit lane for some reason. As they come up towards the start of lap number 12 now. Middlehurst has this under control, and yet, unless there is a touchwood late red flag or a safety car, this essentially is Middlehurst not just booking himself the spot in the grand final, but effectively giving himself pole position in the process as well. So a solid run so far for him. And as we come through onto start the penultimate lap of the race, it's kind of calmed down a little bit here. This race, it's all just sort of eked out a little bit more. Jason Smith is kind of in no man's land in second place. He's some 6 seconds back from Middlehurst, but another almost 4 seconds back as John Svensson goes for a spin. He was in 9th. That's quite significant because it means he might well lose an automatic transfer spot to the final. And we'll have to see. He comes back out, I think, in front of, well, that was ahead of Andy Charsley, who was in 14th. So if he's dropped back, that might well have given another spot to possibly Rob Hall, I think, because Ben Cochrane's passed Chris Acton whilst that's been happening, and he's up to 11th. That'll be 10th now that Svensson's dropped backwards. Onto the penultimate lap of the race. And looks as though we are pretty much, apart from 1 or 2 late spins, we might well have our contender set as Middlehurst turns his way through Druids. And could this potentially be the year that Middlehurst does shake off that kind of monkey off his back in terms of the festival victory he's been searching for. Off the road's gone Isaac Cantor da Silva. He was 8th. Also off the road in the back, there's 59. That's Chris Acton. And that's 2 of the cars that were towards the bottom of those top 12 spots. So those cars got to be careful in these conditions not to do that too many more times. They're running out of time to hold on to the place, and we're not quite sure what that might have done to the order, in fact, as well. So let's wait and see. Out through onto the final lap comes Chris Middlehurst. And now as they head towards the top of the hill with Middlehurst, I think he's putting a lap now on, is that Anthony Amato? Yeah, he's putting a lap on, who's that? That's Peter, he's been lap on one of the Ammonite Motorsport cars he's putting a lap on. I was about to say it's possibly Bryn Kinch, but I don't think it is. I think that's Peter Lucas in front of him right now. But again, such has been the pace in this race. 76 he's putting a lap on. That is Roland Kinch. So I think they're putting a lap on them, I think, for the 2nd time, I think. But impressive drive from Middlehurst. It's gone safety car free. We had no interruptions, which means that Chris Middlehurst is pretty much putting himself quite literally in pole position for the grand final, and also for the chance to put his name for the first time onto the Neil Shanahan Trophy. He makes his way out of Clark Curve for the final time, heads to the checkered flag, and it will be victory in semi-final 2 of the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival for Chris Middlehurst. So that means with this uninterrupted race, it gives him the top spot on the grid for the grand final in the process. Jason Smith comes across the line and picks up 2nd place. He will start on row 2, and then Morgan Quinn comes through in 3rd place to start on row 3. And then Tom Nippers in 4th, Hugh Estes in 5th, and so on and so forth as we go backwards. Now, the rest of the cars that will come through to book their spots into the final, we've got Tom MacArthur does make it through, and he's the best of the historic cars, which means he might well have the front row spot for the historic final and possibly pole for that. Anthony Amato was 7th, Ben Cochrane was 8th, Darwin Smith was 9th, and then the last 3 cars to make it across the line were, despite their brief offs at Paddock Hill Bend, Isaac Cantor da Silva and Chris Acton, and then it will be Rob Hall who will come through in 12th place to hit the final transfer spot. The first car that missed out was Andy Charsley, so a good effort from Andy, in fact, but just misses out, which means it will give him the front row starting spot for the last chance race later on this afternoon. So, as they come across the line to take the flag, it's Chris Middlehurst who takes the victory in semi-final 2 of the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival, dedicated to David Minister. He wins by 4.3 seconds from Jason Smith in second place, then Morgan Quinn in third, Tom Nippers in fourth, and Hugh Esterson with a solid finish to take fifth place. It's then sixth for Tom MacArthur, seventh for Anthony Amato, eighth for Ben Cochran, ninth for Darby Smith, who is definitely in a 1990 Van Diemen, not a pro class car, so we'll get that amended on the timing stream. Then it's Isaac Cantor da Silva, Chris Acton and Rob Hall rounding up the 12 automatic qualifiers that book their spots into the grand final this afternoon. First car missing out was Andy Charsley in 13th place. David MacArthur doesn't make it through either. He was one that I expected to come through, but couldn't do it in the wet conditions. Bryn Kinch is 15th place from Gavin Wills. He also misses out, and we'll go through the last chance race. Then Peter Lucas, Dan Ryder Larson, Ronan Kinch, Will Liston, who had a spin earlier on, and he dropped down to 20th, but he was in the transfer spot at one point. Adam Favers also misses out in 21st. Stuart Kestenbaum, Jonathan Barnes, Matthew Sturmer, Alan Slater, Colin Williams and Don Boyack also failed to make it through, and they will go back to the progression for the last chance race, as will essentially John Svensson, Phil Atwood and James Buckton after he had a spin and pulled down. So for the second time today, let's head back down to Richard John Neal, who can have a chat to our top 3 finishes from semi-final 2 of the Formula Ford Festival, dedicated to David Minister.
So congratulations to Chris Middlehurst. Let's go over and get the podium presentations underway. Chris, well done. Jason, well done. We'll catch up with each of you in a moment. Well done, Chris. Get you in front of the branding, and Bernard Dolan just congratulating him there. Here we go. And we got Phil Lee from the family to do the honours with the... Have we got the awards, Phil? This is the semi-final dedicated to David Minister, and Phil, David's nephew. We wish David well. I think he's watching on the stream, so wish him well. We'll maybe grab a quick word with Phil in a moment, but Chris takes the bits and bobs. Bottle of bubbly and a hat as well, another one for the collection. You have to juggle all this stuff if you're a successful racing driver. So let's go in, and Chris, congratulations on the win, and that of course with no safety car, you're probably faster than the others anyway, you'll tell me that, means you're on pole position for the Neil Shanahan Trophy.
Yeah, first time on pole for the final, so I think, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, great race there. Just had to get out on the lead and just get my head down really and pretend I'm testing, because a lot of back markers, you know, to contend with at the end there. But no, the pace was really good. I could have pushed a bit more, but it wasn't really necessary. Really, I was under a good enough lead really, and the car felt fantastic. So made some changes for the wet weather today, and yeah, it seems like it's paying off well.
And it's an all-Team Dolan front row, isn't it, for the final?
Yeah, looks like it, yeah. So, of course, Jordan won the first semi there, and me taking the second semi. So, yeah, Team Dolan, you know, you obviously always give us a great car, but, you know, definitely today in the wet conditions. So, hopefully we can have a good, clean race and, you know, battle towards the end. What sort of conversation we had with Jordan prior to the final? I think it's very hard to sort of say really. I mean, obviously we try not to take each other out. That'll be the kind of team orders from Bernard, I would imagine. But last few laps, it's, you know, every man for himself really. I mean, no one wants to come second, especially me having come third twice, you know. So, you know, I really want to win, but obviously everyone else does as well. So you've got to try to just keep your head and, you know, keep your head down and try not to make any mistakes, because if you can get out on the lead here, especially in the wet, you know, with the spray coming from behind for the car, you know, following you, you have got a bit of an advantage. You've got the clear track ahead and you can just nail your braking points. And I'd gone through a lot of onboard before that race there previously, you know, like previous years, and I knew exactly where I was going to brake, exactly where I was going to be on the track, and, you know, it really paid off. That little bit of, I spent about an hour this morning with my headphones on, just, you know, looking at the footage. But yeah, it seems to work nicely. It worked very well for you. And closer quarters in the final, the cars, when you come up to lap them, could be an issue though. Yeah, I mean, probably less so in the final than the semis. Obviously, you've got like some sort of slower drivers towards the back, but there will be probably a few. And, you know, years gone by, it can sort of, you know, put a bit of a spanner in the works. So you've got to try and judge where they are and think, well, I don't want to catch them in the middle of a corner. You want to kind of back off and then catch them on the exit really, or ideally into the corner. But as you probably saw into turn one there a few times, you know, you think they're sort of giving way a little bit, and then all of a sudden they chop you off, you know. So I sort of thought there's a chance they could do that. so I'll back off, and then they ended up chopping me. So luckily I didn't get taken out a couple of times, but I actually ride motorbikes on the road quite a lot, and I'm used to sort of taking it, basically thinking, well, what's the worst thing they can do? Well, that's pull out on you, and obviously preempting for that. And it's like when you're passing back markers, you got to think, well, what's the worst thing they can do right now, and obviously prepare for that basically. So that again, just experience, I suppose. I'm getting old now, 29, so been racing this thing since 2011 when I was 16. I was still doing my GCSEs at school when I first rode that car, so yeah, time flies.
Great experience. Chris, congratulations on a fine win. We look forward to seeing you in the final a little bit later on.
Thank you very much.
We're going to grab a quick word with Phil Lee, nephew of Dave. Wish Davey well. I think he's watching on the stream.
Yeah, unfortunately my uncle back in August broke part of his leg, his femur, so he's getting up and about. He's gutted that he can't be here, but he said he hopes everyone has a fantastic day. Gerrit was a good friend to him. He every time he came over for one of the Grand Prix, he used to bring my uncle the Dutch biscuits. My uncle speaks very fondly of him, and it's fantastic to come back here. I was actually here the day that Gerrit won the festival 40 years ago, standing with my brother up on the tunnel entrance, watching everyone go out and come back again. And it brings back a lot of memories. It really does. It's absolutely fantastic.
Fantastic. Phil, thanks ever so much for doing the honours and presenting the award for the semi-final dedicated to David Minister. David, get well soon. Thank you for that. Have we got time for one more interview? Let's have a quick word with Jason. We got the cars on the grid, but Jason, it puts you up against Joshua, didn't it, in the final, I think, both of you two on row 2. So we've got so much to watch coming up. But talk to us very briefly about the semi.
Yeah, I got a decent enough start, bogged a bit, and then got a little bit of wheel spin, but my second phase was pretty good, and then got up the inside of Morgan and Isaac, so that I was buzzing with that, and then it just took me a bit of time to get past Nippers, and then it was just Chris has kind of gone up the distance, so I pushed for a couple of laps, and then I just said to myself, there's no point, just bring it home, because we just didn't have the front grip that I wanted, and we know where to go for the final, so we'll be back in contention.
It's going to be a sensational race. I mean, just looking at it, when you look at the way that it goes through from qualifying to heat to semi to final, I think we're in for a treat.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to see Team Dolan 1, 2, 3. So we'll put it on show. But I think Bernard will have a heart attack with us. So yeah, no, it'll be good.
I didn't get to ask him about the goggles, so you'll have to tell me about that a little bit later on. He didn't, or I think he was in the clerk's office or something. But Jason, great drive. We'll see you for the final.
Thanks very much.
Jason Smith takes that position. Morgan Quinn was third. Let's grab a quick word with Morgan as well. I think we've got time. We'll get the hurry on. I can hear a siren going off. Morgan, third place, and it's a very, very competitive front 3 rows, isn't it, for the final?
Yeah, mostly of Team Dolan cars, so that'll be interesting as it is. But yeah, I'm still in the mix, so that's the most important thing.
Okay, mate. Well, we're getting the call that the next race is out. Morgan, congratulations on P3. Glad we had a quick natter. Lots of Team Dolan, guys. A change of emphasis now because we are going Mazda racing. It's the penultimate race of the season for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 Super Cup.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, we move on from Formula Fords briefly to Mazda MX-5s, the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Super Cup for its penultimate race of 2024. We're ably assisted at the moment by these still vocally healing, so we say, Andy McEwen. There's done some helping out with points calculation. Now, we believe on this one, we think this could be the race where potentially Aidan Hills could provisionally wrap up the Pro Class title. We say provisionally because there's all post-season checks to do in terms of who goes where for points. So ultimately, nothing gets firmly confirmed until after the weekend, so we all have to say provisionally, and so therefore we would have to call Aidan Hills a champion-elect, so to speak. Now they get 2 green flag laps for this because of course they raced yesterday in dry conditions, and based on second fastest times in qualifying, this is how they're set to line up. It's Patrick Fletcher who starts on pole position alongside Aidan Hills, who could potentially, if we think he scores 3rd or better, could possibly wrap up the title here in this second race provisionally. Will Blackwell Chambers and Simon Baldwin, who's a guest this weekend, start on the second row, ahead of Tom Griffiths and James Cousins on row number 3. Row 4 for the top club class runner Wilbur Tiley. He starts alongside Joe Wiggin, that's Elliot Lettis, and yesterday's club class winner Amy Watts, who's second in the points in that class. She starts 10th. Then Jim Barrett, ex-BMW Compact Cup racer, ahead of Alistair Dendy in 12th. And then row 7 sees Ollie Hall, the current club class points leader, ahead of George Grant and Kamal Kelsey, and I almost forgot his name there. Bruce Robinson, yes. Thank you for that, the rider, Bruce Robinson. And then it's Alex Jones and Martin Whitehouse who ran out of the grid of what should be a 20-car grid. Ollie Hall's been sent to the back of the field because we believe there was some kind of a technical infringement post-race of race number 1. So because of that, he has now been put to the back of the grid. And so what would... But he's still... He's still third on the grid, but he was disqualified from race 1 for a technical infringement. So it's obviously the results from qualifying 2. So he's still up there on the grid. So the grid that I had is accurate. There was a slight error showing Allwood at the back, but I think it's still showing him in P3 on the grid as he should be. So essentially, technically both pro and club class arms in the mix as well in the mix, because we've got Ollie Hall and Amy Watts battling for that. But Ollie is about 20 points ahead at this point in time, so it looks that potentially Ollie could wrap this one up as well. But I'm sure that Andy will do some very quick maths. He's sort of, whilst his vocal cords are not the healthiest at the moment, he's definitely helping me out, at least with some points connotations of being a spotter in some cases. But he will pop on the stream as when he feels his voice is much better, so he'll do that in many cases. But as we come onto the grid now for our second to last race, much different conditions than we had before. We'll wait and see. Now, coming into the weekend, just in the club class, it was about a 23-point lead between Ollie Hall and Amy Watts in Hall's favour. And Amy Watts beat Ollie Hall yesterday because it was a win to third place, Watts to Hall. So Amy managed to gain back a few more points, but we think possibly, given the lead he's got, if it's a solid enough race for Ollie Hall, I think in my head, it should be a victory for him in that sense. But I know that Anne's going to very quickly work on those throughout the race to give us a bit of assistance. So the field will make its way around onto the grid for this second race of the weekend, the penultimate race of 2024. And Aidan Hill's, of course, aiming for that second pro class title in a row, of course, to win it once in the MX5 Super Cup, which is arguably one of, if not possibly the hardest championship winning club motorsport. To win it twice marks you out as one of the all-time greats in this championship. Luke Herbert, of course, won it 3 times, and so he's aiming for set number 2. And we believe if he is moving on, we think possibly to even going towards the Legends, we think. I've heard from Richard John Neal, I've heard on some context. Don't know how confirmed that is, but if he is moving on, he wants to do that in the best possible fashion. So, cars at the back, red lights are on, and the penultimate race of the season for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 Super Cup bursts into life here in the wet. One car didn't get away, it's Kamal Kelsey towards the back. He'll try and get away a little bit more sluggish, but up towards Paddock Hill Bend. It's side by side with the 2 Pro Class Championship contenders. It's Patrick Fletcher and Aidan Hills. Fletcher has the inside line, squeezes Aidan Hills out wide, but slithers away on the exit over the curb, and he's into the lead from the front row of the grid. So into the lead does indeed go Patrick Fletcher, but we think on points calculations we have, it'll be his second place would still be enough if he stays there for Hills to take the Pro Class title provisionally. Simon Baldwin's up to third, in fact, actually. He's up past Oliver Allwood from the second row of the grid. It's 3 wide at the other commentary box there between Allwood, Baldwin and Cousins. Also up there too is Will Blackwell Chambers. He started on the second row of the grid, but has dropped back a few spots. And now they make their way up towards the left-hander at Surtees before the right-hander into Clearways. And as they come back through to the end of the first lap, but it's Fletcher in the lead. Now, I would have thought in some cases these conditions would be advantage Hills, but I also remember that Patrick Fletcher, particularly with the setup he has, I've seen him before, is quite a prominent wet weather racer. Off the road, he's gone Clive Powell's trying to get his way back out of the wet and boggy grass on the inside of Surtees. So both these drivers in front are pretty good in adverse conditions, and Aidan Hills is trying to put the pressure on at the end of lap number 1. Here he comes down towards turn 1 at the end of that one. Makes his way out through Paddock Hill Bend and up the hill once more. So Fletcher in the lead at the end of lap number 1. Hills in second place, moving around to try and get past if he can. It is Allwood into third place, Baldwin in fourth, but he's a guest driver, so he doesn't affect the points at all. James Cousins in 5th place. It is 6th for Will Blackwell Chambers. Off the road has gone Alistair Dendy on the approach to Druids. Looks like he's possibly lost it, I'd imagine. Lost it on the exit on the curb from Paddock Hill Bend at the bottom of the hill. And that's sent him off into the barriers. So he'll have to try and recover where he can. Whilst that's happening, keep an eye on the Pro Class. Amy Watts is up to 7th place. What a great start she's had from where she was deep in the grid. She started back in 11th. She's reveling in these wet conditions. So she's up to she's only about a second behind Will Blackwell Chambers. She's up into 7th place. And behind Tom Griffiths. Griffiths has got past her, but she's still leading club class. She's got her teammate Wilbur Tiley as a rear gunner in 2nd place. And Ollie Hall is in 3rd at this point as well. Down the hill in towards Paddock Hill Bend for once more. And now up the hill once more then. So, again, pushing forward. Ollie Allwood up there in 3rd place, showing some good pace towards the end of the season. It's unfortunate that he did get the disqualification on a technical infringement at the end of race 1. They make their way down the hill and towards the left-hander. at Graham Hill Bend, and Allwood's going with them now, so it's 3 for the lead at this point in these early stages. Now to make their way towards Surtees again. It's still Cousins, Baldwin and Blackwell Chambers in the second group, and then it's Tom Griffiths in a little bit of no man's land. And then Amy Watts with Wilbur Tiley, her teammate, as a rear gunner for a Patrick Watts Racing 1-2. Let's see what... Actually, Allwood's got through, in fact. So as I was looking at something else on the screen, Ollie Allwood's got through to second place. So he's also got the fastest lap of the race. That means that Aidan Hills is now down to third. And it means that... Aidan Hills, even though he is in third place at the moment, and Fletcher doesn't have the fastest lap of the race, which means that if it stays as it was... So Fletcher is on 100 points for this race. It would be 96 for Aidan Hills. So we think that even if he doesn't do the next race, he would still be ahead by at least 2 points in the end. So at this point in time, at the moment, it is champion-elect for Aidan Hills, but he has to finish the remaining 16 minutes unscathed, effectively, to get put one hand on the trophy. There's the club class lead. There is Amy Watts ahead of Wilbur Tiley. Joe Wiggins back in 10th, having not the best race we've seen him before in that case. Of course, he's ended race 1 in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend yesterday. But as for Ollie Hall, now Andy's very rapidly doing his calculations. I appreciate that, Andy. Thank you very much. We think on this, essentially, based on what he does in this race, that effectively Ollie Hall, just to kind of keep his nose clean this one, effectively he's wrapped up the club class title. So pretty much Amy Watts is doing everything she can to essentially seal off second place in the standings provisionally in club class. Now then, for the lead, Ollie Allwood is closing in now on Patrick Fletcher. This could be pretty interesting. Could Ollie Allwood possibly go on to what would be for him a first MX5 Super Cup victory? Of course, he was a former Mark 1 champion back in 2016, I want to say. And he was also, remember, there was an incentive before a while back when we had a tie-up with the Mazda in the US when he went over and was it was the Global MX5 Challenge or contest, and he was one of the top drivers in that, which allowed him to compete in the final round of the MX5 Cup that year in Laguna Seca. So he's certainly quite a prominent driver, but I have to agree with also Andy McEwen's sentiments yesterday that I can't quite believe that he's a Masters driver now, given that he's been around in the championship for so long on that sense. And I think Ollie was either going to spare... Andy Buchanan's either going to spare my blushes or prove me right. No, he was. It's possibly 20. No, I think what it was, he was in the position leading the championship at the time when he was able to win it. So, but Ollie would have think... I'm sure he has won the title at one point, some point. I think it must have been later on. Nonetheless, as they come out through Clark Curve, you can see the weather conditions are unfortunately playing a little bit of havoc with one or two of our cameras here. So do bear with us on the coverage. And you can see the conditions not getting any better as they come down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Ollie Allwood putting a challenge on now for Patrick Fletcher, trying to make his way up if he can. Up the hill once more. Aidan Hill sitting back in third place, but we know at the moment, if it stays as it is, we think, regardless of what happens in race 3 later on today, effectively it would be Hill's title. Let's say he doesn't do the final race and Patrick gets the firm score. We believe provisionally it would be his title by 2 points, even if he doesn't do the final race. But of course we want to see him do the final race and end it in style if he can with a win. So leaders just behind them. James Cousins in 4th, 5th place for Will Blackwell Chambers, 6th for Simon Baldwin. And spin off for Tim Wilbur Tiley in the background as well. It's noticed off the camera. It's out the commentary box window as we keep watching the leaders. And essentially means that Amy Watts has lost her rear gunner, unfortunately, but she still continues on in 8th position. That just means that Ollie Hall will move up into 2nd in club class, and that will give him 98 points in that one. And again, regardless of what happens, that will keep him in the mix as well. And back into Paddock Hill Bend, Aidan Hill's getting a little bit closer. He's closing in a little more. And it was 2021 when Ollie Allwood got the title. He missed out in 2020 to Joe Wiggin, but then got it in 2021 before he then decided to move on into MX5 Super Cup. As Aidan Hills looked for the inside line. He's getting very close to Ollie Allwood. Don't make too much of a forceful move, otherwise the last thing that Aidan Hills wants is to go and visit the clerk of the course, as anyone does. But as he turns in, he essentially wants to keep it clean and defend that number 1 on the door. So up through Surtees. Allwood then just keeping close and putting the pressure on. He'll just sits back a little bit here. Now through Clark Curve again. You see that both cousins of Blackwell Chambers just starting to come back towards them now. Simon Baldwin and Tom Griffiths are the two men that are in that no man's land. They're not really catching the cars in front, but they're not losing time to the cars behind either. Still Amy Watts, who is by far and away by a few positions the leading club class driver. It's actually been at the points where it's worked out for a really good season for Amy. Her first season was just to, as she admitted in interviews throughout the season, just to learn the car, learn the champ, get used to it, has some decent performances got up there. Now in this second season, she's really gone for it this year. She picked up her first, not just her first winning club class in Stetson, she took the entire class in all 3 races. She did a fantastic performance. No, she took her first win at Silverstone, I tell a lie. Then she took all 3 wins at Stetson. That was her 5th class win here yesterday. This could be win number 6 if she holds on. So really good solid drive from Amy. And certainly chip off the old block of Father Patrick, who of course started his career in MX5s way back when it was a factory championship in Mark 1s back in about 1999-91. And Will Blackwell Chambers has gone off the road and he's found the tyres, so he can try and carry on best he can. Now into toward Paddock Hill Bend again. It looks as though that in terms of pace, it looks as though that Patrick Fleck has got this one nicely managed. Ollie Allwood in 2nd place and then Aidan Hills in 3rd. So we'll hold on to watch this race. Still got half the race to go. It almost feels like it's gone for quite a while, but still got half to go. We make our way through Graham Hill Bend now, back onto the Cooper Straight. Bit of a stalemate in these wet conditions. Sometimes the wet conditions can make it a bit of a stalemate. In the dry conditions, it's easy for you to get a slipstream, catch up to the cars in front and be a bit more cut and thrust. When you're trying to simply go into kind of self-preservation mode, it's a bit tricky in sometimes, but make the way out through onto the pit straight again and just keep tabs on lap times if we can. Now up through Paddock Hill Bend again. Oh, and Ollie Allwood on the exit. Paddock Hill Bend got very sideways over the curb. That's how little traction there is even on the curbs to try and stay away from them. That might give the opportunity now for Aidan Hills to sneak up the inside, which looks like he's trying to do. And he has just about got the move done. Yes, so up into 2nd place does go Aidan Hills. Still the fastest lap for Ollie Allwood. That now gives Aidan 2 more points. Puts him on to 98 for this race so far. So again, we think that at the moment, this would essentially be Aidan Hills' again, provisional title, even if Patrick was to get the perfect result in race 3, possibly by at least 4 points, regardless of what happens. So it looks as though we are heading towards Aidan Hills taking his 2nd MX5 Super Cup Pro Class title. And I was saying yesterday, he wasn't like last year when he started the season so strongly and won all the races 6 or 7 in a row in the race and flew to the title by the end of the season. He's had to work for it a little bit more. The likes of Patrick Fletcher and Ollie and Joe Wiggin and Tom Griffiths and others have made him have to really work for it this year and really have to test his mettle. And that, in a sense, has really worked out nicely for them in terms of how the racing has gone out for them. So, of course, Aidan Hill's not just racing for himself, but he also he runs with his father Darren, an entire team of cars in Hill Motorsport, because they race, of course, all across the UK in different MX5 championships. But his bread and butter here is the Super Cup. Of course, came across here initially when he was just come out of junior rallycross. I remember he was Rookie of the Year in his first season, and then since then tried for a few seasons to get towards it. Became a race winner, I think, in 2018, the first year when it was TCR UK. Then he did a couple more seasons. Then tried some Ginetta racing for a while, came back at the end of, I think as a guest at the beginning of 2022 and did a couple of race wins, and at the end of the season looked pretty prominent. Then, and I think he saw he had as much pace, and also the likes of Luke Herbert and co had moved on from being drivers, and Jack Harding. Came back for a full season last year, picked up where he left off at the end of last season as a guest, and just absolutely blitzed the field in the first half of the season. The rest started to catch up a little bit, and that helped him. Now, in these conditions, that'll help his cause further. The fastest lap of the race for Aidan Hills. He's now only a point off being outscored by Patrick Fletcher. So again, this is champion-elect position at the moment. How much would he love to do it with a race victory? He's going to try and settle as much as he can, but he will keep pushing as hard as he dares. So into the last, come up to 7.5 minutes left in this penultimate race of the season for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 Super Cup. genuinely one of the hardest championships to win in club motorsport. If you can even win a race in this championship, it's an achievement in itself. That's Elliot Lettis, who was last year's outgoing City Car Cup champion, who's doing double duty this weekend, both Super Cup and the City Car Cup for City College Norwich. His car trundling into the pit lane. It's not been the season I guess he'd hoped for Elliot Lettis. He's done a part season this year, and after such a great performance in City Car last year, this is a championship with Super Cup where I find a lot of people who've come in and won other championships, won other races, and been prominent in other series. It does take at least a season to get the knack with these cars, and you do find in the second season some drivers like Joe Wiggin, like Tom Griffiths, like Patrick Fletcher, who did it in his second season, Ollie Allwood and others in the mix. They need at least by the end of the season to get to grips with these cars, get to grips with the racing, get to grips with the handling, because these cars are different to the Mark 1s, and also it's an incredibly competitive championship. You know, you could be someone who's won multiple championships in other series, but you can jump into a series like the Super Cup in this particular grid, and you might surprise yourself by finding yourself not at the front but mid-pack. And it'd be foolish for some people, of course, to think they'd immediately come in and be the fastest driver in there, but ultimately it is a championship where you do have to learn the ropes. And even drivers like Paul O'Neill, who've talked about, yes, he's won a couple of races in the championship, but it was obviously a few years ago, but even he will admit, and he's been saying to people, it's one of those championships where you can't just jump in and expect to be at the front, because the regulars who do this championship weekend in, weekend out, they are the ones that you have to beat. You can beat them, then you become one of the top drivers, and that's what it's all about. So changeover for second, I noticed in the background as well. So Ollie Allwood comes with second and Patrick Fletcher is still third. So there's been a change of position. So that slightly helps further Aidan Hills' cause to wrap up the provisional title. He's now down to third. Now, whilst that's happened, I noticed that Aidan Hills' car's undressing itself because its windscreen strip has come loose. In fact, most of it's been torn off in what looks like pretty strong winds. So it's slightly without it, but it still says, rather than saying clapping off, it says clap just on the top of the windscreen. So yes, so clap for Aidan Hills rather than anything else. So into Graham Hill Bend, 5.5 minutes left on the clock in this penultimate race of the season, and Patrick Fletcher will try and come back at him here if he can. In fact, it just says C now. The rest of the Lapham North part has completely been removed thanks to the wind. Simon Baldwin still fifth. Again, shout out to Amy Watts. She's still leading club class from Wilbur Tiley and Ollie Hall. And also in there too is George Barrett in fourth place from Kamal Kelsey. That's the top 5 in club class. But again, we think even with the positions that they're in at this point in time, if we then amend that, so Amy Watts still winning and Ollie Hall now up to, still showing he's in third place. Wilbur Tiley, despite that spin, is still in second place incredibly. So either he's just got back up and past Ollie Hall, or was that far enough ahead not to lose that much time. Leaders put a lap on Alex Jones in the 33 car. The next car to put a lap on him is James Cousins. That's the ex-Richard Amos car which raced for the last couple of seasons. And that car, I remember Richard Amos, he wasn't immediately at the front of the field in that car. It took him a couple of races to get used to it, and then when he was as quick as he ever was. I remember when he debuted in the championship and he was down as a club class driver, and then immediately got towards the front and started getting to the overall podium, which was quite extraordinary. But nonetheless, he has also been a prominent driver himself. As Fletcher now starts to put the pressure back onto Allwood now with about 4 minutes to go. And yeah, even on this point in time, we think that, yeah, looking at the points for Ollie Hall, yeah, on drop scores, even though, let's say if Amy was to go ahead and got fastest lap in all 3 races and win all 3 this weekend, even if Ollie Hall didn't do the last race, she got the maximum score, she'd still be behind by 6 points. But even though that's still 6 points, is not bad to be that far off Ollie Hall in the end. So, excuse me, she's trying to end the season on a high, and she's started it in the best possible way with a victory. Going at it again now, hopefully for race 2. 3.5 minutes left, and getting set now for potentially welcoming home our champion-elect. But it's easier said than done. Still got 3.5 minutes to wrap this up. There's Clive Powles, who's one of the drivers, I think, back in the third in the club class as well as possibly Masters. He's ahead of Bruce Robinson, so that will certainly help his cause. They were quite close in that sense between the two of them. So there was about roughly about 11-ish sort of points, I think, between them going into this weekend. So about 11-ish sort of points going into this weekend. And then I think a little bit more, in fact, actually. There was a slight amendment before the weekend. And club class, they are roughly around about, well, there's a point between them, and it was in Clive Powers' favour. So essentially, I think Clive's doing everything he needs to effectively wrap up, in many cases, third in the points, but it's still quite prominent between himself and Bruce. I can hear in the commentary box window just how prominent the wind is as well. You can hear it sort of vibrate in the windows as they make their way up the hill. And Aidan Hills then in leading position with 2.5 minutes to go in this race. Lap time wise, see how much more they've got left in terms of laps. Time screen tells me they're doing 1:03 as the fastest times out there in the wet conditions. That was George Grant battling with Jim Barrett over 12th and 13th place. It was George still ahead. So they're making their way down towards Surtees again, the leaders. Ollie Allwood now to second place. And they'll be hoping this time the second place remains this time. Oh, and Aidan Hills has had a bit of a mistake up at the top of the hill. That was right at the top of the hill at Clearway. That's the last thing he needs. Ollie Allwood slips through into the lead. So Aidan Hills, not just he was relaxing, but the conditions certainly aren't making it easy for him. And Aidan Hills actually powers back past, looking to go to the outside line. And side by side into Paddock Hill Bend. It's the last thing really Aidan wants to do, but he does go around the high and wide and handsome line. First time I said that today. And that's into the lead he goes once more. So a momentary lapse, a momentary scare for Aidan Hills, but he does hold on to the place at this point in time and retains the lead. Now, Ollie Allwood, of course, is battling for himself on that first Super Cup win. If he can get past, it won't take away from the task of Aidan Hills that he will still essentially go on and lift the title, provisionally lift the title in our calculations. But even so, Aidan Hills wants to do it in the perfect possible way, whereas Allwood wants to go for his first win in Super Cup. Patrick Fletcher would love to get a victory if he can, to at least try and further cement second place. And up towards McLaren, Clearways and Clark Curve. Aidan Hills this time negotiates it much cleanly. And now as he comes onto the pit straight now to start the final lap of the race, the Brabham Straight. And start the final lap of race number 2, gets the last lap board, and potentially Aidan Hills is now 1 lap away from provisionally sealing up the 2024 Pro Class crown in the MX5 Super Cup. He will be a 2-time back-to-back champion. The only person that has done that is Luke Herbert, so hopefully he'll be looking to try and push on if he can. Up the hill and into Druids for the final time, and Fletcher wants to try and steal second place away from Ollie Allwood if he's got the pace to do so. They head down towards Graham Hill Bend for the final time. And Aidan Hills now has got a pretty clear gap here as Fletcher looks to the inside line to try and take third place, but 2 was on the grass and can't make that work. He switches to the outside line as Ollie Allwood defends. The outside line might work if he can get to the inside quick enough, and he's off the road. Patrick Fletcher off the road. I think it might well be game, set and match because he won't catch Ollie Allwood here. But out through Clark Curve and Clearways for the final time. He was victorious in 2023, celebrating with a bit of wheel spin as he comes out of the final corner, but it will be provisionally, by our calculations, up to a line. Aidan Hills will win the penultimate race of the season, and in the process will become provisionally 2024 Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 Super Cup Pro Class champion. You can hear the cheers in the grandstands. He's punching the air. He knows it. He's figured it out. And congratulations to Aidan Hills. He writes his name into the history books as genuinely one of the all-time greats in the MX5 Super Cup. He is provisionally a 2-time back-to-back Pro Class champion. Congratulations. James Cousins comes across in 4th place. Ollie Allwood does get 2nd. Patrick Fletcher 3rd, Cousins 4th. It's Griffiths 5th, Blackwell Chambers in 6th position. 7th place will go to Simon Baldwin. Amy Watts does come across and pick up in a moment, which comes across the line, her 2nd win of the weekend. It'll be her 6th in club class, so congratulations to her. And the rest of the field will come streaming through. So, Aidan Hills then, provisionally, on our calculations, is the 2024 Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 Super Cup Pro Class champion for the 2nd year in a row. Ollie Allwood takes 2nd, Patrick Fletcher takes 3rd, James Cousins 4th, and Tom Griffiths rounds out the top 5. From Will Blackwell Chambers, Simon Baldwin, Amy Watts does take another club class win, her 6th of the season. And then it's 9th for Joe Wiggin, 10th for Ollie Hall. There was a late change because something happened to Wilbur Tiley. He's dropped down to 4th in club class. He's off the podium. So Ollie Hall actually gets 2nd in club class, and essentially with that result also provisionally confirms him as club class champion for Super Cup in 2024, so congratulations to him. George Grant gets 11th, Jim Barrett 12th, Wilbur Tiley has a last minute drama and drops to 13th. Kamal County had a late start, but he battled through to 14th place, and the rest of the order sees Clive Powers in 15th place, Alex Jones 16th, Bruce Robinson 17th, Martin Whitehouse, the guest this weekend, he's 18th, and Elliot Lettis, who came in early on with a problem, and Alistair Dendy had a spin on the approach to Druids that put him into the barriers. So, that's provisionally another title wrapped up, and there's going to be plenty of celebrations down at the top of the pit lane very shortly for both classes. In fact, of course, we had victory for Aidan Hills, and also, of course, the club class title provisionally for Ollie Hall. We can hear the reaction from our top threes in both classes, and hopefully our new provisional champions. Down at the top of the pit lane, the Richard John Neal.
Well, we're down with the celebrations for Aidan. Ollie Allwood having a quick word with him. He's already had a hug from Dad, which is good. I'm not going to stick the mic in your chops there. Darren, John Higgins is here as well. Aidan Hills, P1. Love the tape work there. Two multiple motor racing champions together there, so that's a really great shot. And we'll grab a word with him and get over towards the podium. Amy Watt's got another great win in club as well. So much to take away from that race, as ever there is in the Clapham North MOT MX5 Super Cup. Aidan Hills, normally I'd get you to go over to that. I want to get the immediate reaction such as we can. Lindsay hands him the hat. Many congratulations. That was nerve-wracking to watch. I dread to think what it was like in the car.
It was fine. Honestly, fine. The first few laps was a little bit nervy because I was just obviously thinking about the championship and thinking about where I needed to finish, and then the car came on and I thought, let's go for the win then, boys. Ollie made a mistake out of paddock and I managed to get the inside of him into Druids. And then after that, Patch, obviously we got up to the back markers and Patch went the wrong side. I went to the inside and he ended up going wide and I managed to slip in. And then, to be honest, I think the pace showed when I managed to pull away and then went off. So I was pushing a little bit too hard at the end. I just wanted to make sure that the last few laps were easy. I managed to go and put a wheel in the grass. So that was very silly, but still, coming home with a win the championship back-to-back's amazing. Massive thanks to everyone in the team. The Hills Motorsport team's been amazing. Thanks to my dad especially. You know, he's been with me the whole time. Dave and Carol. They're amazing. John and Junior have done a great job with us this year. So every single person that is part of the Hills Motorsport team, this is for them. And my mum and dad, it's my mum's birthday tomorrow, so happy birthday to her. My sister, all of my friends and family, and of course my girlfriend. So thanks to all of them. If it wasn't for those people, I wouldn't be winning races and I wouldn't be winning championships like this. So
you're doing the bizzo on track. So you're right. It's a great bunch. The whole paddock's great. Your team, I know most of the people, and they're great people. Double champion. What does that feel like?
Yeah, amazing. I've had such a stressful week thinking about all of what could have been, and thinking about what if the car breaks or if I get taken out, and then to come here and win six on the bounce in a row. This championship was never really mine. At the beginning of the year, Patch was on the money, and I was struggling to get near him, and we worked really hard to get the car back to where it should be, and to get to the point where we're leading into the last round. I never would have thought that halfway through the year. So to come away winning the championship's amazing. Like I said, I never thought I was going to win it halfway through the year, and we just worked hard, dug deep, and managed to nick it at the end of the year.
Aidan Hills, champion. Congratulations.
Cheers, Richard. Thank you.
Aidan Hills takes it. We get a whoop as well. Thank you, JJ. Let's have a quick word with Ollie Allwood. He's congratulating Aidan as well. Aidan said it wasn't a nervy race. We were certainly on the edge of our seats watching it.
He's lying. He put it in a gravel trap. He lost it going through paddock. Yeah, it was nervy, all right. The line changed a bit through the race, and with the gravel coming onto the track, it made it a little bit difficult at times. We all made mistakes. Patch put it through the gravel as well. So it was just a case of trying to be consistent, keep it shiny side up. Don't think I had the ultimate pace, but I think I was probably the smoother of the three. But Aidan definitely, he deserved to win it. He did a great move around the outside, so fair play.
You get your own back in the next race.
Absolutely, last one of the season. He's won the championship now. I'm not doing him any favours. So, yeah. Just want to say huge thanks to AB Motorsport and all my friends and family who've come out to support me. Brands is my local track. I don't go very well here historically, so it's nice just to be here. So thank you very much.
You don't go well. Well, you've put that ghost to us. Well done, Ollie Allwood. Patrick Fletcher here in third position. Patrick, sorry to interrupt the chat, and always a gentleman. Difficult race. We thought you were going to win it. We thought we was going to have a chat with you and Aidan, you as the race winner, but it wasn't to be.
No, I caught a couple of back markers, and I'm not really sure what happened. I just remember looking to the right where the back marker was, and then next thing I know, the brakes were slightly snatched, and I'd slightly gone into the gravel, and I lost 2 positions. And I thought, the race would be over soon. I thought, must be the last lap. And then Aidan chucked off, and I thought, Ollie's got it on the line. And there was another 3 laps after that. I was saying, come on, Patrick, get your head back in the game. I was just, because in the wet conditions, there's only one line. It's like in the dry, it's really hard to overtake around here anyway. And in the wet, there's only one line as well. So it's like, come on, Patrick, refocus. And I think I started to catch up with Ollie at the end, but it was just too little too late, unfortunately.
That's a shame. Another race later on, though, so we'll...
Race later on, yeah.
The pressure's kind of off. Does that make a difference?
To be honest, I didn't feel any pressure this weekend. I felt quite calm. So that one, I think, I have to look back at the video footage. I think one of the back markers just distracted me a little bit, and I just outbroke myself like a numpty. But thanks to my team again, they put a lovely setup on the car, and it was worthy of a race win, even though I didn't bring it home.
Actually, great job, mate. Very well done. I've been told we've got to wrap things up, but I really do want to get an AM-class win. It will be quick, I promise, guys. And apologies. Amy, another win. Well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, it's always so nerve-wracking, especially when we had a win yesterday. So you've kind of set the bar, so anything below that would be disappointing. So yeah, I've got some friends watching, and that's the first time ever, so I was super nervous about this race. Yeah, because you don't want to look silly in front of people, do you? But no, I really enjoy the wet, and I love Brands Hatch. So to have 2 wins in a row so far at my home track on the last race of the season is amazing. It's a tricky old track in the wet. You have to be a grown-up about it. Fight the instinct to floor it or brake hard. You have to just be really patient and trust the car, and that's like when you've got someone on your tail, having that patience is hard. It's more of a mental game than anything, but yeah, just calming down, and it's paid off.
Enjoy the break between now and race 3, and we'll see you for the hat-trick.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amy. Ollie Hall needs to talk to as well, very quick. Again, apologies. Provisional champion.
Yes, what a long season. It's been up and down, obviously, this weekend. It's the first time at the track, and the conditions are definitely up and down, like. So, no, it's been a good weekend, and glad to get it for the sponsors, the overall club champion for this year.
Nice one. Sorry for the short interview. Just wanted to get in there very quickly before City Car Cup goes out. Congratulations, Ollie. We'll see you for Podium again a little bit later. Again, apologies to the team. We've got the cars, the Nankang Tyres City Car Cup coming out on track. The grid and the rundown for them in just a couple of moments.
Thank you, Richard. Good to hear from our provisional Pro and Club Class champions in the MX5 Super Cup. We'll see one more race for them later on this afternoon. Meanwhile, we come to our final race of the season for the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge. Both of their provisional titles have already been wrapped up, and it's both their respective drivers that took them on the front row of the grid. Richard Jepp, who's given Northbrook Racing we believe, a 3rd consecutive Student Motorsport Challenge title for Team Northbrook. He starts on pole alongside the new provisional champion, Stuart Bliss. Now, there's 2 Bliss champions in the family, Richard and now Stuart. That's Christopher McKenzie, pole sitter from yesterday. He starts in 3rd on the grid alongside Joe Moss, who had a good run yesterday. Then Alex Foden and Brady Pollock on the 3rd row of the grid make up that one, ahead of row 4, which sees Ari Barker was one of his best results yesterday in the 2nd Team Northbrook car, up there in 7th place, and then Jack Wheeler for East Surrey College, I'll get these right now, in 8th place. Phil House in the Gen 2 development car is in 9th, because he's in invitations, but he won't score points or even get awards. Toby Owen in P10, ahead of Thomas Lester and Samuel Johnston on the 6th row of the grid. Josh Jackson and Alistair Merring then come next on the 7th row, ahead of Harvey Blake Jones and John Sykes. Then it's Elliot Lettis and Colin Dunn, followed by Richard Snuggs and Jude McGreevy. Glenn B and Andrew Payne on the 11th row of the grid, from Charles Hopkins and Patrick Booth. A few cars that caught up in incidents yesterday which couldn't make this flag at the end, so Fen Curran, Peter Bauer, Richard Simmons, who went off the road, Amelia Vincent, who was in the gravel as well, as was Hayden Payne, and Christopher Parks, who's the guest driver in the mix for Quattro Formaggio. He starts at the back of the field in 30th position. The cars making their way around, of course, they get 2 green flag gaps, given that they raced yesterday in dry conditions. As you mentioned, effectively, both of the main titles are already sewn up provisionally, so Stuart Bliss is the overall provisional champion for City Car Cup. And in the Student Motorsport Challenge, it is a 3rd consecutive title for Team Northbrook Racing. Started being named as Met Motorsport, and they did the 1st series in 2022. Then Northbrook Racing took it again for the 2nd time in 2023, followed by a 3rd one this year in 2024. So good effort from them, and a big thanks I have to say to all the Student Motorsport Challenge teams that have taken part and enriched the City Car Cup throughout the last couple of seasons, and the very hard work of John Paul Latham and Andy Lloyd and everyone else involved, all the colleges, all the universities, even Queen Ethelburgers, which is a 6th form college team. They've had a fantastic debut weekend last year. I think it was at Croft, where they picked up a podium in their 1st weekend, which is absolutely unbelievable. So great effort from them, and there's always more interest, more new teams coming that might want to try and get involved as well. It's always a fantastic setting every time you see them happen. Make their way down towards the grid, and as they make their way through onto the grid, it should be quite a nice end to the season. Not the greatest weather, so these little city cars, which will certainly be skittering around in these very tricky conditions. Again, for those who didn't watch yesterday, watching for the first time, this is essentially all the cars are the same mechanically underneath, but they're effectively first generation Citroen C1s, Toyota Aygos, and Peugeot 107s. They're all the same mechanically underneath. The differences are the manufacturer badges and some of the body parts, physical cosmetic body parts, but everything else you can interchange all the mechanical parts. Even the engines are all the same for these cars, and it makes them cost effective, it makes them easy to run, it makes them pretty well good for the student motorsport teams, gives them great experience to run proper race cars, and as well it also makes for big grids, as you see here in the City Car Cup. Ever since it started, when it was a class within the Club Sport Trophy in 2020 when it was launched, the first season I remember they were expecting 20 to 25 cars on the grid for the first race at Donington Park. 38 turned up, which is incredible. That was a great sight to watch them down towards Redgate Corner. Why am I confusing Brands Hatch and Donington Park this weekend? I really don't know why, but that's by the by. We've got one more race in City Car to go as Christopher Parks lines up his car in the final grid spot. The green flag flies at the back, and for the final time in the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge for 2024 is Richard Jepp and Stuart Bliss, the two provisional champions respectively, on the front of the grid. Can either end it with a victory? Let's find out. They slither away from the grids, and even start so far in the first phase of the start from Jepp and Bliss, but in the second phase they're still equal down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Jack Wheeler on the outside in black and green with a pretty decent run to get to third place. They'll be on the outside for Alex Foden, so it's 2 by 2 by 2, quite literally like Noah's Ark in these conditions through Paddock Hill Bend. And Richard Jepp does hold on. Alex Foden goes for a spin right across Jack Wheeler, who was lucky not to be collected, but he's in the gravel. So that will be, I'm afraid, his season finale over prematurely. 3 abreast towards Druids. That's small, so you can go 3 wide and get away relatively unscathed. In the midst of that pack in the top 10 was Philip House. So he's in there too, trying to work his way through the order. And down the hill into Graham Hill Bend and out of it for the first time. So Richard Jepp leads the way. He's looking for his 4th overall win of the season, as Alex Foden's car still stuck in the gravel. I'm sure that will have to be at least safety car. In fact, red flag race has been stopped, because I imagine it might not be the simplest thing to do, and possibly if you have got time to do so, it's easy to drag his car out of there. Oh, another car stopped. Well, that is, trying to work out, there's Toby Owen in car 42. Now, he was in the top 5 of the championship, so that's unfortunate for Toby. He's had a pretty quiet season, but he's quietly been getting the good results to kind of score at every single race. I think that's his first DNF of the season, which is unfortunate, because he's had a pretty consistent run. He was a former Mazda MX5 racer, was Toby. And good to see that he is in the mix and hoping to, well, unfortunately, he's come off the road and pulled up, but he's had a really sort of solid season. Hasn't been always completely at the front and being the star of the show, but sometimes in some championship seasons you do just keep on scoring consistently. If other drivers and other teams fall foul of incidents, just scoring when others can't is what helps you get high up into the championship and doing a grand job. So good effort from Toby Owen up there to keep on pushing, and it's unfortunate that his car has come to a halt where it has. I can't quite tell exactly where that was. It might be maybe somewhere around Druids, I think it looked like, looking at the camera angle. So the cars are parked at the top of the circuit, just before Clark Curve. And just waiting for them to be re-gridded. Now they'll be re-gridded in the exact same order that they lined up for race 2, because the ruling is if the race is red flag and stopped within the first 2 laps, if no more than 2 laps is completed, they will revert back to the original grid position. So if let's say you started 8th and got up to 3rd, if it's red flag within 2 laps, you have to start back in your original spot. So if you get a good start, unfortunately it comes to nothing. You have to go back onto wherever you started before and try and do it all over again. Now the conditions aren't getting any easier, unfortunately. They are still looking a little bit rough. You can hear the wind howling around in what's, again, typical British autumn weather. As they make their way onto the grid once more, they'll regroup them as in X2. You see plenty of spectators here, of course, of all ages, enjoying the racing, not necessarily the weather, of course, but we're hoping that by the time we get to our finals, that we get a nice, hopefully the weather isn't going to deter people from heading onto the Paddock Hill Bend Grandstand. That's usually one of the best spots to watch the action here at Brands Hatch. So we're just waiting for the cars to be re-gridded in the right order. And once they are back in the order, we will be able to get racing back underway once more. You can see that the trees, you can see they're starting to be blown around a little bit by the wind. If anything, actually looking out the comms box window, there's part of me that suggests it's actually ironically getting a bit brighter. So despite the wind that's howling around and some of the rain, it might well be starting to hopefully, right, looking really steady at the moment, but the slightly brighter conditions outside suggest hopefully it could start to get a bit better. Although the camera shot you're seeing here might not suggest otherwise, but fingers crossed we do get some better weather as we transition into the afternoon. It's 12 o'clock now, so and this race, for context, was due to start originally at 12:11, so we're actually ahead by about 15 minutes or so, as Brscc likes to do, to try and run ahead as much as possible in ruthless efficiency in the best possible way. So a few more spectators who are braving the weather conditions. As we get underway very shortly, once they're back regridded again, we'll see how the race gets on. Now, the timing screen still says 15 minutes for the restarts. Looked like they are going to get the full duration, which is good to see. We are having a little bit of that little gap, that space in the time, the little buffer that's built up by the extra time running ahead, means that you can afford, in many cases, to give these guys as much as possible, and girls as much as possible, when they get racing again. I think they've got the first half of the grid. They're just working out the second half to get them back in there, because there would have been plenty of shuffling around in that second half, so to get them. And wait to see how he works out with that one. So, a few more cars been gridded up there.
Anyway, when I was walking back, there was an incident on the track, there was a pit lane, someone's hit forward, got caught by the wind, and all the numbers went absolutely everywhere.
And some spectators enjoying the festival in different ways, shall we say. And our cameramen do like to catch some rather random things trackside, and sometimes they catch things that they weren't expecting, shall we say. There was a great point in one of the City Car Cup races yesterday where it caught two fans that were cheering on cars trackside. It was a great switch to see them trackside on the inside of Surtees, and then of course, whilst the City cars were coming past, it was great to kind of catch them on the track. And other things we caught, we've got the Gadstock Mazda MX5 champion coming up next. We had some impromptu dancing from yesterday from, I think it was Luke Pullen and Adam Sparrow, so it's both of them, so certainly showing their dance moves. And well, if one of them comes away with the title, there'll be more than dancing, I think, after that one. Again, shout out to all the marshals who are braving the conditions. Again, come rain or shine, they're very hardy souls of the marshals, and we say this a lot, but we mean it every single time, because it's true that without marshals and the volunteers and those who give up their free weekends to make these weekends happen, they do give up a lot of time, a lot of free time and a lot of effort in order to make it happen, but they are the lifeblood of the sport, and we couldn't do it without them. So genuinely a big thank you to everyone that's not just been part of the festival this year, but also all season for Brscc, and indeed all motorsport, because all the efforts that they've put on have been absolutely superb. So thank you to all of them for being an integral part of the world of motorsport, and for doing the jobs that you do, come rain or shine in these conditions, whether it's sweltering heat in the summer or here in October when it's pelting down with rain. They always have a job to do, and they always do it, essentially, and soldier on to make it happen. So the green flag flies to get the restart on its formation lap. I think we should only get one formation lap, given that they are now accustomed to these wet conditions. And again, that means that Richard Jett will get another chance to try and retain the lead from pole position. Now, I thought there was a gap missing on the grid. Oh no, the car missing on the grid at the front is Alex Foden. That's the car we're missing, because he was off in the gravel. So I was wondering for a second why there was a car missing, and I worked out who it was. So Alex Foden won't take the restart. Neither will Toby Owen. He was actually pulled off right here, just underneath our camera, on the entrance to Paddock Hill Bend, a little runoff road that's just, you can see at the bottom of the screen, just where it comes off here. That's where he parked off at the start. So either it's just a mechanical issue that forced him to come off the road. We think possibly there was potentially Andy McEwen signaling to me, could be some contact. He's still trying to hope his voice is in better condition so he can join me on comms, bless him. Again, I'm certain at some point you will hear Andy McEwen. It's just that his voice is not playing ball at this point in time. So But he is giving me a hand as much as he can with being a spotter and also working out championship connotations to give us a hand on that side. So I'm certain you will hear from him before the end of the day as soon as possible. In terms of the race here, Richard Jepp, of course, has a chance to essentially go for another victory. It'll be his 4th win of the season after he took his first 2 overall wins at Alton Park. And that was a long time coming, that result, because they've been in contention. They've taken lots of 2nd and 3rd places, particularly throughout 2023, and then finally got themselves to the front. And that was such a great moment when Jepp finally got that first overall win. There was just, more than anything, just relief of finally it's happened. They got their first overall win. And that's the thing. When you get your first overall win in a championship, once you've done it, not with the rest come easier, but once you know how to do it, it then kind of unlocks that kind of next bit of pace that you need, next bit of consistency that you need to get towards the front. You can start to kind of figure it out subconsciously. This is how you win a race. This is how you get it done. Yes, of course, there is fortune and luck that gets into it as well. But certainly one driver who has had plenty of the fortune and luck and also good pace and a good car underneath him, of course, is Stuart Bliss, who has done majority of the winning this year in City Car Cup and essentially wrapped everything up. Essentially, technically before the weekend, but he kind of pretty much sealed the deal and put everything completely out of reach yesterday. And Peterfield now winds his way back up onto the grid to take the restart for the last race of the season in the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge. So Alex Foden missing from the grid, also so is Toby Owen, but the rest of the pack looks good to go. One car missing from the back also as well. Possibly, I think, somewhere around maybe Patrick Boother and Peter Bow we've missed as well. So 1 or 2 we've missed. Yeah, Alex Foden missing. Oh, he's in the pit lane. Right, he has been recovered in the pit lane, so we have a pit lane start for Alex Foden. So he will take the final start for the final race. And so red lights go out, and we are underway for the final time. And again, scrabbling for traction. And Jack Wheeler does it again for the 2nd time. He came from the 3rd row of the grid and charged his way back to what would be 3rd or 4th place. It's side by side again, as they were at the first start, between Richard Jepp and Stuart Bliss. Richard Jepp is in orange and black. It's the white and green Boston College car in lead of the race now. And Stuart Bliss then in an unfamiliar car, because he's usually been in the grey and orange Toyota Aygo for Auto Bliss. He's running with Boston College this weekend. Still, of course, a full championship point scorer, being a fully registered driver, just in a different car this weekend, and still running number 18. So they pull their way out of Druids for the first time. And now out of Graham Hill Bend and onto the back straight now. And again, more moves being made. You can see the switch between the newer tarmac that got put in about a couple of years ago and the old existing tarmac for Brands Hatch. There is a bit of a grip transition there, depending on the wet conditions. I've heard people say before that there's more grip on that newer tarmac. As soon as you come off it, there's a real difference in grip where it's almost like 2 completely different surfaces, full stop, not just new and old tarmac. Here comes Chris McKenzie up the inside to try and steal 2nd from Richard Jepp, but the outside line of the wet works pretty well. Also up there too from a solid start from about 6th row of the grid. That looks like it's Philip House. Philip House, where did he start on the grid? He was 9th and up to 4th already. So the new Gen 2 car proving its worth already, as it has done throughout most of the season. Side by side for 2nd as Stuart Bliss holds on to the lead. Chris McKenzie, who hasn't yet won a race in City Car Cup, up into P2. But the man they're all chasing, because they have been practically all season, is Stuart Bliss. And it's a familiar sight, unfamiliar car slightly, but number 18 at the top of the timing sheet is what we've seen practically all season for the most part. And as they make their way onto the run towards Graham Hill Bend, it's still side by side for 2nd. Jepp hasn't given it up just yet, but he has to capitulate into Graham Hill Bend, and through he goes. Now, Chris McKenzie, here's the big question. Now he's into 2nd. Does he have the pace to catch up to Stuart Bliss and possibly take his first City Car Cup victory? Well, it'll be a tall order trying to pick off the champion-elect. But let's see if he's up to the task. 3rd place for Jepp now, 4th now for Philip House in that Gen 2 car. And that's Chris McKenzie, who put the commentator's curse on, runs wide at the top of the hill at Clearways. He loses out to Jepp, loses out to House, and also possibly to Jack Wheeler. So he's going to produce from 2nd down to about 5th if he's not careful. He's back up to speed now, but Wheeler has the momentum going through Clark Curve, so he will try and push on as quick as he can. And now into the left-hander right-hander at Paddock Hill Bend. My brain's all over the place for a second. Paddock Hill Bend is a right-hander, let's confirm that. And up into Druids they go. So Bliss, Jepp, Philip House going for 2nd. Now remember, he's essentially invisible for results. He's an invitation car, so he won't even feature on the podium. That car's purely there as a development car for the new Gen 2 cars that are set to come in next year. Not just the Citroen C1. That's a Peugeot. It is a Peugeot, in fact. Not just the Peugeot 108, but Citroen C1s at second gen, and also the second gen Toyota Aigos. So that car has been developed all season, mostly been driven by Philip House, ex-VW Cup champion, and also at Cadwell Park by Andrew Dyer, who made his touring car debut last weekend at Silverstone, and also been a regular in the Audi TT Cup as well. Philip House has a little look up the inside. You can see the white, turquoise and black machine number 25. 25 denoting, of course, 2025. Through Clark Curve. And still Bliss holds on to that advantage by about a second. Up the road's gone Richard Snuggs by the look of it in car 88. He was running 16th at one point. And also a car to watch out for, guest driver, but started at the back of the field, is Chris Parks. Now he was starting right at the back in 30th place. And he comes across the line. He was quite high up the order. Chris Parks is now showing as being an 18th. But that'll make that 17th now, because of course Parks have gone back up the order. No, still 18th, because Jude McGreevy got through as well. Now Philip House took the fastest lap of the race, but of course that won't mean anything in a nice possible way, because he's not a point scoring car. He's getting right into it with Richard Jett, almost elbows him aside. I might not be in the championship at all, says Philip, to scoring anything, but I want some fun to have a good race. And it also shows the competitiveness of the Gen 2 car, and also how well balanced this car is in the hands of a good driver, because of course the key thing is with these new Gen 2 cars is to balance the performance, so they run pretty much at the same pace as the top Gen 1 cars, so that a quick driver can get into a Gen 2 car just as quick off the road. It's not going much quickly more at all. That looks like, trying to work out who that is. It's a triple numbered car. I think 319 to Colin Dunn possibly. Here's a student motorsport car, I recognise that. I think Colin Dunn's gone off the road, and he was 16th at one point, so possibly him. We'll get the confirmation on that. The game I like to play there is spot the car that goes tumbling down the timing screen, so we'll see that in a second. So Bliss leading then, House in second place, Chris McKenzie third, Jett fourth, Jack Wheeler fifth. That's the top five. New fastest lap of the race for Philip House. But again, the fastest lap point will go to whoever's the second fastest car in the running order. Now Colin Dunn's car, that is Colin Dunn's car, has been, yeah, he's going down the timing screen, so it is him. That car is well up against the barrier, so I don't think that's going to cause too much trouble in that position. At the very least, they might just cover that with yellows to make sure whilst they can either manoeuvre it to a slightly safer place, but it's relatively out of the way, so I don't think it'll be too much trouble, hopefully. Philip House pushing on. I don't believe, in terms of actually on-track results, the Gen 2 car has ever won a race. It might be about to take the lead, in fact, because here comes Philip House up the inside, showing the potential of a Gen 2 car, battling with the champion-elect. Stuart Bliss goes round the outside and shuts the door. But House is pushing on as hard as he dares here. So up now through Clearways and Clark Curve, and a spin for Richard Jett. He slides wide, gets it sideways through Clark Curve and Clearways, or through McLaren and Clearways. And he's now lost out to Jack Wheeler, also to Joe Moss around the outside. He goes through into what will be fifth position. Brady Pollock wasn't too far away in seventh. As they come down through the right-hander into Paddock Hill Bend off the pit straight. Philip House still pushing, still 8.5 minutes to go. Another spin for car 13 backwards. That's Jude McGreevy in his second weekend. He's a Sim Motorsport graduate from the race school. It's good to see him getting his experience, although preferred not to be facing the wrong way. And still Bliss holding on to the lead here, but he's being heavily challenged from both Philip House and also Chris McKenzie here. Down the hill, back towards Graham Hill Bend once again. We're on lap 5 in this race on the restart. Again, the full 15 minutes, of course. Getting towards half distance. And now as they come through the left-hander at Surtees, Philip House is continuing to put the pressure on. And is there a potential? And Stuart Bliss is sideways through McLaren. He's going to run out wide, and through goes Philip House, through goes Chris McKenzie. Now, if he stays as it is, Chris McKenzie will get the points for the win, but not the actual... No, actually, he would have actually, because, of course, Philip House is not a... His invitation, so technically the actual first place trophy would go to Chris McKenzie, because Philip House is an invitation car who doesn't qualify for awards. Now, of course, Chris would like to do it on track and actually win the race on track if he can, but at least that'll be something. If he can be one of the very few people, the rare people, that have beaten Stuart Bliss all season. I think the only person I can think of, is literally Richard Jett, I think. So up the hill towards Druids they go, and Chris McKenzie possibly staring at his first ever City Car Cup victory, or at least a points victory. And again, with Philip House's car being invitation, he wouldn't get the first place trophy, but Chris McKenzie would. but Chris would love to do it literally on track as well as in the result. So out of Graham Hill bend, he's pretty close, looking to the inside line with a good run here up Cooper straight towards Surtees, gets the traction, pulls alongside the Gen 2 Peugeot 108, and into the lead goes Chris McKenzie. So Chris McKenzie then in the Bitcoin Racing Citroen C1 into the lead here, and only 6 3/4 minutes away from possibly his first City Car Cup victory. But yeah, in terms of actual race wins throughout the season, any other ones we've already had? Oh, we've had Jack Wheeler, who won at Silverstone also. We also had as well Elliot Lettuce also, who won this season. So only 3 other different winners we've had this year. Aside from Stuart Bliss, it was Richard Jepp, Jack Wheeler and Elliot Lettuce. He could be a 5th different winner if Chris McKenzie can hold on. He's trying to pull away here with Philip House in 2nd place on the road. And Chris McKenzie also solidifies that pace by setting the fastest lap of the race too. And he's now come across the line some 7/10 ahead of Philip House with 6 minutes left to go on the clock. And I'm certain, if she watches this back, that Lindsay, close to the championship coordinator, if you haven't seen a City Car Cup podium, or any podium that Lindsay does, you have to see it, because it's genuinely the best podiums I've seen in club motorsport, because she really gets everyone together, she gets them to celebrate, she gets them to really allow those who are taking their victories, because the one thing she says is, how would people feel if you took your first victory and you looked out on the podium and there's no one there? So she really brings everyone together, drivers, teams, gets them all properly riled up and gets them properly into the spirit of things and makes them chase. As Jack Wheeler is going for a spin. That was up at Clearways at Surtees and just about gets it going and avoided by several cars, including the recovering Richard Jepp. But yeah, so if you haven't seen a podium before from Lindsay, if you happen to see it throughout either this weekend or throughout next season, do go check it out, because genuinely she genuinely does. She won't thank me for shouting it out, but she does the best podiums in club motorsport, hands down. You have to see what I call a Lindsay podium. It's fantastic. And I'm certain that Chris McKenzie does hold on to this. It's going to be quite the celebration to round off 2024 with a brand new race winner. He took his first pole yesterday, aiming to go one better, of course. And Chris McKenzie's kind of been in this championship pretty much since the beginning in many cases. Bitcoin Racing have been good supporters of the championship the last few seasons. Chris has had some bit of the championship in and out, but in the last few rounds of the season has come back in and done a solid job. I keep thinking it's the same Chris McKenzie that did Fiesta Juniors a few years ago. It's the same name, of course, and he's quite a young driver, is Chris, but unless you ask the question, I'm not 100% on that, so holding on for the time being. Now, Philip House still in 2nd place in that Gen 2 development car for what will actually be 2nd place in terms of the awards given out. It's still between Stuart Bliss and Joe Moss, and Joe actually having another fantastic season. His dad actually found me this morning, and the information I mentioned yesterday about at Silverstone, as we see Brady Pollock going up the inside of Richard Jepp, so we'll come back to that in a second, as Pollock was looking for the move here to try and get past Jepp and take 5th on the road, but the inside line doesn't quite work out for traction. Might make him lose out to Samuel Johnson, who's having a strong run in 7th place. Jack Wheeler has recovered to 8th. We've got Harvey Blake Jones in the Nankang Tyre sponsored car, and Elliot Lettuce in P10. But the point I was making is that Joe Moss's dad was talking to me this morning and talking about how his weekend went so far, and he said, I'm amazed how you found out the information that Alex Foden got a tow from Stuart Bliss and that's how he got pole, because it wasn't mentioned by anyone else, but I think I overheard that when Stuart Bliss was talking about it post-race, when he was talking about how he got that, got there in pole position, and he was a bit frustrated that he got pole and they went to go and do the return the favour and get it back, and then everyone either ran out of time or had a bad lap and got held up by traffic, because that's how Alex Foden got the pole. But this back end of the season, Alex has been quite quick, and that pole seems to really give him his confidence. And to be fair, for where he started the pit lane, he's up to 17th, so good effort from the pit lane start to be about mid-pack or so. He's chasing down in 17th place Chris Parks, who also has come from the back in 30th, and he's now up to 16th. So he's chasing him. And the next point-scoring car ahead of them is Ari Barker in 15th position. So he's dropped back after he started about 8th or so on the 4th row of the grid. Out through Clark Curve and Clearways, and actually Stuart Bliss has lost the positions. He's lost that one spot through that sequence, and also here comes Richard Jepp. So the champion-elect Stuart Bliss not having the pleasant of final races of the season. But now as they come back down the hill in towards Paddock for one of the final times of the season, that we're going to get maybe about 2 or 3 laps as the 2 champions-elect respectively. So Richard Jepp, of course, for Team Northbrook in Student Motorsport Challenge, and overall, of course, Stuart Bliss now going wheel to wheel. You've also got Jack Wheeler and Brady Pollock as one car's gone off the road into the gravel trap. I was given how blurry the camera lens was from the rain, I couldn't quite tell who it was. Something tells me it might be Harvey Blake Jones, because it's that kind of coloured, Nankang coloured car. It's white, red and black, so it could be him potentially. But again, we have to wait for the timing screen to update itself to see who goes tumbling down it. 2 minutes to go And red flag, in fact, race has been stopped. So that will probably declare the race and count it back a lap. And it is Harvey Blake Jones off the road. So never call that lucky or a fortunate call or just good recognition, I'm not sure. But either way, he actually lost a wheel, in fact. It was well pointed out by Andy on the screen. He's lost a wheel. You can see it right in the centre of the shot. He's had a wheel come off going into Paddock Hill Bend. That's extraordinary. So he come off the road. That would have been quite a surprise. I did hear like a mechanical scraping noise in my ears in the background. I wasn't sure if someone had gone off or had an issue. But then we saw the camera cut to Harvey's car off the road, and then there it is lying in the gravel. So I don't want to put 2 and 2 together and make 5 rather than 4, but nonetheless, that's the case. But what it does mean, if we don't, we're certainly not to get a restart because we're past 75% race distance, they will declare that as a result, which essentially means that Chris Mackenzie is effectively declared the race winner, and that's his first City Car Cup victory. They are, by default, they have to bring the cars onto the pit straight and stop on the pit straight, although one or two have gone straight through, I think. So they're actually directed them through to come back around, and then they'll come back into pit lane through, I think. No, they'll come back around to the back of the pits into Parc Fermé, and they'll bring the top 3 around at least to, I think, Richard John Neal, who will have a chat to them. So the declared result then, at the end of that, 10 laps completed after the red flag, sees Chris Mackenzie pick up the final race win of the season, his first Nankang Thai City Car Cup victory. Philip House in second place in the Invitation Gen 2 car, but he's invisible for awards. But a good effort from him to round off what's been quite a decent run of races for that car, and that should set things up nicely for more of those Gen 2 cars to appear in 2025. Joe Moss will potentially pick up the second place trophy of the non-invitation class cars, the point scoring cars. They had a Stuart Bliss in third and fourth in the result, but we'll go through from 5th down onwards. It's Richard Jepp in 5th, Brady Pollock 6th, Jack Wheeler 7th, Samuel Jones in 8th. Harvey Blake Jones won't be classified in 9th because he wasn't running at the time of the red flag, which means it should be Elliot Lettuce and Thomas Lester in the top 10. Then Peter Bow, good effort from Peter actually his second season, to round that off with what would technically be an 11th place finish. And then Josh Jackson and Alistair Merring to round up the top 14 of the cars that finished in there, at least on that screen on the result, because you have to discount Harvey Blake Jones. But it's Ari Barker in 15th place, Chris Parks in 16th from the back of the grid, Alex Foden from the pit lane to 17th. Good effort from him, despite him starting back on row 3. Then Fen Curran, Richard Snuggs, Andrew Payne and Hayden Payne in 20th and 21st position. Then it's John Sykes and Charles Hopkins, Jude McGreevy, Amelia Vincent, Richard Simmons and Glenn B. There's been a couple of shuffles around in order, I think, because of the going back a lap or so. So I think it hasn't changed the result too much, I don't think. And Colin Dunn, of course, came off the road, exiting Paddock Hill Bend and was stuck in the gravel. It's going to be a little bit of recovery time here before we get the next race out, which is our second to last race of the season for the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX5 Championship. Of course, coming into this race, it's simply just now a point between the two of them. Let's have a quick look. Just quickly resetting. So 1 point still between Adam Sparrow and Thomas Langford at the top of the points, and still relatively close between Luke Pullen now and Jack Nollett for 3rd and 4th position. So whilst we work that one out and let the recovery teams do their work, let's head down to the top of the pit lane for the final time this year for City Car Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge to chat to our new race winner, Krista McKenzie, and the rest with Richard John Neal.
And a special moment down in victory lane for Chris Mackenzie, who gets her first win, and not in the, well, I'll say it to Chris, congratulations. Thank you. Well done, fella. First win, absolutely made up for you, having followed your progress, and not in the easiest of conditions either.
No, that was very sketchy. I almost went off at Clearways. I was actually in the gravel, went down to 4th, but managed to claw my way back up to 1st. I'm over the moon. It's my first win of my career, so yeah, chuffed.
That's the way to win it, isn't it? I mean, obviously now you can go and do the thing where you qualify in pole and disappear in the distance, but to get that win by coming back through as well is mega.
Yeah, exactly. Now that I've done it once, I can do it another time, and go from there. And hopefully win a championship one day.
That would be good. Will you be back here next year, or is it too early to talk about what 2025 holds?
I think it's a bit early yet, but we'll see. I'm sure we'll do a few rounds, if not, anyway.
There's some class drivers out there. I mean, there's drivers with a huge amount of experience, so that's a big takeaway.
Yeah, there are. I think my dad sets the car up in the wet perfectly, so I think I've got the edge there. He did a great job on the car, so it's thanks to him, really.
Many congratulations. So pleased to have seen that first win. The spoils of victory come through as well, courtesy of Lindsay. Philip House got P2. I'm not sure whether Philip's brought the development car down to us. Let's see if we can. Is Phil here?
Do you want Phil?
If he's here, it'd be nice to talk about the new car as well. Phil House. Hello. Peter on the road. Good to see you again. We last caught up at Snetterton, but Obviously not in the championship, but the development car, any news? What are the developments on the development car since NEP?
To be honest, because the car's been so even, we actually have left it 100% standard. They will need to put a map on it just so everyone's on the same playing field with it for next year. But apart from that, it's purely the chassis is a little bit better than the Gen 1s, maybe down a bit on power, but it balances out perfectly. I'm just annoyed that I couldn't win that race. I just didn't have the rear tyres in it. It was just a bit too loose, but it'd be nice to finish it off with a win. But a second, I can't complain with the second.
It's a lovely result for Chris, to be absolutely fair, but a great drive from you as well.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it means a lot. Hopefully, I actually might come back and do that. I've enjoyed it that much. I know I've done all sorts of things, but I really might just have a go at the crack at the championship next year in a Gen 2 car and, yeah, go for it next year.
There'll be protests because you've had lots of testing.
No, I know, yeah, maybe. I know.
No, I'm joking about protests, by the way. But that's a pretty good sign if you want to do that.
It is, absolutely, yeah. I mean, this championship's been brilliant. Big thanks to Brscc and Will at WJS just for the opportunity to help develop a car for next season. And, yeah, fingers crossed, get big grids.
Nice one, Phil. Thanks, and thanks for your work with the car as well on behalf of the club. Third position goes to Joe Moss. I don't know if Joe's getting trophies and things at the moment. Have we got Joe? Joe Moss, anybody? I can't see him. Joe, here he is, typically looking the wrong way. Joe, well done.
Thank you very much.
So P3, we started the weekend with an interview. We kind of finished your season with an interview, so apologies for that. You got the normal T-shirt on today?
Yeah, not a normal T-shirt, not one of the rude ones they've bought me for this weekend.
Decent race. Obviously, getting an overall podium is a fantastic way to finish off the season.
Yeah, my starts this weekend have been terrible. I've had no issues all year, and then this weekend I just can't get them off the line. So I dropped back to like 8th or something on both starts, and then I just built up in confidence and I picked my way through all the carnage.
Is that something that gets into your head? You know, once you've done a bad one, you think, oh, because I know if I'm thinking I'm going to do a bad weekend, I generally do.
Literally, I never think about it. I just normally fine. And then on the green flag lap yesterday in the race, I just like had loads of wheel spin. I was like, oh no. So then you start overthinking it, and then it all goes wrong, doesn't it? But it's worked out all right. So.
Racing starts aren't something you can practice in that environment either, so it's a difficult one. But at least you know you've got the race pace.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we can practice them in the. I drive one of these on the road, so you can get a little bit of practice in one of those.
So don't go near Joe at the traffic lights. Whereabouts do you live? I can't remember.
Worcester.
So keep away from the traffic lights of Worcester in case Joe Moss is. Well done on the podium. Really good to see you. We'll see you next year in something.
Yeah.
I feel very sure indeed. Joe Moss takes third overall. The Student Motorsport Challenge is won by Stuart Bliss and his team. So let's see if we can get Stuart our champion. Stu. We should interview all the team, but it would take forever, wouldn't it? So here he comes. He's quicker on track, by the way. Stuart, well done. Congratulations. And again, the team have come up trumps for you, so a Student Motorsport team win for Boston.
Yeah, Boston have done a brilliant job with the car all weekend. Like I said, first time in the car Friday. The car's come on and on. When it was, I mean, it's still wet now, but when it was like standing water, the car was on point. As soon as it started to dry up, I made a slight mistake, my own fault, put my hands up and dropped back to third, and then it was just sort of like one of them, just sort of hold position. I knew it's different because I know usually I'm just going for outright wins, but when the students you got first in the students, it's just stay there. And then luckily the red flag came out, to be fair, because I don't think we had the pace. But the car's been brilliant. It's been a brilliant season. The team, these guys over here, all of them have done a great job. But yeah, it's been epic.
We're going to do a quick straw poll, guys. Boston, who's going to win next year? Northbrook again or Boston? Boston! I didn't give Northbrook a fair shout of the whip there, but Stuart, well done. Many congrats. Thank you, Boston team. Well done. Just to let you know, it gives you an idea of how many people are involved in the Student Motorsport Challenge. And Richard Jepp gets second position in that for Team Northbrook. So time for Team Northbrook to have their shout. Richard, let's get you over. I was a bit unfair with your team there, Richard, but super stuff. Enjoyed the year?
Yeah, it's been a great year. It's great to win the championship again. Obviously, the students and the college worked so hard, Northbrook College, to build the car. We've had a bit of damage at certain races as well, and they've repaired it all, and they've done a great job. So yeah, thanks to everyone at the college. Thanks to our sponsors as well, Harwin, GF Machining, Star Micronics, Rocktit Clothing and Rainford Precision. We couldn't do it without them, all their funding and helping us through. So yeah, it's really good.
Brilliant. Look forward to seeing you all, if not all of you, a lot of you back next year. Thank you very much, Richard, and congratulations Team Northbrook. And Brady Pollock takes third position. So if we can give a quick shout out, we'll get Brady over as well. Obviously racing with West Suffolk, second podium of the weekend for Brady. Well done. As I said, it's been a So much talent coming in, young engineering talent, great driving talent as well, and another podium to wrap up your season.
Yeah, I'm happy with the result. It means we secure second in student motorsport and third overall, also top novice, so the season's been absolutely incredible. I surpassed my expectations so much coming into the season. I knew it would be difficult, but we've done the job, and I can't be happier. Happy with the team, happy with everything. I can't wait for next year.
No going back out of car racing now. We look forward to seeing you at the presentation evening.
I know, it's sad. We've got about 6 months until we're out again. I just want to be back out already. But yeah, the presentation will be good. It'll be lots of fun. Yeah, can't wait to be back out in the car already.
We look forward to seeing you as well. Brady, thanks very much for entertaining us all this year. Brady Pollock wrapping up our podium. We got to talk to all 6 drivers before the next race cars come out, and it's Mazda time once again. They'll be with you in just a couple of moments.
Thanks so much, Richard. Great to hear from the City Car Cup, and we look forward to seeing more of them again in 2025. Now, for the first time today, he'll be a bit squeaky, but we are going to bring Andy McKeon back onto the mic. So, first of all, I guess as you'll hear, how is your voice?
Well, I think you can just about make out what I'm saying, which is a slight improvement from yesterday. I'm not doing my Davros impersonation anymore. Possibly moved on to Mickey Mouse today, I think, more than Davros. I'm not sure which is worse. But didn't want to miss out completely on today because it is a fantastic day. Finals day of the Formula Ford Festival. Always one of the highlights of the season for me, so very much looking forward to the rest of the day. I will do my best to be here with you for the rest of it, set for an exciting penultimate round here of the Cash Shocks Mazda MX5 Championship.
We are certainly, because there is still a championship at play here, and of course after yesterday someone had to break the deadlock in the tie between Adam Sparrow and Thomas Langford. It went in Sparrow's favour, and he now leads by a single point on drop scores heading into the last 2 races of the season. Now, and he's been doing his maths whilst saving his voice, and we on this one reckon that in order for essentially Sparrow to keep himself in contention for the championship, ultimately what needs to happen is as follows. He needs to win the race with fastest lap and essentially ensure that Langford is pretty much no higher than, what's that, 4th, basically, we figured out. If Sparrow wins and doesn't get the fastest lap of the race, stay with us, and then Langford does get 4th, in order to Langford to then still take the title and tie it on points, but to get it on countback of wins, then Langford would need to win the last race of the season and get fastest lap, and then Sparrow would have to essentially DNF, basically, in order for that to happen. So it is really that close with these fine margins, where literally it's one result either way, particularly with the fastest lap. That could even be the crucial point that settles it either way into these final 2 races.
Yeah, the problem is there are so many ifs in that, aren't there? We don't really know, because there are 3 drivers mathematically still in contention. Jack Noller, we think, now no longer in contention, unfortunately, for the championship. But we've still got Adam Sparrow, Tom Langford, Luke Pullen. Whichever order they end up finishing in, it will drastically change, of course, who can still win it going into the last race, and exactly what they'll have to do. But certainly, if Adam Sparrow can win this race, he puts himself in a very good position going into the finale later on this afternoon, and then it really is down to what Tom Langford can do. If Sparrow were to win this race, by the way, I don't think there's anything Luke Pullen can do to stay in contention, so that's kind of going to simplify it for Adam. It would be a straight fight then between him and Tom going into the finale later on today.
Then there's a third equation is, what if Pullen wins this race as well? Then it changes it completely.
Yes, usually pretty good in the wet as well. I mean, Pullen wasn't in qualifying yesterday, had a bit of a tyre issue, we believe, and the setup not quite working as he wanted. He will be hoping that he can replicate his very fine wet weather performances from earlier in the season today. But then Tom Langford's pretty good in the wet, and remember, Adam Sparrow had his breakout performance at Silverstone at the start of last year in the wet. That was really the first time that he appeared at the front of the field fighting for race wins, so they're all pretty handy in the wet. Track position usually is a pretty big benefit in the wet conditions. Luke arguably has that. He's starting on pole position, it will be a little bit of a battle of survival, I think, particularly in the early stages. Once things settle down, we'll break out the calculators and see what it all means.
We will indeed. 2 green flag laps because they raced yesterday in the dry, which means that they've got to reacquaint themselves with the conditions. Top win yesterday for Luke Pullen, of course, keeping himself in contention. We look at other drivers down the order who are keeping themselves in contention. We'll get to that in a second. We'll try and run through them as we go through the grid. So, here's the grid then for the penultimate race of the season of the Gas Shocks Mazda MX5 Championship. Luke Pullen then, race 1 winner, starts on pole alongside Adam Sparrow, who leads the championship by a single point on drop scores coming into this race from Thomas Langford in 3rd. And it's Tim Dorr, by far and away his best result. He was a total surprise yesterday. Tim Dorr in 4th, and who knows, he's got good pace in the wet. Maybe a podium could be on the cards if any of the front 3 fall foul of the conditions. Adam Craig 5th. ahead of Jack Noller in 6th place, who we believe mathematically is now out of contention for the championship. Angus Fender, former British GT racer, is enjoying his first weekend in the MX5 Championship. He starts 7th alongside Chris Dawkins in 8th, Richard Bartlett 9th, Steve Bartlett in 9th ahead of Harry Storer in 10th, and there's Richard Wootton and Jake Pace in 12th position to round out the top 6 rows. Then it's 221, which is Thomas Walker ahead of Paul Tucker. The next run is going to be Ewan Thomas and Thomas Brown, followed by Chris Bingham and Graham Rumsey. Then Chris Thirlwell and Martin Tolley then come next to complete the top 20. That's followed by Tim Storer and Ollie Walden, Clive Chisnell and Jack Collins. Then Keith Dalton and Ozzy McLean, Simon Privet and our invitation driver Ugo Carini from France, who we believe is running with AB Motorsport. Then David Scowler, Neil Chisnell towards the back, who retired after that incident in the first start. And he was a front row starter from qualifying yesterday. And Jonathan Fieldsen and Richard Bartlett round out what should be, hopefully, all being present, a 32-car grid for this second to last race of the season. Now, in terms of the contenders, I guess to quiz you a little bit, who do we know are typically good in the wet in these MX-5s?
All of them.
All of them.
All of the championship contenders, I would say, will be pretty happy, really, about these conditions. Luke Pullen certainly backs himself in the wet, I would say. Sparrow, like I said, does seem to go better more often than not in these conditions. The question mark maybe is Tom Langford, but he's pretty much consistently. If he's on the money at any given track, the weather conditions don't seem to make a massive difference for him. So I think all 3 of them will be feeling reasonably confident. Interesting to see the way that Luke has angled his car, almost as if he's going to drive straight into the pit wall. He's on that pole position, not always the best place to start, Scott, but he wants to try and hold that lead, keep the clear track into turn 1.
Let's see if he can do it then. The second to last race of the season of the Gas Shocks Mazda MX5 Championship. A long hold on the lights, but they're underway and racing at Brands Hatch. And let's see who can win the whole shot down towards paddock for the first time. It's pretty close to the 2 championship contenders. Adam Sparrow takes the lead and Langford goes with him, and he's up the inside from Paddock Hill Bend. But Sparrow has the outside line. Jack Noller's up to 3rd from a great start from row 4 on the grid. Where was he? Down in 6th on the grid, so up to 3rd already goes Jack. Luke Pullen, the pole sitter, down to 4, to the 4 top on the championship. Sparrow goes deep into Druids, and I think he would have lost the lead. Yes, he has. Tom Langford goes into the lead. That's where he needs to be to essentially keep himself in top contention to even take back the championship lead going into the final race of the season. Out of Druids they go, and it is Langford who leads. Sparrow 2nd, Noller 3rd, Pullen 4th. Up to 5th has gone Chris Dawkins in the Go For It racing car. 6th has gone, that is Ewan Thomas. 7th goes Adam Craig. 8th there is Stephen Bartlett ahead of Tim Dorr in 9th place as they make their way through. And Ewan Thomas has dropped right down the order, in fact, actually. So let's have a look here as they come through the right-hander at Clark Curve.
It's Harry Storer, I think.
It's Harry Storer, in fact.
Yeah, from 10th on the grid. So brilliant start from Harry Storer. Whoops, off has gone Privet at the bottom of Graham Hill Bend, I think that is, isn't he?
I think it is, yeah, it is.
Bend. So he rejoins at the back of the field. Harry Storer now trying to go into 5th place, here, round the outside of Chris Dawkins at Paddock Hill Bend. That didn't quite work on the way in, but he's got the switch back, he's got the inside line for Druids Corner, and Harry Storer going great guns in the wet, although the door closed in his face there by Dawkins, who did not want to let him through. Tim Dorr leans on his teammate Ewan Thomas, who is sideways all over the grass, bounces his way back onto the road, and loses quite a bit of ground. Tim Dorr, in fairness, had another car to his inside, Steve Bartlett, I think that was, which kind of led to that close situation. But it's Langford that leads, Sparrow 2nd, and Pullen all over the back of Jack Noller here for 3rd.
So up through Surtees for the 2nd time, and Pullen now trying to close up on Noller here, but it is the top 2 in the championship who are trying to create that gap initially. As they come up through, who's got the corner order? Clearways, McLaren, Clark Curve as they come through.
McLaren, Clearways, Clark Curve.
McLaren, Clearways, Clark Curve, thank you. I was going to get that combination wrong at some point throughout the weekend, so I'm glad you're on your head to correct that for me. Down the pit straight to end lap number 2, side by side for 3rd place between Noller and Pullen. Pullen ultimately just needs to get Noller out of the way and then chase after the top 2. He's going around the outside to try and hold on to the place. If he can, he's over the curb, gets slightly sideways, drops back behind him, cuts in front of Chris Dawkins, who was a bit out of shape, does the switch back on the inside of Noller, makes it stick almost, little touch of wing mirrors, but he's through on the inside into 3rd place. And then down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend they go. He's got Dawkins in the mix, Harry Storer, Adam Craig, and then Tim Dorr and Jake Pace. I've also noticed as well that Ewan Thomas is still showing as a guest. That's not right, because he has been scoring points ever since he came in essentially to MX5 Championship mid-season. So ignore the fact it says guest on there. He should be a point scorer, because he has been for most of just about all the season he's done, the races he's done. Into McLaren, and then Clearways, and then Clark Curve. I get my nod of approval. That was the right order. Dawkins and Storer side by side. They are in the same team. Of course, been Go For It Racing, and Storer getting a little snaky. The first ever Clubman champion back in 2021. Been plying his craft in the MX5 Clubman Championship ever since. In the MX5 main championship ever since. Fast lap of the race, crucially, Thomas Langford. That's another bonus point for him. So that means he will go into this out of this race at the moment with 101 points to 98. It then swings the championship back into his favour now by, as we see Harry Storer going up instead of Chris Dawkins. It's now puts them back on level points again. So it really could be a bit of a real, literally tiebreaker going to the final race. So ultimately what needs to happen, what Langford is hoping for is that Sparrow falls back into the clutches of Pullen, but he's not doing that because Sparrow's like 4 seconds up the road and Pullen's been so busy battling with Noller. He has now got, yes, 15 and a bit minutes to try and catch up to the car in front. But the task he's got is pretty monumental.
Yeah, it doesn't look great, does it? These two lost so much time in the early stages there, and with that battle for third position, it's just allowed Langford and Sparrow to pull that big gap. But I guess we'll see now just how quick Luke is in these wet conditions and whether or not he's going to be able to start bridging that gap. What he really wants is the leaders to start battling. That doesn't look that likely either, though, because Tom Langford half a second faster than Adam Sparrow that time around. So it was a 5.3 for the leader, a 5.8 for Sparrow, a 6.7 for Pullen in third place, who this weekend, for whatever reason, does seem to be struggling in the wet conditions, but he has at least moved into third place. Remember, he and Jack Noller battling for third in the championship as well, so that gives Luke extra need, really, to keep Noller in his mirrors.
Certainly will. It's going to be quite the task, but again, I've said this so many times before on commentary, the harder these two fight each other, the easier it is for Sparrow and Langford to keep on making a break out front. They're already something 5 seconds up the road, and that is pretty much the car. So again, either they've got to try and work together. You know, they're good friends. You try to tell these two to work together on track, they're probably not going to do it. They're just competitive as each other. Just confirmation as well that yeah, Ewan Thomas definitely is a point scorer. That's been amended on TSL, so thank you for that one. So ignore the fact he was showing as a guest yesterday. He is definitely a point scorer in this championship ever since he came in. Camera's struggling a little bit in the conditions. It is eased off a little bit, but it's still a little bit adverse, still raining, but not maybe as hard as it was earlier on. I mean, you can see, even though it is wet, you can see the streaks of where the cars are cutting through. So it's I think they're clearing the water quicker than the rain's coming down, thankfully. So it's getting better out there for condition-wise. Of course, we've got the historic final for the Formula Ford Festival coming up next. So hopefully that'll be quite an interesting contest with some of the front runners. And two Druids go over leaders for third place. Can he hold on to the position? Yes, can Luke Pullen. Harry Storer in 5th place at the moment, with Steve Bartlett 6th, Craig 7th. Then Dawkins, Pace and Thomas rounding out the top 10. But at the moment, Langford is doing everything he needs to. 2.4 seconds out in front and trying to extend the advantage. And again, if it stays as it is with fastest lap and Sparrow keeps 2nd place, they will go into the final race, Andy, in the, well, either best or worst possible position. Best for us for a spectacle, worse for them, being it's literally a tiebreaker, but it'll simply just be for the 3rd race. If that is the case, whoever's in front of the other and outscores each other is provisionally champion for 2024.
Yeah, right now I think Adam Sparrow will be doing whatever the opposite of a rain dance is. He will not be hoping for these conditions later on this afternoon, because quite clearly Langford has the edge right now. 3 seconds up the road, but crucially lapping about 6 to 7 tenths of a second a lap faster than him, so that lead gap is extending rather rapidly and looking good for Tom Langford at the moment. Ewan Thomas there up the inside of Jake Pace, that's for 9th position. Chris Dawkins will become his next target, but here Luke Pullen versus Jack Noller as they battle. Not only do they lose touch with the leaders, but they're also being caught now by Harry Storer and Adam Craig behind. And Adam Craig, who is sort of spurring, sorry, Steve Bartlett I should say, with Adam Craig a couple of seconds behind them. Then Chris Dawkins and Jake Pace, with here Tim Dorr going backwards a little bit in this race. So yeah, that mythical AB Motorsport wet setup only really seems to be working on Tom Langford's car at the moment, doesn't it? The other cars, including Tim Dorr, struggling a little bit for pace in this one. Tim, I think, battling there with Ollie Walden, who I reckon has just gone around the outside of him through Surtees. Yes, he has. So the Kermit the Frog with the Frog liveried car, has lost a position, and Tim Dorr still doing well within the Masters, I would imagine. In fact, yes, still leading in the Masters class. Paul Tucker is second in that class, a couple of positions further back, but the further down Tim drops, the more in danger that class lead will be, as Luke Pullen's third place is very much in danger. That Jack Noller to the outside into Paddock Hill Bend will have the grip through the middle of the corner, have the better run on the exit. Pullen's up the curb, and I think this will be Noller to third place.
Certainly will. Harry Storr fancies a bit of this as well, of course. He's getting right into the mix with his teammate and Luke Pullen. Pullen does hold the outside line, neatly slots back in front of Jack Noller. Little wiggle of the tail from Noller as he put the power on, but that is third place retained for Pullen. Noller pushing on as best as he can. Langford, meanwhile, has a 3.5 second advantage. They're putting a lap on Simon Privet in the foreground. And then there's a further, needs 7 seconds back to this fight for third place. A 4-car scrap, because here comes Stephen Bartlett up the inside to try and take 5th position from Harry Storer. And then you've got the rest of the top 10 being Adam Craig, Ewan Thomas, Chris Dawkins and Jake Pace. So even though Chris Dawkins got a good start initially, he's dropped back towards the base of the top 10 as this first half of the race has gone on. So that's quite interesting. Rest of the pack comes streaming through as they make their way down towards Paddock Hill Bend now. Again, this pretty much is kind of technically 3 races. It's Thomas Langford's race, Adam Sparrow's race, and now the fight for third is going on, particularly between those guys fighting for that place in the championship, and then everyone else in their own little battles of 2s and 3s.
Yeah, they're being caught as well now, I think, by Adam Craig and Ewan Thomas slightly. So this could soon become a 6-car fight. Oh, contact. Harry Storer runs wide into the side of Stephen Bartlett's car. Stephen Bartlett will lose another place maybe here to Ewan Thomas as well, who drags up alongside, but didn't quite have the traction on corner exit to make the move stick. So Storer goes into the top 5 in slightly robust fashion. Not intentional that, he just locked up the brakes, I think, on the inside line into Drew, as we saw that from a few drivers yesterday. It's very slippery on the inside line because it's under the trees, so all the wet leaves fall off the trees at this time of year especially, onto the road, making the road very slippery. In has come Martin Tolley in the number 23 car, his race potentially coming to an early end. As here Pullen and Noller continue to do battle over third place in the traffic. Noller to the inside into Paddock. Now we've seen Jack Noller get alongside Luke Pullen a few times in this race, but Luke always seems a little bit more confident into braking, doesn't he? So so far Jack not been able to get through. Jack was telling me yesterday that that engine they fitted today is doing the job, but it is down on power compared to everyone else's cars. That perhaps is why he's going a little bit better in the wet conditions now. Wet, a great leveler, but also you don't really require all the horsepower to be able to be competitive. So Noller will be relishing the conditions, can't yet find a way past the number 27 car. Luke Pullen hanging on for now in third place, then Storer, Bartlett and Thomas behind. Adam Craig actually has been dropped by Ewan Thomas now. Craig, you can see in the background the green and yellow car. Got a back marker in front now. Simon Privet's about to be lapped by this group, and they're catching him at the end of the lap through Surtees, McLaren and Clearways. And that's not really a great place, especially in these conditions, to catch a back marker, because they're all sort of clamouring for the same line. Pullen's been delayed, I think they're slightly through the apex. Oh, and around goes Privet right in front of them. Oh, big drama up the inside line. Will go Jack Noller, and Pullen loses third place.
And that was a pretty hairy moment in that sense of things. I'm impressed that Andy's voice kept up with that. That's good effort whilst I was trying to look at something on socials. Yes, impressive stuff, but Noller then up to third place, and actually he's lost fourth as well, because now Harry Storr has gone through because of that hold-up. And through no fault on the road, it was Privet trying to keep out of the way and drive his own race, just hit the wet patch on the circuit in the way he went. We're going to get a replay of that to show it through. So look, Privet's on the racing line here, gets the power down. Does he touch the curb at all? No, just loses it by himself. Pullen has to stand on the anchors. Noller almost got out of shape as well as he went over the AstroTurf on the inside line at pit entry, and through both went Noller and indeed also Harry Storer in the mix as well. So fascinating stuff there. That was a real hearty-mouth moment that I'm pretty certain that Luke Pullen could have absolutely done without.
Yes, that wasn't great, was it, for Luke, who now has to try and regroup. He's got Harry Storer, the very rapid Harry Storer, in front of him, and equally rapid Ewan Thomas behind. Remember, Ewan has come through the field quite nicely from where he started this race. Ewan Thomas was 15th on the grid and currently sits in 6th position. Might be about to convert that into 5th place before too much longer. Closes in on Pullen as they head for Paddock Hill Bend. And is there a move to come on the inside line? He thought about it, not quite close enough. So the positions for now remain unchanged. as they round Paddock Hill Bend, through the dip, up Halewood Hill. Oh, Adam Craig in the background, all over the curb on the outside. Jake Pace, I think, will go through as a result of that. As they drop down out of Druids Corner, we'll check in on that battle in a second, maybe. So Ewan Thomas does now go to the inside of Lee Pullen, so Ewan Thomas ex-Carter, fresh out of karting actually. It's the Mark 1 MX5 Championship. We've seen more and more of that, aren't we, over recent years? Carter's making their car racing debut in this championship, and it's working well for them.
Certainly is, and it's good to see a younger generation of drivers coming through. I mentioned it yesterday, but I was doing some working out of driver ages throughout, not long ago. There's about 9 or 10. It's into very low double figures of how many drivers we've got under the age of 25 in this championship. And drivers like Ewan Thomas, who has come through karting, is very young, sort of 16, 17 years old, and learning some important skills here, because yes, you can go into a formula where there's lots of aero in it and lots of grip, but these cars don't have very much mechanical grip. You have to work them purely on limited setup parameters. These are all essentially run to exactly the same regulations. There's a spec series, so rather than cars being in different chassis, different types of things, it's all in the mix as Stephen Bartlett goes rally crossing off the road exiting Graham or Paddock Hill Bend up towards Druid, so he gets back on the road. That is Richard Bartlett keeping out of the way. He's got some damage, I think, to his front headlight cover by the looks of it, but he's carrying on. Oh, and 2 cars off at once. Tim Dorr has kept it out of the gravel just. The other one that hasn't, whoa, is Richard Wood, and that was, I think, Thomas Walker going through the, no, Thomas Brown, in fact, going through the gravel, and just about missed the 2 of them going through the middle. Yeah,
that was a scary moment, wasn't it? At the moment, I think only one car still stuck in the gravel trap, that being Richard Wootton's car, but Richard Wootton and Tim Dorr were battling over 13th place. Tim, by the way, had already lost the Masters class lead before that point to Paul Tucker, so Tucker now out in front in that category. As the 3rd place battle continues on, heading for the timing line, 5.5 minutes just under to go. Yellow flags on the run into Paddock Hill Bend now. Jack Noller will be quite grateful of that, because it means Harry Storer, for now at least, can't attack him.
Definitely. It just holds it back for the moment. Of course, the yellow flags mean there's no overtaking, which means it's a bit of respite for Jack Noller in these conditions. He goes up the inside. Well, he's gone past the yellow flag, so we can now make the move. Up the inside he goes, and just as if it never happened, up in 4th place he goes now. Now, can he get himself back into 3rd and give himself that can maintain that advantage that he had coming into this race in that 3rd place scrap in the championship? They're going to head down towards Graham Hill Bend. Noller gets a good drive off the corner and pulls away. Noller's good for Pullen, who's just twitching around for traction. And here comes Harry Storer. Up the inside he goes to try and reclaim the place, but Pullen sweeps across, takes the racing line, and just about holds on. Ewan Thomas is in the mix there too, looking for an opportunity, sees it up the inside, shows the nose to Harry Storer, who just gives him the room as much as he can. He comes across to hold the place. We know there's more grip on the outside line in these conditions, off the traditional racing line, but the checkered flag's been thrown early. Checkered flag has been thrown with 4.5 minutes to go. And of course, we've still got the stranded car of Richard Wootton in the gravel trap. I wonder if that's possibly to ensure that we don't have any delays potentially for the festival races to come up, because we do have the Head Tech Historic Final coming up next for the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. So I wonder if that's the reason why we've gone early checkered flag, which is unfortunate, but we are past 75% race distance, so we can declare a result. So because of that, it now means that Thomas Langford does win the race, does take the fastest lap. Adam Sparrow is 2nd. So guess what's going to happen going into the final race? It's tied on points provisionally once again, as it was coming into the meeting. So that's 101 points. The win plus fastest lap on countback it will be. Adam Sparrow will get 2nd place, being declared on the result. And then 3rd place goes to Jack Noller in the end. So Jack Noller does get 3rd from Pullen 4th, so that will be an interesting battle for 3rd going forwards. And then Harry Storer, Ewan Thomas picks up P6. And Jake Pace, Stephen Bartlett, Adam Craig, and Angus Fender in the top 10. Again, Angus Fender, his first weekend MX5s, respectable performance so far. He's a good driver, but of course not easy for someone, like we said in Super Cup, to come into a championship like this and actually do quite well. But him in P10 looking pretty good. Ollie Alden was 11th place, Paul Tucker 12th, but it's Chris Bingham in 13th place. Thomas Walker was 14th place, although yes, he carried on 2-2-1. 15th place goes to the 33 of Jack Collins and Keith Dalton. It won't be Thomas Brown in the result, because he wasn't. No, he was running at the time with the red flag. It was Richard Wootton that was out of it. So Tim Dorr is 18th, Clive Chisnell 19th, Ozzie McLean 20th, and Graham Rumsey, Ugo Carini, who's the invitation driver from Jonathan Fieldstone, Chris Thelwell, Richard Bartlett, Simon Privet, and David Scowler in 27th place. And then the rest of the field rounded off by 28th place Richard Wootton, who won't be classified because he wasn't running at the time with the red flag, Martin Tolley, Tim Storer, and we also lost Chris Dawkins as well in the pit lane at the end, and Tim Storer was also stopped as well. So the top 3 will be stopped at the top of the pit lane for the penultimate time in 2024. And it now means effectively going into it, it's tie game once again. That couldn't make the finale for this championship any closer. We're going to have some clear up here to remove the cars before we then start our build up for the historic final for the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy here at Brands Hatch at the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival. And as the clear up from our fantastic Masters of Recovery teams continues, we get set for what's going to be one of the big races coming up. So whilst we continue that build-up and Richard Wootton's car's being recovered, let's now head down to the top of the pit lane once again with our top 3 in the penultimate Gas-Shocked Mazda MX5 race of the season at Brands Hatch. And let's hear once again from Richard John Neal.
I think we can do a little bit of walk and talk here. Let's get down. I've neglected the branding. Apologies to the club. Tom Langford, well done. Congratulations. Yeah, walk and talk here. I'll nip through first because I'm very rude. Well done, cracking win, and it kind of sets us up, doesn't it? I think the guys in the commentary box saying that it's tied on points. Let's get you all here, and yeah, tie on points going into the last race. I mean, that is pretty much atypical Mazdas.
It is typical Mazdas, and I think that's the way it's been going for a while now. All of us have been neck and neck for the whole season, really. So. Yeah, I'm thrilled with that, especially after what happened yesterday. It's amazing what a fully functioning gearbox will do. Yeah. So yeah, I'm absolutely thrilled. The team have been fantastic. AB Motorsport, my sponsors Next Wave, Mofolio, and Caesars Auto Electrical. I mean, to even be here, I'm ecstatic. It was a great win, great win.
We didn't get to see too much of you guys on the stream because there was some great battling going on behind as well. Just going to have a quick word with Adam Sparrow. Are you happy with setting that up for the... It's like the Americans do, isn't it? It's kind of like the Super Bowl, isn't it, at the end?
Yeah, well, I mean, it still keeps me in the hunt, exactly. So, yeah, it's very, very close. I think we were trading lap time towards the end. There was nothing between us, so... and then it also comes into... Traffic came into account as well towards the end. But, yeah.
That's right. In terms of a championship decider, I was just having a quick chat with Lindsay. Tom, we're going to do a little bit of a game here. I'm going to do a championship decider, totally unofficial. Rock, paper, scissors. Go on. Here we go. Let's see who's going to win the championship.
I can actually do my decision on the track as opposed to rock, paper, scissors.
This is just a bit of fun.
I never leave anything to chance, Richard.
Fair enough. OK, there we go. Well done. Or the clerk's office. Well done, guys. We look forward to the... You did a very good job there of stopping me devaluing your championship fight. Well done.
Very hard.
You do, yeah. I was just a bit of fun, but well done, guys. And Jack. So I got me Jack Warries and me Jack Nollers model up yesterday. The directors, for some reason, love you a bit.
Well, that was a weekend that happens. Definitely, yeah, Friday was tricky with the engine going. New engines in it. Not there or thereabouts, but I had a great start and put me in the fight, and then it's how wide can you make your Mazda? Luke got past me a bit, but he didn't get away, whatever reason it was, and I was like, fine, like maybe he'd try to have guys in the lead, but he didn't, so thought, right, fight back at him, going to try and get my last podium of the year, because if the afternoon's dry, it's going to be tricky with that horsepower, but we'll play the game we play, and I've got every card and to get back up here, and it's really good.
And you're going to be in the mix with these guys for the decider, which is great for us. I mean, superb viewing, I think, coming up.
Well, if I get in the lead off of the start, it might be the world's slowest race for the win, as I'll do my absolute best, but who knows?
Great championship, though, isn't it? And for it to go to the wire is fantastic for all the people that have followed it and worked in it all season.
Yeah, thank you very much. But yeah, it's been great to have all the guys in the team. I've got so many friends and family, and my fiance with me, and everything like that all here. Like, I've got so many people to support, and it's been such a close year all so far. It's a shame that I'm not quite there on the final round, but we've all taken our fair share of wins, and we've all gone backwards and forwards, up and down, around and around. But yeah, whoever wins it works bloody hard to win it, and down to those two now, I think.
Nice one, Jack. We've done P3. Congratulations, Zach. Good to see you. I was going to go back to Adam Sparrow, but we'll nip back to Tom. And yeah, jokes aside, it's going to be a nail biter. How do you cope with the nerves going? Will you have nerves, or you look pretty cool most of the time when we interview you down here?
I mean, all of us are going to have nerves. However, we've just got to get on with it. It's a Mazda race. It's going to be close. Winner takes all. That's been my mentality coming into this weekend. I have no drop scores to lose, so I've got nothing to lose. So me and Adam have fight it out.
A quick word with Adam as well. Can we do the boxing square off? If you're not going to do the, come on, let's have a shot.
How much time have
Let's have a shot. No, we're all right. Let's have the shot for the camera here. The boxing one. Come on, let's do it. Come on, just for the viewers. It's good. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Well, thank you, guys. Thank you for indulging me. Appreciate that. And I'll have a quick word with Adam as well. You guys are great sports. Absolutely fantastic. You've got a proper podium to do, which we'll do in a minute. But nerves affect you?
I mean, a little bit. I mean, I'm cool as soon as we get on track, cool as anything. But yeah, nerves are before and after you do start to feel them, even if I've been in this position in karting before. So, but yeah.
Nice one. Good luck, and thanks for being a sport with us down here on the podium. So we're going to go. I'm going this way, Laura, because we've got engines revving up, as you can see, coming out of the holding area for the HeadTech Brian Jones Memorial Historic Final. We're not going to be able to talk to you from the holding area, but Andy and Scott will have the grid for you in just a couple of moments.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, the first of the two big races in the Gerrit Van Kouwen anniversary Formula Ford Festival. This is it. This is one of the big ones. It is the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy up for grabs for the fourth time in its running, because we've had 3 different winners. We've had, of course, I've got to remember this now, I think Cam Jackson's won it, Matt Rivette's won it, and also last year's Richard Higgins. We now line up for the 4th time for the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy for the historic final, sponsored by HeadTech. And there are some very prominent historic racers at the front of the field. There's some very good cars. I think at least anyone from the front 4, at least, have a really good shot of winning this, considering they're all very quick drivers throughout the main festival as well. We'll go to the grid very shortly, but what's quite impressive as well, Andy, on this one is that we've got a full grid of 30 cars plus 2 reserves in this one. So it just shows how much the historic cars are really coming to prominence here, and in some greatly well turned out cars, which I'm certain may also be contenders, at least some of them, that hasn't been advanced already, for the GVK 200 Best Retro Livery Award, sponsored by Autoclim. Some great cars, some good retro liveries here on the mix as well, original or tributes, and I think given some of the races that we've got on here as well, this could actually be a really spectacular final with lots of contenders in here to make a good race and potentially find us a fourth different Brian Jones race winner.
It's been one of the highlights of the event, really. The last few years, this for me is always a good race. They may be the old cars in the entry, but they are still capable of providing some good racing. And we were just discussing off mic, whilst Rich was interviewing our podium finishers from the previous race, who we think could be contenders in this one. There is a fairly long list, really, of drivers who I think could be mixing in at the front. Obviously, you look to the likes of Tom MacArthur and Richard Higgins on the front row as the favourites, maybe, but now that it's a lot wetter than it was yesterday, certainly, I think we could see a few more of those much older cars from further back really running well. Rick Morris qualified well, didn't he, yesterday for his heat. He starts 8th on the grid, so expect good things from him, really. Spoke to Peter Daly as well yesterday. He said he was enjoying it in the wet, said he was busy, but he was enjoying himself, and felt like he could maybe get stuck in today as well. He'll be coming from 16th, of course, a former front runner in this very race over previous years. So yeah, should be an interesting one. 15 laps the distance, and it's now all about winning. If you don't win, then you take nothing from this race, so expect some pretty fierce competition at the front.
Certainly so. The green flag flies then as the cars head off onto the formation lap for this, the historic final sponsored by HeadTech for the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival. So away they go then, a fantastic mix of cars across all the 4 super classic classes, A, B, C and D. And again, regardless of the age of the car, I've always said, if the car's set up good, the engine's good and the driver's good, regardless of your age of car, any age of Formula 4 can be up there challenging for the victory. A case in point, of course, particularly in qualifying, was the likes of Rick Morris and his Royal RP29. He's a veteran of Formula Ford racing and the festival. And he said yesterday, he was also talking in the Saturday evening quick Q&A session in the Kensington last night, he said that his car was really well suited to the wet conditions. He has wet conditions here, so possibly he could be a dark horse starting back from 8th on the grid. Here's how we line up then. It is Tom MacArthur, who has missed out on the last couple of years, getting close but not quite in the mix, and he will hope to try and put that right and take the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy for himself. He starts on pole alongside the defending historic final winner, Richard Higgins, on the front row of the grid. Darwin Smith and Tom Hawkins then come next on the second row of the grid. Tom Hawkins, the Super Classic A-Class winner in the Super Classic Pre-99 Championship. Andy Charsley in the historic final in his 1992 race. He's alongside Sam Harrison, a historic Formula 1 Ford racer who's quite prominent. He starts in P6. Australian Peter Lucas alongside veteran Rick Morris in P8, Dan Renner Larsen from Norway, and Alex Ames, who could be a dark horse. He's also been pretty quick in his camel liveried machine. Will Liston, who had a bit of a rough luck towards the end of the second semi-final he was in, he starts 11th alongside Sam Street, who was contending for the victory last year, but then rode over the back of Richard Higgins' car, and that put him out of contention there. Stuart Kestenbaum, another veteran, in 13th, ahead of Oliver Buckton, the class Super Classic D champion, class winner in Super Classic Pre-99 this year. Jonathan Barnes, Peter Daly, 2020 historic final winner, starts back in 16th in car 61. Matt Sturmer and Ben Hadfield then come next from Alan Slater and Innes Hickman to round out the top 20, followed by Colin Williams and Jonathan Nash, with Don Boyack and Stephen O'Connor, who went for a spin in his semi-final in the wet early on in 24th. We then go to Phil Atwood and James Buckton, Ben Powney and Gaius Ginn, followed by Tim Fitzgerald and Sigbjorn Melum in the wonderfully liveried Marlborough-esque liveried cut of Formula Ford. He starts right at the back in 30. We did also have 2 reserves on the grid as well, incredibly. So 32 cars in total, but they couldn't make it, and that was cars 97 and 87, which I'll very quickly look up in the entry list, which were, drum roll please, 97, 87. 97 was a late entry, I think, but 87 was Ian Jerry, who's in the Eldon Faulkner, so we'll see what he can do from that one. We've got Alex Ames' car stopped, and he was just pointing out there as well. So unfortunately, Alex Ames' car has been pulled off the road onto the runoff area, unfortunately. So unfortunately, he will not take the start. And I think if it was dry, we'd have a much more packed Transdam. But I don't blame people for wanting to watch from the dry.
Yes, not the best day for spectating trackside, is it really? But hey, those fans who are here, I'm sure, will be enjoying the racing. Of course, one of the great things about Brands Hatch, certainly down on the South Bank, is you have the option of sitting in your car and enjoying the racing. So stick the windscreen wipers and the heaters on, and you can still get a cracking view of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. We haven't really got much of a view out of our commentary box window anymore, I'm afraid. It's very misty, very wet, very gloomy. But there you can see a good group of spectators, hardy spectators, out on the banks and enjoying their day, I'm sure. Very much looking forward to getting back in the warm and the dry later on, but they wouldn't want to miss this. One of the highlights of the festival weekend, as Scott was quite rightly saying. And despite losing Alex Ames from the start of the race, we are still going to have a healthy grid, a competitive grid of cars set to do battle over 15 laps. It's Tom MacArthur and Richard Higgins on the front row, Darwin Smith and Tom Hawkins row 2, Andy Charsley and Sam Harris on row 3. There is the number 24 car pulling into position. That's Jonathan Barnes a bit further down the order alongside him, Peter Daly, who we'll definitely be keeping an eye on, hoping for good things from Peter. Fires are up at the moment to try and keep as much cool, fresh air coming in as possible, but the grid, Scott, almost formed and we're ready to go racing.
Last couple of cars getting into position then. So 15 laps, 30 runners, and one person who can take away the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy as the lights go out and we are underway for the historic final for 2024 at the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula 4 Festival. Down towards turn 1 they go for the first time. A cracking start for Darwin Smith from the third row of the grid, second row of the grid. He's up into the lead off the road. I think that's that Tom MacArthur up the road. It might well be. Off the road, I think it's Tom MacArthur, the pole sitter. And again, for the third festival in a row in the historic final, he has absolutely rotten luck. He was involved in an incident with Matt Rivett in 2022. He spun out of the lead in 2023. Now, he has to go all again from the back of the field, I think. We'll see the orders as they come through Druids. And now up through Graham Hill Bend for the first time. It's Darwin Smith who leads the way. It's Andy Charsley in second place. What a start from Andy from what was the third row of the grid in 5th position. It's third place for Richard Higgins. And Andy Charsley has a huge moment going towards Surtees. Holds on to it somehow. And he's slithering around. He might be off the road going towards Surtees. We'll keep an eye on that one. And up through the road, the loses a place as Tom Hawkins goes up the inside of Charsley, who runs wide through. That's Clearways, McLaren, and then Clark. But Darwin Smith with a rocket getaway from the second row of the grid, absolutely catapulting himself to the front. Tom Hawkins is going with him, and I think it was Tom MacArthur from pole position for the third year in a row. His luck takes an absolutely massive nosedive in the early stages of this race before it's even really begun.
Rick Morris there on the inside of Richard Higgins. That's for 4th position now. So Rick Morris into P4. He's going well as we expected in these conditions. But I'll tell you what, Tom Hawkins has got some confidence. That was a really bold move on the inside of Andy Charsley for 2nd place up at Clearways. He got the car stopped and still got off the corner pretty well. So keep an eye on Tom Hawkins. He might well be able to take the fight here to Darwin Smith. We'll see whether that 1.5 second gap comes down. Well, out the window, I can tell you it already is. Look at that. That is not 1.5 seconds anymore. So Tom Hawkins going after Darwin Smith very much. We have a race on our hands between those two, with Charsley in 3rd and Rick Morris up into 4th place, knocking on the door of a podium.
How much of an amazing story with that being these wet conditions for him to get a podium at least in this historic final. He said to us this car was great in wet conditions. He's proving it at this point. He's also got competition from Richard Higgins and Sam Street, Samuel Harrison. Behind off the road's gone Melly Zhang in car 97, so she is right at the back of the field. She's the American rookie who is in her first weekend in this car. She started away, but she was one of the reserves, actually. She made it in after one of the reserves.
She was in the pit lane, yeah.
She was in the pit lane and actually got going because one of the cars that was set to go didn't actually make it, so we'll see whether it might have been. It might have been Sigbjorn Malem. He did start one of the races from the pit lane earlier on yesterday. The duel is on at the front of the field for the win in the historic final. We're on to lap 3 now. Darwin Smith leads the way off the road, not for the first time this weekend. It's gone Colin Williams, so he's back on the road after his spin. I think that's his 3rd of the weekend so far, at least in racing conditions. So Andy Charsley holding on to 3rd place. Again, there's stories here left, right and centre. If Charsley gets on the podium, if Rick Morris gets on the podium, if Higgins misses out on winning it again for the 2nd time, as the top two come across a sort of wandering Melly Zhang as she recovers back on the road after her spin. And they're all taking the deep line in. Rick Morris has slipped a little bit too deep, and that's lost in places to both Richard Higgins and Sam Harrison. He'll come with a threat now, I think, just behind from Sam Street. And also Will Liston, we should point out, started back in 11th after he had that mishap in semi-final 2, and he's now up into 8th position. So the Australian who took 2 victories here in the drive, battling this man on the left, Tom Hawkins, for victory in the Super Classic Pre-99 Championship races here at Brands Hatch. It's an early kind of warm-up for the festival. He was very prominent there, as he was also at the season finale a few weeks ago at Silverstone. Duel on for the historic final lead then. It looks as though it's going to be between these two. So into Druids they go. And Darwin Smith then is hoping he can push on here for take the victory. Slightly tighter run through Graham Hill Bend there, which has actually helped Tom Hawkins get right under the gearbox of Darwin Smith as they come back down the straight. This is Van Diemen versus Swift towards Surtees. For 3rd place backwards, Richard Higgins has got through into a podium place off the road. I think that's that Melly Zhang again. It is, unfortunately, down at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. I fear this might be a safety car because that car is in quite prominent positions. The safety car has got its lights on and it is creeping forward. So I think we are going to get, unfortunately, a safety car in the historic final here for the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. And I'm afraid that is going to be not what we want to see, of course, in any context, but it will be and race neutralised. Now, this will benefit Richard Higgins and co, because they'll close back up again. It definitely won't benefit, for obvious reasons, Darwin Smith and Tom Hawkins. They were the pace setters. They're going to have to try and rebuild this gap all over again once we get going once more. And we never like to see safety cars purposely, but nonetheless, in these conditions that are still quite tough, still quite wet, still quite windy out there as well. But up until that point, it really was the Darwin Smith and Tom Hawkins show, running away with it, and all the action behind was for deciding who gets the final podium spot.
Yeah, I think maybe Darwin won't be too angry because it actually gives Darwin an opportunity really to just take a breath and just sort of relax a little bit. The pressure that Tom Hawkins was really starting to apply there was perhaps starting to show. You really felt like a move was maybe imminent from the 2nd place man, but Darwin Smith now has a chance just to catch his breath and just plan his attack for the restart. Takes a few laps away as well from Tom Hawkins to launch a challenge. It also might apply a bit of pressure now to Tom as well because Richard Higgins into 3rd position now, was on the front row, remember, so he is quick. He's good in these conditions as well. Lost some ground at the very start of the race, but might now be able to put some pressure onto the 2nd place man. So I wouldn't say it's all bad for the race leader, but certainly Tom Hawkins, he was starting to get into his groove, starting to build that challenge towards the race leader, and you really do feel that he would not really have been particularly happy to see the Jaguar safety car out on track. So we'll see what happens upon the restart. There is Melly Zhang's car being attended to. don't think she's particularly enjoyed her historic final. Of course, she didn't get a green flag lap either. There's no heat in the tyres. Starting from the pit lane, she hadn't had a chance to scope out the conditions. A very difficult thing to do is starting from the pit lane, especially in these kind of conditions. But the Paddock Hill Bend marshals, they'll be well versed in how to get a car out of that gravel trap quickly. So hopefully the delay won't be too lengthy.
Fingers crossed. And they can quickly get it out, and we can get back to racing as soon as possible in this historic final. Again, sponsored by HeadTech. Big thanks to the Moors and to everyone involved in HeadTech in that company for sponsoring once again. They sponsored the main final last year. Good to have them back as their support for the festival once again, particularly this kind of landmark festival being true for Gerrit Van Kouwen. Now, just spotted there, Tom MacArthur in car 217. He was the one that went tracking through the gravel from pole position at the start of the race. The timing screen tells me that he's currently sat at the moment in 13th. So he's climbed up nicely, and his best lap time is a 1:04.730. So he's mid-pack at the moment. He can maybe get himself into the top 10 or get near a top 5 if he continues this route. It just depends on how well his car is in these wet conditions, but also as well how quickly he can make his way through the traffic. He's just middle of shot in car 217 behind number 37, Ben Pownley. There he goes at the bottom of the screen. And again, just doesn't have any luck in this historic final. He spun out of a lead in one year, I think it was last year. The year before that, he was involved with Tom McCart, with Ben, I forget his name though, Matt Rivette, who'd won it the first time, and that is really frightening accident up at Paddock Hill Bend in 2022. Just doesn't have any luck in this race at all, and unfortunately, the curse of the historic final has crept up once again for Tom.
Yes, it has, but, you know, it's one of those events, isn't it, where it all builds up to one race, one moment. He's on pole position. It's easy to see how the pressure can get to you. Not that I'm necessarily saying that's what happened, but it was a mistake. He carried a bit too much speed into Paddock Hill Bend, off into the gravel trap he went, and unfortunately, unlike your standard race weekend, where you might have 2 or even 3 races over the course of the weekend, if one race goes wrong, then that's fine, you've got other chances, but here you don't, so that sort of exaggerates any mistakes that are made by drivers or issues that they have. The safety car probably benefits him a little bit though, gives him half a chance of picking a few more positions up, but we'll have to wait and see how much racing he actually gets. I reckon it's going to be at least one more lap after this one, because Melly Zhang's car is going to drive off now under its own steam. They need to get the recovery truck, of course, out of the way, get the marshals out of the way, sweep the gravel out of the way, and the lights would normally have gone off on the safety car halfway down the Cooper Straight. Well, it's halfway down the Cooper Straight now, and the lights are still on. So one more lap, I think, Scott, before we go racing. I think
I'd agree with that. Yeah, Melly Zhang's car, she stayed in the car, so effectively, so as long as she stays in the car, she can rejoin the race, which is the key thing. If you get out of the car, then you have to obviously vacate the race, and therefore you can't restart again. So she kind of did the right thing. She wants to carry on, which is sit in the car. She's probably told by the marshals, don't get out. We can drag you around so you're in a position to rejoin, and then she's managed to get back under her own steam. So I think you're absolutely right. At the end of the next lap coming up, which is lap 8, which means we'll have 7 laps still to go at the start of lap 9 to decide who wins the historic final. Of course, the trophy, they go on to win. It's the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy, named after the voice of Brands Hatch himself, who we dearly missed. We lost him at the beginning of 2021, sadly, which of course was the year of the 50th Formula Ford Festival. That's when it was introduced, and of course we've had Matt Rivette in 2021, we had Cam Jackson in 2022, and Richard Higgins, who's in this race currently in 3rd place, winning it last year. Richard did a few Super Classic Formula Ford Championship races last year, didn't feature this year, interestingly enough, but he has kind of saved himself for the festival. He's gone to go for be the first, repeat winner of it. It's only been run 3 times. This is the 4th running for this historic final for this trophy, and we'll see. Now, again, 2 more drivers to watch for are going to be in 4th and 6th if they can get some good pace. Andy Charsley in 4th, 5th place is going to be, 6th place is Rick Morris. Also Will Liston as well. He's up in 7th place after he started back in 11th, made up 4 spots. Doing quite good is the Australian. Going to remind you he was in that battle as the safety car lights are now off. He was in those great battles with Tom Hawkins, who's up in 2nd place here at Brands Hatch in much sunnier, brighter, warmer conditions it was, but enjoying his UK odyssey into Formula Ford racing. Good to see him across here. I'm sure he'll stick around for the Walter Hayes and other big races, and I'm sure he'll come back, hopefully, at some point next year to do some more races. This is the black car with the red and yellow stripes. I can hear engine notes coming up, which means we are pretty much, I think, getting back to a restart, and Darwin Smith has gone incredibly early. It's up at Clearways and McLaren, Clearways, and then into Clark Curve. So a good restart for Darwin, and actually it's got left Hawkins on the back foot because he's now under threat on this restart from Richard Higgins. They can't pass until they cross the timing line and take the green flag. So 7 laps to go in the historic final then. Up towards turn 1 goes Darwin Smith in the lead. Hawkins in 2nd place, Higgins 3rd, And a change for 4, because there goes Sam Harrison up the inside of Andy Charsley. So Harrison puts his car into P4 overall. And actually the second phase of that restart wasn't a great run through Paddock Hill Bend, because Hawkins was much more comfortable up the inside to reclaim that place. Looks Andy Charsley. Good to have him back at the festival. And also side by side between Rick Morris and Will Liston. I said to watch out for Will. He's up now, space on Rick Morris, up into P6. And now as he comes down through Graham Hill Bend, and actually now exiting it, here comes Tom Hawkins. A great run off the corner. Looking left, looking right, can't find a way through. Darwin Smith puts his car in the middle of the road into Surtees and holds on to the position for the time being. A little wide on the exit of Surtees, catches one of the puddles on the inside of the circuit. This really is now game on between the top two.
It is, isn't it? Tom Hawkins definitely looks more comfortable in these conditions. Sam Street straight on at Surtees, which is something Darwin Smith nearly did actually on that previous lap. Splashed wide through the puddles and over the curb, but he now is under attack again into Paddock Hill Bend. Tom Hawkins to the inside line, not quite close enough though to make the move under braking. Both are surging for the grip, two completely different lines through the corner. Darwin Smith taking the traditional wet line, which really seemed to work, actually catapulted him off the corner well, and he will hold the lead heading up the hill. In the background, Richard Higgins was a bit wide over the exit curb, and Sam Harrison closing in, whilst there is a yellow flag at the top of the hill at Druids, and there's a car off, and I have a funny feeling it's car 97.
And we can carry on uninterrupted, at least under the yellows in that part of the circuit. Still the top two, nose to tail. Darwin Smith is just tiptoeing his way through Surtees in these conditions, but Tom Hawkins just looks a little more confident, but Darwin's putting his car in all the right places at all the right times and just in the right way, frustrating Tom to try and find the long way around. Takes the wider approach exiting through Clark Curve. They both hold the same line. Richard Higgins is still third, but watch for Sam Harrison in fourth place. He's in one of the oldest cars in the field. They're probably a historic Formula Ford race that's prominent, as Meni Zhang does find the track once again and the way she goes. But now look, it's the inside line for the lead here in the historic final, but the outside line is much better for Darwin Smith. And through the gloom and through the spray, it is going to be still Darwin Smith holding on for the lead then. We are on to 5 laps to go. Lap 11 of 15 of the historic final. It's still between the top two of Darwin Smith and Tom Hawkins. The battle could be on for third also, less than a second between Richard Higgins and Sam Harrison. And also I keep an eye on Will Liston, because his lap times, he did a personal best of a 1 minute 4.238, and he's lapping quicker on the same base as both Higgins and Harrison. So in the top 5 now, Will Liston's got about roughly about 4.5 laps to do it. Could possibly do so as Meni Zhang gets a black and white flag for possibly the track limits or possibly driving standards, one of the two.
It's just a straight up black flag actually, so straight into
black
the pit
flag.
lane she'll have to come. There's a car off at Paddock. I can't see the car, I'm afraid, because it's too close to the barriers, but driver is out of car. Yellow flags will be out there for at the first corner for the foreseeable future. Takes away probably the best overtaking opportunity, certainly in these conditions, for Tom Hawkins in second place. That's not good news. He's trying the outside, but will be greeted with a yellow flag at Paddock Hill Bend. He can still, of course, try and force Darwin Smith off the ideal line, try and then make a pass up into Druids, but that didn't really work, and so Darwin Smith hangs on once again to the race lead. We may possibly have lost the 117 of Peter Lucas. I think it might be Peter who is off at Paddock Hill Bend, his name dropping down the timing tower, but the race leaders head downhill and it's still as close as ever.
We've also lost Sam Street somewhere. He's tumbling down the timing screen, so it could be him as well. Leaders make their way past Meni Zhang and put a lap on her. It's still Hawkins versus Smith for the victory here. Looking back to third place, Will Liston is on the back of Sam Harrison now, so he could be on line for fourth here. But whilst that battle's happening, Richard Higgins is getting away, but he's still way too far back to challenge these two unless something happens. We've still got, as we come to the end of this lap, 3 more to go in the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy historic final, sponsored by Head Tech here at the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival. I'm sure there's 1 or 2 cars in this field that would have raced in period, at least in the same grid or in the same festival as Gerrit. So I'm sure if he is looking down on us, I'm sure he's enjoying this race regardless of the conditions. Deeper there, again, no overtaking into Paddock Hill Bend, even past back markers. You can't overtake a single car regardless of there or not. There's Sam Street's car that's parked on the approach to Druids up the hill. Richard Higgins in the background was all over the curb on the exit, and Tom McCarthy's pitting, so unfortunately his unfortunate time in the historic final this year has come to a premature end. He's realised that he can't go any further, so unfortunately that's him having to come back another year and try and reclaim it this time. Still nose to tail between the Tom Hawkins, who this time has a better run up the inside, but Darwin Smith again has got the better run through Surtees than the line. And again, it's just Darwin Smith's not doing anything other than just simply taking his racing line and forcing it's forcing Tom to make the decision. Where does he go? How does he attack? Darwin's just taking his line, driving his race, and forcing Tom to go the long way round.
Real big slide there, though, for Darwin as they came off Clark Curve. That gives Tom Hawkins the run past the pits, but do we still have yellow flags at Paddock Hill Bend? That will be the question. He's looking up the inside line. This time, I think, commits to the move, so hopefully the yellow flags have gone in. And is Darwin Smith going to be able to hang on the outside line? Yes, just about. There's so much more grip on that high line at Paddock Hill Bend. And Darwin Smith, as Scott quite rightly says, just not putting a foot wrong, not overdriving, not defending. He knows that in these conditions there is one definitive fast line. And as long as he places his car on it, he will be fine.
That was Richard Higgins and Will Liston. So the two of them come together up at Druids Corner. Richard Higgins is not impressed by that, and Will Liston probably not either, but they've now dropped out of contention for a podium. That now gives a free pass to Sam Harrison up to third place. So they were battling and getting close. So unfortunately, two of the drivers that I picked also as favourites to win this won't even finish on the podium in the end. So unfortunately, they've come together. There's bodywork in the middle of the road at Druids as it continues to rain here. But coming on to start the last lap of the race, Darwin Smith has got a bit of more of a gap now to Tom Hawkins. Hawkins might get a slightly better run of traction through Clark Curve on the outside. But we come on to the final lap of the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy historic final. The slippery surface flag is out there. Well, it's slippery everywhere, but in particular we've got bodywork and other bits of flotsam and jetsam on the circuit after that collision. Yellow flags at the paddock, so no passing there. And they're coming up to lap a couple more cars. 19 and 63 they're coming up to lap. 19 is Innes Hickman and Matt Sturmer just behind them as well. There's the bodywork going through as Innes Hickman moves out of the way. And down the hill then for the final time, and still Tom Hawkins pushing on here. He's got half a lap to do it if he can get better traction. He's right under the gearbox, exiting Graham Hill Bend towards Surtees. One more time here down towards Paddock at Surtees. Has a look, but again Smith has got the racing line. There's nothing else Tom can do. He's putting that car right in the middle of the road. There's nowhere that Tom Hawkins can go here. Less than half a lap to go. They're coming up to put another lap back marker in there. Could he be a factor? Let's see. Smith's got a better run through the middle of the corner, but off the exit it could be better for Hawkins. Getting slightly caught up behind the back marker. That's Jonathan Nash. I think they go either side, but there's nothing Tom Hawkins can do. And so for the fourth time in its running, it's going to be Darwin Smith who will take victory, and he will be the historic final winner of the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival. He wins the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy for 2024 after a brilliantly controlled drive in these wet conditions. Really impressive stuff from start to finish on the restart. Tom Hawkins tried as hard as he could, but he couldn't sign off the year with a historic final win to add to his Super Classic A title earlier in the season. And Sam Harrison, one of the oldest cars on the grid, what a result that is for him in third. Equally impressive result. Andy Charsley fourth. Rick Morris in fifth. Those guys have still got it in those cars. Sixth and seventh, frustratingly for them equally, will be Richard Higgins and Will Liston after their contact. And then Stephen O'Connor, Ben Powney and Dan Renner Larson round out the top 10 for Peter Lucas. Peter Daly comes across unscathed in 12th. But there we go. Simply that was just a genuine textbook wet weather drive from Darwin Smith. Didn't put a foot wrong, didn't do anything wrong in terms of defending or blocking, just drove his line, drove his race, and that's what netted him to put his name on the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy to join Matt Rivette, Cam Jackson and Richard Higgins. He wins the Head Tech Historic Final at the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival. Smith wins. It's Hawkins in second place and Sam Harrison in third, from Andy Charsley and Rick Morris in the top five. Great drives from both of those two Formula Ford legends to pick up top five finishes. Richard Higgins and Will Liston survived to 6th and 7th after their contact at Druids, but it's Stephen O'Connor, Ben Powney and Dan Renner Larson in the top 10. Peter Lucas, Peter Daly, Stuart Kestenbaum, Gaius Ginn and Oliver Buckton round out the top 15 from Jonathan Barnes. James Buckton, Sigbjorn Malem, Colin Williams and Ben Hadfield in the top 20. And Alan Slater, Tim Fitzgerald, Jonathan Nash, Matthew Sturmer, Innes Hickman, Don Boyack and Phil Atwood in 27th place. We did lose a couple of cars towards the end. Tom MacArthur pitted after he started on pole, went off into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend and then was struggling ever since. Sam Street after he went off, exiting Paddock as well on the run towards Druids. And Melly Zhang had plenty of spins in her first historic final, but still came across the line in 30th and last of the runners. So our first big race of the Festival Sunday is complete. The historic final, sponsored by Head Tech at the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival, is won by Darwin Smith, and he's talking to Richard John Neal as our top three. Let's head to the top of the pit lane.
Lovely camaraderie down here in Victory Lane between Tom Hawkins in P2 and Darwin Smith, our winner. And how great it was as well, the podium completed by the Class D Eldon.
Okay.
You can't ask for much more. Brian Jones, I'm sure, would have absolutely loved every moment of that race. It was real cat and mouse. We're going to head over and try and get through the podium, try and get to talk to everybody if we can. Alan Bowles is making the presentations for the Brian Jones Historic Final. We want to thank Head Tech and the Moore family for sponsoring the event again. Thank you very much, fellas. Alan is here. Darwin, warmest congratulations.
Thank you so
Brian
much.
Jones would have thoroughly enjoyed that race. We did. That was not easy.
Yeah, it was tough. Really good start, which made life easier. And then after the safety car, some oil went down at Clearways, and it was just like ice. So yeah, delighted with that.
Many congratulations. And are you through to the main final as well?
Yes. So looking forward to that as well. We've got some changes to do on the car.
Right.
Couldn't get off Clearways, like I said, even before the oil went down, but it was absolutely, it was tricky at the end, so with the oil.
Good value for the entry fee, isn't it? The track time you get.
Yeah, for sure. Delighted to win this cup. I mean, I remember Brian Jones back when I first came to the festival in 2001, and he took me in his company in the commentary box to get some rain away from the rain. So he's a gentleman. So it was a pleasure to win it.
He was a lovely guy, and many hours spent happily listening to him in the commentary box. And you're a worthy winner of the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy.
Cheers, thank you.
We'll let Alan Bowles do the honours there with the presentation. Second position goes to Tom Hawkins. Actually, Tom's busy talking to Josh. Carry on, finish the chat, Josh. And we'll have a word with Sam Harrison. Instead, Sam, a winner in your own right, obviously the Class D winner, but getting that Eldon, that beautiful car, onto the podium, well done.
Thank you. Yeah, it was treacherous out there. The two at the front drove brilliantly and disappeared off. But then after the safety car, I had my eyes on trying to get it onto the podium, and thankfully a bit of tussle further down in front meant I could. So yeah, happy with that.
Brilliant job, well done, congratulations. We'll get you over to the overall podium in a minute as well. And let's have a word with Tom Hawkins. Tom, we spoke to you in the holding area before the first semi-final today. That was a tough race, wasn't it? And you tried everything to get past Darwin. A classic race.
Yeah, I knew. I just felt like I had the quicker pace, to be honest. But like, there was every which way I went, he had me covered off, to be honest. Like, he did drive a very good race. So. A couple of times I thought, is he going to ditch it in the gravel at Clearways? And then a couple of times I was well alongside coming into paddock, and there was yellow flags, and then it got a bit close down the back straight. But yeah, there's just no way past. He drove a very good race. So yeah.
And you did too. Thank you for both entertaining us.
Thank you very much. Cool. Thank you.
And we'll get you over to Alan Bowles to have the presentations over there. At the moment, Alan's just doing the presentations with our winner. But we can also catch up with Will Liston, who's here. Well, congratulations. A class win. I think we were looking at you maybe for a podium there, but what happened on that penultimate lap?
Yeah, I haven't seen a replay, and I don't want to get on the microphone and carry on, but
Sure.
In my view, the car to the outside of me was focused on the lapper we were getting past, and I was well and truly there, and whether he's known I'm there or not, he's turned in. So it is what it is. It's a simple mistake. It's my own fault for putting us that far back in the start. The team did just an incredible job. I made a real meal of it in the semis, and the team have gone to work for the second time this week to just put the car back together, make it perfect, and let me out here at the Formula Ford Festival, which is a dream. So I'm very thankful. I'm very frustrated in this moment, but I think given some time, I'll look back on this as one of the best weeks of my life.
I hope so, and congrats. Brian Jones will be well chuffed for you winning the Class B.
Yeah,
congratulations. We look forward to seeing you again, Will. Well done.
Yep.
And thanks for the word. So Will listed there. Will can go over and get the prize as well from Alan Bowles, who's there with Jonathan. And we need to catch up with Rick Morris as well. We saw Rick yesterday at the Q&A, which was great. I think Rick's the only driver I haven't spoken to yet on the podium. Rick, the podium. We thought it was going to be an overall podium, but it's the class win. Mega job.
Yeah, I made a couple of cock-ups, including not turning left at Sir Surtees on one lap, which was a bit of an embarrassment. We know what we've done wrong. We'll have to try and put it right now, won't we?
You will. Another race to go. Where are you starting in the final?
I'm not starting in the final, no. I'm in the, because I finished 16th in my...
I beg your pardon, it's the last chance, isn't it?
The last chance, which is in a couple of minutes' time. So
better let you get ready then.
Thank
Rick,
you.
What a pleasure, thank you. Great to interview you. First time I've interviewed Rick Morris on a podium, and I hope it's not the last. Well done, Rick. Thanks ever so much for having a chat with us. Alan Bowles is just catching up with the last couple of presentations that are going on over there. This year, thankfully, we got to interview everyone. And last year it was TCR, wasn't it? And we only managed to get to talk to our winner. But we managed to go through the car. We'll have a quick look at the podium celebrations going on with Alan Bowles over there. And our winner's getting all of the silverware. And thanks again to Head Tech and the Moore family for doing the honours with us. Loads of photo opportunities now as well. But that is the 2024 Brian Jones historic final, sponsored by Head Tech Complete. Got our first race of the weekend coming up for the Brscc Evolution Trophy, and that will be coming up in just a few moments.
We do indeed. Thank you very much, Richard, and congratulations to all the class winners and indeed the victor for 2024 for the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy and the historic final sponsored by Head Tech. Again, big thank you to Head Tech for sponsoring the historic final and supporting the festival. Once again, victory to Darwin Smith. So, as Richard rightly said, we're moving on to the one formula that we haven't seen yet today, and that is the Brscc Evolution Trophy. Essentially kind of 4 categories or series in one grid altogether. The initial concept was quite simply a question that the club asked itself, which is all these different projects that come through, these new series that come in. Simple question was, why don't we just create a new series, but 4 new series? And that's why the Evolution Trophy was born. Started last year and has had 4 series within it. It's had the Classic VW Cup, the Finsport Renault Cup, the BMW 1 Series Super Cup, which is starting to blossom a little bit with new cars coming in. We had a few of them out last weekend on the same grid as the BMW Compact Cup at Silverstone just a week ago. And the Mazda MX5 Mark IV Trophy. They all race on one grid together, all battling amongst themselves in their own respective categories, but they're all, of course, on track together. And it just gives a platform for these cars to, these grids and these projects to build, to grow, to develop, to actually race in a competitive environment and get that proper feedback. Like with the Gen 2 City car that we have in the City Car Cup, it's developing them in a racing environment. And then when they've got a big enough grid to stand on their own 2 feet and not be part of the Evolution Trophy, they're lifted out of the series, they get their own standalone grid, and a new project comes in place instead. A nice mix of cars across all 4 categories today. As you can hear, the weather conditions are not easing up a little bit. I think it has stopped raining, but it's still quite windy and blustery out there. So again, big thank you to everyone, the marshals, officials, volunteers, everyone else that's been a part of this weekend so far, not just for their hard work, the support, but for soldiering on through very mixed conditions. We had some wonderful bright autumnal sunshine yesterday. That's hopefully, if it clears up a little bit for the final, at least for the grand final, we might still get some of that later on. But nonetheless, fingers crossed we get something of a drier final so we can actually get a good race here. I'm not saying the wet won't produce one, but of course, typically, good festival finals tend to be in the dry. But fingers crossed, if we even get some damp conditions, it's a nice competitive final when we get to it later on, of course. So the Evolution Trophy, we'll go through the grid very shortly on that as well. It's good to see we've got a good mix of cars across all 4 categories. We've got predominantly the grid is made up of the Classic VW Cup contenders. We have a couple of BMW 1 Series Super Cup cars. It's kind of a essentially it's almost the rear-wheel drive equivalent of the very successful Audi TT Cup that the Brscc launched last year. And as they make their way onto the grid, the cars in this field, those cars are still developing. I said we had about 7 or 8 BMW 1 Series Super Cup cars in the grid. And that in itself means that bodes well for 2025, and hopefully there'll be more customers, more cars in build. Effectively, there's a lot of identical mechanical parts that are in the kit for the 1 Series Super Cup car that they'll also get used on the Audi TT Cup car. So essentially, within mostly one kit, you get options for front or rear wheel drive. If you want to go front wheel drive, you choose the Audi TT. If you want rear wheel drive, you go the BMW 1 Series, and that's still developing at that point as the last couple of the cars move up into position on the grid in front of us. So the grid, of course, set by the times in qualifying. And on pole position in qualifying, it was the Mazda MX5 Mark IV of former Mazda MX5 champion turned team boss, Brian Chandler. He starts in his purple and silver Mazda MX5 Mark IV on the front of the grid. He's alongside the Mark II Volkswagen Golf of Tony Absalom, who is best of the Ricci Concept Classic VW Cup cars. The rest of the field will then head off onto the slither away on the formation lap. There's not that much grip to handle as they go out there. So, as the cars run off for their first two formation laps for the first Brscc Evolution Trophy race, here is the grid then. Brian Chandler in the Mark IV MX5 starts on pole, ahead of Tony Absalom on the front row of the grid in the Mark II Golf GTI. Kerry Lewis in his Mark V Golf GTI then lines up on row 2 next to Paul Hoggins in the Audi TT. That's one of the technically Audi TT Cup spec cars. He starts in 4th. Then it's Tim Evans in another Audi TT Cup spec machine, and then Sam Hayward in the sole Finsport Renault car. He's in a Renault Megane. We usually see Renault Clios amongst the Renault Cup, but good to see them again in the mix. We can see them, start to see them a bit more commonly. Good that we have them on the grid in 6th. 7th place has gone to Adam Marshall, who's been a multiple race winner in this grid and also in the Classic VW Cup. He starts 7th alongside the invitation car of Andy Thompson in his Seat Leon. It might be a next Seat Leon Cup car, possibly. 9th place for Paul Dunningham in the first of the Audi A3s, 3 of those on the grid. And Philip O'Halloran in one of the classic TT Cup cars, the Mark 1 TTs, he starts on 10th on the grid. Kevin O'Brien 11th in the Golf, ahead of Andrew Butcher, who's sharing that car, I think, with his other half, Dawn. So that car usually driven by Dawn on the grid. That starts in 12th. Millie Hart in her first ever car race in one of the 2 BMW 1 Series Super Cup cars. A great effort actually to get 13th and to qualify ahead of Stefan Oates in 15th place. They are surrounding Gary Fletcher in the VW Corrado. Then it's Christopher Garnham and Stephen Watson in their 2 Audi A3s. At the back of the grid, the ever fantastic Mark 1 Golf GTI of Donald DeVar, who makes quite a round trip. He comes all the way from Scotland, if I'm correct, and he does have to do some mileage to come across the race here in some of the English tracks, but credit to him to come down all the way to Brands Hatch to make it on the grid. So 18 of cars, the Cars and Evolution Trophy, spanning all 4 of the categories that feature here. It's great. It's great to see that we've got plenty of good cars in the mix here. It's always a bit of a mixed bag when it comes to figuring out who's going to be the quickest on this grid, mainly because there could be cars that could be stronger in the wet, stronger in the dry. Sometimes cars might have reliability issues, might have issues that go through, but we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. Brian Chandler, of course, is a very prominent racer. Anything he drives in club racing, he's quite quick in, whether it's an MX5 or he's seen him race in a Lotus. I saw him race before ages ago, I think in GT Cup in a Porsche 911 Cup car. But Brian Chandler's certainly quite a skilled racer, and it's no surprise that he's put his MX5 on pole position. Tony Absalom, of course, best of those classic VW Cup cars. Of course, it's not just VW cars that are accepted, it's VAG, Volkswagen Audi Group cars that are accepted. So you can have Seats, you can have Audis, you can have Skodas if you want, but I haven't seen a Skoda in Classic VW Cup yet. I have a Skoda Fabia, but it's in no way state or form race condition. I need to clean it first more than anything. But the Classic VW Cup cars certainly do make up the bulk of the field. Again, we saw a brief glimpse of the 2 BMW 1 Series Super Cup cars. They do look like proper little, almost baby touring cars in some cases, but it's great to see that that car's been put together with some great help from plenty of people involved to get that car off the ground. I know SW Motorsports are involved, Gravity Performance, Garage 23 has been involved in running one of those cars. One, in fact, is run by Garage 23 and Tim Evans. Should quickly mention also, if you want to find out more about the 1 Series Super Cup and other series that Brscc run, you've got the Driven by Racing exhibition event that happens on the 16th and 17th of November. Free tickets. You don't have, it doesn't cost you anything to attend ticket-wise. You can book cars for test drives and the various Brscc championships and series. You can learn how to marshal, you can learn about scrutineering, getting involved as a clerk of the course or a coordinator or rescue units or recovery, and even pass your ARDS test, as well as other different exhibitors on there. Hey, get yourself to Silverstone, 16th and 17th of November. You can find out more information on brscc.co.uk. Before that, though, we are getting set then for our first of 2 races for the Brscc Evolution Trophy, featuring Classic VW Cup, the Finsport Renault Cup, the BMW 1 Series Super Cup, and the Mazda MX5 Mark IV Trophy. The lights go out, and we are racing for the first time at the Evolution Trophy today at Brands Hatch. It's a cracking start from the front-wheel drive Tony Absalom Golf through to the lead. He goes from the rear-wheel drive Brian Chandler Mazda MX5. That was scrabbling for traction as it went out of off the line on the inside of the front row. Through they go as they splash their way through the wet and up towards Druids for the first time. Absalom leads it. It's Chandler in second place. Side by side, a cracking start for Adam Marshall, multiple winning Classic VW Cup and in the Evolution Trophy. He's currently sat at the moment in now 3rd place at this point. The rest of the pack goes streaming through. You can see Stefan Oates in the white kind of BMW factory-coloured 1 Series. Got ahead of Millie Hart in silver and green. So she's pushing on to try and get a good start here. And now they sprint towards the left-hander at Surtees. Oh, and I heard the revs go up, and I think is that Absalom off? It is. I thought I heard the revs go up, but certainly Absalom has turned into Surtees, lost the back end, and off he goes. So incredibly, Adam Marshall, who qualified back in 7th on the grid, is now up to the lead in literally 1 lap. So cracking get away from that man in the ex-VW Cup car, the Golf GTI in that one. So out to round he goes onto the pit straight, and he continues on. So end of the first lap. Here's Adam Marshall. So Marshall leads it then. Chandler in 2nd place. Paul Dunningham's up to 3rd. Paul Dunningham started in 9th place. He's up to 3rd, make it 2nd. So the front-wheel drive cars are certainly having a better advantage here. Round the outside he goes. I dare even say it, that car might even be, yes it is, Quattro, it's 4-wheel drive, so no surprise that in the wet conditions the Quattro car is working out well. Oops, that was the more noises in the background. That was because the 85 of Philip O'Halloran in the only classic TT Cup car, the Mark 1 TT, is having a bit of a mishap there at Druids. So as that race continues on, we will wait and see how it plays out. But still, the all-wheel drive of the Quattro Audi A3 is certainly playing well. In fact, he's actually got to a lead. He's actually passed Adam Marshall. So where's Adam Marshall got to? We've lost Adam Marshall. So another car falling by the wayside, and he has not come through. So more problems for Andy. That's another kind of leader. About 3 different leaders in 2 laps, which is quite extraordinary. So it's now Paul Dunningham's Audi that leads the way. Brian Charles through all of this has just stayed in second place and hasn't really moved. It's just the cars around him that are falling off. Tim Evans is in 3rd place in the Audi TT Cup spec. Well, TT Mark II. Kerry Lewis is in 4th place, and there's like a what's that, a BTCC kind of esque looking Mark V Golf. It reminds me of the Sean Hollenby car in any case. I think it's just a body kit rather than anything else. Now there's another of the Audi A3s. I'm certain that's Quattro as well, possibly. It's the 15 of Christopher Garnham. I imagine they are all Quattro because he's putting his way through and actually catching up to these front-wheel drive cars. Typically, in these conditions, rear-wheel drive, ironically, is the worst thing that you want because with all the traction going to the rear, it's quite tricky to try and steer when you've got better options when you're in four-wheel drive or front-wheel drive. So it's no surprise to see. Well, Brian Charles doing a grand job in 2nd place anyway and pulling away from this fight. But at the moment, it's the front-wheel drive and four-wheel drive cars that are heading to the fore, which is predominantly what this grid is made up of. Battle for 3rd on, Kerry Lewis in green and white. We've then got the Christopher Garnham Audi A3 up the inside. He's looking for a position. This will be for 4th place now. They're for 3rd, in fact, because they've both got past Tim Evans. So up into 3rd then. Audi's 1st and 3rd, all the same stable. The other car which they've got in that field, which is Stephen Watson, he's back in 12. Oh, and there's contact between, that was Gary Fletcher and Tim Evans, who's gone straight into the tyres. And unfortunately, that car stationary sideways in the middle of the road. And I'm afraid that will at least be a safety car. I hate to say, if not a red flag. Tim Evans thankfully has gotten out of the car. I can see it out of the commentary box window. That's the main thing, that he's okay. But that car is laying sideways over the curb on the exit of Druids, and it wouldn't surprise me, at the very least, if we get a safety car, if not a red flag. The safety car lights have not come on just yet, but whether or not that's in too dangerous a position to even do it, yes, in fact, red flag. Race has been stopped, so that will be a restart for them. That's unfortunate. We never want to see that, of course, happen, but that was battling between Andy Thompson. Sorry, it wasn't Gary Fletcher, forgive me. It was Andy Thompson in the Seat. I've got my cars mixed up because Gary Fletcher was in a VW Corrado. So forgive me, that was a bit of a name mix-up. Andy Thompson's Seat Leon got into Tim Evans' TT, and unfortunately the Audi was the one that came off as the victim in that incident. Of course, whether there's a blame to apportion or not, we'll let the clerk of the course decide that. But the cars then get stopped on the grid. The first couple they get stopped is the Samuel Haywood Renault Megane and also the Millie Hart BMW 1 Series Super Cup car. In fact, actually at the time of the red flag, who was leading in the Super Cup cars? I was going to quickly look on the timing screen to see who it was that was in front. It was Millie Hart, in fact, so actually 11th place, actually, ahead of Stefan Oates back in 16th place. This is not bad for Millie Hart. I think she's the daughter of, if I'm correct here, forgive me if I get it wrong, Nick Hart of Hart GT. He was engineering and helping Carl Balding to his 2nd TTR title just this time last weekend at Silverstone. So, of course, invested there to give Millie her first start in a race car. And again, doing well to run just outside the top 10. This will, of course, now become on the restart a starting spot of essentially P10. And race control have already thrown out it's going to be a 10-minute restart with 1 green flag back because they're adapted to the conditions now, given that they've been running for 5 minutes. There's a rather frustrated Tim Evans trudging away. And it looks that was that actually before the incident was looking like a really lovely, clean Audi TT that his outfit put together. Gary's 23, but there's going to be some work to that car, I'm afraid, between now and the next time we see it out. So the running order at the red flag, just to showcase what we had, as we've seen. Is that one of the Audi A3s coming to the pit there? I think it is. There's going to be some clear up here to clear Evans' TT away. The running order at the time was Paul Dunningham leading the way in the Quattro Audi A3. He was leading Classic VW Cup at that point. Brian Chandler top of the Mark IV trophy in 2nd place, the only sole master Mazda MX5 Mark IV we have on the grid. Kerry Lewis was 3rd. And then Tim Evans was showing us fourth, but we can discount him now that unfortunately he's out of the race. It will be Andy Garnham who essentially will start fourth effectively, and then Andy Thompson next to the set Leon. He was the one that got together with Tim Evans in that incident. Next is Adam Marshall, who came across the line last time on that last complete lap in 7th place. So whatever happened to Adam Marshall was off camera. We didn't catch it, but something happened to Adam Marshall that saw him spin off. I'm not sure if my director can find out from any of our camera guys as to what might have happened to him, whether or not. Paul Hoggins was 8th at the time in his Audi TT. Tony Absalom, who had that spin on the first lap and went off the road at Surtees after he got a great start, beating Brian Chandler off the line. He is back in, showing his 9th on the timing screen. And then in 10th is the sole Renault Cup car. That's the Samuel Hayward Renault Megane RS that's up there classified at the moment in P10. Millie Hart 11th, who's best of the 2 BMW 1 Series Super Cup cars. Good effort from Millie in her first ever race, I remind you, which is great to see. Stephen Watson in 12th in his Audi A3. Donald Devar for the back of the grid to 13th. Then it was 14th place for O'Brien in the Golf, followed by that was Andrew Butcher in the VW Golf Mark 5. That's Don Butcher's regular race car. Then Stefan Oates in his 1 Series Super Cup car. Gary Fletcher in the VW Corrado. And then we saw the spin earlier on for Philip O'Halloran, but he's in the pit lane also, so maybe that's the car that has gone down pit lane rather than any of the Audi A3s. So the clear up of the Audi TT is underway. They've got the low loader over at the end of exit of Druid down towards Graham Hill Bend. And whilst we take a break here, of course we've still got a couple more final races of the season to come up for a couple of championships, particularly the Gas-Shocked Mazda MX5 Championship, where we provisionally look at the points, and it's essentially tied on points between Adam Sparrow and Thomas Langford. We've got the Audi MX5 Super Cup coming up, where Aidan Hills and Ollie Hall have provisionally wrapped up their titles. Now that's interesting because Paul Dunningham has come into the pit lane under the red flag. We see he's going to get a 5th now. The timing screen says 15-minute restart, but the top of the screen said it was going to be 10 minutes plus the green flag lap. So that's interesting. But Paul Dunningham has come into the pit lane. If I remember correctly from a rule I was reading before, is that you have to stop on the grid rather than come into the pit lane. So I wonder what that will mean for Paul Dunningham, whether he'll be able to, well, take the restart or not. We'll wait and see how it plays out rather than speculate too much. But in terms of the rest of the season, there's Sam Hayward enjoying himself in the Renault. And again, you see a lot of Megane, the Clio's racing course. That's quite prominent, one of the most common cars you'll see in club racing. But it's actually quite nice to see a Megane out there. We've seen a couple. There was I forget the name of the driver. I think it was Richard Owen or something along those lines. But he had a fantastic Renault Megane racing an Evolution Trophy last year, which every time he changed gear, it shot flame out of the back of the central exhaust like a fighter jet or something. It was magnificent. And we also had as well, I think it was Matt Dennis or Graham Price, one of the two, but they were in the Pure Track, one of the Pure Track Meganes that we see out there. Shout out to Pure Track also, of course, who have confirmed this week that they are going to Driven by Racing. They'll be showcasing a few of their cars that can run in Club Sport Trophy and Super Sport Endurance Cup and other series that can be eligible. But along with all their phalanx of Renault Clios that usually come out quite often, they do have a couple of Renault Meganes, and there was a blue one that they have out there which they were competing with. It's good to see that they've been out there and had a go in the Renault Cup throughout this season. And just waiting now to see how the rest of the restart will go in a moment's time. Yeah, Tim Evans' car, what I can see out of the window, from a limited vision I have, given that the most of the window I have is compensated up. That car is in the process of being loaded onto the back of the flatbed truck, so they are in the process of relieving. And again, big thank you to marshals, officials, recovery teams, everyone involved to quickly recover any incidents and get us back underway in racing as soon as possible. Quick update on where we are with the timetable, because we're currently showing that the time is just about 10 to 2. And we were ahead of time anyway, because this race was due to start literally right now at 13:51. Some drivers have a little bit of sense of humour when it comes to some of their liveries. SpongeBob SquarePants going for a ride in Kerry Lewis's Mark V Golf GTI. So we wait. As you can see, it's not so much the rain too much, it's the wind that's really picking up. You can hear it on the camera in the background. Hopefully you can hear me over it. It's quite prominent. And again, I have to give a shout out not just all the marshals and officials, but to all of our crew here that we've got here for the production team at Alpha Live. They're having to, particularly those trackside on the cameras, bless them for being out there in these really awful conditions. But again, for capturing this, the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival in all its glory so far. Still got a few more races to go to really showcase what this could be all about. Of course, this weekend is one of a number of kind of bigger events coming off to round off the 2024 Brscc season. Of course, we've still got the season finale of Fun Cup Endurance, as well as the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge and the Zero Prototype Series at Alton Park next Saturday. That's set to be live streamed as well, so if you want to catch up and see what's happening. I've heard there's going to be quite a sizable entry, in fact, what I've heard for Fun Cup Endurance Championship. They're by far their biggest of the season, so I'm really looking forward to see how that plays out. And there is mathematically as many as 7 teams that could still be in contention mathematically going into the final 2 races of the season, so be sure to watch out for that. We've also got then, a couple of days after that, for 3 days, we have the second ever Brscc Fiesta Junior Scholarship that decides who wins a funded drive in next year's Fiesta Junior Championship that's worth in excess of over £65,000, and that certainly will see someone pick up the prize and emulate Daniela Sutton, who took the first ever scholarship earlier back in February this year in 2024. This year. So still a few spots left for that. So if you've got a young junior driver aged 13 to 16 years old and you want to get involved and possibly win a funded season in the Fiesta Juniors in a Mark 7 Championship race car, then head to the Brscc website. There is a dedicated page for the scholarship. Get yourself on there and we'll be able to find out all the details. There are limited spots available left. There's only a handful of spots left if you want to take part. Again, proving popular as ever, and certainly that'll be quite a tough task for the all-star judging team, which includes head judge Josh Smith, and then I'm going to test my memory here because we also have Jade Edwards joining, involved with the judging panel for the scholarship, as well as Jack Mitchell, Danny Buxton, and Max Coates. Got that right in one, I think. So Paul, those that powers have been not be too mad at me for getting it right. So that's now coming up on the 26th, the 28th to the 30th of October on half-term week. So it's actually a good time for them to get involved. We then have a couple of weeks after that, one of my favourite events of the year, the Race of Remembrance at Anglesey, supporting Mission Motorsport. There's a really solid entry for that, nearly full in fact. Over 50 teams are entered for that competition. That should be the biggest and best ever. So some people are enjoying the condition more than others, it seems. But again, just waiting for racing to get back underway, as we all are. But then, so we don't have to wait too long, as they are lined up on the grid and ready to go. And yes, the Mission Motorsports created and supported Race of Remembrance, all run around Remembrance weekend, and that's got a really bumper entry. It's a fantastic event. It's a 3-part 12-hour endurance race where you've got lots of racing, lots of things like Supercar Saturday. You've got the Biathlon of Foolishness, which we actually record and play before the start of the race. That's always a fantastic humorous part of the event. But of course, the poignancy around the event is Remembrance Sunday, to remember those who've given their service, who are either still with us but are now veterans and out of service, but also those who sadly are no longer with us and gave their lives for the ultimate cause. And it's a way to all remember them, and of course around that, it's all centred around that remembrance service on the Sunday. 3-part race, starts on the Saturday afternoon, ends Saturday evening. It gets red flagged and the first half is over. Then the second part gets underway from 9 o'clock on Sunday morning. That gets paused at about 10:45. Everyone gathers into the pit lane to observe the Remembrance Sunday service. It's a really poignant thing. If you can get to Anglesey this weekend, or if you can get to even watch it on the stream, you'll see it's a really touching and moving and poignant way just to honour those people who gave their lives and themselves for the country and everything that we stand for in that sense. So it's a really great thing, and you're also supporting Mission Motorsport, who do an amazing job to get veterans, service leavers and ex-servicemen and women, just allow them to retrain and go back into the world of work, predominantly in automotive and motorsport sectors, and it's a really great way to do that as well. So that's on the 8th to the 10th of November, coming up at Anglesey Circuit. It's a really fantastic event. If you can get there, if not, at least tune into the live stream. Certainly one to watch as well. And of course, as we said, there's also Driven by Racing, which is taking place at Silverstone on the 16th and 17th of November. Free tickets. There's no catch. It's purely free tickets. You can go along and you can get yourself involved in race car test drives and passenger rides, but you can also find out how to get into the sport, not just as a driver, but either as a marshal, as a coordinator, or a clerk of the course, or as a scrutineer, as a I'll get it right, as a rescue unit person, part of the rescue unit team, or recovery, or even you can use it to take your ARDS test at the event, courtesy of our friends at the Motorsport School. And there's also be plenty of club partners and sponsors and exhibitors will also be there too to showcase what the Brscc does and what they have to offer as well on top of that. So that's 16th, 17th of November, and that essentially rounds off the season in terms of Brscc, and it'll all start again in around about sort of March as well. Of course, dates for 2025 are, I believe, imminent, but you'll see more news of that within the next couple of weeks, I'm certain. So, as the cars make their way off, onto the formation that once again for the restart. 10-minute restart and one single green flag lap. There is one of our camera guys who is having to brave these very wet and blustery conditions, and again, credit to them for being so hard, and they've wrapped up as warm and dry as they can. And again, just thank you to everyone again who's just making this event, despite the conditions, as enjoyable and as significant and as well run as possible. All the people within the Brscc HQ team and all the coordinators and volunteers that we have are genuinely, it's been a Herculean effort from all involved to make another festival possible. Now, Adam Marshall hasn't got away from the grid properly. He did have that problem in race 1 that dropped him from the lead to 7th, or a moment that dropped him from the lead to 7th. So as they make their way around, onto the formation lap here. And again, it will be Brian Chandler who, that's interesting because Paul Dunningham's car is at the end of the pit lane, so he won't take the restart. So, well, from the grid, because he's on the end of the pit lane, so we'll see how he gets away. But he was leading at the time, so he's obviously coming to the pit lane. And for whatever reason, has had some kind of an issue, whether because he was directed down there or went down there by mistake. But either way, that's where he'll have to start, which means that, once again, Brian Chandler will start again from, well, it's for the front row of the grid, but technically from pole position, so we'll see how he gets on there. So the last couple of cars getting into position. And we will set then for 10 minutes on the restart for this first Brscc Evolution Trophy race of the day here on Festival Sunday at Brands Hatch. The 5-second ball goes up, and now it's redemption possibly for Brian Chandler to get a better start from the front row of the grid. The red lights go on, and the first Evolution Trophy race, take 2, is underway. And this time it is a better start initially from Brian Chandler, but again he's almost beaten off the line by the front-wheel drive Golf of Kerry Lewis. A good start also for, that's Chris Garnham in the Audi A3. But look at Donald DeVar on the outside in the Mark 1 Volkswagen Golf. That's an astonishing start for Donald DeVar. He started, where was he on the grid? He started in 12th place and he got up to 2nd already. That's a lightning getaway for the Mark 1 Golf. A fantastic effort from him. Tony Amsterdam up to 4th as well. So the Mazda MX5 leads, followed by an armada of Volkswagen Golfs of various generations, and also as well at the back, Paul Dunningham wasting no time to pick off 2 or 3 cars, including his teammate, is to come out of Graham Hill Bend and down the back straight for the first time. And Donald DeVar is putting the pressure on Brian Chandler, it seems. So Brian not totally comfortable in this first lap. They tiptoe their way through Surtees, now through, I'm going to get this right now, through Surtees, through Clearways, so McLaren, Clearways and Clark Curve, and it's now rear-wheel drive Mazda versus front-wheel drive Golf, and the Golf is winning. Donald DeVar's gone from, I'm pretty sure, 12th on the grid on the restart to a lead in 1 lap. That's astonishing. Tony Amsterdam up the outside for 2nd place. Kerry Lewis is still 3rd, and Brian Chandler is being assaulted by Volkswagen Golfs. Also in there too is Chris Garnham in the Classic VW. Andy Thompson, the Seat's also there as well in 6th position. But Donald DeVar, an amazing effort. It's the older Golfs that are doing the business here so far. DeVar leads then, Amsterdam 2nd, Kerry Lewis is 3rd. No, it's Brian Chandler 3rd in fact, because Kerry Lewis didn't get in front and stay there. So he carries on. And then it will be coming down to the end of the 2nd lap, and still Mark 1 Golf versus Mark 2 Golf, which is pretty astonishing, but great to see they're getting in the mix. Now Adam Marshall, after his, I think he had to start from the back of the grid because he didn't get away from the formation lap, so he's already carving his way out through the order. Currently sat in 7th. And Kerry Lewis also now up the inside of Brian Chandler. That's now for third place to try and take him. But Kerry Lewis has a 10-second penalty. That must be for a jump start, I'm imagining. That's the only thing I can think of it might be. Meanwhile, change from a lead between the Golfs. It's now Mark 2 ahead of Mark 1. Then you've got a Mark 5 and a Mark 6 in there, and also Andy Thompson's Seat Leon. So Brian Chandler, as good as he is getting literally swamped by VW Golfs quite literally all over the place. He's now got Chris Garnham's Audi 3, lock up from Andy Thompson there in the Seat. Just about gets it stopped, turns in and turns across Chris Garnham. He kind of have nowhere to go. Off goes the Seat. And unfortunately, that's his second incident of the race. He got tangled up with Tim Evans, which caused a red flag and saw Tim Evans off into the barrier. So as he wheel spins his way back on, what could have been a good result for Andy, sees him tumble down to the back of the field. So it's almost like through the generations of Volkswagen Golf here. You've got Mark 1, Mark 2, a Mark 5, and I think a Mark 6 in here as well, all in the mix. And then you've got the Audi A3, which is of Chris Garnham. Up the inside looks Adam Marshall and Kerry Lewis, the two of them going side by side. And now down towards Paddock Hill Bend once again. So the two VWs first and second, Garnham in third. Paul Dunningham sets the fastest lap of the race in his TT. He's in 7th place. And also, I'd say Millie Hart's up at a P6. This is a great drive, but I should remind you, in her very first race ever is Millie Hart in that order. She's putting the BMW 1 Series Super Cup car to really good use. Let's see if she comes through. There she is, in silver, black and green. Can't miss her, but she's up ahead of Paul Dunningham. And Paul Dunningham, I think, with that four-wheel drive in the Quattro A3 is certainly going to pick his way through. But yeah, Brian Chandler in his wet conditions just not favouring how wet it is right now. The MX5, as quick as he is, we know how quick Brian is, so either just the setup's not working or the car's not working to his liking in general, whatever it might be, really not working in his favour at this point in time. So, coming up to less than 6 minutes to go in this first race of the weekend for the Evolution Trophy. Still Absalom, Devar, Marshall, that's the top three. Chris Garnham in the Audi is 4th. Then it's Kerry Lewis in 5th, Millie Hart in 6th. Again, for a first race, is absolutely phenomenal. And she's not that far away, in fact, from both either Chris Garnham or, well, that's Paul Dunningham coming through now. Adam Marshall sets the fastest lap of the race, but Paul Dunningham is on the charge from the pit lane. Side by side for second. Here comes Adam Marshall in his VAG Cup car. Devar takes the outside line. He might have more grip there. Oh, what's happened? That's Chris Garnham who's lost it and off the road. I think he's done it by himself. A free passage for his teammate Paul Dunningham to get through. That's another place gained for Paul. Thank you very much. He's now up to P4. And again, if there's any kind of drivetrain that you want in these conditions, it's most definitely four-wheel drive, and it's working well for Paul. There he is at the top of the screen in the black and red Audi A3. But still, these three generations of Golf holding on at the top of the lead, top of the field. And, oh, that's Paul Dunningham. I said the advantage of four-wheel drive. It's helping him on the grass, but I spoke too soon. As he glides his way through, he's more gliding rather than driving his way back onto the circuit with how wet and sodden the grass is. So all the hard work Paul put in has come to nothing. So I'll take that as a commentator's curse on that one rather than a mistake for him. So this now gives, where are we now? 4th to Chris Garnham, 5th now to Kerry Lewis, and 6th to Millie Hart. This is a great job. And again, if I'm certain with the information I had this morning, it is her very first race ever. She's got the novice cross on the back, and she's closing in on Kerry Lewis. Could it be a top 5 for Millie Hart here? She's got, of course, a good teacher and a good engineer in Nick Hart, of course. You can see the Hart GT logo on the bonnet and on the side of the car. I'm sure Millie will have had plenty of mileage too. This is really impressive in the wet conditions for Millie. Great driving so far. And she's far and away ahead of Stefan Oates, who's back in 14th place. And in the other BMW 1 Series Super Cup car. So she carries on, pushing on. And again, rear-wheel drive BMW against the front-wheel drive Golfs and the four-wheel drive. I think they're all four-wheel drive, the A3s. At least Chris Dunningham's is, because Paul Dunningham's is, because you can see that when he was coming off the road, all four wheels were spinning at once. And you can see the grip advantage he has in these conditions. You can see here, case in point, just literally on the power, much more traction, much more speed, much more grip, sails around the outside, no pun intended, with Millie Hart. That puts her down to 6th. Again, it doesn't change where she is in her own category. She'll still win the category in BMW 1 Series Super Cup within this grid. And Dunningham, he goes high, wide and handsome. Thinks, right, I've got four-wheel drive. Excuse me. Round the outside he goes to Kerry Lewis. That's put him back up to 4th. Now then, next target is his teammate Chris Garnham, who's already had an off himself once. And I've also seen Paul Dunningham has got a novice cross on the back of his car. He's done less than 6 races, so he's also a relatively new driver too, which is quite incredible. But again, it's the advantage of front-wheel drive for four-wheel drive. It's working well. Brian Chandler, meanwhile, still back in 8th. He's, of course, the only MX5 in the field, but from what was pole position in qualifying, the wet conditions are not favouring that Mark IV at all. Still, 8th place, mid-pack, but I think it's not. We don't typically tend to see Brian Chandler when he's out in anything mid-pack. He's usually towards the front, and that car is quick because we've seen it before in Club Sport Trophy races and Evolution Trophy races, so it's not a slow car. It took pole position in these conditions. So something not quite right or to Brian's liking with the setup of the car, or just the conditions not favouring it at all. I guess the point you saw behind there, he's about to be passed by both Stephen Watson and Andy Thompson as Paul Dunningham sets the fastest lap of the race. Just over 2 minutes to go. Round the outside looks Stephen Watson. Chandler tries to stand his ground, but slots in temporarily between the Audi and the Seat. And now Andy Thompson trying to force the issue up the inside. Meanwhile, Millie Hart going on the attack there. That is the 80 car of Gary Fletcher in the VW Corrado. That's come to a halt. So whether or not that will cause a premature red flag, I'm not sure. It depends on whether or not he can get that going again. Still, Andy Thompson goes round the outside, and Brian Chandler, he's trying as hard as he can, but that MX5 is not liking these wet conditions. The car seemingly not set up or just handling in these conditions to his liking. Yellow flags are out, so no overtaking, which means that Stephen Watson has to sit back in the Audi behind Millie Hart. There is Gary Fletcher's Corrado in the middle of the road, of the grass, and I imagine, given how deep it is in there, even with front-wheel drive, he's going to struggle getting out of there, I think. So he might well be. I'm anticipating an early checker flag or a red flag somewhere, because that car's not moving. It's not in a totally dangerous position, but it's inconvenient, so it might well be something. But we'll wait and see how the clerk of the course plays it. There goes Stephen Watson and Andy Thompson round the outside of Millie, and Andy fancies to go at Stephen Watson in the exit as well. And out to the Druids, the right-hander, they go back up the hill towards. Oh, and that was Andy Thompson again, loses braking into the back of Stephen Watson. Off goes the Audi. Well, it hasn't been quite a smooth race for Andy Thompson. That's kind of the third incident he's been involved in all race, unfortunately. So I think the clerk of the course might want to word with him after the race for various reasons. Here's the replay. So Andy Thompson looks to the outside. It's not for me to judge, but ultimately all we can see is that Stephen Watson moves one way, Andy Thompson tries to slot in, the two come together, and it's Watson off the road. So we'll leave it to the stewards to decide who was at fault, if anyone, for that one. Race continuing on, and the checker flag has been thrown early, as I anticipated, given the fact we have got Gary Fletcher's car stationary. So that is victory overall for Tony Absalom. So despite him spinning on the first start on lap 1, he still comes home with the victory. Adam Marshall in second place, Donald DeVar takes third from Chris Gardner and Paul Dunningham. And then Andy Thompson 6th, and a great drive on her first ever race with Millie Hart. And kudos to Millie Hart for taking 7th in the first of the 2 BMW 1 Series Super Cup cars. 8th goes to Brian Chandler, he's the sole Mark IV, and brings it home after starting on the front row both times. It's Kerry Lewis, and then he dropped back as well. What happened to Kerry Lewis? But he dropped back in the final moments of the race. Stephen Watson 10th, and Sam Hayward in the sole Renault Cup car in 11th from Andrew Butcher, Paul Hoggins, and then Stefan Oates in 14th place. And then a couple of the cars that we did lose, we lost Tim Evans, of course, after that incident in start 1. Kevin O'Brien also comes across the line in his Mark IV Golf. And also we lost Gary Fletcher after his car was parked up on the grass inside the exit of Surtees. So that's the first race for the Evolution Trophy. They'll round off the day later on after the grand final for the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival. And once we get the cars parked at the top of pit lane, I think we probably will get the winners in each of the 4 categories, I believe, if not at least the overall top 3. But I'd love to hear from Millie Hart, because that would be great to get her experience of not only being the first BMW 1 Series Super Cup car home and getting a top 10, but to do all that on her first start ever in racing is pretty impressive. I don't think that novice cross is going to stay there for long, and I think if she continues her progress, she might well be someone to watch for when we get more 1 Series Super Cup cars out in the field, because that was pretty impressive in less than ideal conditions, very treacherous out there. But to keep it on the road, pretty impressive. So next up after this one, we go back to Mazda MX5 Super Cup action. The last race of the season, both club and pro and club titles have been provisionally settled. So really this race is a little more for fun in terms of rounding off the year. So we'll see how that plays out in a few moments' time. And you can hear on the camera the wind is not abating. It's incredibly strong. But the rain, I think, it's still falling, but it's not torrential. It's kind of very light but steady rain, so I think it's better than it has been at some points earlier on today or throughout the weekend. It's the wind more than anything that's causing it to be rather blustery around Brands Hatch. The flags are going at 10 aplenty on top of the Brands Hatch building and on the pit wall as well. And it looks like that the Evolution Trophy cars have gone straight into Parc Fermé, so I'm sure that we'll have to pull some of their drivers around, but I think we'll be looking for each of the respective class winners at least, so it'll be good to hear from Tony Absalom. Of course, he had that spin on the opening lap on the first start. So just waiting for the signal to speak to Richard John Neal. There's a recovery going on. You can see just off to the left of centre. That's the Gary Fletcher VW Corrado. So whilst we wait to hear from Richard John Neal and whilst the recovery of Gary Fletcher's car continues here at Brands Hatch, we are getting set for our final MX5 Super Cup race of the season. As I said, Aidan Hill's already provisionally confirmed as Pro Class champion, and the same for Ollie Hall in Club Class. So essentially it's now just for playing for keeps in terms of the positions behind them. Second place is pretty much done for Patrick Fletcher. It's more the battle of a third really between Tom Griffiths and Joe Wiggin. 14 points between them. We're just checking to see if there'll be any change in that order. There could still be if results go Joe Wiggins' way, but he'd have to pretty much he'd have to wish that Tom Griffiths has a nightmare race and doesn't score particularly well, and instead sees Joe Wiggin go ahead and he had to pretty much win the race, but in order to overhaul him, you'd have to outscore him by at least 10 or 12 points in this race in order to make it happen. Then again, you've also got drop scores in the mix that will come in there too. So in an ideal scenario, Joe needs to pretty much win this race, and it will be 8th place or worse for Tom Griffiths to pretty much give him at least a point advantage when it coming into the at the end of the end of that one, to pretty much give him the third place in the championship. So the conditions again, hard work by everyone involved to keep soldering on despite the conditions. And whilst we contemplate those in the final Super Cup race, we can now throw down to Richard John Neal, who's at the top of the pit lane, to have a chat with our class winners and the top people from the Brscc Evolution Trophy, race number 1 here at Brands Hatch.
I think that's one of the races where I'm glad it wasn't me out there racing. There aren't too many times when we say that, but Millie Hart, congratulations. Is that your first race?
Yeah, ever. In cars, yeah.
So fantastic. That is really, really good. And obviously there was another car out there in the BMW, and we want to talk about the BMW because obviously it's what we're looking forward to seeing racing as a series on its own. So, well, first of all, tell us about the race, and we'll ask about the car in a minute.
So the plan is to run obviously with the Brscc next year as well, in the BMW Super Cup car. There'll probably be a lot of rounds. We're hoping to get quite a few more drivers involved. I think there's about 8 of us at the moment, but I think it's looking really good for next year.
We saw the cars in Club Sport last weekend at Silverstone, and they put on a nice show. And it's a great thing, isn't it, to be able to come into something like Evolution Trophy and just get the chance to show what they can do. But what about I was just saying, I wouldn't really fancy that with the very differing types of car out there. How much of an experience is that for your first car race?
I mean, going into my first one, I had no expectations whatsoever. It was literally just to experience it and obviously get a feel for the car, get used to the racing, the procedures and everything. But honestly, it's been amazing. I feel really overwhelmed.
And will it be a little bit less manic, sort of going out and just racing against the same type of car next year?
Potentially. I mean, there's some tough races out there, and they definitely kept their foot in when I probably wouldn't, it being my first race. But I'm hoping that we're going to be quite competitive next year, and for future years as well. So.
That looks pretty good. Where did you do your odds course?
I did it at Mallory Park with a guy called Peter Felix. Thank you.
Well, that paid off well. Millie, many congratulations, and what a pleasure to have done interviewed you for the... Yeah.
Yeah, can I just thank my dad for obviously getting me here all of the late nights that he's done. Love taking his food down for him, and Hansford Sensors as well. I wouldn't have been able to get here without them, and my family as well, just for supporting, and all my friends in karting as well. Yeah.
Millie, thanks ever so much. Many congratulations. Let's have a word with our FinSport Renault winner, Sam Hayward. He's going to take the trophy and the winner's hat, and we'll grab a quick word. Well done, Samuel. The hat will keep your hair dry. Make the most of your hair while you got it, mate. Take my word for that. These multi-class races and multi-machinery races can be tricky.
That's it. And this is my first race in the Evolution Trophy as well, so I have no idea what speed anybody's going to be coming up at any point. I had no idea what was going on. And I think I should invest in some proper Dunlop wet tyres. I only had the Durezas on, and I was spinning the wheels in 4th gear coming out of clearways every lap. So I had a bit of a fright at Surtees, you might have seen on the stream. Took a bit of grass at one lap, but...
That's good. Congratulations on the win. Sorry, we got cars out, so I've got to cut it short. But come back, get another podium with us next year, and we'll have a proper chat. We'll get Brian Chandler in very quickly as well. And the newest of the Mazdas. Oh, there's the pot there. It looks fantastic.
It's a pretty looking car, isn't it? Yeah, to be fair, that's all we're here doing. We just rolled it out of the back of the lorry to showcase it and get more on a grid, really.
Have you got guys talking to you, and girls now, we have to say, with Millie, of course, as well, talking to you about coming out and maybe having a play in that?
Definitely, yeah. There's 2 specs of these cars now, and we're getting them built, getting them kind of on grids and trying to get the championship going. So, yeah, they're doing all right.
Excellent. We look forward to seeing a full grid of those. Brian Chandler, always a pleasure. Thank you very much. I don't know if we haven't got Tony Absalom here. I'm going to get out of the way of the photographs, but next up it's the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 Super Cup. Championship decided in favour of Aidan Hills, obviously, with Patrick Fletcher runner-up in our earlier race, so that was mega. So now it's the end of term. They can just go out and have a little bit of fun such as it is on a wet track, and that's coming up in just a couple of moments.
Many thanks, Richard. Just for if you're hearing some noises behind the vibration, it's purely the commentary box. Apologies for that. We can't control that because it's just the vibrant wind, shall we say, that's blustering around Brands Hatch here. But we are set then for end of term then for the final race of the season for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 Super Cup. And as Richard rightly says, Pro and Club Class titles have already been provisionally wrapped up. And as we come on to the start for this one, it's been a partially reversed grid for this one, and unless my eyes deceive me, I think I've just seen who's on pole position, which will be quite interesting if she is, if that's correct. And the answer is yes, because with the partially reversed grid for the top 8 being reversed, it means that we have, I think for the first time in her career, as we go to the grid for race number 3, the final race of the season, it is Amy Watts, who is second in the club class, starting on pole, I think for the first time in her career. She has Simon Baldwin, the guest driver, alongside her on the front row of the grid. It's Will Blackwell Chambers and Tom Griffiths, one of the 2 drivers in contention for third of the championship. We'll get to that in a second, ahead of James Curtis and Patrick Fletcher, who now has to be settling for a runner-up spot in the title in Pro Class, and Ollie Allwood and our provisional Pro Class champion Aidan Hill starting back in 8th. Joe Wiggin also in contention for third in the championship. We'll talk about that in a second. Next to new provisional club class title winner Ollie Hall. And it's George Grant and Jim Barrett, ex-BMW Compact Cup race starting in P12. Followed next in 13th place by Wilbur Tiley and Kamal Kelsey, then Clive Powles and Alex Jones, Bruce Robinson and Martin Whitehouse making his first appearance at the championship this weekend, Elliot Lettis and Alistair Dendy rounding out the 20 cars that will take the start for the end of term season finale, the final race of the year for the Mazda MX5 Super Cup. And the conditions still wet, still blustery, but I think they've raced in worse. And I'll cope out there. You can see the rain is getting a little bit harder out there, but it's more the wet, it's more the wind that's blowing things up rather than the rain. So that's kind of making the conditions in terms of wet weather almost kind of worse than it look worse than they actually are, I think. But then we're not in the driving seat. We don't know exactly what the conditions are like, but we can see them perceptively. So, interesting moment for Amy Watts then. I think it's her first ever start from pole, if I believe I'm right. So that'll be intriguing to see how she gets when she's on the tilted side of the circuit. When you look at Brands Hatch, the front of the grid has essentially, you've got the higher end point on the left-hand side of the typical racing line, on the left-hand side of the circuit. It's a flatter piece of tarmac compared to the inside on pole. So it's not always easy to get a good start away from pole position, ironically, given that the outside of that front row has a better launch pad, shall we say, in terms of its track surface. So we'll see just how Simon Baldwin gets away. Amy Watts can get in front. She might well have a good start. She's running pretty well in the top 10. Of course, got two class wins, 6 in total this season. Got her first one at Silverstone at the start of the season, then took all 3 at Snetterton last time out, earlier in the season, next time out. And then 2 here this weekend so far. She can do another clean sweep. Will be 7 for the season. That might set her up really nicely if she comes back for her 3rd season. But we'll see how she gets on, and we'll find out how she gets away from pole position. 5-second board is up. Red lights are on, and for the final time in 2024, the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 Super Cup bursts into life one more time, and actually it's a really good start. Actually, better start from Amy Watts from pole. Get away from number 9, down towards turn 1 for the first time. Blackwell Chambers in second place. Baldwin still down to third. Aidan Hills, the new provisional champion, not hanging around at all from 8th to 3rd, maybe 2nd on the outside line towards Druid. He's going to go for the lead. It's 3 abreast and towards Druid now. Amy in the middle. Either side go Blackwell Chambers and Hills. WBC goes to the lead. Amy Watts is in second, make it 3rd, because through goes Simon Baldwin. And Aidan Hills was shut out in that move, so he couldn't get up to 4th, and he stays there ahead of Griffiths, Cousins and Allwood, and Fletcher's down to 8th position. So all Blackwell Chambers then, former Pro Class champion in 2022, hits the front. Simon Baldwin in second place. To the inside, you can see further back Patrick Fletcher going past both Tom Griffiths and almost Ollie Allwood. Through Surtees they go. And Amy Watts going back up the inside for second place at Simon Baldwin. Impressive stuff for her. And round the outside, looking to take that 3rd place is James Cousins. He'll have more grip, more traction, more power on the outside, and through he goes. Aidan Hills follows and gets very close on the inside. Amy Watts is a slightly sitting duck here in these wet conditions, but she's soldiering on. Across the line they go. So Blackwell Chambers leads. Cousins second. Aidan Hills in 3rd. Ollie Allwood is 4th. Amy Watts came across the line in 5th, still ahead of Patrick Fletcher, and staying there. So she's still in 5th, 6th position. Someone's got I think Simon Baldwin's got a dodgy transponder because he hasn't come through on the timing screen, but he's definitely second. So watch for that to pop up back into the timing screen in a second. But through Druids they go in the wet conditions. And Aidan Hills, of course, is a former junior rallycross star, former junior rallycross champion. Knows all about what it's like to cope with slippery conditions with minimal traction, given the multi-surface format of rallycross. He's no stranger to having to handle a car with little grip. There is Simon Baldwin popping back into the timings table after he's been slotted in manually. And so, yeah, Amy Watts holding her own here ahead of Patrick Fletcher. So in this group and keeping with the leading group here, it's impressive stuff from Amy so far. All Blackwell Chambers pulling away then already in these early stages. Remember, Simon Baldwin doesn't score points. So it's essentially James Cousins will get the points for second place. It's wheel to wheel between Aidan Hills and Ollie Allwood, and behind them it was 3 abreast between Amy Watts, Patrick Fletcher and Tom Griffiths. Still around the outside looks Ollie Allwood. He loves that outside line if he can hold it. They'll be on the curb on the outside, which Aidan Hills shows him, and he has to slide back in behind the new 2-time provisional champion. Oh, Patrick Fletcher's off the road. Well, that's not the way he wants to end becoming vice champion provisionally for the season, but he's off the road at Paddock Hill Bend. He was battling with Amy Watts. We're not suggesting anything, of course, but last time we saw them, they were very close together. Now, the big question in that situation is, did he jump or was he pushed? We'll see either way. And there's arms out the cockpit, because I think we might be about to go safety car. Hasn't turned up on the timing screen yet, but usually the arms at the cockpit. Yes, indeed, there it goes. Safety car's been deployed, and it neutralises the race up to this point. So, we'll take stock of where we are. And unfortunately, that is not the way Patrick Fletcher nor the Luke Herbert racing team wants to see his season end, I'm afraid. He missed out on the title. Very prominent driver, of course, and well-deserved vice champion status provisionally, but to end his season in a gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend is not how he wanted to close off 2024. So all Blackwell Chambers under safety car leads the race. We'll take stock of where we are in the running order. Blackwell Chambers leads. It is Simon Baldwin, who, despite him going down the timing table, is still second in the black car number 68. It is then Ollie Allwood in 3rd place, Aidan Hills 4th. Amy Watts is now showing as, well, she should be 6th, but she's showing a 5th position at the moment because Simon Baldwin needs to be reinserted back into the timing tower. So it's actually Cousins 3rd, Allwood 4th, Hills 5th, Watts in 6th. Of course, Watts also leads the club class as a result. It'll then be Tom Griffiths 7th, Ollie Hall 8th, of course the new provisional club class champion. And then it's Will Batali 9th and Joe Wiggin in 10th. So at the moment, this is very much advantage Griffiths because he's ahead of Wiggin at the moment. So ultimately, this would be essentially him closing in on 3rd place in the championship provisionally. The recovery of Patrick Fletcher's car is quickly underway. The snatch vehicle is there, so good work again by the rescue teams and the marshals. You can just see at the top of the shot there, the yellow snatch vehicle is just hooking up to the back of Patrick Fletcher's car that's been beached in the Paddock Hill Bend gravel trap. And they make their way around to complete another lap behind the Jaguar RunYourFleet.com XF Sport Brake safety car. It's had a little bit of work today with various incidents and goings on throughout the day. Looking at the timetable that's left, we've still got essentially 2 more races before we get to a brief tea break, and then the main event, the GVK Anniversary Formula Ford Festival Grand Final, which of course is sponsored by, which is dedicated to the man himself, Gerrit Van Kouwen. And looking forward to that. We've still got the last chance race to come, and then the final Gas Shocks Mazda MX5 Championship race. And then there's a brief tea break that's been put into the schedule to give the Masters a very quick respite, but also chance for anyone particular that went into the last chance race and got through as one of the top 6 spots going through, the chance to quickly get back around, sort their car out and give it a quick once over to make sure it's all good, and then make their way to assembly area so they can get themselves sorted onto the back of the grid for the grand final. Now Patrick Fletcher's car has been recovered from the gravel trap and he has got it going again. I think he's very kindly and considerately dumping any gravel that was lodged in that car when he went off the racing line, which is actually quite thoughtful and actually good driving from Patrick Fletcher. So good thinking from him to keep it so clean. You can hear in my ears as well all the gravel just dispersing and leaving his MX5 as he's got out the gravel trap, so he'll be carrying on. Now, given the fact that I think we're going to go racing this time by because the safety car disappeared off screen, and I believe, considering that Will Blackwell Chambers is stacking up the pack, that the safety car lights are out, which means we are set to go racing once again in this season finale, the final race of the year for the MX5 Super Cup. And Will Blackwell Chambers, who takes the role of safety car, thinks, right, time to get going again, puts his foot down, and away we go. So just under 30.5 minutes to go in the final race of the season. Tom Griffith struggling for traction on the exit through Clark Curve. A couple more drivers wiggling their way onto the pit straight. But it is Blackwell Chambers who leads. Cousins, again, Baldwin in second place. Hills is going for third on his teammates. James Cousins round the outside. Still Allwood in 5th. Amy Watson 6th, the club class leader. Starting from pole. 7th place for Griffiths. 8th for Ollie Hall. 9th for Wilbur Tiley. And 10th for Joe Wiggin. I'm sure Aidan Hills would love to end with at least a podium, if not a victory. But of course, this is pretty much for bragging rights now. Essentially, the provisional titles have all been settled already. I think Ollie Allwood as well, I'm certain, is by far and away the Masters class winner as well. So that's something he can take away from the season. I think he came to the weekend over 100 points ahead. So pretty much that was his, really, not even to lose. I think he pretty much had that advantage sewn up. Oh, and Ollie Allwood just got into the side of James Cousins. And again, they both tangle off the road they go. I think that was Allwood trying to get up the inside through the first part of Surtees. Cousins didn't want to give him the room, and because of that, it's now left James Cousins' car parked to the outside of the circuit, possibly with damage and out of the race, unless he can get it going again. And the one person that's benefited through all of that, incredibly, well, 2 people that's benefited. One is Amy Watts, and the other one is Ollie Hall, who's now up the mix now. Amy Watts is now showing us in should be P4, because Simon Baldwin's in there. Tom Griffiths goes round the outside, and yes, takes the position up to P5. Allwood in there too. He dropped back a couple of places, side by side between Hills and Baldwin. There was a little kiss of front wings there through the apex of Druids, but into second goes Aidan Hills, then chasing after Will Blackwell Chambers in the wet. The conditions not really abating here too much. It's still wet, but there's still rain falling, but there's different intensities. It's either hard or it's loosening up a little bit and getting a bit lighter, but either way, the circuit's still pretty wet, and arms out the cockpit suggest, are we going safety car again? We are, I think, in a second, because well, James Cousins' car is now, it's yellow flags, so James Cousins' car is now off the circuit, so that's the reason why we're not going safety car, thankfully. As Amy Watts tries to defend from Ollie Allwood, but the traction he's on the outside line means all he can do is breeze past with a little flick of the tail, and through he goes into what is now 6th position. And again, ignore the fact that Simon Baldwin's going down the timing screen. It's just a transponder issue for him. He is definitely in second place. And the next car that's coming up to challenge Amy is, of all people, the new club class provisional champion, Ollie Hall. But at least this performance will still cement second place in the class for Amy. Through Druids. It's now Tom Griffiths' turn to put Simon Baldwin under pressure. The rest of the pack goes streaming through. Yeah, Amy Watts now falling into the clutches of her main rival for the club class title. She's got backup coming in the form of Wilbur Tiley just behind her, and Ollie Hall. Here's the main battle though, towards the front of the field. It's Baldwin, Griffiths and Allwood, separated by about 2 seconds or so. That's not 2 seconds though. It was over the line, but Griffiths now getting a move on here. And effectively, with Joe Wiggin back in, well, 9th, but he'll score points for 8th, so that'll basically mean that really Tom Griffiths being ahead will effectively put 3rd place out of reach if he stays where he is, although Ollie Allwood's not helping his cause. Through he goes and sets the fastest lap of the race in the process. He actually pinches a fastest lap point as well for the time being. Follows Baldwin's line going to the wider run through Paddock Hill Bend. Tighter exit for Griffiths, and here comes Allwood. He's getting very feisty up the inside. He goes to Simon Baldwin. These two have clashed before in Mark 1s. And of course, continuing that in Super Cup, around the outside looks Tom Griffiths. Wherever you look with these three, there's always something going on. Quickly check in with what's going with the leaders, and Aidan Hills is lapping quicker than Will Blackwell Chambers. The last lap he was about 3/10 quicker and got the gap down to 1.6 seconds. We've still got plenty of time, 9 minutes to go to try and close in. Ollie Allwood, meanwhile, up into 3rd, and Tom Griffiths did complete that move. He's down to P4. Simon Baldwin 5th, and then it will be Ollie Hall up to 6th now, so he's past Amy Watts. Watts down to 7th place ahead of her teammate Will Batiley. Joe Wiggin in 9th, and then George Grant running up the top 10. Shout out to George as well. Good effort for him to get in the top 10. He is running, in terms of these point-scoring pro-class cars, he is 6th, which is good to see. Side by side between the two Patrick Watts Racing teammates. Down the outside looks Will Batiley, and I imagine that whatever setup Amy's got on there is not quite working, or at least if it is working, it's not working well enough. If it's a full wet setup for the conditions. But soldiering on. And just dropping backwards. Ooh, and Wilbur kind of hesitated under brakes there, turning into the apex, but it crossed up and actually forced Amy to back out of it, and she had to kind of check up a little bit to avoid clipping her teammate. She then looks back up the inside into Graham Hill Bend. These two are quite at play here, I think. Teammates at play on the final race of the season. And she's got to keep an eye on her mirrors, because the next car that she might come across, going up behind her, is Joe Wiggin, so we'll keep an eye on that. Lead gap at the front has come down by another half a second. Personal best for Aidan Hills. It's done a 1 minute 4.6 compared to a 1 minute 5.0. And in fact, here it is. That's not 1.1 seconds. That's now 0.4 of a second, because Aidan Hills sets the fastest lap of the race and takes another bonus point for good measure. He wants to round off the season as provisional champion for the 2nd year in a row with a victory and the fastest lap to boot. Here he comes. Towards Druids, looks at the outside line. Blackwell Chambers defends. And he's tight enough on exit to deny Hills a switchback. But again, Hills has got so much more confidence under traction. He's so much better. That car set a bit more softer, it looks like, for rear traction to get that launch off the corner. Much more confident in these conditions. Blackwell Chambers holding station. Again, Hills just darting out, putting himself into WBC's mirrors, just thinking, right, where can I distract you? Where can I put you off? Where can I force you to miss a gear, go off the line, have a bit of a twitch somewhere, hit the throttle a bit too hard and slide wide? It's always tricky to try and outfox the other guy in front. I say it's easier to chase than be chased, because you're the one applying the pressure, and they're both scrabbling for traction, but not as much as Hills. And here he comes on the inside line. Literally the two most recent champions in Pro Class in MX5 Super Cup wheel to wheel. There was a back marker there in front of them. That was Alistair Dendy, I think. No, Bruce Robinson, in fact, in front of him. But nonetheless, change for the lead, and Aidan Hills, the provisional champion, is into the lead in P1 with the fastest lap of the race. He wants to wrap this up in style. And there's a green flag. Is it the green or blue flag? It might be blue flags from Bruce Robinson, I think. I thought there was a green flag there for someone that might have gone off and had a problem. So 6 minutes to go and change between Aidan Hills and Will Blackwell Chambers, and given that Hills has got that pace, he's already trying to put himself a couple of car lengths ahead of Will Blackwell Chambers. So through he goes. And Blackwell Chambers now turns his way up to Surtees. And oh, that's Alex Jones off the road. He's had a mixed season as Alex, but trying to find his way back onto the circuit where he can. Just about getting traction, and away he goes. So, had a couple of decent results throughout the season, but it's been slightly mixed for Alex, but I'm sure he'll come back next year to try and improve a bit more. Leaders go across the line and put him in a lap down, so there goes Ollie Allwood in 3rd place. Still Tom Griffiths in 4th, and again, comparing to where Joe Wiggin is, considering that Joe Wiggin will get points for 8th because Simon Baldwin is a guest, it's still not going to be enough. In fact, Joe Wiggin, he'll increase his gap anyway, and essentially provisionally put 3rd place in Pro Class out of reach, so that's not really going to change too much. I think also it's benefit, I think, for Clive Powell's for third in club class, and also I think in Masters as well, because he's been ahead in all 3 races of Bruce Robertson, so that will certainly help him secure, I think, third in club class, and I think second in Masters, I think, if I'm correct. We'll wait and see. Into the last 5 minutes. There's Amy Watts continuing on in 8th place. And third in class now, so she'll get a podium finish to round off. Plenty of silverware for her second season MX5 Super Cup. I remember we first discovered Ollie Hall. It was last year at Cadwell Park when he was part of the Paddock Motorsport Run Top Gear project. He came in through that. And actually, since then, has actually been quite a prominent racer. Enjoyed MX5 Super Cup and now competed a full season. And it's borne fruit because he's now been able to pick up the provisional pro class title, club class title, excuse me. Although, given the fact his pace, he could easily now move up into pro class, I reckon, if for next season, if he does choose to stay on. He's now into a battle with the guest driver, Simon Baldwin. Good to have Simon back on the grid. He was rather complimentary at the beginning of the weekend for the commentary aspect of the weekend, so I gave him thank you very much. So Simon then holding his own in 5th position now, not quite as fast as some of the regular championship contenders. And again, in the pit lane, both Alistair Dendy and Alex Jones off the spin. Oops, that's Will Battaglia off the road. That's Will Battaglia out of 2nd place in club class. That will then reinstate Amy Watts back up to P2. And I think that's taken, it's difficult to see with the rain on the camera lens. I can't see if that's taken a whack on the front or just on the rear. I think it's definitely gone in rearwards. It's hard to tell also with all the wheel tracks. It's fine on the front, just a bit of a scuff on the rear, but he's going to carry on nonetheless. It's just merely a bit of a scuff and a slightly broken left rear brake light, but apart from that, all good. This is Joe Wiggin coming under pressure from George Grant, maybe, I wonder, in P9 and 10. So car not totally working out for Joe in this last race. And looking at last lap time, yeah, George was 2/10 quicker on that last lap. So, and let's see how much quicker he is this time. Another 2/10, so he's edging closer. And of course, Will Battaglia's dropped back, so he's now into 9th place overall, and that still puts him 6th in pro class points. If we ignore Simon Baldwin, just coming to the end of this race coming through. It looks as though that we have got just under 2.5 minutes to go. Just through this bottom of shot went Simon Baldwin and Ollie Hall. This is pretty much a race where it's an end of turn race, but not much has already happened. It's pretty much been a very calm, almost unmassive, like, oh, well, as I say that, Bruce Robertson is off the road, has actually hit the tyres. It looks like either that or had some kind of a wheel failure. And given that we are 2 minutes into the last race of the season with left to go, I imagine they might well call that a race and checkered flag it, because there wouldn't be enough time at all to either put it under the safety car or indeed to restart it. So I imagine this will be a declared result in that sense, which means that Aidan Hills, by the looks of it, is on course, it seems, imminently expecting a checkered flag or a red to wrap up the 2024 season with a race victory. Blackwood Chambers has come back at him in the last couple of laps. So, and again, if we're going back and complete laps, he's still behind him in 2nd place, so we'll see how that plays out. There's George Grant in car 69, and the second of the Clapham North and Downforce Radio sponsored cars. Thanks to George, of course, and Clapham North and Downforce Radio for being 2 of our sponsors, as well as Gaz Shocks, of course, supporting the title sponsorships of the Mazda MX5 Championships this year. Valued member of the paddock is George, and his support is always valuable. Of course, these cars adorning the Clapham North and Downforce Radio logos. Of course, the Clapham North on the windscreen strips also. They are carrying on with the race so far. I genuinely was expecting possibly some kind of early stoppage, but we'll wait and see. Unless if Aidan Hills comes through now, there might be a premature checker. Aidan Hills has still got 0.4 of a second over them, and actually it's much closer now this time, because Will Blackwell Chambers is all over the back of Aidan Hills, so he either's backed off because of the yellow flags, and Blackwell Chambers has possibly gained a bit of ground as a result. Let's wait and see. Out of Graham Hill Bend, a bit better traction off the corner for Aidan Hills, and it looks like they are covering Bruce Robertson's car purely with waved yellow, so it looks like they're carrying it on to the end. If that's the case, let's see how this plays out. Still twitching around, trying to find grip is Aidan Hills. Blackwell Chambers back in the mix, and Ollie Allwood, he's actually stolen the fastest lap of the race. He's taken it on a 1 minute 4.172. So new fastest lap of the race has gone to Ollie Allwood. He gets the bonus point to round off what's been a tough start to his 2nd season in the Super Cup, but now he's back up, he got himself up properly up to speed in the second half of the season. Particularly from the Cadwell Park onwards, he's starting to find a groove with these cars now, and really come on strong, particularly in the one race we had at Donington Park, and then now here, of course, and at Cadwell when he got a podium, and on top of that, here at Brands Hatch in these wet conditions. He's not too far away, and they are letting them goes the full distance, which is credit to the officials to do that. They've covered it under waved yellows. It looks like the car is probably deep in enough in the gravel trap. It's not causing too much of an issue to do anything more than just cover it with yellow flags. So Blackwell Chambers then can race all the way to the end, and potentially in this last half a lap, if he finds a way through and forces Aidan Hills into a mistake, potentially wrap up the season with a race victory. But if he can get past Aidan or not, we'll wait and see. They tiptoe their way through Surtees. Blackwell Chambers is there. He's putting the pressure on. Could be a photo finish. And here he goes up the inside in towards McLaren and Clark Kerr, but around the outside with the better grip goes Aidan Hills, and without any traction, nothing Blackwell Chambers can do. So the provisional champion for 2 times in a row is going to be Aidan Hills, and he will do it in fine style to round off his title-winning year provisionally with a victory. The win in the final race of the season for Aidan Hills, the provisional Pro Class champion in MX5 Super Cup, victorious in style. Will Blackwell Chambers in second. Oliver Allwood again rounds off the day with another podium in third. Tom Griffiths will come home in 4th place. Or will he? No, he's 5th on the road, but 4th in point scorers. But that should be enough provisioning to give him. I know he was 4th because that was a lapped car in front of him, forgive me, because the black car behind is Simon Baldwin. So it's 4th place for Tom Griffiths, and that provisionally should also give him 3rd place in the championship in Pro Class against Joe Wiggins. So congratulations to him. Simon Baldwin comes across the guest in 5th. It's Ollie Hall in 6th. Amy Watts rounds off her final race with a 7th place finish and 2nd in class. Then Joe Wiggins 8th. George Grant 9th. He'll be happy with that, George Grant. And of course, and 6th for the Pro Class point scorers. Good effort from George. And then Kamal Kelsey rounds off his year. What could have been really, he had an incident back at Silverstone at the beginning of the season, never really recovered from it points-wise, but he's always been quite a prominent quick driver, and he was in the top 3 in points last year in club class, so I'm sure he'll be back next year to try and do better. 11th goes to Jim Barrett, 12th goes to Clive Powells, 13th place goes to Wilbur Tiley, then it's Martin Whitehouse in 14th, followed by Bruce Robinson. Of course, well, he won't be classified because he was out of the race and off at Paddock Hill Bend. And then we also had some more drivers that hit strive, so Martin Whitehouse is the final car that takes the flag. So, Aidan Hills, the provisional Pro Class champion, rounds off 2024 in the best possible way. Victory in the final race of the season for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 Super Cup. Will Blackwell Chambers takes 2nd after starting from the front of the grid. Then we have Ollie Allwood in 3rd place, Tom Griffiths 4th, who with that result should provisionally wrap up P3 in the Pro Class standings. Simon Baldwin, the guest, in 5th. Ollie Hall rounds off his provisional club class title win with a victory ahead of Amy Watts, who started on pole and finished 7th. Then it's Joe Wiggin, George Grant and Kamal Kelsey rounding out the top 10, with Jim Barrett, Clive Powells, Wilbur Tiley, who had that spin into the tyres, exiting Druids, and Martin Whitehouse, the guest driver, in 14th place. We lost Bruce Robertson into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Alex Jones came into pit lane with an issue, as did Alistair Dendy, and also we lost James Cousins early on after collision, and Patrick Fletcher early in the race after he beached it into the gravel in the early stages, fighting for position. So the MX5 Super Cup wrapped up for another season, and of course the champion provisionally, Aidan Hill, starts as he means to go on. He takes victory in the final race of the season, and here's how he felt about it and the top 3 in both pro and club. Richard John Neal in pit lane.
Congratulations to Aidan Hills. Talk about a perfect weekend.
Yeah, they don't get much better than that.
Mind you, Ollie got fastest lap, I think.
Yeah, well, to be honest, Ollie's been rapid this weekend. Even saw that on Friday. So, yeah, I think I just got the rub of the green. You know, I had a nice start. Got up to 3rd, got dropped back to 4th, but yeah, who cares? You know, come away with a hat trick's amazing. Thanks, mate. Cheers. Come away with a hat trick. You know, my home weekend with all my friends and family here. It's amazing. I had a good race with Will. You know, he came back at me at the end. I was just being really cautious with the yellow flags because the whole race, the whole point of me going out in that race was just to not do anything stupid, you know, because I didn't want to jeopardise the championship that we already won. So, yeah, amazing race. Thanks to the team. Thanks to everyone that involved. It's a nice sign-off. It's probably the last time I raced that car, so it's a nice sign-off.
Is it sold yet?
I don't know. It's not for sale anyway. It's never for sale.
All right, it goes in the Hills Garage collection.
Yeah, it'll be for hire for next year, but yeah, I won't be racing it next year. So yeah.
Well, we'd like to see you back at some point.
I might do the odd round. We've hopefully got some other plans for next season. Just got to try and sort it all out. But yeah, I've loved every minute of racing this MX5, and I've loved every minute of being in the Super Cup, and to come away with 2 championships. You know, it's
it's amazing. And obviously, it's just like I said, a credit to everyone in the team and all the support that I've got.
You've added to the quality of the champions and the double champions that we've had in Super Cup racing, Aidan, so well done.
Cheers, Richard. Nice to see you. Cheers.
Good to see you too. Many congratulations. Will Blackwell Chambers takes P2. First chance I've had to have a proper chat with you, Will. First of all, great to see you back. Obviously, you're back on the podium at Cadwell Park, but the battle of the two champions went the way of Aidan for the moment, but it is good to see you back at the sharp end.
Yeah, we didn't have much chance this year because we missed 4 rounds due to having no car, no ribs and various other bits and pieces.
How are things healing, all right?
I'm all good now. I mean, it was, 4 or 5 months off, so that kind of killed the middle of the season and took us a while to get the car back together, but, you know, GoFundMe, Massively Health, sponsors, Clapham North, Downforce Radio, and Rob Boston did a great job rebuilding the car. And, of course, my dad, for all of the efforts while I was laid in bed doing the grand total of nothing while recovering, he was still out trying to get a car together. So, yeah, it's good. And, of course, for my partner, Charlie, who looked after me when I was laid in bed doing a grand total of absolutely nothing for an awful while.
Can't do it without other halves and everyone around.
No, you need the support, otherwise, well, it doesn't make racing very fun, really, does it?
No. But a great way to, good podium and nice to catch up with you for the end of the season.
Yeah, looking forward to it next year.
Nice one, we'll look forward to it too. Will Blackwell Chambers, great to see you back on the podium. And Ollie Allwood, let's get a quick word with Ollie and then we'll go and have some club class moments as well. Ollie, you're making a habit of this.
Oh, yeah.
I just remind you, Masters champion. I should rub that in. Well done. Fastest lap there as well, though. So, and this is the great thing about Brscc racing. As I've said many times this year, no apologies for it. The Masters class can mix with the younger drivers, no problem.
Yeah, not bad for an old boy. So, yeah, it's good race. Unfortunately, a bit of contact. I think on lap 2 or 3, put me on the grass through 30s, and then I was forever playing catch up, which was a bit of a shame. But yeah, it was a great race. Another 20 minutes I might have had those guys, but it was enough. But three from 3 today, this weekend is really good, and a couple of podiums in the previous 2 rounds. So we've had good momentum. Shame we didn't get a win, but I think we proved we've got some pace, so I'm really pleased.
Very definitely. I wasn't going to ask the question all this weekend, but I will. Are we back next year?
Yeah, I'll be back next year for some more, definitely.
Brilliant. Look forward to that. Ollie, well done. A pleasure catching up with you. And we've got club class runners to have a word with. Amy Watts didn't quite get the hat-trick. Amy was in P2, but we'll talk to Ollie Hall, who takes it. Ollie.
Thank you.
Well done. It was all a bit secret squirrel last year. We weren't allowed to talk about when you came. Was it Cadwell the year before, last year or the year before, with the Top Gear filming that happened, and that was your introduction to it. And that's done you proud.
Yeah, can't thank the guys at Top Gear on the BBC and obviously Paddock Motorsport that got us involved and kept us pushing on. Wow, what a year. I think it finally settled in and to end on a win. Absolutely over the moon. Everyone, that we couldn't have done it without all the support and all the sponsors and everything else, and hopefully they can come back next year to join on with the success. But yeah, great year, phenomenal team, and yeah, what an opportunity, what a year.
For me, the structure of the championship worked so well, having the club class, because drivers like yourself, Amy, Will Batiley coming in as well, and you can all have your battle, but it gives us a bit of focus on drivers that are making the way in the Formula.
100%. Obviously, this is my first full season in the class, so you can't be expected to be up and amongst the guys that have been at it for 3 or 4 years, because it's set up. It's more than just driving the car. That, like in that last stop one, we had a bit of help, and the setup on the car was completely different. And just
is that your trophy?
It is. Yeah. Best not. Yeah.
Get the trophy. They're nice, aren't they?
100%. Yeah, they're proper. It's what it's all about. I know we don't get any any money at the end, but taking a pot home makes it all worthwhile, and that's what it's all about for us. Showing it to the sponsors and showing that we're actually coming home with something. That's the best thing about it all.
Nice one, Ollie. Many congratulations. We'll see you next season, I hope. Look forward to that. Once we get the dates out, that would be good. What Ollie was saying, by the way, about prize money, if you want to sponsor one of the Brscc championships, to get your name on things, but put prize money as well, get in touch with Greg Graham and the team of the Brscc. They would love to hear from you, and you could have this live stream coverage. Come along and enjoy the raceways, which is an important thing as well. I was going to, there's Amy over there. She's go over here. And so, Amy, another interview. It's the bad side, isn't it, having to talk to me and the racing? But it wasn't quite to be the hat-trick, but what a weekend for you.
Oh, it's been a fantastic weekend. So I don't really know what happened in this last race. I just couldn't get the thing turned in. I don't know if the tyres have gone off or if I left my ability to drive in the suite, but that is the other option. But no, it's been a fantastic weekend. I mean, I really enjoy the wet. If nothing else, it's been really good fun. And having a bit of, not quite silverware, but, you know, to take home is always nice. But, yeah, I mean, it would have been disappointing to end this last race of the season with a crash or a DNF of some sort. So
Wilbur did.
Well, exactly. Sucks to be him. But
Sorry, but you had a good race with him.
I had a brilliant race with him, and I was surprised to find my teammate defending so much. But I tell you what, I normally get quite nervous around him because we don't want to take each other out. Yeah. But when I realised it was okay to fight, we actually had so much fun. Honestly, it was brilliant. But I'm also happy for Ollie because there's nothing worse than winning a championship, but coming second in that race. So to be on the podium and be like P2, but you've won. So I'm happy he got that drive and got it together. He's
happy either way, and we are too, that we got to talk to you P1 twice and a P2. Great weekend.
It's been a great weekend. I love Brands. It's a little tricky circuit, but it's the home circuit, so it's always nice to do well here. Yeah, no, it's been a great weekend, a great year.
It's been a pleasure catching up with you over the season, Amy. Well done, Amy Watts. And Kamal Kelsey gets her first podium of the weekend. It's been a while since we've managed to have a chat, so well overdue. And what's in the driver's book of excuses for being so long to get here?
It's just been a tough year, and I have only myself to blame. A bit of a tough year, crash in the first race, and then the pace has been getting there. The car's been very good, and Hills Motorsport done a great job, and yeah, just slowly getting there, and yeah, hopefully next year I can do a lot better.
It's decent to come away with a podium at the last race because you got that buzz going into the winter and fires you up for next year. And will you come back?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely coming back. Yeah, hi to the family, and I'm coming back next year. And
give them a name shout as well.
Yes, everyone, you know, all the kids and all the family from Italy, and yeah, love you all, and take care.
Yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Appreciate it. Come on, look forward to seeing you next year. Thanks ever so much for having a quick chat with us there. That's our podium complete. I haven't heard the whistle go yet, but we're going into the GVK 200 last chance race. So let's go and see if we can have a look at the grid for this, because we might have a little bit of recovery time to fill. Pole position for this one is Andy Charsley, and alongside is Rory Smith. I probably might hassle Andy Charsley if we can. If we hear the whistle go, I'll hand you into the sting to take us into the race, but we're going to see if we can just grab a quick sneaky. I'm going to do the gate on gate duties here. Laura will sneak through. I shall redo the gate. Remember the country code, kids. Always shut the gate so that the horses can't get out. That was what was drummed into us when we were youngsters, and it's important here for safety. So let's have a go down. Oh, Andy Charsley in pole. Sorry, Laura, backwards all the way to pole position, which is very unfair of me. But we'll see. I'll tell you what, there are some serious drivers in with a shout here of getting onto the back of the grid for the final. A couple of safety cars in the final could well be in with a shout of getting it. Let's have a word with Andy, a driver I've spent many a year watching from one point or the other. Good luck for the final, Andy. Have you enjoyed the festival so far?
It's been amazing. It's been very hard work, but yeah, it brings back so many good memories, and obviously I want to come back time and time again. So yeah, it's brilliant.
We'll always have you back, mate. Always good to see you. Tell us a bit about this car.
So this was a sister car of my 92 Champion of Brands winning car.
Okay.
I haven't got the actual one yet, but a very good friend of mine has my one. But for the last 6 months I've been building this in my garage at home, and I got the digger out to bring it to Brands, basically, along with, you know, just trailers, and it was all last minute. I'm only 10 minutes away, but the logistics of getting it here has been like immense, and I'd like to thank my wife for that bit.
Nice one.
She's put up with a lot for the last 6 months.
What's her name?
Julie.
Julie Charles, thank you very much, Julie, for getting Andy back out here. And you know, going back, Champion of Brands was when I started watching this formula, and we watched that all year. We enjoyed it, as I guess the guys at Coombe do now with the One Make Championship. But this was always the icing on the cake. But Champion of Brands was fantastic to watch all year.
Absolutely. And there's, over the years, there's been a little bit of a decline, which is really sad. So we need to get a lot more out in the Champion of Brands sort of series, the United Formula Ford with James Beckett, and more of the classical cars, because there's lots of cars out there. We just need them out here, and we're trying to get the expenses down, trying to make costs so much lower. We just need to, I don't know, have a meeting with all of us to just try and improve that, really.
Yeah, everyone around this, as we've got the call to go. Good luck for the race. Thank you for chatting to us, Andy. Andy Charsley, what a pleasure to have a chat with him. Rory Smith's relieved that I don't get to have a chance with him. Dave MacArthur, he's in with the shout of getting through to the final, as is Spencer Shinner as well. I was going to go and have a word with Leanne McShane. We're not going to have time to do that. Apologies, Leanne, hopefully next time. Car's about to go out on track, and we'll have the grid for you in just a couple of minutes. The last chance race of the GVK 200 Festival.
It is indeed the second to last race in the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival for 2024. It's a crucial one for many drivers. This is literally the last chance race, sponsored by Race Parts. So thank you very much to Race Parts for all of their support. It pretty much is what it says on the tin. This is literally the final opportunity for anyone that hasn't made it through the semi-finals to book one of the final 6 places on the grid. Quite literally, you need to finish in the top 6. If you're 7th or outside of it, that's it. Your festival is over. So you have to be in P1 to P6 to take up positions 25 to 30 on the back of the grid for the main event. The grand final coming up in a couple of races time this afternoon. So as Richard rightly pointed out, there's 1 or 2 big names in here that didn't make it through that's certainly going to have to be up against it to try and get through. There's a kind of an expected top 3 drivers that we think should make it through, but of course, as we know, Andy McCune is with me. He's still been resting his voice in the last couple of races. He's going to brave it out in this one alongside me as well. This is a race where literally it pretty much is the last chance. If you're going to have to go for broke in some cases, not that you want to do, if you can be in a comfortable position, go for it. If you're in that kind of 4th, 5th, 6th position, if you have to, this is literally the go for broke time. If you can't, if you can just want to get through to the final and just want to get yourself in the main event, you've got to go for it here. Otherwise, that's it. Your event's over early doors.
Exactly so, yeah, and there will be lots of drivers who obviously at this point won't be very happy with how their weekend's gone, but they still have a chance to salvage it, because it looks very much like it's going to be a wet final later on. If you could scrape into the final at the back of the grid, never know what might be achievable. So certainly looking at Rory Smith from the front row of the grid, just missed out on making it through to the final after his last lap off in his semi when he'd raced through the order and was in a fantastic position, actually a position where we thought he might still have a chance of winning in the grand final later on, and threw it all away at the last corner, so he has to be one of those obvious favourites. There are quite a few drivers though further down the order, Scott, who I think are worth watching if they've got their cars out for this race. Pascal Monberon, definitely one. He's been quick all weekend, 24th on the grid. He is set to start. You've got James Harridge back there, Ben Powney back there as well, all of whom should have front-running pace, but Scott, they've only got 8 laps to make it show.
And in those 8 laps, this is where they start. So Andy Charty then, the Formula Ford legend, starts pole position alongside of all people who didn't expect to have alongside him, the defending champion Rory Smith. He's going to have to get through and be trouble-free to make it into the main event. David McArthur also has a chance, as does Spencer Shinner after he finished on the podium in his heat yesterday. He starts 4th ahead of Bryn Kinch, and 6th place for Leanne McShane to try and get through in her firmer chassis. Gavin Wills, the 2-time Kent Festival winner, he'll go from 7th alongside Rick Morris, who still has a chance in wet conditions. We know this car likes the wet, so watch for him from P8. It's then Drew Cameron in 9th place, Dan Renner Larson in 10th, Alex Ames in 11th place, and Roland Kinch in 12th, followed by Bob Hawkins and Sam Street, who was off the road in his semi-final and in the historic final as well. Then Adam Favers and Oliver Buxton come next on row 8, followed by Stuart Kestenbaum and Matthew Sturmer. Innes Hickman and Alan Slater come through from Jonathan Nash and Stephen O'Connor. Then Don Boyack and Pascal Monberon from 24th. He is there after his off late in his semi-final. James Harridge also pulled up in his semi-final on the grass on the pit straight and will start 25th if he's there. John Svensson towards the back, as well as James Buckton, Ben Powney, Mikhail Fitzgerald and Gaius Ginn. And the reserves on this one, well, there's been 48, 35, 97 and 87. Meli Zhang is one of those. The other reserves in the mix, I was going to grab my program to have a quick look, thank you, which is cars 48, which is Tim Fitzgerald, 35, which is Sigbjorn Malem, and then also we've had, quickly, I think Meli Zhang, and 87, which is Ian Gira, but you spotted something out the window, Andy.
Yeah, 35 car at the end of the pit lane, Scott.
Ah, excellent. So Sigbjorn Malem looks like he's the... So we've had one car get into the show in terms of the reserve. Well, so one car's got into the main grid, which is 48, which is Tim Fitzgerald. So the next reserve that's on the grid looks like it's going to be 35 Sigbjorn Malem, and that wonderful kind of pretty much, I think, original Marlboro livery that certainly would have been in contention, I'm guessing, for the GVK 200 Best Livery Trophy. So we'll see if that's in contention there too. But as the conditions don't really get any better, and it's on a wet and damp and slick track here, we're all set then for what is literally going to be probably one of the most hectic races in the day. The last chance race, 8 laps to secure the final 6 spots in the grand final for the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula 4 Festival gets underway. Let's see who can seal their fate and get themselves into the main event. Across the line they go. It's a better start from pole for Andy Charlesy. What a good start from Andy. That's the experience of the Formula Ford veteran that gets away in the 1992 race chassis. He's ahead of Rory Smith in second place. David McCarver slots into third. And then it's behind him. It's Liam McShane getting sideways on the exit over the curb. And then the last two cars were in fifth and sixth position. Look to be, it is Brinkinch in fifth. And behind him, I think, is Gavin Wills in sixth position in the turquoise number 67 with the black nose. So currently, even though it's early doors, they have a top six. One car going spinning. That was Dan Renner Larson going for a rotation, exiting Drury's corner. So I think possibly unless he can somehow get his way back up, he can get in contention. Two more cars are off as well at Graham Hill Bend in the background. One is Ben Powney, the other one is Adam Fathers. I think their festivals are over, sadly. They won't make it through either. So we told you it's going to be harem scarum in this last chance race. That car, Ben Powney, with his front nose cone torn off, and I can see already Alan Fathers' car is already at the barrier, so that's way out of the way, but Ben Powney's isn't. Liam McShane, meanwhile, is past Andy Charlesy, as are also the top three. So Andy Charlesy's dropped to fourth, coming back around the outside of Liam McShane. I'm keeping an eye on to see. Safety car is moving because Ben Powney's car is in a position on the grass outside of Graham Hill Bend, so keep an eye on for that. Safety car lights are on out the commentary box window. I think we're about to go safety car in a moment, which doesn't surprise me given where Ben Powney's car is. Looking for boards and flags. Yes, there it goes. Safety car is heading out on track. So safety car has been deployed. Now then, Andy McKeown, this throws another spanner into the works. An 8-lap last chance race. Safety car at the beginning of lap 2. This makes the task of anyone from 7th downwards just that little bit more difficult.
It does indeed, specifically for those who were towards the back of the field, who, as I said, I thought would probably be pushing it anyway to make it into that top 6. Well, now this doesn't help their chances. One of those drivers in question, James Harridge, though, 6 places gained from where he started, so he's running in 12th position at the moment. He's made some really good progress forward, actually probably the best of those towards the back of the field. I think we were missing quite a few, though. 30 drivers could have started this race. Only 20, I believe, actually made the start. So I think we are missing quite a few people like Pascal Montbaron, who has not been able to take the start of the race, unfortunately. Ben Powney, of course, was one of those I did expect to make some good progress, but that obviously hasn't really happened. But at the front of the field, Rory Smith getting to the lead, and we've had red flags now flying, so they're stopping the race. That's sensible. It's a really short race. We are bang on time at the moment. We've got a bit of time in the timetable to play with, and the organisers fully aware, I think, of the significance of this race, and they don't want to rob someone of the chance to make it into the grand final by shortening effectively what was already a very short race.
It's a fair call and a smart call. That's absolutely right there, Andy. So I think it's the right thing. Given they haven't completed 2 laps, they go back to the original grid as usual, and it gives them a chance to properly get through, because I think they would have realised if they'd gone on the safety car, the drivers that would have made that progress, depending on how long the car recovery is, there's no telling how long the safety car could be. So therefore, in many ways, it's kind of, if you see what I mean here, in hypotheticals, it's essentially a bit sort of cruel to put them on the safety car when you've got drivers who have got the pace to get into the top 6, but are denied because they're having to go at reduced speed. So good call by the organisers and the clerk of the course to, as I say, use the time available to be able to give them a full restart. We haven't gone past 2 laps. We've red flagged it in the middle of lap number 2. Which means that we will go back to the original grid. Unfortunately, though, it means we are going to be without both Ben Powney and Adam Father, sadly. Adam, of course, is a regular of the Champion of Brands. He's also quite well supported. He has some quite rapid sons also racing car to themselves that he supports. And of course, when he races himself, that prominent black and yellow car is usually up in the mix in a Champion of Brands event or a United Formula Ford event. I've seen him a couple of times when he's raced in National Formula Ford ranks too as well, and he's not too bad a peddler. So that's an unfortunate way for his festival to end. We only saw the tail end of what happened. We saw the 2 cars come together, and Ben Powney's car not moving, so that car unfortunately out of the race, and he's unfortunately done so. So we'll be on the restart without cars 151 and it will be 37, thank you. I should have looked at the screen. I was looking at the grid sheet rather than the screen, but yeah, he's hands on hips, and Ben Powney thinking what could have been. He's obviously, his festival is prematurely over, and I'm sure he'll come back next year to try and rectify that where he can. So the main takeaways from that first start, the rapid getaway that Andy Charsley did, but that for me I think is experience more than anything else. Obviously Andy Charsley, like Rick Morris and others like Gavin Wills, a veteran of Formula Ford racing, so anything he doesn't know about Formula Fords, as with many, probably isn't worth knowing. So he probably knew exactly what to do in those wet conditions to get just the right amount of bite on the clutch to get the car away and to beat the rest of the more contemporary cars off the line. And again, it surprised me because he's on the inside line where it's supposed to be, I thought, sort of a slight disadvantage, ironically being on pole, but on the flatter surface on the outside line of the front row, it was Rory, of course, had that flatter surface, didn't get the traction we expected he would. I mean, yes, it's an older car versus a newer car, but even so, that just shows in many cases experience for someone like Andy counts for a lot, particularly in these cars when in a formula, in a category where regardless of the age of the car or even the engine that it's got in the middle of it, if the engine's well tuned, if the driver's well tuned, if the car's well tuned, it's all put together in one package. An older car like a 90s or 80s car or older can just as much give the fight to one of these more contemporary machines that have been built from 99 onwards and even beat them in a straight fight, which is what we've seen by some of the cars in the mix, like Tom Hawkins, Tom MacArthur, Richard Higgins, Rick Morris, of course, Andy Charsley and others. This really has been a year where, in many cases, the super classic cars have come to the fore and showcased what they can really do against the contemporary cars, and proves that you don't have to have the newest car in the field to be a contender towards the front in any Formula Ford race, particularly at the festival. So that's quite interesting on that side. Again, we've got the restart, which means that as they didn't finish more than 2 laps, it will go back to the original grid. So Andy Charsley has to go from pole position all over again. It means that Rory Smith will have to go from the front row of the grid to pick up the front row if he can. David MacArthur was right behind him on the second row, as was Spencer Shinner. And then we have Bryn Kinch and Leanne McShane on the third row, who's making some good progress. But in that early part of that first lap, it was a good start for Andy. And they just did that the second part of it, when he was starting to fall back a little bit. He was kind of just getting caught in the muddle of cars that were around him, trying to find grip, particularly round through Clearway's McLaren and then Clark Kerr all the way through that final section. Particularly, Clark Kerr has been particularly slippery, not just in qualifying, but throughout some of the races. We've got to try and find the grip on the outside. It's not been too easy for them to get the traction down where possible. But kudos to those who are trying as hard as they dare in order to make a good impact. Looking further back, you said some of the other drivers who should be moving forwards, being further back in the grid, only about 18, 19 cars. Looks like we are on the timing screen showing we're going to get a full 8-lap restart, which is brilliant. The recovery is still going on for Ben Powney's Jamin. And that's another thing about the festival which is quite great as well. I found in various different years of cars, how many different makes of car that you find in Formula Ford. If you actually look through the full list, there's a heck of a lot more than you think. There's almost like nearly 100 plus different Formula Ford constructors. The prominent ones still exist today are the likes of, well, Van Diemen's a massive one. We've got Furman, Medina Sport, which is kind of has a legacy in Van Diemen's chassis a little bit. There is some own brand stuff that the BM Racing guys and other guys involved in that do put into the mix. You've got the race chassis that are always quite quick, and they still produce new chassis that not just race in the UK, but also further afield in the US, in Canada, and also on the other side of the world in Australia and New Zealand. You still have very prominent and very relevant Formula Ford series that still bring drivers through. You look at the even list of drivers that have come through into Australian supercars. I think about half that grid in some case, some way, shape or form, at least a third of it at least I have to say, have experienced Formula Ford at some point in their careers coming up, because it's still quite a feeder series to them. They did try Australian F4 at one point, and for some reason that didn't quite work out. But Formula Ford in Australia and other places is still an absolute value proving ground, as it is still here in the UK. But of course, a lot of focus goes on Formula 4. But Formula Ford still has its place in terms of putting on, in terms of giving drivers that feel of purely mechanical grip and low aero with the body that you've got underneath you. Whereas this is a very much still a valuable training tool for drivers who want to come through and actually learn mechanical grip first, and then start to dial on the aero to understand that world once you get to that point in time.
Yes, indeed so. As you said, it's the kind of formula that really teaches a driver everything they need to know to go on and be a success in the motor racing world internationally, and that is why, if you look at the Roll of Honour for this particular event alone, it is a bit of a who's who, isn't it, the motor racing really, even in more recent years after the sort of heyday, if you like, of the festival. It still has proven to be a very valuable thing to have on your CV, and more often than not, the drivers who win this event go on to achieve some pretty special things elsewhere. So yeah, it's still very much a great place to come and learn your craft and prove yourself, and those in the know still very much value Formula Ford racing in the United Kingdom and further afield. Andy Charlesley there having a chat with his team member on the pole position part of the grid. Rory Smith's been left to his own devices, left to his own thoughts, just sat there staring at the lighting gantry, waiting for a chance to go again, and having done the hard work initially, now has to do it all again. I'm sure he fully believes in his own abilities, but it's just, you know, what if I get a bad start? What if I get tangled up in something at the first corner? Dave MacArthur feeling pretty relaxed ahead of the restarted race. And there, Spencer Shinner. Now, I didn't get a chance to mention this before, Scott, but Spencer, I think, spun on the warm-up lap initially because I saw him overtaking loads of people on the way to the grid. So I think he'd had a spin at Paddock Hill Bend or Druids maybe, so that was a bit embarrassing, but he gets to try that all over again.
I did spot that. That was so well remembered. Yeah, Spencer Shinner was picking his way through the pack, but he must have done so and not been passed by everyone, because usually the rule is if you go to the back of the field, you have to start at the back. If you manage to get going again before the last car on the field passes you, you are, I think, allowed to move your way back through to the front of the grid, to your grid spot from wherever you were. There's Yang McShane, who is enjoying her first weekend in a firmament. And here's a driver I'm also glad to see, looking back in some of the annals of the Roll of Honour. Gavin Wills, two-time Kent Festival winner, and did so, I'm not sure if it's this car, or a very similar car at least, but he won the 2005 Kent Festival in a 2000 Van Diemen, and he's in a 2000 Van Diemen for this race as well. Whether it's the same car or not, I'm not 100%, but if it is similar, it looks very much identical. There's a man who knows all about Formula 4. What he doesn't know isn't worth knowing. Rick Morris, of course, still looking as virulent as ever at the wheel of a Formula Ford. And he is still someone to watch for. You can never count out Rick Morris in any way, shape or form when it comes to a Formula Ford race. And Drew Cameron is also there as well towards the field. Now, looks like we've got the siren, which means we are ready to get going, because Ben Powney's car has been recovered back to the infield now, through the little cut through on the exit of the Grenfell Bend. So we are ready to get through. And you can see there, just with the slightly reduced field, given the fact that we did have a slightly smaller field to get through. So in actual fact, looks like the group we've got is about roughly, what, that's about 10, 12, about 12 cars we've got for this last chance race by the looks of it. We've got sort of, about 2 rows of 6, so about 12 cars left to go in this one, which means that we've kind of got, I think there are 1 or 2 people that either are just farther back or are missing by the looks of it.
Further back, yes. There's another 5 or 6, I think, that are sort of behind the lighting gantry from that view. There they go, they're starting to come into view now as the green flag lap gets back underway. So, we've got a slightly bigger grid than it first appeared. I think we're still down at about 17 or 18 for the restart, but only 6 progress. So, there is still an element of jeopardy here, definitely, and Rory Smith will want to make absolutely sure that he doesn't replicate that moment that he had at the end of his semi-final, because it could prove very costly. Could cost him any chance at all of getting into the final. If he can make the final, we've got this fascinating prospect of what can he do in the final. Surely the win is out of the question, you would say, hesitantly, but...
Well, you say that, but you saw how quick he came through in the semi-final.
This is true, and there's no reason why he can't make it into the top 10, definitely, and then if there's a bit of a safety car and a restart, if it rains a bit more heavily, you just never know. So you've got to be in it to win it, as they say. He's got to try and make that main show. He has been arguably the fastest driver of the festival this weekend. It's frankly absurd that we're talking about him trying to get through in the last chance race, but he's been good value for money. He's been getting value for money as well. He's probably turned more laps on track than most of the other drivers who are already qualified in the final, and who knows, that could prove to be an advantage after all.
Maybe, and then again, extra running means more running on the parts, more running on the tyres and everything else. Of course, it's an all-weather tyre they run with Formula 4s. There's no slicks or wets. There used to be, I think at one point they used to run slicks or wets or a similar kind of tyre in Formula 4s, but of course they've gone back to the old-school treaded tyre, all-weather tyre for Avon. It's good that with Avon, of course, we were talking about this time last year, the fact that Avon tyres was going to be no more, and then incredibly, Nova Motorsport, which for those who are clever to spot the, call it a palindrome, whatever you call it, it's literally the inverting, that Nova is just simply Avon backwards, and they've been working hard, I think, to build a new factory in Portugal, to start building some new ACB 9, I think ACB 10 tyres, and they've been testing those back-to-back, I know, in other Formula Ford, parts of the Formula Ford community, shall we say, and apparently the results are pretty comparable, got pretty much spot on with the same tyres we've had pre-existingly. So it's good that Avon are surviving. They've got a dedicated company looking after and distributing Avon tyres, and that brand's not there because Avon tyres has got quite a rich history in Formula 4, as do other Formula 4 tyre brands, but Avon tyres in recent history has certainly been the one to watch for. So, just getting lined up then for take 2 of the Last chance race sponsored by HeadTech in the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival. The red light goes on, and for 8 laps we'll try again for take 2 at Brands Hatch. And for the second time, it's another good start for Charlie this time. Again, gets the better launch initially, but here comes Rory Smith on the outside, the defending festival champion, with a better launch this time from the front row of the grid, and into Paddock Hill Bend he will go in the lead from Charlie in second. He just holds off and cuts off the avenue from David MacArthur. Goes to the inside line. There's leaves and all sorts over the track in proper autumn fashion. Up the inside goes MacArthur for second place, and it is going to be a BM Racing 1-2 eventually, as he was slid past. Still Charles in third, but now under threat from Liam McShane in the Thurman chassis. Fifth place also just behind there is, looks like that is Bryn Kinch, I think. It's an Ammonite Motorsport Ray, I know that, in 5th position. I think it might be Bryn Kinch. We'll work it out. 6th is Spencer Shinner, 7th Drew Cameron, side by side for 8th between Rick Morris and Gavin Wills. They go through yellow flag, and that's a spin for that Ammonite Motorsport car at 69, and that I think is Bryn Kinch. So off the road he spins. He was a regular in National Formula Ford in the last few years, and certainly seeing him back in a Formula Ford for the first time in a while, and finding out the hard way that even the wet conditions is not the easiest thing to do. Dare I say it, Andy McEwen, the weather conditions are getting, in the way I say this, brighter than they have been in the recent times as Andy Charlie defends from Liam McShane and retakes 3rd place. But the conditions, I think it's at least, the rain's abated a little bit and it's now stopped raining. It's getting brighter and more visible in some aspects.
Yes, I would probably agree with that. There is certainly less standing water on the track right now. However, I think we're kind of in that position now where the track is very greasy, very slippery, not really yielding a huge amount of grip. That caught out Andy Charsley there as he had briefly got back ahead of Liam McShane, but ran wide over the exit curve coming out of Paddock Hill Bend and lost that 3rd place again. The other thing the drivers have got to contend with right now, Scott, is an incredibly strong wind. That's the reason for the amount of foliage on the track up at Druids. I think the poor flags hanging onto the top of the commentary tower opposite to us are hanging on by the skin of their teeth. It is very blustery, and that is a massive tailwind all the way down the main straight. So as they arrive at Paddock Hill Bend, they're arriving there a lot quicker than normal. It's also a crosswind through Paddock Hill Bend and through Clearways, 2 of the more exposed parts of the racetrack. So very tricky conditions out there. Less wet than it was before, but no easier.
Definitely so. The temperatures aren't cold. It's still about roughly sort of mid-teens in terms of temperature. So ironically, that's probably helping the circuit dry out a bit more. I think it's probably still going to be a little bit slick for the final, but at the very least, there'll be better conditions in a fully wet final. That could make it very interesting. So, of course, the key thing you have to watch out for is the top 6. So Rory Smith leads the way, as you'd expect. David MacArthur, as many would expect, is in 2nd place. Liam McShane currently sat in 3rd, ahead Spencer Shinner. The last 2 transfer spots currently held by Andy Charsley and Drew Cameron. Rick Morris is also there in 7th place. He's not too far away. Again, what a story that would be if Rick Morris gets to another festival final. He's 1 position away from making it happen. He just needs to catch the cars in front and possibly hope that either someone has a fall-off or a drama or some kind of an issue, or at least on pure pace in these damp conditions, which the car, he says, will work in these conditions pretty well, given the fact he's up in 7th place in that point. Certainly could work for him pretty decently if he can make it happen. Quite impressed as well with Liam McShane, because again, I think it's her first weekend in the Thurman chassis. I don't know if it's her first weekend in a modern Formula Ford full stop, but it's the first time I've seen her anything other than an old school, I think, class, what you call a super classic B class Formula Ford, but for at least for what I can see, her first go in a Thurman, pretty solid drive in 3rd place.
Yeah, she had a decent showing earlier on today, I seem to remember, didn't she, as well? So, yeah, Liam McShane, in fact, it might have been the progression race I'm thinking of yesterday evening where she was up near the front, so having an opportunity to do the same thing again in this last chance race, which is rolling towards the halfway point. As their number 76 car nips up the inside, gains a place up at Druids Corner, but yes, very pretty settled top 6 really, you'd have to say at the moment. Rick Morris is not a million miles behind Drew Cameron and Andy Charsley. If those two start battling, could open the door for him maybe to sneak in. Rory Smith, as we expected really, getting away, 1.2 seconds clear of David MacArthur at the beginning of this 4th lap of the race. Battling really going on behind as Charsley and Drew Cameron continue to draw closer to each other in the battle for 5th position, and this is exactly what Rick Morris wants to see really. They're going side by side ahead of him, and if they do keep battling, you could catch, although the recovering James Harridge is on the inside of Rick Morris himself into Paddock Hill Bend.
He is. There's position change of the way. Oops, that's not going to hamper things. That will be Bryn Kinch and Stephen O'Connor have come together, and that's at the top of the circuit up at McLaren. So unfortunately, I think might be not a premature end to the race. I'll have to cover that by at least Well, I'm not sure actually. That's now lap 5 completed. We're just past half distance. We're not at 75% unless they recover it under yellows, get to the end of lap 6 and then declare it. That's not the way you want to see it, of course, but fortunately 2 cars have come together in the conditions, and we'll see what the clerk of the course plays out. But at the moment, the top 6 transfers are going to be Rory Smith, David McArthur, Liam McShane, Spencer Shinner, Andy Charsley, Andrew Cameron. That's the 6 cars that will go through at this point in time. They are covering it with yellows up at the top of the circuit, so we'll see. And it's quite a slow part of the circuit as well, so about red flag, they are red flagging it now. So that's a tricky one. They've completed 5 laps. Is it essentially going to be a 3-lap shootout, I wonder?
Well, they haven't completed 5 laps. They were on their 5th lap.
Yes, of course. Yeah, they've completed 4.
I think there'll be a restart. It might only be 3 laps, but I think we will get a restart potentially. I don't think they can call it. Probably could. It's not like it's a points-paying race, is it? So they could call it as a result. But if they think they can get that dealt with quickly, we may get a restart. They were on lap 5. They'd completed 4 laps. And yeah, we'll wait and see what race control decides to do.
Yeah, I said the rule is, as we said a couple of times already, we've had a red flag, is that if they get past 75% distance, which would have been completing 6 laps, they'd have been able to declare it as a result. They've only completed 4, they were on lap 5 when the red flag came out, as Andy rightfully said, which means that essentially we ain't done yet really with this last chance race by the looks of it. Of course, again, sponsored by Race Parts, thanks to Race Parts for their support. But yeah, this should be an interesting one. So ultimately they'll line up in the order that they were in when the red flag came out. So the last complete lap, Rory Smith this time gets the pole position start, with David McArthur alongside him. Then it'll be Liam McShane, Spencer Shinner, Andy Charsley and Drew Cameron. Those are the top 6 that will start in the first 3 rows. But this now throws an additional spanner into the works and just complicates things a little bit even further, with still no certainty as to who's going through to make up the back end of the grid.
No, indeed not. Waiting to see what happens when the leaders get back around. They'll have to wave them through to the front of the grid. Presumably this also might not be a particularly quick recovery because they've got 2 cars in the same area that both need recovering. So we shall see how long that's going to take. A checkered flag showing on the timing screen at the moment, although that doesn't necessarily mean the race has been called official. That's just TSL's way of resetting and generating a grid for the next session. But if we do get a restart, Rory Smith actually, ironically, probably won't be very happy to be starting from pole position. Cars being sent to the pit lane. We're hearing cars being sent to the pit lane. So I think that is being declared potentially a result. Of course, we talk about this 75% distance rule. More specifically, in points-paying races, you can allocate full points after 75% race distance. It's half points if it's 50%. If it's before that, very often no points at all. Well, this isn't a points-paying race. Doesn't really matter in that respect, does it? They can still, I think, classify that as a result, if nothing else, because we've just about gone past half race distance, and I think they probably will do just that. So I think Rory Smith, David McArthur, Liam McShane, Spencer Shinner, Andy Charsley, and the number 12 car of Cameron will most likely be the 6 that make it through, as I think we've spotted some familiar faces in the grandstand, Scott.
Yeah, if you look to the top of the grandstand, that is, well, in Brscc circles, that is the former BMW Compact Cup champion and Jeanette GT5 champion what's the? Why have I never got the name of the trophy? The Jack Sears trophy. That's it. I've got it eventually. Jack's trophy. Mikey Noble, who is in the mix there too. He's there with Joe and with Father Mike. So whilst we consider what's happening next, we're going to head down to the pit lane to have a chat, I think, with our top 3 from that last chance race. Let's hear what they had to say with Rich and John Neal.
Rory Smith's got a multitask. He's had the spoils of victory from Andrew Gerrit. Scott, talk to you in a minute. Rory, well done on the win, and I know you need to get back to the paddock and get ready. Good luck for the final, but a great win.
Yeah, good win. Yeah, I was just hoping just to get through that and at least put myself at the back of the final. It's been a pretty horrible weekend, to be honest, given the pace we've had, but yeah, it's good to get through that one cleanly, and yeah. Hopefully we got the other newer tyres ready for the final, so we should be really fast and hopefully be storming through the pack.
Nice one. Prep well, race well. We'll see you later. Stay safe, mate. Thank you, Rory Smith, who won it. But which gives us a chance to catch up with pretty relevant to me, this one. Andrew Gerrit. Scott, thank you so much, Andrew, for staying and making the presentations, and I'm sorry we can't talk to you with the driver. Tell you what, we'll move across for the Brscc branding as well, just for the folks at home. And as I said to you earlier on, it's a bit of a fanboy moment, isn't it? You were the first regular festival winner that I saw, so it's mega to have a chat with you. There's still an element of magic, isn't there, about coming to Brands at the end of the year for this event?
Well, yeah, I have to say, of all the racing I've done, and it was a lot, this was one of my fondest memories, being here. It was an enormous thing. The races, as they come through, the Formula Ford Festival was just an incredible thing to do. And as there was, it still remains, and it's so exciting to see here, but, you know, see the racing.
Any key memories from your victory year?
I just remember it went on. It was heat after heat. It was constant pressure, and I felt I really needed to push hard in the heats, because I felt that the final was going to be so tough. Yeah. So I remember nearly going off at the first, you know, at Paddock Bend, because I'd pushed myself so. There's nobody around me, but I was just so keen to push myself hard. So yeah, it was just a kind of a full-on weekend. Really desperately keen to win it. A lot of pressure, and I did win it, so I was thrilled.
I think it was one of the first years that the BBC covered it as well.
Yeah, no, it's big. It was fantastic. It was, and as I said, as somebody coming through the racing like that, the festival was the Grand Prix. It was winning everything. That was the whole thing. And the drivers who had won it before, it was an amazing thing.
And any special thoughts on Gerrit? Well, obviously, we're celebrating Gerrit and Neil Shanahan. It's 25th anniversary of Neil going as well. But any Gerrit thoughts for us?
Well, a wonderful guy, and really sad. Obviously, very, very sad. I'm sure, like me, he would have loved all his racing. So he will have had a life which would have been worthwhile, but obviously tragically short. So it's wonderful that this event's been done to celebrate his life. That's what I would say. It's
been great, and it's been a pleasure meeting. Thanks ever so much for staying around to see us. Andrew Gilbert-Scott, winner in 83. Thank you again. Look forward to seeing you again next year, because you shook on coming back. So hopefully we'll see you next year for the Q&A. And thank you for Alan Bar and your daughter as well. Love to the family. Take care. See you next year. We're going to go Mazda racing now. We may have time to have a quick look at what's going in the holding area. So this is where we have to juggle the phone. Maybe we won't, because the recovered car that caused the stoppage coming in, but we'll go and have a look anyway. So here we go. Remember the country code again. Gates open, and oh, there we go. Let's have a quick look, and who are we going to have a grab to here? Well, we did all the stuff, didn't we, with Luke Pullen and Adam Sparrow earlier on. I've spoken to Chris Dawkins this weekend. Let's have a look. How should we do? I'm going to do Luke Pullen again. Let's find out about these nerves. So let's nip across and get Adam Sparrow first of all, because he's P2. I'm not going to ask you to do anything stupid this time, Adam, so which is the good news. Just ask how you're feeling.
Well, of course, I'm a bit nervous. I know what I've got to do. Just got to go and do it.
Much in the way of, is this sort of weather condition difficult to set up for, because it's been kind of toing and throwing and threatening?
I think it's just got to the point now where it's wet and you just stick on the wet setup and then hope for the best, to be honest. It's quite greasy out there, but I think you still want the full wet setup on there.
Cool. I'm going to say good luck for the race, because I want to talk to Luke as well. I don't want to be accused of favouritism, talking to one and not the other. So here we go. Safety course cars going round. Luke Pullen, again, as I said to Adam, I'm not going to do anything silly this time. I'm just going to wish you well for the race and ask how you're feeling.
Well, this is Tom Langford, actually.
Tom, sorry.
Yeah, it's going to be an intense race, I think. It's very changeable conditions at the moment. I expect it to be really, really greasy, as opposed to the wet conditions we had earlier. We'll have to see what happens. I'm up for this one.
We're up for watching it as well. Wish you well, stay safe, enjoy your race, and we'll see you the other side.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Tom. And you have one name in your head. I think they're about to start up, because the gate is opening up. So let's just drop back over here. Engine notes are starting, and we are looking forward to our final Mazda race of the 2024 season here with the Brscc. The Gas Shocks finale about to get underway in a couple of moments.
Rightfully said, Richard, this is it. The very last race of the season in the Brscc Mazda MX5 paddock, and it could be the most intense of them all. This is the season finale, the final race of the season for the Gas Shocks Mazda MX5 Championship, and we are literally poised on a knife edge, because going into this race, given that they kind of punched and counter-punched between the top two between each other, we come into this race provisionally with the scores dead level as they were at the beginning of the weekend. We come into this with Thomas Langford and Adam Sparrow locked together on points. So ultimately, this will literally be a case of whoever outscores the other will take the championship provisionally, of course. And more fittingly, to put this into a grandstand finish, they will start on the front row of the grid. And who's right behind them on the second row? They're two main rivals that they've had all season long, Jack Noller and Luke Pullen. These four have been the class of the field all the way from start to finish. And they will certainly be hoping that this championship somehow goes one way or the other for them. So cars lining up. It's quite a big grid, of course, of Mazdas. Again, a chance to say basically a big thank you to everyone within the Mazda MX5 paddock this season in all three championships. Of course, we've sealed up the other two series already. We've had the Downforce Radio Mazda MX5 Clubman titles wrapped up provisionally for Johnny Greensmith. Congratulations to him. Bit of a rough day yesterday for Paul Bateman, who came into the weekend leading and then had on the restart of the first race, there was two starts, and then he had some suspension damage after contact, which forced him out, and then couldn't get up the order high enough to prevent Johnny from overhauling him on points. And then on top of that, he had a spin at the final lap, which dropped him down to 25th, and potentially also lost him second place in the points as well. And of course, today we've had the wrap-up for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 Super Cup, which has seen Aidan Hills Aidan Hills take victory. Apologies there for a second, slightly distracted. The title in Pro class, and in Club class, of course, it was the honours going provisionally to Ollie Hall, so congratulations to them. There is still one more title essentially left to be decided, and it is between the two men on the front row of the grid, Tom Langford and Adam Sparrow. They came into the weekend tied on points. Going into today, Adam Sparrow was ahead by a point. Thomas Langford got it back with a victory in fastest lap. So now they come back into this final race as they started the weekend, tied on points on 1,664 points each. It's still also 4 points between Luke Pullen and Jack Noller. So there's first and third up for grabs in this one. It's going to be a very tight competition. So let's here's how they line up for the final time and how fitting it is. The two title contenders on the front row of the grid. Thomas Langford on pole, Adam Sparrow behind him, and on the second row of the grid behind them, it is going to be the two men contending for third in the championship. It was going to be Jack Noller and Luke Pullen on row number 2. Then it's going to row 3 behind them, with Harry Storer ahead of Ewan Thomas on the third row of the grid, followed then by row 4, which is Jake Pace and Steve Bartlett, two guests, then Adam Craig and Angus Fender enjoying his first foray in the MX-5's former British GT racer. Then it's Ollie Walden and Paul Tucker on the 6th row of the grid, followed by Chris Bingham and Tom Walker on the 7th row. Row 8 is Jack Collins and Keith Dalton ahead of the Thomas Brown and Tim Dorr, who got his best ever result, I think, in 4th place, and was disappointed, I think, not to try and replicate that. He starts back in 18th after a spin earlier on. Clive Chisnell and Ozzy McLean make up the top 20 from Graham Rumsey and Ugo Carini, the Frenchman who is a invitation class driver this weekend. Then it's Jonathan Fieldson and Chris Thelwell make up the 12th row of the grid. That's followed by Richard Bartlett and Simon Privet, then David Sculler and Martin Tolley. And then at the back of the grid, we've got Richard Wooten, Tim Storer, Chris Dawkins and Neil Chisnell, if he's there after he had an incident at the beginning of the first race, towards the end of the first race in yesterday's opening race of the weekend for the MX-5s. So the cars lining up then. Of course, the circuit, I think the wind is helping to start to dry the circuit up a little bit. It's not totally dry. You can see it's becoming still damp and slippery, but it's becoming a little bit patchy. There are still little patches of tiny bits of standing water around, but the circuit, I think, with the wind, it's getting a bit dry. It's not cold. It's sort of in the mid-teens in terms of temperature, so that's probably helping us out on top of that as well. Yeah, the conditions are showing it's overcast, but the track is wet, and I think it has stopped raining as well. So through this one, it might well start to dry up the track a little bit ahead of our grand final for the Formula Ford, but there's still one more grand final to conduct, and it will be this, the season finale for the Gadstocks Mazda MX-5s. This could be possibly the showdown to end all showdowns of Mazda MX-5s. How perfectly poised it is. Provisionally tied on points, one more race to go. So Thomas Langford versus Adam Sparrow, quite literally, winner takes all. Stand by for action. The final race of the season for the Gadstocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. There's a provisional champion to crown. It's Langford or Sparrow. Who's it going to be? The lights are out any second now. We're underway for the final time in 2024. It's a better start for Langford. He scrabbles away to get the lead from pole position. Sparrow into second place. Not a good start for Noller. He's dropped back behind Steve Bartlett, who's had a good launch. Also to the outside goes Harry Storer with Jake Pace in the middle as well. Now through the right-hander. And now up towards Druids, and Harry Storer out wide a little bit, but it is Thomas Langford in front then, with Adam Sparrow in second place. Luke Pullen also ahead of Jack Noll. We've got to watch out for the positions here, because they could be key for seeing who gets first and third in the championship. The rest of the pack goes pouring through. And now down the hill, a little bit of tussling between Adam Craig and Ewan Thomas over the bottom of the top 10. There's Angus Fender getting stuck in there with Ollie Walden, and Adam Craig is in the middle. But the top four really trying to break away here. Jack Noll's the one that's struggling. He's back in fifth and side by side with Harry Storer as they come up towards 30s for the first time on the grass. Jack Noll, that's not going to work for him at all. He's dropping backwards down the order as Ugo Carini goes for a spin in the inset. Off the road goes Ollie Walden on the grass, and round goes Jake Pace in front of them. There's a complete 360, well held. Sten's cars scattering up at the top of the hill, but they come through Clearways, McLaren, Clark Curve, and round goes to number 5. Machine 15, in fact, goes around, gets tabbed by Tim Dorr, and they're both in the gravel. Tim Dorr will be stuck there, 15, trying to get through out of the gravel if he can. That's going to be Paul Tucker. He'll try and pick his way out if he can, but it might well be possibly. Is that an early red flag? We'll wait and see. Or is it a safety car? We'll wait and see. The pack continues to make its way through, but it's Langford leading, Sparrow in second place, Pullen in third. Now, in terms of points, so we can work this one out. We'll have to wait and see if we do get possibly a safety car. The safety car's on standby. It's moving forwards with lights on. I think we might get a safety car. It might not be a red flag, but safety car could be in the offing here. And yeah, both cars stuck. Paul Tucker's car is stuck in the gravel as well. Safety car has been deployed. I don't suggest it's definitely going to be a red flag, possibly because those two cars are quite stuck, or if there's time to do so. But we'll wait and see. So let's have a look quickly and see where we are then. So for points, just working this out. So Jack Noller at the moment, he came across the line in... Where did Jack Noller come across the line? I'm not actually seeing him too far forwards. Unless I'm seeing things, I can't see he's come through properly. Where's Jack Noller got to? He was quite well down the order. He's down in 28th. He's in the pit lane. So Jack Noller in the pit lane. So that possibly could be his chance of a third place over, and he's going back to the paddock. Yes! So Jack Noller back to the paddock, and I'm afraid that's his chances for third place in the championship over. So he will have to settle for it at the highest fourth place in the championship. That's a real heartbreak for Jack. So he will not end up on the championship podium in the end. That's a real shame. So, under safety car, that essentially decides third place in the championship because Noller will not score anything. Let's have a look actually in terms of results. No, even if his drop score only gives him 1,729 points, I think essentially, as long as Pullen, let's look at where he could afford to possibly finish if he doesn't make it into third place. He can drop down a little bit. Let's say if he drops down to 11th, for example. Yeah, even if he drops outside the top 10, I think he'd still get a drop score back. So whatever happens, by the looks of it, we'll see if he doesn't finish. Yeah, even if he doesn't finish, he would still be ahead on that side. So, unfortunately, Jack Noller's chances for the final step on the championship podium are over, and he's gone back to the paddock, I'm afraid, after what was a very unfortunate conclusion to his season. But whilst third place is wrapped up, we still have the provisional title left to decide. So, 16.5 minutes on the clock. I imagine they'll be quickly trying to grab the two cars which have gone off at the exit of Clark Curve, which is Tim Dorr and Paul Tucker. It's not the way Tim Dorr wants to end his season either, I think that's definitely for certain. Tim Dorr's car's been recovered, so it's out of the gravel. I think he stayed in there, so he should be under his own steam, which he is. I think he will go straight to the pit lane just to be checked over by the AB Motorsport team. So he's now heading down. In fact, red flag race has been stopped. So they completed 2 laps, which means we're going to get a complete restart. I imagine it will be a full 20 minutes, if not maybe an 18-minute restart, because of course we have got 2 more races left to go. That being the, of course, the grand final for the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival and the second Brscc Evolution Trophy race on top of that as well. But the tension just mounts even more now when it comes to the title battle. And initially, of course, it was Langford ahead of Sparrow. And that hasn't quite worked out for him in that context, but you can see plenty of crowd gathering, plenty of people in the stands and watching on. Good to see plenty of people there watching. I'm sure there'll be plenty of them getting in position for the grand final. There is Tim Dorr in the picture-in-picture down in the pit lane, but they have stopped the field at the top of the grid. And of course then they'll refer to the original grid to put them back into position. So as we make our way back onto the running order. Safety is going to be a safety car restart, so rather than a full start, they will start them under the safety car. And I imagine what will happen is that depending if they do 1 or 2 laps, I think if the safety car restarts usually mean that they will do 1 lap as if they're doing like a formation lap. When they cross the line to do a second lap, that's when the timer will start. So eventually the race will start rather than being like a roll. It'd be a rolling start, but it'd be like essentially if there was a safety car period and you're going on a restart when the safety car goes off and then the leader controls the pace. So that essentially is what that will mean if it's a safety car restart. Thanks to the message from the race control on TSL there. That's obviously a decision to make it the most efficient way to get things back underway, of course. And again, they should restart this race exactly where they originally were on the grid. So it will be again Thomas Langford and Adam Sparrow. The only advantage that Thomas Langford will have is that in track position he'll be ahead of Adam Sparrow on the restart, and he will get the chance to control the restart once the safety car pulls into pit lane. I will say actually, even though it is quite greasy, I think the wind is certainly helping to dry the circuit off a little bit by the looks of it. You can see that again. I think it certainly has stopped raining. It's getting brighter out there. It's not totally bright, it's still overcast, which means we're going to get an overcast final, but I think hopefully we'll get, at least for rain, in the purposes of rain, a dry final in terms of no rain, but the circuit conditions are going to be very mixed and very slippery, which means it could very well make for a very interesting final race for the Formula Fords. I can see a few of them already making their way across to the inner paddock. Looking at Jason Pribble, I think, going his way down there. Now this is interesting. Jack Noller has come back. And I think, is he going to try and... well, he wasn't running at the time of the red flag. So I'm not sure. It's a complete restart, but he wasn't running. It's interesting. I won't get into that dilemma. I'll let the clerk of the course or the officials decide what they're going to do with him, whether he does. It looked as though he was trying to get himself back to the assembly area to try and even get himself around to try and take the restart. Because essentially, we go back to the original restart as if it never happened. The only thing was, his car had gone back to the paddock as if the race was going to continue on, it wasn't going to happen. So let's wait and see on that one. But still, we wait for the recovery of Paul Tucker's car to be complete. It was just about dragged out of the gravel last time we saw it on camera, so it looks as though they're going to set them off. I've set them off, but I think they're going to have to surely, rather than debate exactly what's going to happen, I think we'll just wait and see how this plays out. But they're not in grid order because you've got Sparrow, Langford and Pullen. So Langford, Sparrow and Pullen in that order. Jack Noller's not there in 3rd place, although I did see his car again going back towards it, and these cars are not in original grid order. So we shall wait and see how this all plays out once they get back underway. But again, safety car restart, so essentially the procedure for that will effectively be, as far as I understand it, safety car will lead them off. They'll go around for 1 lap, they'll go again across the line. When they cross the line, that's when the timer will start. So effectively it will be as if the race will have started. And then they'll have at least 1 more lap behind the safety car, and then the lights will go out, and then it will be essentially like a regular restart under the safety car mid-race, where Thomas Langford will control the pace, being the man in pole position. There's confirmation of the safety car restart again at the top of the screen. And then be underway for our season finale for the Gaz-Shock Mazda MX5 Championship. And when you've got 2 drivers who are this finely poised in the championship, the last thing you want is to have this period of uncertainty, of unknown, of what's going to happen next. And you know, all this adrenaline and all this excitement, all this excitement and ecstasy building up inside of you, waiting for this one, and the nerves on top of that as well. To have that all come to a shuddering halt with a red flag, it means you've got to try and build yourself back up again, and you're sat there in the cockpit for a couple of minutes thinking you're still full of energy waiting to get this race going, and I'm certain that's probably what's going on with both Tom Langford and Adam Sparrow. I'm sure they'll have slightly cooler heads, but we'll see how each driver will take it in different ways. So, as you mentioned earlier on in the programme, it's good to see we had a nice, strong entry for the final race of the season. And it's been quite a competitive year. Of course, we've had, yes, numbers-wise, at times, bigger grids for Mazda MX5 Championship, but this year's grid has been particularly competitive. Of course, 4 drivers coming into the weekend mathematically still with a chance of taking the championship. That changed to 3 after the first race, changed to 2 after the second race. And that now means that we come into the final race of the season. Now, the Safety car has led them off, and it looks like they're going to set them off in the order that they stopped. So that's interesting. Now Jack Noller's car is sat at the end of the pit lane, and he's getting a conversation with the marshal, and I wonder if they're going to let him restart. Because again, his car wasn't running at the time of the red flag. So let's wait and see. The fact he's at the end of the pit lane possibly suggests that he will be allowed to restart and join the tail of the field. I'm going to keep one eye on out of the commentary box. I'm looking directly at Jack Noller's car whilst we watch the field go around behind the safety car. But the timer has already started now on the safety car. So the timer has started. We've got 15 odd minutes to go. And I think Jack Noller is waiting to get the signal. You can see it on the inset right, and he is being let go. So Jack Noller is rejoining the race. So essentially, in order to try and make this happen, he's going to have the race of his life. And of course, as the timer ticks down to 15 minutes now, that's not long to do it. So the order, under the safety cars, we get back going again. One car didn't get away. That's Jonathan Field sending car 53. He's going to have to get pushed away quickly. That might elongate the safety car restart. Quickly push that one away and get it out of harm's way before the safety car comes back in. Again, this just increases the tension further. If you're watching at home or around the circuit, then I'm sure it's quite a tense pit in both the BC Cars Motorsport and the AB Motorsport pits. Whether you're rooting for Thomas Langford or Adam Sparrow, this one is quite a situation. And of course, look at that. Top 2 in the championship, top 2 in the race. That's where they've been all weekend, just trading places at points. And of course, now, we come into this final race of the season, it's perfectly balanced with both drivers on equal points as they were when they came into the weekend. Of course, everything provisional. There are still post-season checks to do to make sure all the cars are technically sound, but once that's done, they can confirm the final results. So whoever comes out on top of this one, we stress the word provisionally. That's why we use the word champion-elect, the term champion-elect, because ultimately until everything gets officially confirmed, it is all provisional. But at the moment, I'm not sure that Tom or Adam will care about that too much. They'll just care about getting the task done. And quite simply, it literally is a case of whoever finishes ahead of the other has done it. It's outscoring them, because ultimately whoever finished ahead of who, in that case as well. Just heard in my ear that rain has begun again, and of course ahead of the finals. Actually, they can see it falling relatively steadily. Of course, we've got a final to come through as well. Now, safety car lights are out, which means after only 2 safety car laps, we are ready to get this season finale for the Mazda MX5 Championship back underway. So stand by, folks. This is possibly going to be some grandstand action, of course. And again, remember, whoever heads the other between these top 2 and crosses the line ahead of the other and outscores them will provisionally grab the title. So Tom Langford takes over the role of the safety car. He chooses when to pull the pin. He chooses when to get this racing back underway. Nerves are starting to rise a little bit more. I think he's decided to go off camera and get underway. He has, yes, and both Adam Sparrow and Luke Pullen have gone with him. Remember, they can't pass until they get to the safety car line. Good traction out of Clark Curve for Langford, and Pullen's on the tail of Adam Sparrow. He could possibly throw a spanner into the works here. Drifting there for Ollie Walden on the restart, and round goes 263 before even getting to the line, hits the barrier. 263's Chris Bingham into the barriers before they even got to the green flag. And what will that do next time? He's going to try and get it going again, but he's facing the wrong way. Off the road to Adam Sparrow! Adam Sparrow off the road in the gravel trap. That could be championship defining for Adam Sparrow. The championship contender is in the gravel, and he's possibly out of championship contention. That has major implications. Off the road goes Adam Sparrow, and that sees him tumbling down the order. So it's now massive advantage. Tom Langford in front. He's under threat from Luke Pullen. And off the road again. He's off the road again up at Druids. What's going on? Adam Sparrow's championship chances are absolutely falling apart around him. It's about mid-pack at this point. Langford turns in, still in the lead, but sees Pullen right behind him, possibly wondering in his head maybe what on earth's going on. At least Luke Pullen is an ally because he's also AB Motorsport. There are yellow flags up at the top of the circuit. Please don't know why, and the time is done. Well, the timer says 5 minutes, but that's not right. It's actually 11 minutes. So for some reason, the timer on the screen has gone 6 minutes short. I'm not sure why. Chris Bingham didn't get away properly from when he hit the barrier exiting Clark Curve when he spun before the green flag. So what will that do in terms of the race order? Luke Pullen comes across the line, takes the initial fastest lap of the race. And even though that Luke Pullen is an AB Motorsport teammate, in fact, arms out of the cockpit, so for the second time in this finale, it is safety car deployed. But the massive difference here is Adam Sparrow. Where did he come across the line? He's outside the top 20. He is 24th. That is absolutely astounding. So it's a 24th place point. Of course, there are guests in front, which will, of course, be means he'll gain some more points back in that sense. He's behind. How many guests is he behind? He's behind Chris Dawkins, Ozzy McLean, 3, 4, 5 guests. So he's actually got the points for 19th. So it's 64 points compared to 100. So yeah, I think in terms of winner takes all, that puts, yeah, I mean, Adam Sparrow would get this back as a drop score anyway. But even so, he's going to have to really charge his way through the pack. You can see him there, the silver car with the orange bonnet. That's Adam Sparrow, car 19, right towards the back of the field. And he's got Jack Noller behind him for company. So that's interesting. Chris Bingham's car, Chris is still in the car and just trying to get himself restarted if he can. Not sure what he's looking down at in the cockpit, unless he's just cursing himself for what happened. But he's going to try and get himself back going again. He's got 2 marshals to try and push him away once more. But at the moment, this will count as a drop score for Adam Sparrow. But even so, Langford is still going to outscore Sparrow by enough points, by 8 points, to take the title his way. Well, we expected drama. Drama of the highest order in this season finale. We said it was going to be tense. Right, Chris Bingham has now been pushed away, which means that he continues on and will get going again, albeit a lap down. So off he goes. Now then, Adam Sparrow's task is essentially mission impossible now, unless something extraordinary happens. We'll wait and see. There is 9 minutes to go on the clock. 9 minutes to decide which way provisionally this 2024 Gaz Shock's Mazda MX5 title goes. There was, you saw a shot of Adam Sparrow. Of course, his weekend started in the worst possible way. He was in testing and then ended up in the tyre wall, which meant they had to do a bit of a reconstruction to the front end of that car. It looks a little bit ragged. But in quick succession, with Chris Bingham's car now recovered, we are back to essentially our 3rd start of the day, our 2nd safety car start. Now then, Thomas Langford has to do it all over again now. As Adam Sparrow, he's only just coming out of Graham Hill Bend and just got Jack Noller behind him and a couple more. Neil Chisnell and, who else is that behind him as well? Neil Chisnell and David Sculler. The rest, of course, of which are quite far back. Unless it's Chris Bingham. Safety car comes into the pit lane, and with 8.5 minutes just under to go, Thomas Langford is now in a position essentially to become champion-elect, but he has to stay out of trouble for the next 8 and a bit minutes. Here we go. 8 and a bit minutes to go in the final race of the season for the Gaz Shock's Mazda MX5 Championship, and it's Thomas Langford in provisional championship winning position in the lead with teammate Luke Pullen behind in 2nd place. He's in potential 3rd place securing position provisionally as well. So these two doing everything they need to. It's Advantage AB Motorsport at this point in time. Behind them, Steve Bartlett is 3rd, Ewan Thomas is 4th, Harry Storer 5th, Adam Craig is 6th, Angus Fender 7th, then Ollie Walden, Jake Pace and Neil Chisnell in the top 10. Let's wait and see. So out of Graham Hill Bend and onto the back straight now for what lap are we on now? I don't even know what lap we're on. We're on lap 8 and 9, completed 8 laps in the books. And again, still looking a bit slippery and treacherous. Oh dear. And Adam Sparrow is out of the car, and I'm afraid that is out of the race. And unfortunately, as harsh as it is to say, that is literally championship over. So whatever happens in this race, that's it. And that's the embrace from, I think that's from Ali Bray, in fact, actually, to give him an embrace to say, look, hard luck. And Adam Sparrow, he was denied in 2023 after he came vice champ, but he ran Steve Foden so hard. He's been an incredible competitor all the way through. That's never how you want to see a championship battle end, and that's a real cruel way for Adam Sparrow to have to miss out once again on the title. But he's proven he's just as good as the likes of Langford, Pullen, Noller and Co in the mix. And I'm certain he'll be back next year to try and go for it 3rd time lucky. So essentially that means that whatever happens here, effectively, it is going to be, as long as Thomas Langford just keeps it on the road nice and steady, it will pretty much be champion-elect for him in 2024. Out of the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend he goes, and up towards Surtees then. The title battle we were hoping for has kind of dissipated through a sequence of events, but even so, we've still got a good race in our hands here between teammates. And at least here, they'll be looking for the bragging rights. He might not necessarily know that Adam Sparrow's out of the race. All he'll know is that he's not right behind him. He'll have no idea where he is, but all he can do is drive and do everything he can, at least in his mind, try and get the job done here provisionally. And he'll know essentially that if he's at least finishing ahead of Adam Sparrow in any context, it'll essentially be his championship. So Ewan Thomas sets the fastest lap of the race. You can see there in the middle of the shot, Adam Sparrow's car in pit lane. Ewan Thomas now, as I say, take a 1 minute 6.689. As they're coming through, I think the rain has come back a little bit. Battle on for third between Steve Barrett and Ewan Thomas, getting a bit of a squeeze through Druids. But Thomas backs out of it. Little wiggle there under power for Bartlett, sorry. Into Graham Hill Bend they go. It looks as though it's possibly going to be quite a fascinating run. Ignore the time on the top. We've still got 5 minutes to go. For some reason on our graphic on the timing screen, it says 0. It's not 0. It's still got 5 minutes to go. So I can assure you, looking at my timing screen, we do still have 5 minutes left of this race. So we'll go by the timing screen I have in front of me here. I'd say pay no notice to what's going on the top left. So for third place, the battle is on. Bartlett again just wiggling around trying to find the traction next in Clark Curve. And here comes Ewan Thomas on the inside line. He's been a revelation of the championship ever since he came in. About, I think it was Alton Park in round number 3. Started the season in the Super Cup. Transferred across to the Mark 1 Championship. And ever since then, it's just gelled with this Mark 1 much better than the Super Cup car when he found. And really someone who I think, if he does do a full season next year in Mark 1s, he's definitely a championship contender to watch for in 2025. He's a great example of young drivers as well. Oh, that's Neil Chisholm off the road, and now I think missing a rear bumper. Just at the fastest lap of the race too, so he's shedding bodywork as he comes through in celebration. So he's now currently 7th place at the moment. And now out of the Graham Hill Bend, and Thomas Langford is... He knows he's essentially it's an AB Motorsport 1, 2, 3. So at the moment they've got all 3 of these cars in order for AB Motorsport, and that of course will be a great achievement for them, seeing a championship title. Neil Chisholm, I can see out of my commentary box window, has pulled off the road, so that's his season done prematurely before the checkered flag. And they come through to try and start the next lap of the race. There goes Harry Storer, one of his better performances of the season, the former Mazda MX5 Clubman champion in its first season. And now into Paddock Hill Bend they go. It's just over 3.5 minutes left to go in this final race of the season for the Gasjock Mazda MX5 Championship. With Adam Sparrow, who came into this race tied on points with Thomas Langford, now with him out of the race after he went off the road into the gravel on the safety car restart, and then had to fortunately pull up into pit lane with what seemed to be an issue. I'm not sure if it was the issue that was the cause of his 2 offs. He had 1 off at Paddock Hill Bend and then ran wide at Druids, but either way had to pull the car in. And sadly, it'll be a drop score for him, but it won't be enough because, of course, Langford will still outscore him by the fact that he's still running. So through the left-hander at Surtees. Further back, we're seeing that's Graham Rumsey having a scrap with one of the Go For It racing cars. There might be Tim Storer, I think, looking at who that is number-wise. And it is Rumsey, it probably be, yeah, Tim Storer in car 50. That was a battle that was going on over about 19th, 20th position. Simon Privet should be in that scrap as well. Battle on for second as Thomas Langford tries to escape up the road. It's now Luke Pullen versus Ewan Thomas. And I say, what a way it would be for Langford to provisionally wrap up the title, for Luke Pullen to take third, but to do it with a AB Motorsport 1, 2, 3 at the end. There's going to be quite some celebrations, I'm sure, for Ali Bray and Nicky Bray. I do say these AB Motorsport cars have got quite a handy wet setup, and it's certainly proving true here in these 3 cars, because it's no wonder we've got AB Motorsport cars 1, 2 and 3. So what a way they're going to seal off their season with 1st and 3rd in the championship provisionally, all being well for the next less than 2 minutes, and a lockout with the podium in the final race of the season. There's going to be plenty of celebrations in the AB Motorsport camp tonight. Through Clark Curve, onto the Brabham Straight. Thomas Langford is doing everything he needs to. Keep it tidy, keep it neat, keep it clean, keep it on the road. And provisionally, the deed is done. He's still got, I think, 2 more laps, and it might feel like the longest 2 laps of his life going through. He's been a championship contender before, and even though he missed around at Cadwell Park, he had enough scores in the early part of the season to take the victories that he did to really look well. Battle still for second between Pullen and Thomas. Looking at the start of the season that Langford had, he won 5 of the first 6 races. And of the races that he's finished, he's only finished off the podium twice. So it's a pretty extraordinary run. And that means that even though he missed all 3 races at Cadwell, when was it Crystal Palace race? I think it was, where was he missed the races? Croft, because he had work commitments with Extreme E. He still had enough in the bank to continue those results, and he knew from that point from Cadwell Park onwards he could not make a mistake. He couldn't have an issue, couldn't have a DNF, had to keep it on the straight and narrow, just get the points, keep at the front, stay out of trouble, and just keep on scoring high, keep on banking those high points to get the job done. And now he is practically 1.2 miles away from provisionally wrapping it up. On to the final lap of the season for the gas-shocked Mazda MX5 Championship. And what a season it's been. The top 4 in the battle for the championship: Tom Langford, Adam Sparrow, Luke Pullen and Jack Noller. Fantastic young talent, and there's some more there. Ewan Thomas getting sideways on the curb. He's not done for second place though. This might be an into AB Motorsport team battle. They might all be teammates, but they still want the bragging rights to get second or third here. Out of the hairpin at Druids they go, down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. They are half a lap away from sealing this up provisionally. Onto the Cooper straight. Ewan Thomas might make one last late charge here on Luke Pullen. He looks to the outside line. They're going to be almost side by side, but I think Pullen might have it covered off initially through the first part of Surtees. Little second bite of the cherry turning in there for Ewan Thomas. They come up the hill and now into the right-hander at the top of the circuit, now through Clearways, through McLaren, through Clark Curve, and now Thomas Langford can put his foot down to the floor. He's come close before, but he will now head to the checkered flag. He will take the victory in the final race of the season, and in the process, provisionally, will become the 2024 gas-shocked Mazda MX5 champion. Incredible effort all season from Thomas Langford, and provisionally, he has done it. Excellent work, and not only that, the perfect way for AB Motorsport. It's an AB Motorsport 1, 2, 3 to seal the deal. Absolutely incredible. I think there's celebrations already running up to the top of the... you can see the rain's coming down now. That's going to make things interesting for the festival final. A wet final in many cases. So we probably have some rainmeisters there to see if they can come out on top. The rest of the pack comes streaming through to take the checkered flag. It's going to be Langford with the victory, and provisionally with that the title. It's second place for Luke Pullen, who picks up 98 points as a result. And so just for the record, Jack Noller, where did he finish? He finished back in 25th, in fact, actually, but there were some guests in front of him. There was 1, 2, the invitation class car as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guests. So he actually finished, where did he finish? 27th. That gives him 20th place points. We'll plug those in a moment. But the key thing is that at the end of it all, it's not the way we wanted to see it happen, of course, with Adam Sparrow retiring, but provisionally, with that race victory, it seals the deal. Thomas Langford provisionally is the 2024 gas-shocked Mazda MX5 champion in fine style. Not just that, how about that for AB? It's an AB Motorsport 1, 2, 3 at the top, with Luke Pullen second and Ewan Thomas in third. Steve Bartlett fourth. It's then Harry Storer in fifth position, Adam Craig sixth, Ollie Walden seventh. Jake Pace 8th, Angus Fenton 9th, and Chris Dawkins rounds up the top 10, with Jack Collins, Keith Dalton, Chris Dale, and Thomas Brown rounding off the top 14 finishers. And then 15th downwards we see Thomas Walker, followed by Richard Wootton, Ozzie McLean, Simon Privet, Clive Chisnell, Tim Storer, Graham Rumsey, Richard Bartlett, Ugo Carini, the invitation driver, David Scowler, Jack Noller back down in 25th. He missed out on third place, but gave it a really good go. And Neil Chisnell, after he lost his bumper, and Adam Sparrow, the heartbreak, off into the gravel, and then out of the race. Also Chris Bingham and Jonathan Fieldsend, we also lost as well. So, time to get some reaction then. I'm sure there'll be plenty of celebrations and noise down there to have a chat with our top 3 for the final time in the gas-shocked Mazda MX5 champion, and also Richard John Neal, our new provisional champion, Thomas Langford.
So you join us for the celebrations down here in Parc Ferme, and Thomas Langford out of the car. Adam Sparrow was first to go over. Amazing sportsmanship from Adam Sparrow, who you might be able to see in the background looking disconsolate, rightly so. But Thomas Langford, what a season he has had. He hasn't been off the podium. I think he has, maybe twice, and the drop scores were the rounds that he couldn't do, as we mentioned earlier on in the season, which were for his work on Extreme E. I think they were in Scotland maybe that weekend, can't remember exactly. We were in Croft, so maybe not that far, but what a season and what great camaraderie here. Ali Bray was over, the team boss, went over first as well, and then Brian Chandler and again, after the handshake, the hugs as well. Adam Sparrow, I'll take my hat off to you, mate, well done. But Tom Langford, get your name right this time. After a little bit of momentary confusion in the holding area earlier on, what a fantastic result. Congratulations on taking the championship. I won't call you Luke this time. Well done.
Thanks, Richard. I just want to say thank you to AB Motorsport. They've put in such a shift for me this year. With missing around, that I've really felt the support by the whole team. We're kind of a small family under that awning. So
some
spoils there. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Tom, interrupted you.
Well done, honey bun. Yeah, but AB Motorsport have been unbelievable this year. I'd recommend them to anyone. Obviously, I'd like to thank my sponsors this year, Next Wave Safety, Mofolio from Germany, Caesars Auto Electrical and Midland Tyre Shaving. Without them, I really don't know if I'd be on the grid, probably not. So it still hasn't sunk in yet, Richard. This has been a long time in the making. I just want to say thank you to my parents for coming along and supporting me, my partner Laura. Yeah, I can't.
To do it with a missed round as well. We made a lot of that, but I think rightly so, in that, you know, you put yourself under a fair bit of pressure being away for that. You've got to work. We've all got to work to pay the bills, but, you know, to not have the luxury, if we can call a drop score a luxury, is amazing.
A drop score is a luxury. It really is. And I've been under pressure ever since that drop score on Croft. You know, there's so much for being said for leading on drop scores, but the guys are building momentum, and I lost a bit of that midway through the year because of the drop round. So to end like this, I have no words.
Well, that's great. Soak up the moment, enjoy it, celebrate well. We'll see you. I don't know what. Oh, go on.
I just want to say thank you to Adam, Luke, Jack, for the part they played this year. This has been the hardest thing I've ever done. So I want to thank them for making it that way.
I'm going to say thank you guys for your camaraderie. Great sports, great company as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done. So 2024 champion Thomas Langford. And we got a race podium to deal with as well. Ali and the team rightly will go on and celebrate. Luke Pullen took second position. We've got the rest of the podium to do. He's already got the trophy. Luke, well done. Good to see you. I called him Luke earlier on. You see, easy mistake to make.
He won the last race. You're probably so used to seeing me win. It's got to be Luke. It's got to be.
End of the season. We had some dancing earlier on. You did a solo dance?
A little bit of a solo. Oh, I did my last dance with Adam, and it doesn't feel appropriate right now. But yeah, do you know what? We've had such a great season. I was just saying, all four of us, the battle. Oh, we're pressure time. The battle's been amazing between all four. Any one of us deserved to win the championship. So massive credit to Tom, AB Motorsport, all my sponsors as well for helping me get here. But yeah, that race was. We finally found some pace in the wet this weekend, which was nice.
That's really good. Looking forward to the break now. You enjoy the racing too much to have a break, surely?
Yeah, you go through the season going, it's too stressful, I can't wait for it to be done, and then within half a week you're all miserable, and it takes about a year for the next season to start. So I'm sure I'll be moping around within a week's time.
Bit of sim racing?
Maybe. I know there's the winter series with the Brscc that I know Nola has helped put together, so I wouldn't mind having a go at that, but I don't know if I'm any good on the sim. I'm much better at crashing into people in real life than on the computer, so we'll see.
Real life racing is much better. It's a pretty good one.
The practice is on
well done, Luke. I'm going to grab a word with P3. Well done.
Cheers, Rich.
Congratulations. Hopefully see you next year. And Ewan Thomas back on the podium as well for third position. Ewan, congratulations. Newcomer, obviously, one of the points that Scott Woodward was making in the commentary box earlier on with Andy McEwen. And Andy, get well. He's doing a good job. I don't know if you heard, Andy's got voice trouble this weekend, which is a pity, our regular commentator. But he was saying this is a great training ground, isn't it, for people to move out of karts into car racing?
Yeah, for sure, really. So I did like the British Championships, stuff like that, and then hopped in this at Alton midway through the year. And it's been it's really competitive championship, there, as you saw there, and the championship only came down to this round, so it's really close amongst the top sort of 5 to 8. So yeah, it's a really good place to sort of hone your skills in cars. I especially like the wet because of karting. I think people tend to warm to it more when they come from karting, but of course I wouldn't be able to do it without the amazing setup from AB. We've got the 1, 2, 3 to end the year, so really happy with that. And I just want to thank my dad especially, my sponsors Exol, Compound Racing and Companion, and Kokoro for prepping me up for this.
Good stuff. And talk us through that last race, because obviously it's the first time we've seen you on the podium this weekend, which is great, but all went well.
Yeah, so unfortunately in the first race, I had a bit of contact, and it was my fault. I put my hands up to it, so I got a 10-place grid penalty. So I'd finished 5th in that race because of some damage. It was scraping all over the tyre. So the next race I started 15th, which was this morning. Got into the back of the hack for 3rd place, but because of a car in the gravel, they had to call it a couple minutes early before I could really do some good work. But in this one, started 6th. 2 safety cars, just had to work our way through, and we were all over the back of Luke, but don't want to do anything silly because he's in the championship, I'm not. So
that's fair play. I hope it was too early to say about next year, but it'd be great to see you back.
Yeah, I will definitely make sure that I at least do one round because they're so much fun.
Go and enjoy the celebrations with your team. Ewan, thank you. Pleasure to meet you this year. Very well done. I'm tempted. We're going to have a word with Adam Sparrow. He's disconsolate, but a professional driver and a great guy that he is. You came here to congratulate Thomas, which was really mega of you, mate. And first of all, hard lines, not the way we wanted to see the championship decided. What happened?
Hit the brakes, rear snapped round on me, and then had no brakes for the rest of the lap. So, yeah.
It's a tough one, but it will make the sweet ones all the more sweeter, which won't mean a lot to you now, but when you get there. I just want to say well done on a great season, and thank you for your sportsmanship and camaraderie. You were the first one over to congratulate Thomas, which is mega. Yeah,
still a good season. Another runner-up, which isn't what we wanted, but it's still a stellar result. I'd like to say massive thank you to BC Cars Motorsport, the MX5 shop and Midland Tyre Shaving for the great season.
Great job. It's a great result. It really is a great result. Well done. Thank you for chatting to us as well. Didn't have to do that. Difficult thing there to have to do. See if we can grab a quick word with Ali Bray as well. Ali, let's have a quick natter, because I was going to do it on Friday on camera, but we never got a chance to do that. And sometimes these things kind of work out because we can do it now. You must be proud of everybody.
Proud of everyone. Proud of the drivers. Proud of the team. Proud of my family that let me be away every single weekend when I'm not at home. Hi to both my boys, love you both. But what a way to end the year. 3 cars on the podium, championship win. It's what we came to do, and we managed to do it. So
I'm going to highlight to people who didn't see it on camera, but the inter-team stuff is really good as well. As I mentioned, Adam came over and was first, I think maybe first or second. You might have got to Thomas first, but Adam was certainly here to congratulate him. And then Brian Chandler came over and congratulated as well, and I really love that between the teams.
It's a real close-knit family, this Mazda paddock. We've been doing it a long time all together. And I'm absolutely gutted for Adam because I didn't want to end like that at all. But yeah, Brian puts out such a good car, and we have a good laugh. We normally let the cars go out and then tell each other what our setups are, and then see what the drivers do with it. But over the moon to have the #1 back home. The only downside for Tom is I'm coming back out in the Mark 1s next year, and I'm coming to take that #1 off of him.
That's interesting. That's going to be good to see.
It'll be great fun, but for now, this is Tom's show, and what a season he's put together. He's been an absolute star.
Thank you, Ali. Thanks for having a chat with us, and well done again, Thomas Langford. Let's have a whoop for Thomas. Again, well done. Congratulations. I can hear engines firing up, so I'm going to make my way down to our next event, which of course is the Gerrit Van Kouwen 40th anniversary 200 festival final. The drivers racing for the Neil Shanahan Trophy for the 25th time as well. So much to remember. I'm glad we did a good Mazda walk because they deserved it, those guys. Gas shocks going all the way to the wire. The cars are already going out, ready for our festival final, hopefully before a downpour. But it's our last Formula Ford race of the weekend. The GVK 200 Festival is coming to a close. They're contesting that and the Neil Shanahan Trophy. That'll be with you in just a couple of moments.
It will indeed. I'm not going to lie, I've got goosebumps because this is certainly going to be quite a special moment for everyone involved here. This is it. This is what we've been building to all weekend long, all season long in terms of Formula Ford, and the last few weeks it all culminates to this. 20 laps, 30 drivers, one Festival champion. It all comes down to this. There are some top names towards the front, there are top names towards the back. There is possibly more rain in the air, but it's clear at the moment. Some of the weather forecasts I've just seen in weather radar suggest that any rain and cloud we had is starting to dissipate and move, so hopefully we should have a drier final. It's been sort of a little bit sort of rainy at some points. But this is going to be interesting. Now, for the record, Andy McEwen is sat next to me, but bless him, he's decided to save his voice, and I'm actually gutted he's choosing not to commentate on this, because obviously his voice has been a bit rough this weekend. So, but for the races he has done, I have to commend you. You've done a fantastic job, so thank you so much for the effort you put in, and I will do my best to do this justice, not just me, but for him as well. So, on that side of things. So, as Andy watches on very kindly, and again, he didn't have to sit back, but and I actually wanted him on comms as best he could, but here we go then. The cars move off onto the formation lap for this, the most important race of the weekend. This is, it's the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival Grand Final dedicated to the man himself. Almost the collision there before it even got going. That was Chris Middlehurst and Jordan Kelly in wet conditions, but possibly drying if it's still raining. But here is the grid then for the grand final. It starts as follows. Chris Middlehurst goes for his first festival victory. He starts on pole alongside Jordan Kelly on the front row of the grid. Jason Smith and Josh Smith on the front row. Josh Smith, 2018 champion. Jason Smith, a dark horse for the victory. Row 3 sees Morgan Quinn and Luke Cooper. What could they do from the third row, having had good runs last year? Tom Nippers, or another strong driver throughout this festival. He starts 7th alongside former national champion Johnny McMullen. Then it's Hugh Esterson and Jonathan Kotick rounding out the top 10, followed by Tom MacArthur in the 217 car and Charlie Mann to round out the top 12. 13th is Anthony Amato, ahead of Callum Baxter in the sole remaining Team Canada car after Antonio Costantino went out in the heat and ended his weekend early. Ben Cochran and Richard Higgins, last year's historic winner and outgoing historic festival winner, starts 16th. The actual historic winner, Darwin Smith, starts 17th. He's alongside Jason Pribble in P18. The top 20 completed by Isaac Cantor Silva and Tom Hawkins in P20. Then Chris Acton and Joey Foster, unexpectedly back in 22nd. Got a lot of work to do from him back in the 11th row of the grid. Then it is going to be Rob Hall. He was someone who also quite quick early on, and Sam Harrison on the 12th row of the grid, followed by Rory Smith back in 25th. Of course, he was the winner of the progression race. He will start back on the 13th row alongside David MacArthur. Then Leanne McShane, Spencer Shinner and Andy Charsley, and right at the back of the grid, last but not least, Drew Cameron makes up the 30th of the 30 drivers who are all set to go for Festival Glory. This is it. Even though the weather conditions, there is a nice healthy crowd in the grandstands watching on. This is the race that they've all been building up to. This is the one where it all matters, where it all counts, where they all go for the victory. They want to write their name into the history books and join people who are on that roll of honour. Great drivers, including, of course, the very first festival winner, Ian Taylor, back in 1972 at Snetterton. You look at other drivers in the mix who've won it too as well. Jeff Lee, Derek Daly, Chico Serra, Roberto Moreno, Tommy Byrne, Julian Bailey, Andrew Gilbert Scott, of course Gerrit Van Kouwen, Johnny Herbert, Ronan Ratzenberger, Eddie Irvine, Jan Magnussen, Russell Ingold, Mark Webber, Jenson Button, Anthony Davidson, Joey Foster's won it, of course, twice as well in the mix, Nick Tandy, Dennis Lynn, Scott Malvern, Noel Murray, and of course other past masters like Joey Foster, Josh Smith, Rory Smith as well, and of course Max Eston 2022. This is where it all comes to it. So, cars are getting in position. We do this not just for the festival final, but we do it for Gerrit Van Kouwen. Of course, he won 40 years ago. Who will emulate his success and take victory in this? This is what it all builds to. The grand final dedicated to Gerrit Van Kouwen, the 2024 Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival final, all set to go. The red lights are on. We're away for the final. Cracking start from pole for Middlehurst. He moves across the line, but he also gets covered off by Jordan Kelly. The two Team Dolan D-mates go side by side into turn 1, and they will go into turn 1 in the mix as well. Jason Smith is up there in 3rd place. It's 4th for Cooper, 5th for Josh Smith. They've splashed their way through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. And as they come up the hill towards Druids, then it's going to be pretty interesting as they come through. Druids and one car off the road. That's the historic final winner, Darwin Smith. He's off the road into the gravel trap. So the historic final winner is off. We heard him go off at Druids Bend. That might well possibly be his race, his festival over possibly. I don't know if it's going to be either a safety car or possibly going to be in the way. Either way, they turned their way out of it. And up now down the back straight. And up towards the Surtees for the first time. Battling in the mix, you can see the mid-pack there, Joey Foster. As for Rory Smith, he's right in the thick of it in the mid-20s. He's trying to make his way through. And now out through the top end of the circuit. And now out through Clark Kerr for the first time. Now across the line, and to end lap number 1 already, it's Middlehurst leading, with Jordan Kelly leading, in fact, and it's Middlehurst in second place. And we'll see as they come through into Paddock Hill Bend for the second time. So it is effectively a Team Dolan 1, 2, 3. The Darwin Smith car, I think, is still in the gravel trap, so I'm not sure what they're going to do on that side. The safety car's on standby, but hasn't got its lights on. Out through the right-hander at Druids at the top of the hill. It's getting pretty close now. This is all going to be about who can nail this in the wet conditions and make the most of what they've got underneath them. I said it's the top 3 here. Kelly, Middlehurst, who both won their respective heats. And of course, on top of that, Jason Smith was in the mix as well in his 3rd heat as well. So these guys are in the mix too. They tipped over their way through Surtees. It might be wet, but they're still pushing as hard as they dare. They go out through there. That was Jason Smith going up the inside, outside the first, second, even first, in fact, and they touch. Round goes Kelly and Smith. They're both rotating a complete 360. Through goes Middlehurst, Smith, through goes Cooper. They go either side, but 2 of the favourites are right down the order. They're scattering cars everywhere. Smith gets underway. Kelly's slower to react, but 2 of the main contenders in the lead are in jeopardy. And now it's Josh Smith into the lead. Josh Smith in car 200. Is it written in the stars? But in car 200 into the lead goes Josh Smith for Oldfield Motorsport. It's winding back the clock to 2018. They've won 1984. Up the hill they go then. So it's through all of that. It's the Smith leading, and also Joe Foster up to 9th with the fastest lap of the race. As for Rory Smith, he's 19th, so he's not made as much progress as he would like. In the wet, it's a slightly slower paced race, but we'll wait and see how that plays out as they come through Graham Hill Bend and now out through the left-hander onto the Cooper Straight. And now still it looks as though that Josh Smith has got this one pretty much initially under control, but we'll wait and see how this one goes. So only 3 laps in, and we've got plenty of drama with 2 of the main contenders taking themselves out of the race, and there's still plenty of action, I'm sure, with about 17 laps to go. So Josh Smith then twitching his way out of Clark Curve. Middlehurst in second. Hugh Esterson is now 3rd. It's Cooper, McMullen, Quinn, Nippers, Charlie Mann, Joey Foster. Remember, he started all the way back in. Where did he start? All the way back in 22nd on the grid. Another new fast lap of the race, and he's up to 8th place past Charlie Mann. There goes Johnny McMullen, fending off Morgan Quinn. Charlie Mann's 9th. Jason Smith is back to 10th after his spin. Jordan Kelly down to 21st. Up the hill into Druids. Still McMullen with Morgan Quinn in the mix too. Turning out the hairpin. And again, reiterating the fact that Joey Foster has taken the fastest lap. And there he is at the top of the screen. Look, he's battling with Tom Nippers. Ooh, down the outside, can he get himself a start? The answer is no. He's off onto the grass. So another festival favourite, despite all the progress he made, is hitting trouble. He's lost a place back to Charlie Mann. And now here comes Jason Smith on the outside. He might lose out to also Tom MacArthur and Ben Cochran just behind. The Furman stands its ground, and Joe Foster holds on to the top 10 spot. But Josh Smith, whether it's coincidence or good fortune or whatever it is, but you've got car 200 leading the festival final 40 years on from when the same car did exactly the same thing, which had Gerrit Van Kouwen in it. So lap 5 then, still Josh Smith with about almost a second lead over Middlehurst, with Esterson in 3rd place. Down the inside to take 4th place goes, the 5th place goes Morgan Quinn. He was the man who gained the most places in the festival final last year. And finished up a top 10 after starting quite deep in the field, but he's now right up there in contention. It's got the BMW-esque striping on that number 88 Van Diemen. And so you've got kind of like 3 or 4 different teams right in the mix there. You've got Oldfield Motorsport leading, Chris Middlehurst for Team Dolan in 2nd place, Hugh Esterson up there in 3rd. This is almost shades of 2022 when Max was in there. Of course, and I'm sure that Max, if he's watching on, he's looking at his brother and feeling quite proud in that sense. Further back, you've got some more of the contenders. You've got Jordan Kelly in there mixing it with his teammate Isaac Cantor da Silva. That's Anthony Amato battling with Tom MacArthur, who is the best of the historic cars in the field at the moment. They've also got Callum Baxter and is that Rory Smith behind him? I think it is. Oh, and the 2 cars get together, and Tomato goes off into the gravel trap. Is he going to get stuck? I'm not sure. Smith is trying to charge along here. He's stuck behind Tom MacArthur. That now puts him about... Look at the timing screen, actually. It puts him... Where is he now? He is up to 15. He's gone past Amato. He's into 13. So he started back in, what was it, 22nd, 25th on the grid. He's up now 12 spots. He's back making 13. Just confirming the move on MacArthur. Foster now back up the inside of Tom Nippers. This is the move he wanted to make a couple of laps ago, but he's still lapping pretty quickly. Foster sets a new fast lap of the race. He's done a 1:01.876. He's at least 4/10 quicker than the cars in front of them. So let's see what we can do. You said that the rain kills the racing. Not here in the festival final. Luke Cooper on the challenge here to try and get past Hugh Esterson. This will be for a podium finish. I don't think Luke Cooper's finished on the podium of the festival before. Recent results suggest not, so this could be his best result to date. He was 4th last year and was on the cusp of a top 3 finish, but we'll wait and see. But even in the rain, we're getting some pretty good, tight, close racing here, and some of the faster cars charging their way back through the pack. Jason Smith, he's back up to 9th anyway, but it's 0.8 of a second between Smith and Middlehurst at the front of the field. This is the fight for 3rd. Joey Foster again on another fast lap of the race. He is absolutely flying out there. Again, he's at least 2 or 3 tenths quicker than the cars in front. Oh, and Houston gets sideways over the curb as he runs out wide exiting Paddock Hill Bend, and here comes Luke Cooper up the inside for 3rd place. In the background you saw that was Joey Foster going up the inside with Johnny McMullen. Is he through? Yes, he is, up another place. Joey Foster putting on one of the drives of the race, certainly, and Rory Smith, look at his progress. He's up to 12 past Callum Baxter. He's lapping in 1 minute 2, so he's not on the same pace as Foster, but the Furman, the 2-time primary festival winner, and of course the 2004 Kent Festival winner, wants to add a 3rd primary festival win to his tally if he can. Not even half distance yet. We're on lap 7. We've still got 12 laps to go here. No, 13 laps to go, in fact. And Hetterson puts the nose of his right underneath, and there is, unfortunately, Darwin Smith, who has 1 trophy to take to his name this year, but sadly, he will not get the honours in the historic categories in the final, unfortunately, out on lap number 1. Cap stays static at 8 tenths between Smith and Middlehurst. Here comes Esterson looking to the outside line. Remember last year, if you watched the final, it was a fantastic light switchback we saw Rory Smith do. Cooper goes deep, but takes the high, wide and handsome line. I did it, I had to. And he's up into his 3rd place. Another new fast lap of the race, and there's Joey Foster. He is absolutely charging along. He's only 5 seconds away from the leaders. There's Jonathan Kotick going down the outside of David MacArthur, and I think that's that Jordan Kelly. It is, and that's a battle that's going on a bit further back. That's Kelly back in 19th, so hasn't made the progress that he was hoping to after the tangle that he had with Jason Smith. Jason, meanwhile, is up into 8th place and continuing on. So the last year's national champion, whatever happened in that tangle, he's come off worse on that, and the pace just isn't there in this part of the race. Tell you who has got the pace, it's that man there, number 3, Joey Foster, absolutely, no pun intended, storming along here, number 3 in the Furman. His next one is going to be Morgan Quinn to pick him off in 5th position. They're twitching around, and that's Ben Cochran off the road at Surtees. Now in that boggy grass, just be very careful on the power. Don't light up the rears, otherwise you're just going to get stuck. Here comes Foster, big dive up the inside in the wet conditions, considering that's a change between Kotick, Nippers, I think Rob Hall was in there as well, and Kelly, and that's another place game for Foster, unless Quinn gets the drive off of Paddock Hill Bend. But no, Foster sweeps across, and he's up into 5th position. I remind you again, from 22nd on the grid, if Foster gets even on the podium, it's one of the drives of recent festivals. It's fantastic work. So Josh Smith continues. The gap has stabilised. It's come down by about a tenth at the front. This is the MacArthurs at play. This is David MacArthur in the newer machine, car 15, and Tom MacArthur in 217. And he's still clearly the fastest of the historic cars in the field. Now then, the gap between Foster and Esterson was about at the line, about a second and a half. There's the other Furman, which is Leanne McShane battling Danny Charsley, giving him the hurry up. But Joey Foster is revelling in these wet conditions, so we come on towards lap 10, so we're coming up to half distance in the grand final. Down to Paddock Hill Bend, another 10th taken out of a lead by Middlehurst. Cooper in 3rd position, looking back. This is Andy Charsley again. Another new fast lap of the race for Foster. He's now got the gap down to a lead to 4.4 seconds. And look, Middlehurst is right with Smith as well. There must have been a twitch through Paddock Hill Bend or a better run for Middlehurst. Either way, the top 2 are together. They've got about a 2-second advantage over Cooper. But you can see Joey Foster is right at the top of the hill exiting Druids. He is on an absolute flyer. So Middlehurst can sense possibly his first festival victory. Josh Smith wants a second. Cooper and Esterson will get there first. Joey's getting, all intents and purposes, if you consider everything, a 4th festival win, but a 3rd primary one if he can hold on to this pace. I'll go back to the timing screen as they better take that deep line in towards the top end of Clearway's McLaren and Clark curve. Back on the power again, just scrabbling and twitching their way through back onto the Brabham straight. And there already is Joey Foster. He's on the back of Hugh Esterson. Andy McQueen shaking his head with, I think, disbelief at how quick this is. He's watching Foster, thinks he's genuine, one of the best performances I've seen from the back. He's looking to the outside line. He's surely not going to the outside at Paddock Hill Bend. He's going to try for the undercut at least. This is genuinely a wet weather masterclass, Joe Foster, and here he comes. Up the inside, this will be for 4th place. Yes, he's done it. So another place game for Joey Foster. Now the next place is Luke Cooper, which will put him onto the grand final podium. And incredibly, just reminded as well, Foster was over a second faster on that last lap than the leaders. If Joey Foster wins this will genuinely be one of the best festival drives I've ever seen. I'm counting possibly everything in history. I'm talking, there's been some great performances, but if he does come from 22nd, that must be possibly, maybe, if he does win it, that'll be the furthest back that a festival winner has ever come back from. Certain, it must be. The other firm is not going any further though. That's Leanne McShane. She was out of the car, and I think that was possibly at the top end of the circuit at McLaren. Now that's going to be interesting. Yeah, she's out of the car. Well, what's that going to do? Because is that, yeah, safety cars, lights are on. I think we're about to go safety car in the grand final here. Now what does that do? Safety car's been deployed. This changes everything, because now, well, Leanne McShane's trying to push the car down the hill to outer safeway, which is, I guess, a convenient thing to do. She's trying to help. Ironically, because the safety car almost kind of benefits in a way Joey Foster to keep them close to the leaders. So this is quite crucial. Now there's a decision. I'm going to knock the clerk of the court deciding what to do here, whether you go safety car or you potentially, well, I don't want to say red flag, but again, I'm not the clerk of the course, so I'm not going to speculate. We'll see how this plays out. So we're on lap 12. When we complete it, we'll have 8 laps to go. This is how it stands at the moment. Josh Smith in car 200. Leading at the festival. Where have you heard that phrase before? 40 years ago. Chris Middlehurst in second place. Luke Cooper in third. And how he's got the pace in this weather conditions, I've no idea. Joey Foster from 22nd on the grid to 4th and lapping quicker than the leaders. The fact they've all closed up is only going to benefit really one person, and that's Joey Foster. Although, the longer they're behind safety car, the easier it is for Josh Smith to keep onto a lead. But of course, deep down, he'd want to win it purely under green flag conditions without the safety car aiding him, but we'll wait and see how that works out. Let's look at down the rest of the field, outside the top 4. The top 10 at least. Hugh Esterson holds on to 5th position. Morgan Quinn is 6th. 7th place is Jason Smith after the tangle with Jordan Kelly. 8th is Johnny McMullen. 9th is Tom Nippers. And Rory Smith, in fact, is to 10th place. So that's a pretty good drive too, also from the back in 25th on the grid. So he can still be in contention for a top 5, and that benefits him as well in that mix too. Others behind him, we've got the rest of the order. Charlie Mann's 11th. Callum Baxter for Team Canada is 12th. 13th place is Isaac Cantor da Silva. 14th is David MacArthur. Jordan Kelly's back in 15th. He's made a bit of progress since his spin and picking up the order. 16th is Rob Hall. 17th is Tom MacArthur in the best of the historic cars. The first 16 cars are all pro class cars from 99 onwards. Then you've got Jason Pribble and Tom Hawkins. They're pushing the car down the hill. This is probably to try and get it going as quickly as possible so they can get them back underway. And I imagine also the safety car is going as slow as it can do to make sure we get a maximum amount of laps getting underway here. So let's see what they do. The safety car lights are staying on the backtrack. They usually go out on Cooper Straight. So I think we're going to go for maybe at least one more lap. One more lap on the safety car, I think, because that Leanne McShane car is being pushed far and away out of harm's reach. I think if they get it to at least, I think they're trying to go to a slow enough pace so they can push that car at least down to the inner access road so that it's completely out of the way and we can get back racing once more. Well, talk about tension. This was certainly not necessarily in the script, but it's going to be a proper showdown here in these damp conditions between the front few. So can Josh Smith hold on to this lead and effectively, amazingly put this stat in of winning in car 200 40 years after exactly the same car number, won? And of course, I think he won his semi-final, I think, didn't he, Josh Smith? I think he did, or he was close in the mix anyway. Semi-final, he didn't, right? So he's a bit, yes, of course, he's a bit further. Otherwise, he would have been on the front row of the grid. Yes, well pointed out. So he was quite close anyway. He started to finish second in his semi-final, so almost close. If Fenix has done almost exactly emulating Gerrit Van Kouwen's achievement. So second place still, Chris Middlehurst. Again, I'm certain he is desperate. He can see literally one car ahead of him stands between him and his first festival victory that he's been chasing for years. He got the monkey off his back when he was able to finally break his duck at the Walter Hayes and pick up that victory. Can he add the festival to his? Luke Cooper's come close time and time again, has had up and down fortunes all the way through. Is it his year possibly? And that man number 3, Joey Foster, there's a real chance he could pull this off from 22nd to potentially a festival victory. Now, looking at the road, I think hopefully, can we see that Leanne McShane's car's been fully moved out of the way? I think the answer is yes. So, are we going safety car lights out this time? I'm watching the safety car intensely, and the safety car lights go... They don't. Yes, they do go out. Right, so on Cooper Straight, we are getting back underway for the grand final. So stand by for action. We're going to get 6 laps of, I think, true. Oh, they're going to add more laps, in fact. This is new. I didn't see that. So they're actually going to add more laps on. So it's going to be 23 laps, in fact. So actually, the 3 laps we had in the safety car, there was a rule in National Formula 4 that did that, where they added laps on. So that's actually really good by the organisers. They've added 3 laps on. So we're actually going to get, what's that, about 9 laps? So practically the rest of the festival final. So kudos to the officials to have 3 more laps on. So 9 more laps to go then in the festival final. So here goes Josh Smith then, as they head out through of Clark Curve, and already you can see Joey Foster is on the tail of Luke Cooper for 3rd place. They can't pass until they get to the green flag line. Over they go, we're back underway, and Joey Foster immediately goes to the outside line. Here he goes, down the outside. What a move round the outside for Joey Foster. He's going for this for the festival final win. That was an outrageous pass round the outside in the wet. That was high, wide and handsome. In a nutshell, that was absolutely brilliant. In fact, Andy McEwen sat there with his mouth aghast. He can't believe it. And I think neither can we. That was a brilliant one. If that move alone would win the festival, that's fantastic. So Josh Smith then tries to escape. Here comes Joey Foster for 2nd place. Can he pick off Chris Middlehurst? That car is rocket propelled in the wet conditions. Here he comes to the outside line. Middlehurst defends, squeezes Foster to the outside line. He's literally got the Furman shoved under the gearbox of Middlehurst Van Diemen, saying, come on, let me through, because I've got to try and get past. Esterson on the gearbox of Luke Cooper. Morgan Quinn's in there as well. Let's see what traction Foster gets. This car seems to be set for somewhere. They've hit the sweet spot with this setup. Don Hardman and Co. have the real crack this setup on the Furman chassis. And here he comes, 2nd place. Middlehurst goes to the outside line. Will he go to the outside again? He's doing it again. Down the outside. Oh, stop it, Joey Foster. Round the outside. He's straight on the gearbox of Josh Smith. This is unbelievable. Fantastic for Joey Foster. Now he's going for a chance for the lead into Druids now. On lap 16 of 23, they've extended it by 3 laps. He's on the gearbox. It's close between the top 3. Smith, Middlehurst and Foster off the road. Jordan Kelly. That's up at Paddock Hill Bend. He's quite far into the barriers. What will that be? Will that be yellow flags? I'm not sure, but here comes Joey Foster. He's on the tail in the slipstream, going for the lead of the Festival Grand Final of 2024 into all Surtees. He's pretty close, but he's not going to make it through this time. Now, this is crucial, because there's yellow flags at Paddock Hill Bend, and he can't make his outside pass until they get retracted. So he cannot make them. He's going to have to either make it before they get to the line or before they get to the yellow flag zone. Out of Clark Curves, Josh Smith now has his mirrors full of green Furman all the way down the pit straight. Jordan Kelly's out of there. There are yellow flags. He can't make the move. He has to dart out, so he can't make it happen. And safety car's been deployed again. Oh, safety car has been deployed yet again. Now, what does that mean? And off the road goes Drew Cameron. But what does that mean for the result? Does that mean well, it depends on how quickly they can get that car at least recovered. I mean, Jordan Kelly is out of the car, and that car's up against the barriers. So is it going to be a short 1 lap to ensure that he's out of the way? Are they going to push it up against the barrier? This now throws another spanner into the works, and Joey Foster from that drive, he is that close to completing genuinely one of the best festival drives ever. If he gets to 2nd, but this is a festival drive. I make no apologies for emphasising it. This could be even 2nd place, one of the best drives I've genuinely seen at the festival since I've known it existed in my lifetime. Unbelievable. So, what does this mean? Looking out the window, I'm trying to see exactly. It's really far up against the barrier, so I'd have thought it's that far away. So maybe it only might be a 1-lap safety car, possibly. Let's wait and see. Talk about tension. The tension. Forget cutting with a knife. You can cut it with a cotton bud or something. It's that palpable. It's unbelievable. And they extended it again. 2 more laps have added on, so it's 25 laps for the festival final. So they're adding it on again. So more laps. So we're going to get a proper finish here. Again, kudos to the clerk of the course for giving us more laps. I was pointing out the fact there was a rule in National Formula 4 before, where it was a 15-minute race, but they could extend the race by up to 5 minutes, additional 5 minutes, if there was a safety car. So kudos for adding on more laps. The only thing I was to think about is that in terms of fuel, because I wonder if they fuel for what they've done in terms of fuel. Because traditionally, the festival is 20 laps, and we've now gone to 25. So wait and see. Of course, it would have been in the regulations. So you have to have fingers crossed that drivers have read the regulations and give them extra fuel in the car. Now, also going to check in for Rory Smith. Rory Smith is up 1 more spot to 9th, so he's still in the mix for a decent enough result. But he might feel a bit hard done by. Well, still going to get 7 laps of racing, And the victory could still be on for Joey Foster. It could still be on for Chris Middlehurst, for Luke Cooper, for Hugh Esterson, for Morgan Quinn, for Jason Smith, for everyone else. They're quickly recovering Jordan Kelly's car out of the way. It's a real shame because he won his heat, of course, and also won his semi-final on top of that too. But unfortunately, Jordan Kelly's festival Nirvana ends in not the way he wanted to see it, in the barriers at Paddock Hill Bend. So, Josh Smith. There's almost, if you're a neutral Formula 4 supporter, you're almost kind of torn who to support. Do you want Car 200 to win for the sentimental reasons, but do you want Joey Foster to win for the performance? Either way, they're credible winners. But so are Chris Middlehurst, Luke Cooper, Hugh Esterson, Morgan Quinn, Jason Smith. Rory Smith's not done this either. Of course, he's still in 9th place. There's still time for him to pick his way through and pick up, I don't know, a top 5 finish. Wow. So, on to under the safety car, lap 19. So I think we might go this time by. It's 6 laps to go in the festival final. And considering where Joey Foster's got to, literally anything could happen next. This is absolutely astonishing. So reminder of the top 10, if we are going to go possibly racing this time by. Also, I think the rain stopped. It's actually quite clear. It's getting maybe drier. The wind's out by quite a bit, but we'll wait and see. So let's just run through the top 10 of where we are then, with potentially 6 laps to go at the end of this one, if we do get a restart. Josh Smith in car 200 leads the way. Joey Foster from 22nd on the grid. And I'll keep repeating that because it is an astonishing feat so far for this drive. In 2nd place in the Furman, 3rd place for Chris Middlehurst, 4th place for Luke Cooper, 5th for Hugh Esterson, 6th for Morgan Quinn, 7th for Jason Smith after he tangled Jordan Kelly. Safety car lights are out, we'll get to that in a second. 8th for Johnny McMullen, 9th for Rory Smith from 25th on the grid, and Tom Nippers in the top 10. I hope this goes green to the end, but stand by. We've got 6 laps of what could be grandstand Formula 4 festival action. Josh Smith is now the safety car again. He's gone early, even before they got to 30. He wants to get the jump because he knows how quick Joey Foster is in 2nd place. He wants to get as big a jump as possible, but you know how quick Joey Foster is, and he can't pass until they cross the start and finish line and take the green flag, but he's gone with him on the restart. He's right there. This could be lining up to get him hook, line and sinker. The safety car is in. 6 laps to go in the 2024 Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula 4 Festival Grand Final. And Joey Foster is chasing down Josh Smith, and here he comes. Down the outside for the festival lead. Will it be third time lucky? Round the outside goes Joey Foster. Can he go high, wide and handsome? He's gone out wide. Can he hold on to it? He squeezes him out wide. They're both almost making contact. But Josh Smith stays in front and throws the block pass and holds on. Up towards Druid. 6 laps to go. Middlehurst is back into it. But Joey Foster is all over Josh Smith here. Out through Druids, down the hill towards Grave Hill Bend. Joe Foster can see that race lead. He's so close. Middlehurst is in there too in 3rd place. It's still Cooper 4th, still Esterson 5th, Quinn 6th, Jason Smith 7th. Could be a change on between the 2 BM racing cars because Johnny McMullen has got his teammate Rory Smith right behind him for 8th and 9th, and it's still Tom Nippers in 10th. You almost get the sense it's when or where rather than if Joey Foster gets past. He's that close, and again he's right literally shoved under the gearbox of the Van Diemen. Through Clark Curve onto the pit straight. He's going to try again this time because Foster knows where he's going to go, but so does Smith. Smith is twitching on the exit of Clark Curve, and here he comes again. Lines him up for the pass, looks to the outside line if he can. Middlehurst is in the tow as well. Can he make a move for 2nd place? Down the outside goes Foster. He's going for it again, but watch for Middlehurst in 3rd place. He can't get it done. Throws the car in the middle of the road. Goes for the switchback. He's going for it. Up the inside. Can he get the traction? Oh, not quite. Smith covers off the line. Foster looks to the outside to try and get the lead again. Middlehurst is there in 3rd place. Watch for Cooper. Watch for Esterson again. They're all stacking up behind Smith. He's trying desperately to hold on to this lead, putting his car in all the right places, in all the right times, and Foster being absolutely frustrated here. 4.5 laps to go. Again, Smith just hesitates on the apex. He might have as much traction as Foster does, but he's holding him up nice and stack everyone else behind him. Into 30s once again with 4 laps to go. They're twitching and squirming around in damp conditions, and Foster's going for it. Through McLaren, through Clark Curve again. Foster just lining him up. He's literally practically pushing Josh Smith out of the corner as he pushes on, tries to find the traction, tucked in the slipstream, back down the Brabham Straight once again towards Paddock Hill Bend. Why would they go? There's been a tangle up at the top of the circuit. Oh no, that's Trayson Pribble, that's Rob Hall, that's also I think possibly Tom Hawkins in the mix, but these guys are oblivious to it. Well, what does that mean? Well, Josh Smith again, they all got going again. That's the best thing we could see. So still, Josh Smith holds on to the line. So despite the collision, they've all got going again. That's the best thing we could have seen. So, Less than 4 laps to go in the grand final. There is no telling who wins this. It is practically 7 for the lead with just a few laps to go. Here comes Middlehurst on the exit. He's charging along. Good traction from Foster. He tries again. But Smith is defending for his life here to hold on to the victory. And I make no bones about exaggerating it. He's holding on as best he can. Going through Surtees. Foster's got to try and find a way through here. He gets Salverline booked on the outside. He's going to the outside line. He's onto the grass. No! Joey Foster's off the road. He's lost out to the victory. He goes back on the road. He was tagged with Jason Smith and he's off. Joey Foster's race is over and so is Jason Smith. It's heartbreak for Joey Foster. What could have been 20 seconds for a festival win. It's not going to happen in 2024. And the race carries on. But what will that do to the results as well? Because can they both continue? What happens? So Josh Smith carries on. It's Middlehurst in second place. Luke Cooper is third. Esterson fourth. Morgan Quinn fifth. Rory Smith is up to 6th and 25th on the grid. But Josh Smith carries on. He holds on, defending as much as he can. What does that mean for the rest of the race? What happens? Well, let's look at the race we've got right now rather than seeing what happens on the timing screen. Josh Smith still continues on. Middlehurst, again, he's that close to a festival win. He's going to keep on pushing. But Josh Smith has been hanging on by hook or by crook where possible. We're looking back at Chris Acton and Samuel Harrison battling over 16th and 17th place. We go back to the leaders, though. And back to the top of the circuit. Now, is it caught by double wave yellows? So there's no overtaking here, but Middlehurst is close. Surely Josh Smith has to run out of lives here somehow, because he's time and time again had challenge after challenge after challenge for the festival lead, and he's holding on by the skin of his teeth. Down the pit straight, here comes Middlehurst is trying to pull himself alongside. Wheel to wheel for the festival grand final victory. Here comes Middlehurst, tries to go to the inside line, but Smith holds on, throws the block, goes to the inside line to go to the middle of the road, and still there's no way past Josh Smith here in car 200. Here comes Middlehurst, looking to the inside. Will he go wide this time? Cooper's in there too. Watch for him in third place. Eston's in the mix as well. Morgan Quinn's fifth. Rory Smith is in there almost on the back of them. There he is at the back of the train in red and white. Down the hill. Lap and a half to go in the 2024 Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival Grand Final. This has been a genuine modern classic for all sorts of reasons, and Josh Smith is holding on for just a lap and a bit here. They can't pass into this section, of course, because of the yellow flags for Joey Foster and Jason Smith. In they go, but Middlehurst is going to have to really line him up here to get a possible chance here. He's possibly close as he's ever been. There's Foster and Smith's car at the side of the road, so we can't pass there, but it's got to be the traction here to try and get him off the corner. They're scrabbling around. He's in the tow, down the pit straight. One more lap to go in the Festival Grand Final. 1.2 miles to settle it. It's winner takes all. Whoever gets to the line first gets it, and Middlehurst goes to the inside, tries to attack, looks for the undercut here. If he can take the wide line and sneak inside, he could possibly get the traction. They're moving around, but he can't get past there. Now looks to the outside again, looks to the inside again, sees the defence. Josh Smith is not going to let this go easy. Is he going to go deep? He looks to the inside lines. He gone too deep. He's just about held on to it. How he's holding on, I've absolutely no idea. And MacArthur Road, that's 2 more cars off at the end. That's Tom MacArthur, I think, Anthony Amato. MacArthur gets back going again. Amato continues on, but he's in the gravel as well. Exton Graham Hill Bend, one more possible chance because there are yellow flags still at the complex of Clearways, McLaren and Clark Curve. It's going to have to be the run towards the checker flag if he can get it. Now through Surtees, up at the top of the complex, so there's still yellow flags. Yes, there are, he can't pass. And it might not happen here. So as they come out to Clark Curve, this has one final push from Middlehurst. 40 years ago, Gerrit Van Kouwen won with car 200 at the Formula Ford Festival. 40 years later, it's going to happen again. Up to the checker flag. Josh Smith is a 2-time Formula Ford Festival champion. He wins the 2024 Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival in an unbelievable defensive drive for Oldfield Motorsport, and that was genuinely one of the best finals in modern times. 2021 was good, so was 2023. That's up there as well with one of the best too. Fantastic for all sorts of reasons. Chris Middlehurst second. Luke Cooper gets his best result in festival history with third place. Hugh Esterson is fourth. Morgan Quinn is fifth. Rory Smith from 25th on the grid to sixth. That's a great drive nonetheless. He'll be disappointed, but even so, it's still a fantastic effort. McMullen 7th, Tom Nippers 8th, Charlie Mann 9th, and David MacArthur rounds out the top 10. I've got nothing left. That was simply fantastic. I thought the weather conditions might play their part in terms of possibly taking away from the racing, but far from it. That was an incredible fight, and that genuinely, despite all the defensive efforts he had to put on, he was not the fastest guy out there, but the defensive drive that Josh Smith put on was genuinely, I don't overstate this, I'm genuinely not overstating it, one of the best I've seen out there. He defended from a rapid Joey Foster, and that, you have to take a moment to think for Joey Foster. He was 22nd on the grid. He was at one point a second faster than the leaders, and then just fate didn't go his way. But, again, I said it earlier on, maybe it was written in the stars, but how incredible is that? In 1984, Car 200 went to Victory Lane and won the Formula Ford Festival. In 2024, at the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival, Car 200 goes to Victory Lane in the grand final of the Formula Ford Festival. Your 2024 champion for the Formula Ford Festival is Josh Smith. And he looks absolutely spent, and I'm not surprised. First to congratulate Lou Cooper. Chris Middlehurst, he'll be gutted. The second place is still good. It's another podium for him, but even so, he'll be gutted to miss out. He was, again, that close to getting a festival victory, and Luke Cooper will be delighted. That's his best result in the festival final to date. But I'm certain the emotions, I think, are going to be high for everyone. Not least everyone involved, of course, on the Van Kouwen side, and everyone else involved. It's just, that was pretty incredible. And Josh Smith, again, gets the hug from Alan Bowles. And, of course, he had the Dutch flag, he had the Gerrit Van Kouwen colours on his car. That's another win for Oldfield Motorsport, and he's replicated what he did 6 years ago in 2018. Wow, what a weekend, and what a festival, and what a final. That was absolutely spellbinding, and I'm certain if Gerrit were around and he'd been here, he would approve of that. That was a genuinely modern classic. I don't overstay using that word. I need a break, but before we get to the last race for the Evolution Trophy, let's head down by all means to the top three for the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival Grand Final, and hear from the top three and our 2024 champion Josh Smith with Richard John Neal. Absolutely spellbinding.
I was standing with Gerrit's children watching that race, and we were saying that you couldn't write a script like that. Actually, you could write a script like that, but you wouldn't. What an amazing thing. And I'm going to talk to our winner of the GVK 200 Festival, winning the Neil Shanahan Trophy as well, Josh Smith. What a race.
What can I say? Oh God, I'm a bit of a mess, if I'm honest. It was a real struggle, that it really was. Obviously with the safety cars, the guys colliding early in the race obviously played into my hands. Managed to keep out of trouble and then just head down. I made a mistake in the middle of the race. Had a healthy gap to Chris and just caught a little bit of water, and it started aquaplaning out wide, and I thought I'd lost my advantage, and then the safety car completely wiped the whole advantage out. Not once but twice. Joey was giving me a hard time as well. I don't know. In 1 minute he was there, and next he's not. So I don't know what's happened to Joey. And but yeah, and Chris pushed me all the way as well. So yeah, credit to Chris. He drove a mega race, but he took some holding off.
I'm going to say credit to you for holding him off. It was a classic Formula Ford 1600 race.
Yeah. It was that's Formula Ford to a T there. I think the action packed. You know.
I would never have believed that we'd get the 200 car coming across the line. Believe that you could do it, but what a fairy tale.
Yeah, I don't think you could write it, to be honest. I really don't think you could write it. I've just raced a clean weekend the whole weekend and done my absolute utmost. And then it makes it even more special to be racing in Gerrit's number and in memory of him. You know, it's fairy tale stuff. You know.
6 years on, another double festival winner to go in the record books.
I guess it makes the first one not a fluke then, doesn't it? So
absolutely, you know, no fluke at all.
No, not at this event. I think you've got it well, the victories here are hard earned. You know, racing against the best lads in the country, without a doubt. You know, extremely talented lads, and you know, I'm just really pleased that we've come up trumps. An absolute credit to Oldfield. They've done a mega job all weekend, put heart and soul into this, and you know, gave me the package to do the job.
Nice one. We'll talk a little bit more detail later on, Josh. Well done in the Kentagon later. Congratulations. Josh Smith takes it. Well done, Josh. And let's have a word with Chris Middlehurst. Chris. Oh, the quest continues, Chris. But what a race and what a weekend you've driven.
Yeah, you know, it's been a great weekend overall. I'd like to have won the race, but we'll see what happens in the wash in the steward's room. I think obviously there was an incident ahead of me between Joey and Josh. Looked like, from my point of view, that Josh just ran him off the circuit. So that's, you know, you can't do that. And he did get a penalty in the heat race or the semi for the same move basically. So I just thought I'd stick behind him, and if he can get past, I can get past. But I thought I've got a good chance that the Clarks will give him a penalty.
There was such a lot going on though, wasn't there? Aside from that, obviously the two lads taking themselves out early doors, Joey Foster coming through.
Yeah, Jason just slung up the inside of me and, you know, took Jordan out, almost took me out as well. But I saw him coming and thought, yeah, he ain't going to stop. So thought I just banged it in first gear and, you know, got around them, but I just didn't get any traction. I had to put it in first, otherwise I would have hit them both. So, you know, experience paid off there. But yeah, they all just kind of went past me at that point, really, down the straight. But kept my head in it, you know, didn't make any mistakes. But like I say, I'd like to have won it on the road, but there. We'll see what happens, see what the Clarks make if I've got me on board. And like I say, it's quite clear cut in my opinion.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. But great driving. Well done. Thank you for talking.
Thank you.
Chris Middlehurst, articulate as ever. Well done, mate. Well said. And Luke Cooper takes third position. Luke, well done. The smile again. You've enjoyed this weekend, I think.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. So podium in every race, that's really good. That race was really difficult. The track conditions out there were so slippery. So the first thing was trying to keep it on the track more than anything. But yeah, it was a great result.
And now you get a bit of a breather.
Yeah, I can have a bit of a breather. But yeah, it was a lot of incidents out on the track there. So picking your way through them and trying to avoid them was really important to make sure you were still there at the end. I got to about 2 laps from the end and I thought, the only chance I've really got of winning this is if they end up getting a bit too close together. So I thought I'd give myself a little bit of a gap just so I could avoid it if anything did happen. But yeah, brilliant. Really happy to get a third.
Well done, Luke. Pleasure to see you again. We're going to move on to the silverware, which will be over here already going on. Peter Daly has just presented the Neil Shanahan Trophy for this weekend, the 25th running. So it's 25 years since we lost Neil. Our thoughts with the family and grateful thanks as ever for donating that, and we've got to be so careful with that beautiful trophy. Thank you very much indeed, Peter. So Peter takes third position, and we've got, I think we'd also like to do, we've got the GVK trophies as well. Ethan, have you done the honours yet? We're going to get Ethan Van Kouwen over to, have we presented these already? Ethan's done it already. What we'll do, Ethan, come over. We're going to grab a quick word with you. I had the pleasure of watching the race with you. Ethan presented these while we were chatting to our podium drivers. It was lovely to watch the race with you and your sister. What did you make of it, and what do you think Gerrit would have made of it?
Yeah, it was lovely Formula Ford racing. It was exciting. I was watching the Formula Ford Festival with my dad from home last year when he was ill, and he was sitting on the tip of his chair, enjoying it, and I had exactly the same today. And to be fair, Josh has really brought it home for the number 200 car, which is a special thing for me to see. And it's the entire weekend has been lovely racing, but the final was very spectacular. So yeah, enjoyed myself, and I think I'll be back next year.
It's another one to go in the history books as a very, very memorable race, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It's been very special for the family, and I think my dad, looking down on us, would also really have enjoyed this. And it's been a special Formula Ford weekend again. So yeah.
It really has, with all you guys, your family and friends as well. Thank you very much for coming down and joining us, Ethan Van Kouwen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So there we go. We've got more presentations to do as well. I don't know if we can present the other awards that we've got right now. We've got the Roger Pedrick Trophy, which goes to the top English driver in the race as well. We're going to do those in the Kentagon as well as the John Nicol Memorial Trophy. So please stay with us on the stream for that. Around about half an hour after the last race, which is coming up in just a moment. So you can watch it on the stream. If you're watching the stream here at the circuit, please do come down into the Kentagon, and we're going to, as traditional, raise a glass to the likes of Brian Jones, Neil Shanahan, and of course, Gerrit Van Kouwen. So, with podium duties down here complete for the moment. One more race to go for our festival weekend, the GVK 200 weekend, and that's for the Brscc Evolution Trophy coming up in just a couple of moments.
Well, how do you top that? That was absolutely incredible. So we have a festival champion for 2024. Still got one more race to go, which is the second race for the Brscc Evolution Trophy here at Brands Hatch. There's a bit of clear up still going on for a couple of the cars that were off the road. I think we're glad for the break of it in some cases, but the Evolution Trophy cars, I imagine, will head out very shortly for the last 15 minutes of action here at Brands Hatch. And as we get set for our final race of the weekend, of course, there's no championship points here with Series 2. That's all been sorted out. We also finished off the festival final in terms of, our champion. And I'm still in the days from that. That was an incredible festival final. And I hope you enjoyed it at home. And I hope that my commentary did that justice in some case. But fingers crossed, that was a festival final that many can be proud of in terms of, and hope as well that it was a festival final that was fitting of the occasion. And I know I was talking to the family there that I'm certain that if Gerrit were around and he'd been watching, he would have been appreciative of that, and he would have enjoyed it. So if he is looking down somewhere, Gerrit, hopefully you enjoyed that, because that was certainly, this whole event is for him, and it's hopefully something which is a proper way to sign off his life, his achievements here, and to properly say goodbye like Susie and the family wanted to do. So that hopefully the festival final gave us everything that we could have ever wished for, including a very worthy winner in Josh Smith. Of course, second place going to Chris Middlehurst, and third going to Luke Cooper. So we get set then for the final race of the 2024 festival, and that being, of course, for the Brscc Evolution Trophy. It was a victory earlier on for Tony Absalom in the Mark II Volkswagen Golf. And as we get set to go racing very shortly, we will wait and see. So just take a moment here to wait for the last couple of cars to be recovered from the circuit after that festival final, and then once it's clear, we'll bring our this could be hopefully quite an entertaining race. And what's also quite nice as well is that the weather conditions have dried up. It's still a bit greasy and damp out there, but it's dry. It's stopped raining, and thankfully we're going to get a brighter end. And we've still got, even after that festival final, we've still got plenty of a few spectators, hardy spectators, who are dedicated race fans who are making their way still in the grandstands waiting to go. So just taking a moment to, I guess, compose my thoughts and wait for the racing to get back underway for the last time in this festival final. I'm almost slightly at a loss for words in terms of that festival final. I think many hopefully are too. I haven't even seen the YouTube comments yet for that side, but nonetheless, that was definitely a festival final that was plenty will look back on with a lot of fondness. I think what we'll do, whilst we're waiting for the race to get back underway, is that we'll quickly head down to Richard, who is in the assembly area, to at least give us a bit of a come down after that incredible festival final. And he should be in the assembly area to have a chat, possibly to one or two of the Evolution Trophy competitors before our final race of the weekend.
The whistle's just blown, believe it or not. Just as we got here, I'm going to have a very quick word with Stefan Oates in the BMW. How are you enjoying this car?
Yeah, love it, love it. Shame about the weather, but hey, it is what it is. But yeah, loving the car. Yeah, can't wait to get out.
And is this yours, or are you sort of just testing it for us?
Yes, I leased it off my friend Tim Evans, Garage 23. I'm just a arrive and drive, basically. So yeah, but been on it a few times this year. Yeah, it's a good car, loving it. So,
nice one, Stefan. I think they're about to call you out, so I'll let you go on with you. Thanks ever so much for the short word. Good luck for the race. Stefan Oates is going out as well. Yeah, the gates are open over there, so I don't think we're going to get too much time. Are we going to have another sting, or are we going to ping back to Scott in the... I'll tell you what we will do. We'll ping back to Scott. Apologies for that. Back to Scott in the commentary box. But looking forward to the Evolution Trophy, last race of the season.
No apologies needed, Richard. That would give me at least a few seconds to catch my breath further. And of course, we will look to the grid for this second Evolution Trophy race, set by the finishing positions of race one. This will be a nice kind of motorsport come down. It's got like a cool down after the festival final with some rather lovely VWs and Renaults and BMWs and Mazdas in the grid to kind of just round things off neatly for the 2024 festival final. And I'm getting set then. And I think we are set to get in the way very shortly. And getting away in just a few moments' time. I think there's still some festivities going on down at the top three at the top of the pit lane for the festival final. And just waiting for the Evolution Trophy cars to make their way out onto the grid in a moment's time, which I'm sure they will do very shortly. I think there's possibly some more, because obviously we're going to have the Kensington presentations going on later on, which we will be live streaming, and Richard John Neal will be down there to welcome them all through. But there's still more going down there. You can see there's more interviews there. I think that's for, I'm not sure who that's for actually, but oh, that's the one of the videographers we had this weekend. That's the I should know his name, but he put on a really fantastic documentary series about Roland Ratzenberger, and that's a 4-part series that I implore you to go and watch. It was all talks about his career and going up through the ranks, his Formula 4 days, going through the touring car ranks, and then of course when he made it to Formula 1 in 1994 and sadly lost his life at the San Marino Grand Prix the same weekend as Ayrton Senna. So he's down there to document the entire weekend, of course, for the Van Kouwen family. And there's still plenty of activity down there. You can see James Oldfield, who is conversing down there. Of course, he's got another festival winner on his hands. Again, in Josh Smith. There's Middlehurst's car as well. That's what it was all for. The 2024 Formula Ford Festival Grand Final for Gerrit Van Kouwen. So, getting set then for the final race of the weekend. And as we said, it's set by the grid for race number 1 from the race 1 result. So, as it stands, Anthony Absalom in the Mark II Golf will start from pole position on the inside, and he will have Adam Marshall alongside him on the front row of the grid. And of course, we've got on the second row of the grid, we've got Chris Garnham and Donald DeVar. And we're getting underway very, very shortly. Forgive me if I'm a little bit silent, I'm doing a little bit of double duty with social media duties on top of that as well, whilst we wait for the racing to get underway again. And interesting enough, to look at the grid, Millie Hart is starting at the back of the grid, which I'm not quite sure the reason why, considering that she finished 6th and should be up the grid, but whether she was late getting out the assembly area, that's the only thing I can think of, that she's actually as Tony Absalom gets underway. In the formation lap for the second race of the weekend of the day, about to round out the timetable. As they head around in the formation lap. Better conditions than they had for race 1 by the look of it. And they're certainly trying to adapt to those as best they can. And just trying to keep that up tight a little bit here. And once we are back underway very, very shortly, we should see how these guys tackled the 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy circuit. as we get set for racing to get underway for one final time. And I have to say, whilst we're on that formation there, if I don't get a chance to do it before we kind of sign off for a little bit until we get to the festival Kensington presentations, a big thank you to everyone again for an amazing weekend thus far. Still not just done just yet, but of course it's been an incredible event. Seeing Andy Thompson's also at the back as well, I've noticed too. So he will be looking to try and see what he can do in the Seat. There's the lineup, so it's pretty much Volkswagen Audi Group cars to the fore at the front, quite literally. You've got the Tony Absalom Mark II Golf on the left-hand side of the front row of the grid. Adam Marshall on the front row in second place alongside him. Then it's Donald Devan, Chris Garnham, Paul Dunningham in the four-wheel drive Audi A3. I'm certain all three of the Audi A3s are four-wheel drive, if not at least Paul Dunningham's is. Watch for his car to get away. That car there, the black and red Audi A3 from the third row. And then Brian Chandler and Kerry Lewis, followed by Stephen Watson and Sam Haywood. And then it's going to be, what was the back of the bit? Brian Chandler, Kerry Lewis, Stephen Watson, Sam Haywood. And the rest of the field we'll see Andrew Butcher, Paul Hoggins, Stephen Oates, Kevin O'Brien, Gary Fletcher and co as we get underway for the final time. And Paul Dunningham's four-wheel drive works initially, but doesn't actually quite get the start he wanted. So he's now going to have to sit back and hold on for the time being as he comes into Paddock Hill Bend in about third or fourth or fifth position. Not where he intended to be, given the start he got. As he heads through. Oh, and there's been collisions up at turn one. Several cars involved. Andy Thompson's off, Brian Chandler's off, Tony Absalom's off as well. Both the Mazda and the Seat are off into the gravel trap. That might well be, I think, at least a red flag. Because, yeah, straight away, red flag, race has been stopped. So that will be a restart for them. So, not quite the way they wanted to start the final race of the weekend, but nonetheless, they will quickly regroup. And that's the thing. I think, well, Andy Thompson's door is open. I don't know if he's going to be trying to get himself out again, but we'll wait and see if he can see what he can do. So the cars will come back around to the grid. Gives us an extra chance to have a bit of a breather and just to reflect on the weekend. And of course, having only made it up to Paddock Hill Bend, it means that essentially that the grid will be pretty much as it was. Now, Tony Absalom had the spin, but he got going again, which means he gets the respite gets a bit of reprieve in starting in from pole position. There's a few of the hardier race fans who might have, most of the seats might have been vacated now the final's over, but still holding on to watch racing to the end. And I wonder what we might still get in this one. So Andy Thompson is out of his car, which means he looks like he won't take the restart. I don't know if Brian Chandler's out of his car. If he isn't, he'll be able to carry on. See here the marshals, of course, watching Adam Marshall himself roll up to the grid once more. And it looks as though it's going to be, well, initially Adam Marshall's on his own, but Tony Absalom, who is at the back, if you just look at the top left of the shot, the black Mark II Golf is there at the top. So I imagine, considering that, again, that race will restart as if technically the first one didn't happen, it will essentially mean that we get going once again in a few moments' time, once we do manage to do so. And once we get going once more, we'll hopefully get to do so. There's Chris Garnham waiting patiently to get back going again. So this should be quite interesting in terms of how this one plays out. Of course, gives us a chance to talk about some of the other cars in the field. Of course, we've got the two BMW 1 Series Super Cup cars. We've got Stefan Oates, and of course we have Millie Hart. Millie Hart, of course, was very delighted with her performance, and why not? She was a fantastic drive in her first ever car race, which I think she's done some junior stuff with karting in that sense. But yeah, amazing stuff in that sense to make that happen. So the cars get back. That's Donald DeVar's car that's getting, is that a little bit of body trim coming off the front of it? So by the look of it, I think it is, by the looks of it. So very briefly getting the some trim taken off the front of Donald DeVar's car. He's now without front splitter on that one Golf. And Nina Fountain there, who is removing the offending bodywork from the front of Donald DeVar's car. Andrew Butcher also moving into position as well in the Dawn Butcher car. So let's wait and see how this one gets going. Andy Thompson's car still being recovered. And hopefully we'll get going very shortly once Andy Thompson's car has been fully recovered. It's been pulled out of the gravel trap. And once that gets underway, we will hopefully be getting ourselves for our second Evolution Trophy race. Quick reminder to some of the other, again, projects that we've got throughout the end of this season. Of course, that includes the Fiesta Junior Scholarship, which is taking place at the end of the month, in about a week on Monday. That's going to be for 13 to 16-year-old racers to try and win a funded drive in next year's Fiesta Junior Championship and a prize package worth in excess of £65,000. So if you've got a young racer who wants to try and fancy themselves as the next touring car star or GT star, or you obviously think about the fact that drivers such as Joseph Loke have come through the ranks and had success in single seaters. Also, you can count in Deegan Fairclough. And he's come through, of course. He won the British F4 title and has essentially been one of the most dominant British 4 champions for a long time, and has certainly proven himself at that level time and time again. So impressive stuff from him, at least. And so the single-seater route is possible if you want to go that way. There have been some Fiesta Junior drivers that have gone through the single-seater route. Again, Joseph Loke and Deegan Fairclough being the most notable. You look at the touring car stars that have come through, like Bobby Thompson, of course, Jensen Brickley, who was recently announced as being the touring car representative at the FIA Motorsport Games, which is happening next weekend. So best of luck to him. And of course, he was a Fiesta ST240 champion on top of that as well. Other touring car stars, you've had drivers that have come through the TCR ranks, like Lewis Kent and Alex Lee, and even BTC Jack Mitchell as well on top of that as well, who is one of the instructors, one of the judges for the 2025 scholarship. So we're just waiting for racing to get itself underway as we prepare for action. So again, shout out to the hard-working marshals and officials, everyone involved who has been absolutely stellar from start to finish. And this will certainly be an event I'm sure many will remember for many, many good reasons for many years to come in various capacities. You see here, it's going to be a full 15-minute restart plus one green flag lap. So we will get a full restart of this race because we do have, looks like, the time in the timetable, which is excellent. let's figure out who has got the pace to pick this one up. Of course, being like a multi-class, multi-car formula, it's always sometimes tricky to figure out exactly who has the definitive speed when it comes to being on top in this sense. But I imagine that it's going to be Tony Absalom, of course, will want to put right what he did in the first race when he of course won, but he had a bit of a rough start where he had a spin. Because of that, he lost out. So he will want to get a much cleaner first lap this time. Adam Marshall, of course, if you've watched any action in the Evolution Trophy over the season, and of course indeed last year as well, will know that he was actually quite a prominent figure in that one, and also did a grand job in taking quite a few victories. So he will certainly be home to try and pick up another strong result. The cars met the way off onto the green flag lap. Remember, it's just one green flag lap, and then the full 15 minutes for the restart. Of course, light fading a little bit, so headlights are most definitely on for this one. And as they make their way around, I'll quickly rattle off the grid in order to set us up for this final race once again. So, front row of the grid is Tony Absalom and Adam Marshall, with Donald Duval and Chris Garland. So 4 Classic VW Cup cars towards the front. We then have Paul Dunningham in his 4-wheel drive Audi A3, which you saw on the first start, got the traction but then got boxed in from the cars in front. So didn't really have the space to be able to pick his way through the pack in that sense, and couldn't quite get that job done in the end when he was trying to make that stick. It's then followed by Brian Chandler. Millie Hart, I thought would still be starting being P6, but looks like because she left the assembly area late, she's at the top of the screen there at the back of the field. It looks like she'll start for the back regardless. So it's all on his own on the third race, Paul Dunningham. Then Brian Chandler and Kerry Lewis, followed by Stephen Watson and Sam Haywood. Andrew Butcher and Paul Higgins, followed by Stephen Oates and Kevin O'Brien. Gary Fletcher, Philip O'Hanlon. I was hoping Tim Evans, but obviously after the incident in race 1 where he tangled with the Andy Thompson Seat, which is also not going to be there, then that will mean that he does not take the start, and neither will Andy Thompson, so Millie Hart will basically get on her own towards the back of the field. I'm not sure we've got Brian Chandler's car either. I think possibly he hasn't taken the restart. No, he should be starting, if he was taking it, from 7th on the grid, but he's not there. There is a gap, so that's not going to work, unfortunately. That won't happen. So as we get set then for racing to get underway. Getting underway very, very short in a few minutes' time. So the last couple of the cars, Millie Hart getting into position at the back of the grid, and once she has done, we will have the 5-second board. And for the final time on festival weekend, it's take 2 for race 2 of the Brscc Evolution Trophy. Lights out, and we are away for one final time in 2024 for Evolution Trophy, and this time it is a good start for Tony Absalom, better start for Adam Marshall. 2 A3s are up there, 2 as is Donald Duval, and Kerry Lewis has sat back in 6th position. The 2 Audis go either side of Donald Duval's Mark 1 Golf. They're turning their way through this time. It's almost 3 abreast on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend towards Druids. Is he going to hold on for the time being? The answer is yes, just about. As they turn their way out, this should be a pretty straightforward result for them. So down and out through Druids into Graham Hill Bend. It's now Adam Marshall who takes the lead in the ex-VW Cup Golf. So it's VW, VW, Audi, Audi, as they come onto the short straight for Cooper Straight before Surtees. And Tony Absalom is staying with him. Let's see what he's got here as he turns out through the right-hander at Clark Curve. Into Paddock Hill Bend in lap number 2. Into the right-hander at Druids at the top of the hill. I thought for a second that Tony Absalom's exhaust was hanging down a little bit, but it's just how he's got it set up, so that's pretty fascinating. There goes Paul Dunningham trying to get the undercut. Oh, we're getting sideways and off into the grass. Can he keep it off the barrier? Can he keep it out of the gravel? He's got 4-wheel drive, so he does track his way through. Yes, just about gets out of there, but best of times, that Audi is a little bit leery. To come out to the right-hander, we're going to see a replay of that, I think. This is what happened. And there goes Paul Dunningham, just getting it loose. And even with the four-wheel drive, the conditions are still pretty slick out there. So, and it's going to be quite interesting to see how he recovers from that one and how far he can get up the order. So out through Paddock Hill Bend once again. You can see the lights are getting more prominent as they start to shine down on the competitors as they got their headlights ablaze. There's Paul Hoggins in the Audi TT Cup spec, Audi TT Mark II, just ahead of Andrew Butcher in the car that Dawn Butcher normally drives. And there, just in front behind them, is Stefan Oates in the BMW 1 Series Super Cup car, looking up the inside, but Andrew covers off the line. Should mention that Millie Hart is still showing us at the back of the grid. I'm not suggesting it was just a wet weather performance at all, because she obviously put a fantastic drive to get 6th position, but being a bit more tentative in this second race. She's starting to try and chase after Gary Fletcher's VW Corrado. As we see here, Andrew Butcher pushing on to try and pick up another place, and Paul Hawkins, Adam Marshall in front, takes the fastest lap of the race. As they make their way down onto the pit straight again. They've got about 11.5 minutes to go in this final race of the weekend. And see Paul Hoggins defending now on the inside line from the Gulf. And as they come into Graham Hill Bend once again, no real change in the order here. Paul Dunningham has decided his race is prematurely over, and so is his season, because he's now pulled off into the pit lane, so no movement for him there. And then coming up the hill into Clark Curve, Adam Marshall sets another new fastest lap of the race. Absalom in second place. Down onto the pit straight once again. And there goes Kerry Lewis up the inside of Stephen Watson to make a move. So Kerry Lewis holding on. I think it started raining again. Yeah, I can see lots of spots of rain on the commentary box window once again, and the windscreen wipers are also going at 10 and plenty too. So the rain has arrived once again. And as Kerry Lewis turns his way out through Graham Hill Bend, he's now going to try and chase after, if he can, Voldevar. It's pretty... the light's fading a little bit now, but in terms of the conditions, it's in terms of the gaps we've got around us, it's pretty much a straightforward task at the moment for Adam Marshall. And a bit wayward there for Andrew Butcher. That's also Stefan Oates cutting up the inside of Sam Hayward, not having the same fortunes as he did in race 1, did Sam in the Megane. Out through Clark Curve and onto the pit straight to end another lap. 9.5 minutes left on the clock. It's Marshall who leads the way, Absalom in second place, and it's Garnham in third, Devar in fourth. It's literally classic VW Cup cars, first to eighth. The first of the non-VWs or VAG Group cars is Stefan Oates' BMW 1 Series Super Cup car in ninth position. Down the inside he goes, making a nice bold move, and Andrew Butcher sees it at the last moment, lets him have the room, and through he goes. So Stefan Oates has found a bit of pep in his step in this 1 Series, in this final race, hasn't he? And this is interesting because you now get to see here, technically, a straight comparison between the Audi TT Cup car and the BMW 1 Series Super Cup car. As I mentioned earlier on, for those who weren't here, the TT and the 1 Series Super Cup car are essentially related in many ways, because the kit of parts that you buy to put one of these two cars together, there are identical, basically there's some parts that these two kits share. So ultimately these cars have parts that fits on both cars, and ultimately it covers front and rear wheel drive options. You can see the side by side there, look. If you want the rear wheel drive, you get the BMW. If you want the front wheel drive, you get the Audi. And essentially, with this being the rear wheel drive version of technically of the TT Cup, should mean that there are more cars on the way. There's about 7 or 8 already built. We saw a few of them out racing last weekend at the Silverstone Finals weekend. They were sharing a grid with the BMW Compact Cup. And good to see a few of them out on force and actually giving them a proper run out to see how they got on. Turning their way out of Druids now, for this is on lap number 7. Going up to half distance now in this final race of the weekend, final race of the season for Evolution Trophy. And there are plans afoot for next season in terms of what happens with Evolution Trophy and who goes where. So I'm sure it will be revealed going forwards within the next few weeks. I know that also 2025 calendars are on the way. There should be imminent within possibly the next 2 weeks or so, but we'll stand by for any news on that in due course. Out through Clark Curve, wheel to wheel between Andrew Butcher and Paul Hoggins. TT tries to stand it ground on the outside line, but the Golf has got the track position and the position as a result. Up the inside goes Butcher and takes the move up into what is now 8th position. Now, Sam Hayward also looking to try and put the pressure on in the Megane. He is not too far away. Hoggins is trying to come back at Butcher. As the windscreen wipers go 10 aplenty on the windscreens, you can tell that the rain has come back, and it's not heavy, but it's steady rain by the looks of it on the commentary box window. You can see the light is fading a little bit. It's currently at the moment, time-wise, 5:30 in the afternoon. And as Butcher leads this 3. Again, the lead gaps at the front are pretty static. It's Adam Marshall leading by just under 4.5 seconds. Tony Amsterdam is 2nd in the VW. 3rd is Chris Garnham in the Audi A3. 4th is Donald DeVar in the Mark 1 Golf. And then it's Kerry Lewis in 5th position. Stefan Oates has just taken also 6th place for Stephen Watts, just at the top of the screen. I've just seen them going through. So the Audi A3 are the second of the best of the Audi A3s. Of course, only 2 of them running because Paul Dunningham was in the pit lane and having ended his race early after he had that trip into the gravel exiting Graham Hill Bend when he lost the back end and twitched around. So there, I think for Sam Hayward, he was a little wider than he would like to have been. And that's a attempt to repass Andrew Butcher by Paul Hoggins. Looks to the outside line. He's trying his best. It's Audi versus VW, and Andrew Butcher shows him the edge of the road. If you want to get past me, Paul, go around my long way. Now onto the back straight. Again, the wiper's still frantically clearing away the water on the windscreen. So Stefan Oates, look at his lap times. His last lap was a 1:03.424. So he's actually lapping as one of. It's a pretty decent pace actually. There's 2 cars in front of him which are immediately in front of him that are Kerry Lewis and Donald DeVar. They're not on the same pace. They're about a second slower, and he actually sets a new personal best of 1:02.378 compared to the last lap times they come across. He was literally the 3rd fastest man on track at this point. So Stefan Oates seems to have, in these mixed conditions or these wet conditions, something's just seeming to click with him in the 1 Series Super Cup car now. So we'll watch for that. Just looking out my commentary box window, got directors listening. See if we can catch them coming down through Graham Hill Bend in a second. It's coming through now. Kerry Lewis and Stefan Oates. See if we can get the 1 Series on screen to see what's happening there. Still looking at Butcher and Hoggins to come down the hill. There, in fact, is Chris Garnham going past one of the other lapped cars. There's Millie Hart as well, who's at the back. She's obviously got an excellent result. There's Stefan Oates, so thank you to the director. Again, to give these cars a bit of airtime because, of course, this is going forward. I think it looks set to be the next big successful project when it starts to boom. And again, good that we've got getting towards double figures. There's about 8 or 9 builds that are race-ready spec. And I'm certain as the winter goes on and into the off-season, we'll see more of them built across the winter. And hopefully, it'll be just as a success as other popular Brscc projects in recent years have been, including the likes of the City Car Cup, Club Sport Trophy, Super Sport Endurance Cup has been incredible for their 2nd season. Lots of consistent runners in all 6 classes for that. We've had, of course, racing in the Audi TTs. We had the brand new Fiesta Junior cars for running for a couple of years. And of course, next year it's exclusively Mark 7s, not the Mark 6s had their swan song at the final rounds of the Fiesta Junior Championship at Silverstone just last weekend. That was this week. That was last weekend. This is Andrew Butcher and Paul Hoggins having the most entertaining race of the Evolution Trophy pack as he goes up the inside, looks for the switchback, gets the traction on the exit. That front-wheel drive punch from the Volkswagen Golf really not enough to give the GTI enough track position to pull it, sweep him back in front. Got a little bit of post-festival final entertainment here from these two, and Sam Haywood thinks, I'd quite fancy playing too. He's in the mix in the yellow and black Renault Megane. As I said earlier on, with the Finsport Renault Cup, we've mainly seen Renault Clios in various different guises in this series, but good to see we've got a Megane out there this weekend, and a bit of variety. It is meant for Clios and Meganes, but there is Sam Haywood taking his way through. Holding at station at the moment in 10th place overall. So turn the way in through Paddock Hill Bend. Now up the hill once again towards Druids. Hoggins is thinking about it. Just puts himself into Butcher's mirrors, just reminding him that he hasn't disappeared. I wouldn't class myself an expert on wheels, and not just getting to that level in terms of this race, but those look like to me very much like a very popular Japanese wheel for cars. I think that's Volk T37s if I'm correct, or it's a very similar looking wheel. They look very familiar, those kind of 6-spoke wheels on the Paul Hoggins car. Quite suit it. And of course that's one of many Audi TT Cup cars that have been built. Of course there are one or two which do pop up outside of the main Audi TT Cup Championship, which was wrapped up provisionally last weekend by Bradley Burns. First ever Audi TT Cup racing champion. Congratulations to him provisionally, and of course as well thanks to Demon Tweaks for their support. Now here is Stefan Oates, who has caught the back of Kerry Lewis. Again lapping quicker by at least a second a lap to catch him, and they're coming up to put a lap on the other BMW. It's quite fitting. That's Millie Hart, who picked up 6th in the wet conditions earlier on, so it seems as though she quite enjoys more severely wet conditions than something in between. But as the light continues to dip here at Brands Hatch, coming to the final minute and a half or so. Watch the battle going on here for track position for 5th. Won't change the order, of course, in Classic VW Cup. It's purely for on-track position. We're also about to put a lap on Gary Fletcher. I think that's a car I've seen up for sale, I want to say for David Drinkwater, I think. If not, it's a different Corrado, but there was a white Corrado that was up for sale, and that car did get sold. So it is the same one. If not, it's Gary Fletcher's own car, which he's obviously done up himself. They also put a lap on the Philip O'Halloran Audi TT Mark 1. And Stefan Oates will look around the long way if he can get through. And I think we're probably going to get... I think Adam Marshall might have enough time with the gap that he's got for one more lap. Yes, he's just going to cross the line to start the last lap of not just the Evolution Trophy, not just of the race, but of course the entire weekend here at Brands Hatch. And as the headlights are ablaze, the light starts to fade, as the rain continues to sort of drizzle. I think it's just about abated now, the weather. There's still windscreen wipers going on, the wind going on a few of the cars around the circuit. There's still some rain coming down, but it doesn't look like it's torrential or treacherous. But here is Adam Marshall. Familiar sight in Evolution Trophy circles. Whenever he gets in front in an Evolution Trophy race, typically he stays there. So, just Andy Thompson, Sam Haywood has had a lot of class wins in the classic Modern Motorsport Club tin tops this year, particularly at BRCC meetings, tells Rod Burley, so hello to Rod who's watching. But through McLaren and Clark Kerr for the final time, he will round off his 2024 season in the BRSCC Evolution Trophy and the Classic VW Cup with a victory. Up to the checkered flag for the final time this weekend. It will be Adam Marshall who picks up the final win of the season in Classic VW Cup and the BRSCC Evolution Trophy. Second place will go to Tony Absalom in the Mark II Golf. He sticks his hand out in celebration. And Chris Garnham will pick up P3 and the final podium spot. And of course it's Classic VW Cup cars that take out the first 5 places in the overall standing in the Evolution Trophy. It's 6th place overall, which is exactly where Millie Hart finished in her first race, to be the best of the BMW 1 Series cars. There goes Chris Garnham in the Audi A3. And Don Tavar 4th position, Kerry Lewis 5th, Stefan Oates in 6th position, and the rest of the field comes pouring through. Well, that was I think a nice cool down after a very hectic and entertaining festival grand final. And so let's, for the final time, go through. We've still got a few more cars to take the checkered flag, so we'll see them across the line. Stefan Oates has come across the line to be the best of the BMW 1 Series cars. Sam Haywood has come across to be finished as the sole Finsport Renault Cup runner in 10th place overall. And of course, we didn't see Brian Chandler take the finish after he was out at turn 1 in race number 2. At the beginning of this race, I should say, rather. And that's a shame because he was looking good pace, but it seemed as though that the Mazda just didn't have a good setup. It was good this morning in qualifying, but just couldn't make it work when it counted in the conditions, particularly when he got wetter in race number 1, and didn't really get to show what he could do in race number 2 because he was out of it before the race even started. So the field has all taken the flag, so I'm sure we can see results on screen very shortly, but at least we can tell you, of course, it's Adam Marsh as the victor. And there it is, the 21st and last race of what's been a very entertaining and poignant weekend for the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival. The second race for the Brscc Evolution Trophy. It's Adam Marsh who takes the victory, not just overall, but in the Classic VW Cup ranks, from Tony Absalom in second place, Chris Garner in third, Paul DeVar fourth, and Kerry Lewis rounds out the top 5 overall in Classic VW Cup. Sixth for Stefan Oates, he's the best of the BMW 1 Series Super Cup cars home, ahead of Stephen Watson, Stephen Watson, Andrew Butcher, Paul Hoggins, and then Sam Haywood, who was the sole Finsport Renault Cup runner in 10th position. 11th place goes to Kevin O'Brien, Philip O'Halloran, Gary Fletcher, and then Millie Hart, who couldn't quite replicate the pace she had in race 1, but still gets to the end in one piece. And of course, we lost Paul Dunningham from that second start after he pulled to the pit lane. We also lost from that first start both Brian Chandler and Andy Thompson. So that concludes racing for another incredible Formula Ford Festival. It was all both main event and support to honour Gerrit Van Kouwen, and as we mentioned, how fitting it is that 40 years ago number 200 car took the victory, and now of course it goes to him. But that we'll get to that shortly when we get to the Kensington presentation. That's coming in about roughly 20 minutes time or so. And until then, for the final time, the superstar himself is Mr. Richard John Neal. We head down to him at the top of the pit lane to have a chat with our category winners in the second Brscc Evolution Trophy race.
We thought we'd actually come into Parc Fermé just to sign the meeting off, because earlier on for the Evolution Trophy we saw the drivers, but we didn't see driver with cars. We thought it was quite nice, and I'm being horrible making Laura walk backwards again. You're okay, you're clear. We're going to have a word with Stefan Oates, who we had a very brief word with at the start of the race. I think Stefan's disappeared. Can we get Stefan here? Stefan? Can see you without the crash helmet now, Stefan, and have a well done. You took the class win, so many congratulations on that.
But I made up a few positions, quite a few positions, so yeah, it was all good. Good race. Yeah, happy, really happy. Yeah.
It's difficult in multi-class racing, isn't it? And for the course of the season, obviously we've seen the 1 Series cars in multi-classes, but the Evo Trophy, it's a great way of sort of nurturing championships along or helping those that are struggling.
It's a great trophy. Hopefully with this can get his own grid next year with a bit of luck, but there's a few cars out there, so hopefully, fingers crossed, 2025, BMW 1 Series.
Most pleasurable characteristic of the car, if you will, what is it?
The back steps out nicely.
Is it?
It's very, yeah, it's very, you know what it's going to do. You know exactly what it's going to do. Nothing, no surprises. It doesn't surprise you at all, even in the wet. It's lovely to drive, yeah.
Are you going to be driven by racing at all? Because we're going to be able to showcase these cars in a few weeks, aren't we?
Possibly. It's to do with Tim and whether Garage 23 wants to take one. They were there last year. I'm fingers crossed they're going to be there. I want to go down, so we'll see. We'll see.
Good. Stefan, well done on the win. Lovely to see you. Have a good close season. Hopefully see you again very soon. And we need to thank you too. And Sam Haywood, who was in the wonderful McGann, which I'm actually standing right next to, so we can have another chat with Sam. This time, Sam, we get to see the car as well. So well done, our Finsport representative and winner, because you've got to be in it to win it. Decent weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I might have thrown it through the gravel a bit, as you can tell by the side of it. It's bearing a few scars, but yeah, a really good weekend. Really slippery out there, both races. It was that horrible sort of greasy, not quite sure how much grip there was in that one. But it was really fun it's always fun to drive around Brands Hatch, and this is no exception.
Tell me a bit more about the car. Is it something you built yourself or bought from somewhere else? What's the story?
So this was a new car for this year. I bought it as a sort of, the previous owner had done track days in it, so had a few bits done to it. It just needed converting fully into a race car, and that was quite a big job in the end. Every time you undo something, it turns out there's 10 more jobs attached to it, as always the way. It was done, I think, the Wednesday before the first race of the season. It was a really last-minute thing, but it's been a trooper. It's done really well. I've been over the moon with it all season.
We've been over the moon to see it this weekend, so well done. Or today, because it's a one-dayer for you guys, isn't it? Congratulations. Thank you for joining us. I look forward to seeing you next season.
Thank you.
So Sam Haywood there in this wonderful McGann. That wraps up our Evolution Trophy. The VWs, guys, for those of you watching on stream, are having their own presentations in the paddock, we're told. So it's going to be sign-off from Laura and myself down here, and we're going to sprint No, leisurely walk over to the Kentagon for the formal presentations for the GVK 200 Festival, and we'll have all the awards being presented in a few minutes' time. I think we're looking around about half an hour or so, but please stay with us. In the meantime, we'll hand you back for some interviews maybe from earlier on in the day, but certainly a wrap-up from Scott, and also highlights of the racing coming up, I gather, as well. Andy McEwen, if we don't see you, safe trip home. Hope you feel better. All our other viewers, thanks for watching the racing action, and please feel free to stay with us for the presentations in the Kentagon in just a few minutes' time.
Thank you very much, Richard. We'll see you, of course, again for the Kentagon presentations, but sterling job as always, particularly this weekend, of course, with everything that it meant as well. Yes, we'll get some racing coming up very shortly. The highlights of today's action from the Formula Ford Festival, particularly the semi-finals, the historic final, the last chance race, and, of course, the grand final. I don't know if I can stomach seeing it again, given how intense it was. But nonetheless, before we get into that, again, just a massive thank you, just in case, to everyone that's made this event so great. I have to give a shout out first of all to the incredible Brscc HQ team that I work with. Of course, Charlotte, who's our events manager, has worked so tirelessly, so massive credit has to go to her, as well as, of course, the rest of the team, which is Luke Souch, Charlie Snell, Greg Graham, Chloe Banbury, of course, Paul McKerney, who's the COO. I feel like I'm forgetting someone. If I do, I truly apologise. Everyone involved with the Brscc HQ team has been absolutely incredible to put this all together, working alongside as well the Van Kouwen family, Graham Fuller, Susie, and everyone else involved. Incredible effort from everyone, and it's been great to see the compliments from everyone, to see how much they've appreciated the event. Alan Bowles has been superb as well, so a big thank you to him for all the efforts that he's put in to make this happen as well. A thank you to all of our fantastic coordinators, volunteers, officials that have been part of this event as well, for all their hard work running up and down the paddock. I know Esther Crook's been in the paddock, kind of being the go-between for drivers going to and out and from and in the paddocks. She's done a fantastic job. Of course, she's got history doing the National Formula Ford Championship, so she knows some of these drivers quite well. Big thank you again. We've said it all weekend, but a massive thank you to all of the marshals, all of the recovery teams, the crews. We've got quite a bit to do this weekend in mixed conditions, but for all the hard work they've put in, genuinely, without marshals and those volunteers, we cannot go racing the way we do. So without it, race events couldn't happen. So from the bottom of our hearts, thank you ever so much for all your hard efforts, not just this weekend, but all season, every season. You do an absolutely stellar job. You are the Orange Crew, so fantastic to all of you guys. A big thank you to every single driver that entered the festival this weekend. There was a couple that pulled out last minute due to illness, but in the end we had 67 drivers in the mix. Thanks to every single one of them that turned out, all their team members, all the supporters for them as well, their friends and family, to all the drivers that took part this weekend in the support timetable, the all three Mazda MX5 championships. And congratulations to all the provisional champions in all three, to Johnny Greensmith in the Clubman Championship, to Thomas Langford, who takes provisionally the MX5 Championship for Mark 1's, the National Championship, if you like, as some people call it. And congratulations to respectively Aidan Hills and Ollie Hall, who took the Pro and Club Class titles in Super Cup 2. Congratulations also provisionally to both Stuart Bliss, who's provisionally wrapped up the overall Nankang Thai City Car Cup title, and also to Richard Jett and Team Northbrook for their third consecutive Student Motorsport Challenge title for Northbrook Racing. Amazing feat. I feel that though with the competition they've had this year, it's only going to get stronger going into 2025. And also thanks to everyone involved in the Brscc Evolution Trophy. I have to say a massive thank you also to Andy McEwen. I really wish his voice was in better condition, because I actually felt a bit gutted and a bit guilty that he wasn't commentating on that race. So he would have been hitting the roof as much as I was, and so but he was enjoying it, watching trackside and alongside me, and so full credit for soldiering on with the voice that he had. I really wish, as he would, that his voice had been in much better shape. But he'll be back next year, and I'm certain he'll enjoy it just as much. But genuinely appreciate for all his help and all his camaraderie, not just here this year, but all year. Just massive thank you to him. To Rob Rowley and all the Alpha Lives, to Stuart Rice, who's in the directing this weekend, along with Rob in the room next to me. Thank you to them. Thanks to all the camera people and all the production crew for Alpha Live, who've had to bear the brunt of some very awful weather today. Thanks so much for bringing some excellent coverage. I have to say a big thank you to Richard John Neal. Of course, he is a sterling professional. He'll say, oh, don't be silly, but he genuinely is one of the best presenters out there. And to have him lead the coverage, as he does for most of our programmes, is absolutely spellbinding. So thanks to him. He's a good friend also, so thanks to that too. I'm running out of people to thank, really, in that sense, but just, yeah, everyone who's been part of this event. Thanks to Brands Hatch, thanks to everyone else for you watching on the stream. If you like what you see with Brscc, and to be sure to subscribe. And whilst I think of anything else I might need to thank at the end of it, we can actually go into some highlights now to look back at what was a very entertaining, dramatic, but all-round memorable Festival Sunday for the Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival. Let's wind the clock back all the way to the beginning of the day, and let's start with the semi-finals and see how we got to our festival final winner for 2024. So, race number 1 in the semi-final began with a strong start for Jordan Kelly. He pulled away from Luke Cooper and Johnny McMullen in the end, and they managed to pull away a bit of a gap in many cases. This was semi-final 1 dedicated to Mike Blanchet. Of course, in there too was Josh Smith as he pulled his way forward. There was battles between Jonathan Kotick and Charlie Mann. This is in conditions that were a little bit mixed, but the rain was starting to fall, even though it had started pretty dry, and it had been mostly dry heats through Saturday. The move up the inside at Druids helped Josh Smith make progress. As they powered on, there was more battles further back in the field. Jonathan Kotick pulled away, but the big task was Rory Smith. He had to come through the progression race on Saturday, and he was charging his way through from the back of the field. He was trying to get himself into an automatic qualifying spot. It was a fantastic drive from the rear of the field, and at one point he looked as though he was on course to be second in the race, at least on the podium, but then Ben Powney went off the road. It closed things up a little bit, and so therefore he had to try again, but he was in contention to get that automatic qualifying spot. So the safety car came out, everything closed back up again, and nothing was guaranteed once we got back under racing again. Once race did resume, as the safety car came out and everyone observed the yellow flags, I think 1 or 2 cars had gone spinning in the wet conditions, but when it did resume, it was down to Jordan Kelly to get things back underway. And when he did, Jordan Kelly was looking to try and get himself a semi-final victory. Now, the trick here for Jordan Kelly was that he had a back marker between himself and the rest of the pack, so they couldn't overtake him at the end of the race. So it meant that he had a massive lead, and they couldn't overtake the back marker because they had to get to the start and finish line to hit the green flag. So Jordan Kelly went on to win that race in the mix. So congratulations to Jordan Kelly for taking that victory, and I think we're possibly going maybe next to semi-final 2, I believe. So semi-final 2, which essentially set the the pole position time for the festival final, because the safety car interruption meant that Jordan Kelly would at least get a front row start, but wouldn't start on pole position. William Liston was in contention, and in ever increasingly wet conditions, this is where the real battle started. Chris Middlehurst pretty much got out in front and drove away to leave a clean pair of heels to the likes of Jason Smith and co. in even increasingly treacherous conditions. Tom Nippers was also always a threat from the festival from start to finish. More battles mid-pack, as you saw the likes of Anthony Amato and also Isaac Hunter the Silver trying to make their way up and battle their way through. It's always with the semi-finals, you have to try and pick your moments, pick your battles. Do you get yourself an automatic qualifying spot? Do you go for the move that gets you higher up the order? It's always those decisions that you try and make. John Spencer was also in contention as well to try and get himself a good spot, but he actually dropped down the order and actually fell out of the qualifying spots, and that he had an early end to his festival. He would have to at least try and go through the last chance race. Tom Nippers was in there in the mix too, and he was trying to get himself up the order, chasing after looks like Morgan Quinn in the number 88 car. And some of the older classic cars were also having a fight amongst themselves. It's really good to see a nice, healthy, classic and historic contingent in the field this year. As we said, we had the historic final with a full quota of 30 cars plus 2 reserves. That's impressive to see. And as we come down towards the end of it, more battles. Some of the cars are picking their way through to try and pick up those all-important spots. But Chris Middlehurst ended up coming through to take not only the win in semi-final 2, but also he took the pole position for the final in that race as well. So we had the 2 front row men for the main final, but after that we went on to the historic final, of course, to decide who won the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. And right from the outset, Tom MacArthur in 217 slithered off the road into Paddock Hill Bend gravel, and once again was denied a proper chance at winning the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy historic final, sponsored by HeadTech, so big thanks to HeadTech for them. From the outset, Darwin Smith had the pace. He was chased down by Andy Charles. He had a big moment going towards Surtees on the opening lap, almost caught up by Richard Higgins. Higgins himself had to scribble around. He was under threat from Tom Hawkins. Once Hawkins got through, it was a fight to the death between Darwin Smith and Tom Hawkins. Maybe not that dramatic, but those two battled tooth and nail. There was a bit of safety car action on top of it too, but Darwin Smith did keep his cool. There was late collision between Richard Higgins to deny him a back-to-back historic final win. He collided with Will Liston. Differing opinions in that sense, but Darwin Smith went on to win the historic final and become the 4th recipient of the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. So once we had that out of the way, there was literally one last chance to get into the final, and that meant we had the last chance race sponsored by Race Parts. When that got underway, it was always going to be frantic. There was collisions early on. We saw Adam Favers out of the race, Dan Renner Larson was out of it, as too was Ben Powney, and that saw a red flag and a restart to get back underway again. Ben Powney's festival came to an early end. You can see them in the background at the top of the shot. Adam Favers immediately parking the car. That was his festival done and dusted for 2024. Ben Powney also equally frustrated. He might have felt he had a chance. So the red flag came out, and it was a chance for take 2 with another 8 laps to go. And what happened then afterwards is then the second start got underway, but only lasted 4 laps, because then, unfortunately, we had another red flag with more collisions, and because of that, they were able to declare the result. There was an off for Bryn Kinch in 69. There was more collisions towards the end of it. Because of that, after 4 laps, they had to red flag it. And because it was not a championship race with any points on offer, they meant that the final 6 cars went through, and Rory Smith went on to win that progression race and take his place on the grid, if not 25. And then, if you can stomach it, let's look at the highlights of the grand final again, because that was genuinely another modern all-time classic. In wet conditions, they absolutely went through it. The early drama was when Jason Smith and Jordan Kelly were 2 Irishmen tangled at the top of the hill, going through McLaren and clearways, and sent cars scattering as the race went on. Josh Smith got into the lead, and it looked as though it might be written in the stars. Car 200 leading at the festival, honouring Gerrit Van Kouwen. And from there, he put on genuinely one of the best defensive drives that you will ever see in a Formula 4 Festival final. And he had so many potential challengers and suitors lining up to try and take it from him. His main challenger was Chris Middlehurst, who put all the pressure in, but the car to watch behind was Joey Foster. From 22nd on the grid, he was the fastest man out there, and lapping at one point nearly a second faster than the leaders behind him. He's picking off cars one by one. You see here in the background, he was going around the outside of Tom Nippers as we slowly pieced his way up through the order. There were 2 safety cars, which had extended the race by 5 laps. Foster briefly went off the road. Maybe that could have been a significant moment, because if he hadn't done that, he might have been closer to the leader by the time he got there. Josh Smith continued to control the race, with Middlehurst chasing after him, Hugh Esterson trying to emulate his brother Max from 2022. But whilst that was all happening, Joey Foster in green number 3 was continuing to press forwards in a fantastic festival drive that surely means if he comes back next year, he surely has to, he will try to put that right for 2025. Morgan Quinn and Johnny McMullen, 2 more Irish drivers battling their way in the festival final for positions, and Tom MacArthur also has trying to pick his way through further back in the pack as the top place historic car. But a tangle there saw Bryn Kinch run off the road, Anthony Amato off the road, excuse me, after they sort of touched wheels and he ran wide at Clark Curve. Also in the mix there too, Richard Higgins, but ahead of them it was still Joey Foster picking off Tom Nippers for another position. And again, the racing just kept on getting more and more intense. Luke Cooper and Hugh Esterson were in a fierce battle for 3rd place, also being joined by Morgan Quinn at one point. And as they turned their way ahead of the field, they were still chasing the top 2 that were still in that mix. But of course, we had those 2 safety cars, but we had additional 5 laps in total added on. Hugh Esterson almost ended his final early with a big moment exiting Paddock Hill Bend over the curve. But Luke Cooper seized the opportunity, dived up the inside, and took 3rd place as a result from Esterson, with Quinn also getting into the mix. And whilst that happened, Johnny McMullen also lost another place to the Flying Foster. The reason why they call him the Flying Cornishman. Still the battle raged. Luke Cooper ran wide on through Paddock Hill Bend, taking the high, wide and handsome line, as Brian Jones would say, but that line proved to be more potent enough to keep him in 3rd position. Still, Esterson kept on trying to find a move to get away through, but Luke Cooper held firm and kept his position in what was still even trickier conditions. Further back, there was battling for Jonathan Kotick, David MacArthur, and the recovering Jordan Kelly, once with Izzy Cantor da Silva. Foster just wouldn't stop passing people. There was more skirmishes going on further back, including the likes of Rob Hall and the recovering Jordan Kelly, but another place gained for Joey Foster, and his best moves were still yet to come. Morgan Quinn slotting in behind him as Foster continued his charge right up through the order from, I remind you, 22nd on the grid. Still Foster's car, the Furman purely working perfectly in the wet conditions, continued to circulate, whilst his teammate Leanne McShane was having her own fight as a continuation of the battle in the last chance race with Andy Charsley. At the front, Josh Smith was still pushing on, but now being challenged more firmly by Chris Middlehurst at the front of the field. The 2 of them all together, but then safety cars that came into place only started to benefit those behind Josh Smith. Of course, the longer they ran on, the longer he could stay in front. Luke Cooper continued to push on in 3rd, but there was one of the key drivers to watch out for. Joey Foster again, with some absolutely fantastic passing from Joe Foster to hold the outside line and did the undercut on Hugh Esteson to make the move stick, force himself alongside and pick up 4th place. There was a genuine feeling if he kept on this progress, he could even go on to take one of the best festival final victories that you will have ever seen from 22nd on the grid. Then there was yellow flags at the top of Clark Curve and clearways because Liam McShane of the cars, his teammate, had stopped on the circuit and had to be pushed down the order, which prompted the safety car and again extended the race further to a total of 25 laps. So that closed the field up once more, and the tension kept on mounting. It really was going to be a case of not just, it almost was a feeling of not if Foster was going to win the festival, but possibly even when and how and what lap he was going to take the lead. The field bunching back up under the safety car again. Josh Smith, of course, nerves aplenty, but still leading the way in car 200. With Middlehurst, Cooper and the flying Cornishman Joey Foster just behind in 4th place, also keeping an eye on the likes of Esteson, Quinn, Jason Smith and Johnny McMullen, and also Rory Smith, defending champion, who'd started back in 25th, by that point was inside the top 10 and potentially looking at even possibly top 5 if he could continue making that progress. The field stacked up behind the safety car. It was now down to Josh Smith to do the restart. And whilst he was awake, and so was Middlehurst, Cooper wasn't. Joey Foster pounced on him with one of the best festival passes you'll ever see down the outside in the wet conditions. They even left Andy McEwen with his mouth wide open. A fantastic pass to give him 3rd and possibly setting him up to chase after the top 2. He tried again on Chris Middlehurst down towards Paddock Hill Bend, and incredibly for the 2nd lap in succession did it a 2nd time to get right onto the gearbox of Josh Smith, and then the festival race was really on. More battles further back, but the safety car came out again for the 2nd time after a tangle elsewhere on the circuit, which meant we had 2 more laps to go. So the first safety car added 3 laps, whilst the 2nd one added 2 more to give us a 25-lap final in total. With Foster now in prime position, he knew this was his best chance to take the festival victory. Smith was in there to try and hold as best he can, and despite all the efforts that Foster could put in on the restart, there was nothing he could do to find an appropriate way through, as Smith somehow defended for his life, quite literally, for the remaining laps in the race as Foster hounded him lap after lap. He tried the outside line, but every time he tried to move, Smith showed him the edge of the road. He almost had it down on the outside line, going way too deep and almost skating off the road, but couldn't get the undercut round the outside, almost clipping the back of the old Motorsport Van Diemen, and again settling for 2nd place. Foster kept up the pressure, kept on pressing as hard as he could. Smith scrabbling around for traction, couldn't find anything there. And now Middlehurst was in the mix as well, with Cooper, Esteson and co also stacking up to make it a real contest for the festival victory, with 7 cars in the leading group, including also just behind them, Johnny McMullen and also Rory Smith. Hearts were in mouths watching the final as both Smith, Foster and Middlehurst all contested the victory as best they could. And then coming to the closing stages, was one of the defining moments. They came in towards the Clark Curve. There was a tangle briefly between 3 cars, between Tom Hawkins, Jason Pribble and I think it was Rob Hall, but they all got away again, which didn't give us a 3rd safety car. Thankfully, they all got going and all were able to continue without needing the safety car. Then the key moment, Josh Smith defending his position. Joe Foster ran out wide, and then as he tried to rejoin, clipped Jason Smith for the 2nd, who spun for the 2nd time. Both cars were out, and Joe Foster's chances of a dream festival victory ended in tatters in the gravel. In the closing stages, Chris Middlehurst kept on the pressure. He knew he had his best chance, and he mounted as strong an attack as he could to keep the pressure on Josh Smith. They kept on going. Still, it looked as though Josh Smith was a case of how he could keep on the defence. Middlehurst kept on pressuring, kept on looking for a way through. But even with yellow flags up at the top of the circuit, he was running out of time, running out of laps, and running out of passing opportunities. And effectively, the yellow flags, caused with Joey Foster and Jason Smith's car up at the top of the circuit, essentially is what hampered it. Onto the last lap, 1.2 miles to go, and it was still anyone's guess. Middlehurst had to dive up the inside, couldn't quite make that stick, had to take the wide line to try and get the undercut. But every single time that Middlehurst looked for an opportunity, Smith placed his car in the right place at the right time and backed him up into Luke Cooper in 3rd place. There was an off late on between Tom MacArthur and Anthony Amato, which saw their festival fortunes take a nosedive. But in the run to the flag on the final lap, Middlehurst pushed as hard as he could, but he couldn't make it stick. And so for the 2nd time in his career, to emulate his 2018 success, it's Josh Smith who takes the victory, and he is a 2-time Formula Ford Festival champion. And again, Car 200 taking the victory at the Formula Ford Festival. It was almost written in the stars. Josh Smith appreciating the win, and again the congratulations from both Luke Cooper and Chris Middlehurst. And he gets the embrace from Alan Bowles. Josh Smith, your 2024 Formula Ford Festival champion, honouring Gerrit Van Kouwen. So that's the summary of the 2024 Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival, at least for the Sunday action. And of course, we'll get to speak to the top three and to see the main trophy presentations very shortly once they're ready to get underway. Until then, we'll be handing over very shortly once the presentations are ready. What we're going to do first of all, before we do that, is we are going to hand over to one of our interviews just to kind of fill in the time before we get there. And once we've done that, once we're ready to hand over, we will do so. And of course, hand over to Richard John Neal, who'll be in the Kensington. I will also rush over once it's ready to go and to serve them myself. And then we'll be underway to officially, properly crown in the Kensington our 2024 Festival champion. Until then, we're going to hand over to Alistair Davidson, who Richard caught up with on Friday before the race weekend got underway. So stay tuned. The presentations for the 2024 Gerrit Van Kouwen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival Grand Final are coming up very shortly.
Thrilled that we have one of Gerrit Van Kouwen's actual race cars here at Brands Hatch, and he's going to be doing some demonstration laps with Alistair. Alistair, what's the story behind the car?
Bought it about 10 or 12 years ago. It was converted when it was sold into a Thunder Saloon, and then I found it and recognised what car it was, and then we've restored it over the last sort of 10 years. And we've only ever been out in it once. It's only ever been out once before in a race.
Do you intend to race the car in the future?
Yes, yeah, that's right. We did the Silverstone Festival this year. It was very wet, but my son and I raced it. So we'll be doing some more racing and hopefully abroad, take it to a few races.
Hopefully we'll get to see you in the UK. I mean, the demo laps here we're looking forward to seeing very much as well. But I understand you raced against Gerrit.
Yes, when I was younger, he was in a BMW with Robin Brundle and I was in a Suzuki Swift, and we challenged each other for the overall championship, and I pipped him by 2 points, which he wasn't very pleased about.
Did you meet subsequent to that?
Yes, yeah, no, we've seen him before, yeah. So we've been over to Holland and raced at Zandvoort a few times, so we met him then, yeah.
Yeah. One of the disappointed people, I never got to meet him, but I saw him race many, many times. Yes. And for the context, though, that was the Uni Royal Championship you were talking about.
Yes, yeah, so yeah, he was racing a BMW, FINA-backed BMW M3. Yeah.
Very competitive championship back in the day. And does this sort of car, you know, when you've got a car like this, does it take a lot of looking after?
Not too bad, but yeah, we're not doing a lot with it. So trouble is, it's an original car, and it's difficult to justify racing it, but we've decided we're going to race it, and it is what it is.
And how do people sort of react to it? Do they remember it?
Yes, yeah. The livery is very distinctive. And also Ford homologated a self-levelling suspension package for this car with Chris Hodgetts and Gerrit and Stig Blomqvist with a rally car. And they actually homologated the hydraulic system, and it's the only touring car ever to have that sort of system fitted. So, yeah, and the first car to win points in the British Touring Car Championship on unleaded fuel.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's pertinent now because we're talking about biofuels going a step further, but we've always been striving to get there.
Yeah, so that was in '88 or whatever it was that unleaded fuel came in. So
did Gerrit know you got the car?
He did, yes. Yeah. I sent him photos of the car and everything a year or two ago. So a friend of mine knew him from Holland as well, so he kept us all in touch.
Well, thank you very much indeed for bringing it along. It's lovely to meet you and to see the car, and thank you for your time, and enjoy the rest of the Gerrit Van Kouwen Festival.
Thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you.
I'm with Graham Fuller. Graham, there are so many stories I could ask you about in terms of Formula Ford, but I'm going to start with Gerrit Van Kouwen. It's the GVK 200 Festival, 53rd running of the festival.
53rd?
You've been involved in a few of those over the years.
Yeah.
But let's start with Gerrit. Tell us a bit about your association with Gerrit.
No, Gerrit was Gerrit's a friend as well, quick driver, but as a friend. We kind of started out when he was literally just starting Formula Ford. He came over from Holland, bought some of our engines, Minister engines at the time, and then the relationship started then. And then I used to travel to Zandvoort a lot because he was doing the European Championship, and so we got to know each other very well. And then obviously the festival was a special thing. And we knew he was quick. We knew he was quick all the time. And also how he approached the racing, how he approached the festival. Very, very meticulous, almost clinical. and we were able to give him. We gave him a choice of engines for the festival week, and he went with our recommendations, and he went with an engine called 663 Squadron, and he put that in, and as I said, the history books wrote themselves almost. He was very, very quick. He obviously has sub 49 seconds, first driver to do it, and as someone said earlier, some people say that festival was very boring, but it wasn't. He knew exactly from the minute he started what he was doing, and he's a smooth and controlled driver, so brilliant. Top man, top driver, but a very decent fellow as well.
Yeah, the comments about the race, if it's well executed from start to finish, that's far from boring.
No, well, that's it. That's nicely put. That's nicely put, and that's what Gerrit wanted. Even from the point where the position where he wanted his in the paddock, where his camp was in the paddock, everything was down to a T. So that's what. So the way he won it was not a surprise, really.
It's one of the festivals. It was one of my earlier ones. I've been speaking to a lot of people about. It was one of the early ones we got sort of sucked into the myth of the festival, but it was memorable for that because he went through the card.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely, exactly that. And he just got quicker and quicker and quicker. Whether that was to do with confidence or not, who knows? But I mean, even to the point where if you look on the grid where he parked the car at such an angle, everything was taken into consideration.
He loved the event and he carried on coming.
Yeah, no, that's the key thing. He loved Brands Hatch, he loved Brands Hatch Indy, and he loved the festival. He loved everything about it. And as you said, from then on, since that win, he came to every festival, except for the COVID one, but every festival, and he loved it. He loved the atmosphere. He loved to talk to everybody, the new drivers, the up and coming drivers. Some of the celebrity as in moved on to higher things. He loved the festival, loved it.
And we've got a trilogy of special awards this weekend as well.
Yeah. In commemoration of Gerrit and this special festival, we've got three. We've got the GVK 200, 200 being his start number. The GVK 200 the Auto Glim GVK 200 best retro livery. Gerrit loved seeing the cars in the original liveries, and he'd say, I know that one and I know that driver, etc. So we thought we'd have an award for that. So that's one. We've reinstated the Polly Blanchet trophy. It's now Mike and Polly Blanchet trophy for the fastest lap in the grand final. Gerrit won it in '84, and he was very good friends with Mike and Polly, and so it's an ideal time to reinstate it. I have to thank Mike and Fran Taylor for that, because they stepped forward and donated it, which is brilliant, absolutely lovely. And the third one is the GVK 200 Future Star Award. And the reason, and this is very special, because Gerrit always loved to see competition from the youngsters, and there are obviously great formulas that you could choose from, but Formula Ford, he loved it, and so we're going to have a GVK 200 Future Star Award for under 25s, which is a new thing for the festival.
Who do you think is going to grab that? I can't expect you to give an answer to that.
I was going to ask you that, actually. You know the runners and riders. I don't know. Very difficult. But I must admit, I've been out here for the last 2 or 3 days testing, and I must admit there's some good guys. And the Canadian pair is looking sharp. And some of the people who I think have won it several times before. Rory Smith. But I don't think he's going to have it easy. And obviously we had 3 days of beautiful blue skies. What's going to happen at the weekend? Well, maybe we're going to have a little bit of rain as well. That'll mix the pot, won't it?
I think it will. Susie Van Kouwen was saying that she's kind of hoping for a wet one. It looks like we might get a wet festival.
Thanks very much. I'll go with the blue skies. But yeah, that's the festival. And it's a great. It's got a good entry. So you should have some good racing.
Entries are up against the trend nationally, which is fantastic.
Yeah. No, I saw that. I thought that was really good. And to be honest with you, I think that Gerrit would be very honoured by that, just that's fact, you know. So that's great.
We look forward to honouring his memory over the course of the weekend. Graham, thank you for everything you've done to put this together and for your company into the lead-up. That's been a pleasure too.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Enjoy it.
Great to meet for the first time Jason Prebble, who's racing for America in the World Cup. Jason, first of all, tell us a little bit about your racing background.
Absolutely. So I've been racing for 13 years. I'm 19 years old, so I know just as much about racing cars as I do about walking. But I've been racing cars since 2021. I started my first season in the SCCA National Majors Championship. And from there, I've done MX5s, I've done F2000s, I've done Spec Racer 4 at a lot of club events in the US. And now I've taken the step to go to the UK and expand my palette a little bit.
I gather this is your first full season of one particular formula. You've raced other things, but not a full season.
Yeah, a lot of my car racing career specifically has been, you know, one season I raced 7 different cars altogether. So, you know, I get around around the paddock, and it's been nice to hone in on a class, hone in on a formula, and be able to get a lot of testing, be able to learn the car and the track, and really focus on my skills.
Great to get a diversity of cars and get that experience under your belt. One question I've got to ask you, we've got the Formula Fords out now, but you're not there. Why is that?
Well, it's a bit of a number of choices. The first being, it's way too nice of a day for England, especially it's suspicious, isn't it? But really, there's not much point in going out today. As much as I want to, the track is amazing, the air is amazing. This is, you know, perfect weather for a Formula Ford, but tomorrow it is going to be everything but that. It's going to be raining in the morning. We're Heat 1, so this kind of weather just doesn't really make sense to test in. You know, we want to make sure our engine is happy for the day of the race, and we want to make sure that we have their tires as good as possible. So we've done our testing on Wednesday and Thursday. We found our setup, we found our pace, and we know what we have.
Good evening, everybody in the Kentagon. For all of our viewers at home and across the world on the live stream, apologies for cutting through the content that you were watching, but we need to crack on here today because obviously people have got long journeys home. So apologies if you were enjoying the interview we were showing on the stream. But I'm going to crack on, which I think is the best thing to do. Welcome to the awards ceremony for the 2024 GVK 200. Festival. What an event we've had. It's been eventful and a fascinating thing to be part of. I'd like you to, first of all, give a very warm welcome to the stage to Susie Van Kouwen, who's going to say a few words for us. Susie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I need to look at the camera?
You can look wherever you like.
Okay. I'm not really a speech maker at all. I don't like to be in the limelight. But when Garrett passed away, it didn't take us 5 minutes to make the decision that we would want to do something with the festival this year. If it's okay with you, I know everybody wants to get on and have trophies and have a nice drink and everything. But if I could just say a few words, first of all to the Dutch contingent, if that's okay. Welkom iedereen. Ik ben zo blij dat jullie hebben echt de moeite meegenomen om gewoon hier te staan. Het hele weekend gewoon echt achter dit event te staan. En jullie hebben echt ver gereisd, sommigen met slecht gezondheid, om hier te zijn. Dus dan wil ik jullie allemaal echt van mijn hart bedanken. So that's the Dutch guys. And we came with the idea pretty early on this year that we wanted to do something, and we got in contact with the Brscc. And I have to say, Alan Bowles and everybody at the Brscc, you just went with the ball. You ran with it, didn't you? Thank you for absolutely everything that you have done here. This weekend has been sometimes difficult, but for all, I've just enjoyed speaking to you all, hearing your stories about Garrett, and I will take them away with me in my heart. And he would have loved it. He would have loved this weekend. It's amazing that Car 200 won this event. That's absolutely amazing. We had some absolutely fantastic racing. I enjoyed the final, unbelievable. It was really down to the wire, very exciting. So thank you for that, everybody that competed. And then I just have one more person that I would like to thank. Obviously, everybody involved, thank you. He's going to hate me for this, but would Graham Fuller please come up? Ethan. I'm sorry, Graham, and I know you hate it, but I do need you up here. Graham was a lifelong friend to Garrett. Couldn't have asked for a better friend. And he's supported me in this right from the word go. He has worked tirelessly with everybody here. And I just can't thank you enough, Graham.
Thank you very much.
But there is one special thing that I would like to give to you. I think that this is the right place. Do you want to say anything, or I'm going to say goodbye because I don't want to do this anymore. Have a great evening.
What can I possibly say? It's a total surprise. It really is, and it's just great. I wish he was here. I wish I wasn't standing here in this, but the fact that I am. It's great, and he's up there smiling. I tell you, he could not have wished for a better festival. And thank you to all the people who helped me do this, because it wouldn't have been done by myself. So thank you very much. I'm going to keep it short because everybody wants to go home. But thank you very much for this super, super gift. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wow, the emotions are real, isn't it? I need to take a breath, I think, a little bit. Let's move on to our presentations. Thank you so much, Susie. It's been a pleasure to meet you and the family this weekend, and a real joy. I'm going to move on appropriately as we're in, as I call it, Festival Weekend in the Brian Jones Kentagon. And the first trophy presentations is the Brian Jones Memorial. Now, sadly, Charlotte Park can't be with us this weekend to make the presentation, so Alan Bowles is going to do the honours. Alan? And without further ado, as we're virtually ready to go there, please give a very warm and enthusiastic reception to Darwin Smith, the winner of the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy.
He said he was going to wear an orange hat.
Where's the orange hat? Darwin, well done.
Thank you.
And with these guys, here we are.
Thank you.
Darwin, before you go, we need to do a quick word, which we'll try and keep brief with everyone, as I know you've got to travel as well. Thank you for coming in, and well done on a fine drive.
Yes, thank you so much. This trophy means a lot to me. I knew Brian from the first time we went to the festival. It was special. I met the guy, an absolute gent, and it's one that I've really wanted to win for a long time. 21, we should have won it, but we didn't. So, and here we are. And thanks to the boys in the back, Cliff and Paul. They worked so hard on the car, honestly, and the effort we put in has been special, so thanks to them as well.
Thank you. Darwin Smith, everybody, our Brian Jones Memorial Trophy winner. I want to shout out as well, thank you to Head Tech for their prize as well, the Moore family for their support, and also obviously Race Parts and Scale Extric over the course of the event as well. We are continuing to look back. Obviously, we think about Brian, and looking back, we had a competition as part of the GVK 200 trilogy for the Autoglim Best Livery Award. It was judged by Wayne Pearson, Marcus Pye, and a man who's going to welcome up to the stage, Paul Caller, the CEO of Autogrim. Welcome, Paul. So I think the way we're going to do it, I'm going to announce the short list of 3, and then you're going to announce the result. Is that okay?
That's absolutely fine. I will just say that in the words of Graham Fuller, this is just a bit of fun, okay? So I know that I'm going to please 3 people and alienate everybody else in the room, but that's the way it is.
So the 3 cars that were picked for the short list, and in no particular order, because genuinely I actually don't know who's won, the 200 car of Josh Smith Racing and Oldfield Motorsport, car number 2, Rick Morris's Royale, and car number 63, Paul Sturmer's Macon MR8.
Thank you very much. So without any further ado, in 3rd place, we have car number 2, Rick Morris. Could I grab the smallest of those bags? Somebody here? Yes. Yes, thank you. This will make your car go faster.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Cheers very much. It's guaranteed a 10th. In 2nd place, and you'll know who's in 1st place after that. In 2nd place, car 200, Josh Smith. Congratulations, well done, a great racing stake.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Fantastic, well done. Make your minds up, we're doing photos or we're not. So therefore, in 1st place, we have number 63, Matt Sturmer.
Well done.
Come on up. That's the bit you need. That's the bit we shall.
Thanks very much.
Right.
Thank you. Oh. Product placement. Lovely. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Take care.
Thank you very much, Paul Caller. Safe trip home, Paul. And a massive thanks for supporting that award. Moving swiftly on. So our 4th one. We were looking back, but Gerrit always wanted to look forward, as we do. So the next award, part again of the GVK 200 trilogy, is the Future Star Trophy, which is awarded to the best placed driver under the age of 25 in the final. To make the award, please welcome up Alicia Van Kouwen. Big warm welcome. Thank you, Alicia. And the award goes to Morgan Quinn. Well done, Morgan. I'll move out of the way for the pictures again. Thank you very much, Morgan. I'll grab a quick word. Congratulations, Morgan. Summary of the weekend?
It could have been better. That's it. But that's how it goes.
Nice to go with some silverware from the family as well.
Yeah, better than nothing.
Many congratulations, and as the award says, we'll be watching you in the future. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Morgan Quinn, everyone. We'll see you soon, Morgan. Our next award is one of our very special annual awards that we make, and I'd like to welcome to the stage to make it Debs Nicol. Debs Nicol? Here's Debs. And this is the John Nicol Trophy for an outstanding performance by a British driver in the festival. Debs, would you like to announce it, or shall I announce it?
I don't know.
You don't mind. How are you, first of all?
Full of cold.
Oh, sorry to hear that. So was our commentator, Andy McEwen. I hope you keep your voice, but lovely to see you, and thank you, as ever, for joining us up here. I'll announce the winner if you're full of cold, then.
No,
and
right. It was,
Debs will do it.
Yeah. This year was probably the most difficult year ever. And so I lent on Susie. The winner this year, and I think he's won it before, is Joey Foster.
Thank you, Debs. Well done, Joey. Here he comes. Joey couldn't make the Q&A last night up here, but we finally got him up on stage, which is really, really good news. Well done, Joey. Let's move out of the way for the pictures. Well done. Joey Foster, and thank you so much, Debs Nicol, as well, for that one. The next award is going to be made by Peter Daly. It's the Roger Pedrick Trophy, which is for the highest placed English driver in the festival. So Peter will bring the Roger Pedrick Trophy up. We wish Roger well. I don't know if he's watching on the stream. Fingers crossed that he is. Peter, thanks for coming up and doing the honours. And again, to get through as quickly as we can, the winner is Josh Smith. Well done, Josh. Now, in case anyone's listening, if there are 2 or 3 awards per driver, we'll save up one big interview for the end, I think, which is probably a nice way of maybe avoiding repetition of interviews. Thank you, Peter Daly, and well done to Josh Smith. So now we're moving on to the 3-2-1 trophies from the festival. We're going to present the Neil Shanahan Trophy a little bit later on, and of course it's the 25th anniversary of the Neil Shanahan Trophy, so important that we have a special place for that later on in our presentations. But we're going to go 3-2-1 now, and to make the presentation, I'm going to ask Susie to come and join us again, unless you want to deputise or delegate. Can we delegate? What about Ethan? Let's get Ethan up to do the honours. Ethan, would you do, as Ethan did actually on track for us earlier on. So Ethan Van Kouwen, everybody. Sorry to put you on the spot again. I should have said it earlier on. Well done.
No problem.
So the 3rd position trophy goes to Luke Cooper. Well done, Luke.
There you go, even more for in the trophy camera. Thank you.
Are we there? Everyone seems okay on that one. Luke, congratulations. And the greeting I get from you on the podium every time, you're always smiling.
Yeah, it's always good to be on the podium, so that's always worth smiling.
A tricky race, wasn't it, with the safety cars and the added laps and everything else, but what an event.
Yeah, it was a brilliant event. The final was very difficult. The track conditions were very difficult, so keeping it on the track was really, really hard to do. So getting a podium out of that was a brilliant result.
Many congratulations. Luke Cooper, 3rd position. Well done, Luke. And 2nd position, again, thanks to Ethan for doing the honours, Chris Middlehurst. OK, so Chris maybe not being able to come up, but it gives us a chance to move on. We'll swap trophies and have our winner. Silverware just on the way, and a chance to welcome back again, Josh Smith. Well done, Josh, and thank you, Ethan, for doing the honours. I'll grab a quick word, actually. It was the emotion and the tension in the garages when we were watching that final was something else.
Yeah, that was amazing. Also, adding the extra laps just added to the tension and the excitement. I think Graham couldn't really handle it anymore, being so close to that. And the fighting in those last laps were fantastic to see. So a great festival final, I think.
Thank you, Ethan. A pleasure to have shared that moment with you. Ethan Van Kouwen, everybody. So next up, we'll come back, as I said, to present the Neil Shanahan Trophy a little bit later on, but something that came back this year as part of the GVK trilogy, as it's been known, is the return of what used to be known as the Polly Blanchet Trophy, now known as the Mike and Polly Blanchet Trophy. And to make the award, it's Terry Blanchet. Terry, lovely to see you. I wanted to have a quick word with you, and
I'm told to be quick.
You've been told to be quick.
And I am.
People need to tell me that as well. But lovely to see you, and thanks so much for doing the honours.
I'm very pleased. I'd like to say it's a new trophy. Thank you. It was arranged by Graham, John, and Susie, of course. Thank you so much. Very special trophy. I want it to be for you people, appreciating the winner of the fastest lap.
Well done, Terry.
For you, splendid people who make the festival.
Everybody makes the festival, don't they? So, for the fastest lap in the festival, remember Gerrit got the lap record when he did it, was the first to break that landmark. So, the winner is Joey Foster.
Where's Scott? Oh, he's there. So Scott should have done that, shouldn't he?
So I get Scott to announce it.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go past it, or do you want me to leave it then?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Congratulations. Thank you, Terry, and well done, Joey Foster. Joey, I'll get you back, actually. Sorry, I was just a quick word with Joey because we didn't on the previous award for the John Nicol. 2 great bits of silverware. 22nd on the grid. What a drive to watch. And we were shrieking every time a move went on. You look like you're emotional over it, but what a race you gave us. Thank you.
Oh, cheers. Yeah, it was... I knew the car had the pace. We were fast in the testing at both conditions, but unfortunately we had an issue in qualifying, and then we had an issue in the heat, so I couldn't quite prove it. I then saved a decent set of tyres for the final, and obviously we had the pace to come through, but it wasn't meant to be this year. But you know, with the festival, there's only one winner, and this year, yeah, it wasn't meant to be.
A 4th one, maybe another year.
Yeah, well, I'm still enjoying it, so I'll keep coming back.
We enjoy having you here. Joey Foster, everybody. Congratulations, Joey. You're an absolute gentleman. Thank you very much indeed. Very well done indeed. So we're actually getting through these at a fair old rate of knots, which is quite good. The stage is just about standing up to my weight. Thank you, Esther, for reinforcing that. And we move on to, as I mentioned, it is the 25th anniversary, the 25th running of the Neil Shanahan Trophy. Liam and Mary, Neil's parents, I think, are watching on the stream. We send them our love, we send them our best wishes. In addition to Neil, I think we should all raise a glass at some point this evening to Neil to honour the 25th anniversary, as well as to Gerrit for the 40th anniversary of his win, and of course to the late great Brian Jones as we're here in the Kentagon. So we'll say cheers to those three. To help me present the Neil Shanahan Trophy for this year, once again, is our club chairman, Peter Daly, who I think is otherwise engaged at the moment in the middle of a call, so we'll perhaps defer on that one. Going to be a minute. Sorry to put you on the spot, Peter. Nothing like a nerve-wracking moment, is there? Just to keep everybody guessing. So here come... It was the clerk. Now, this trophy, as those of you that are regulars will know, is a very, very special trophy, specially commissioned, incredibly valuable. What a beautiful piece it is, and we have to handle it with care every single time. I've been saving the interview with our winner till the end. Please give it up for your winner, Josh Smith. Thank you, Peter. Well done, John.
Thank you very much.
Liam and Mary are actually on the live feed watching. Yeah. It's the 25th anniversary of Neil's. Okay,
Josh, you said on the interview, you know, on the podium, that you couldn't write this, and if you did, someone wouldn't have believed it, that you could carry the 200 number into the GVK 200 Festival, but also to win the 25th running of the Neil Shanahan Trophy. How does it feel?
There's not really a lot I can say. I don't know. There's not the words in my vocabulary book to describe the feelings. To be honest, it was, yeah, amazing, absolutely amazing. As you could see, I was absolutely pushed to the limit out there, and there was nothing left on the table as far as me and my package were aware. I left it all out there today, and threw the kitchen sink at it as well, and yeah, managed to hold on.
It's very much what the festival is about, seeing the emotion of everybody in the room, seeing the emotion of the winner, and also the people who maybe don't come home first, but what a mega weekend. And how late was the deal put together to race the 200 number and car?
Fairly late, but not too... What I'd probably say about a month before the event that it was all put together, but you know, me and Oldfield had discussed about doing the event earlier in the year, and there was that option was on the table, but then the whole involvement with the Van Kouwen family came about later, probably about a month prior to the event. That it was, came to my acknowledgement. So yeah, it came relatively late, but proud to have carried it.
We're proud that you did it. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to Josh Smith. Promotion. Well done, Josh. Congratulations. I shouldn't have done the handshake in case the trophy went. We've got one more award to make formally, which is a little bit out of order because we just needed something ratified. And it's for the World Cup. So who's won the World Cup this year? Well, I'm not going to do a 3-2-1. I'm just going to say, we should get a bit of noise here, but the winning team is Team Ireland. So we need someone to come up, or a group of you to come up and collect it. The steps in the middle there. Oh, a hug from Esther first as well. There we go. I must admit, I don't remember seeing you on track, but many congratulations.
Thank you.
Here we go.
I'm Michelle Dempsey, so thank you.
Mrs. Dempsey, well done. We're going to grab a quick word. You've got to do the thing now.
Oh.
We'll get the media training sorted out at some point, but a few words on behalf of our winning team, Michelle.
Okay, well, first of all, congratulations to Ireland, and I have to say it's been a wonderful festival. Josh, well done on your win. Joey, gutted, but look, there's always next year. And to everybody, Brscc, everybody involved, Mandy and all the troops and my family that are here, well done. Well done. Thank you.
You've got this job for next year. Well done, Mrs. Dempsey. Thank you very much indeed. Well done to Team Ireland for winning. We have one more special presentation to make, and I might even be able to press a few words out of Peter Daly for this one. Maybe. We'll see. Peter's kind of ignoring me at the moment. Can we get a couple of words out of you, Peter? Yes. I'd love to. You're our chairman, so a few words to wrap things up.
Well, it's not my contract for this weekend, but I'll talk.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were going to ask me some questions.
I was just going to say about, well, OK, we'll go to the event and then we'll do the award. Again, you can't write scripts for these, can you? That was an exceptional couple of days.
Oh, the festival is so intense. There's a lot of work goes into it. We'll be planning from literally a few weeks' time for next year. Lots and lots of work's gone in this year from Alan Bowles, from the guys at Brscc's head office, the guys that come out every race weekend, Charlotte, Greg, Luke, Scott, promoting club motorsport, but the Formula Ford Festival is always, and the Super Classics as well that we run, is always a special part of, Brscc. That's why many of us are members. This weekend, should we have it wet or dry or everything? And they chucked everything at it. Watching that final, this was the first year that we decided that if there was going to be a safety car, we would add a maximum of 5 laps to make it, quite a well-run, rewarding final, so that the winner was not going to be somebody that had got 10 laps behind the safety car and a quick 10-lap sprint. And I think that, well, it worked well for most people. I think a few people had fingernails. Drama right to the end, but the big thing, great to see our friends over from Holland. Great to remember some heroes of Formula Ford, and see you all next year.
Peter Daly, thanks ever so much. And we have Charlotte has. We need to get Susie on behalf of the family to come up and accept this from us. This wonderful print which we've had signed by everybody, and that's our gift for Sue. Thank you to the family. Thank you, Susie. I'm not going to put Susie on the spot again. What I will do is let you all go and say, raise a glass to Neil Shanahan, raise a glass to Brian Jones, raise a glass to Gerrit and the family.
Thank you as well.
Thank you, Susie. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you. Congratulations to all our winners. Thank you, as ever, to our marshalling team who've done a superb job. The race officials, Alpha Live have been wonderful again. Thank you, Laura, for following me around all weekend. And have a great winter. We've got more Brscc events to look forward to. We'll see you at Alton Park next week. And Driven by Racing, of course, coming up too, and the Junior Festival. If there are any juniors that want to enter the Fiesta Junior Scholarship. I think there's a couple of places left. So if you've got a 14-year-old you're looking for a Christmas present, that's the thing to do. So thank you again for inviting me along to do this. Thank you for listening to me. Congratulations to our winners. Be nice to each other. Take care and bye for now.
60 competitors, including 22 champions from 20 nations, have competed to qualify for this, the 26-man final. Amongst them, Dutchman Gerrit Van Kouwen.
They're going to be wheel to wheel, then Brscc wheel to wheel.